Let's begin today's fascinating story. The atmosphere of the wedding day was festive, and the bell hanging from a pink ribbon fluttered incessantly. The officiant began. At this moment, I declare Aiden Leinster and Ellenza. At the same time, a murmur of conversation arose. Perhaps because this was a union between a duke's family and a marquis's family. The wedding was truly grand. The power of both families would grow even greater. The bride and groom are so adorable. Amid the whispers, couples stepped onto the platform. The bride was a beautiful girl, but the green irises in her eyes held no J-O-Y, and no matter how I think about it, I can't believe I've transmigrated into a famous novel. My divorce with my husband has failed, and somehow I've become the infamous Villainess Ellen Zaha. The Villainess's fate was all too clear. The two main characters of the novel, The Divorce with My Husband Has Failed, were Aiden Leinster and Iulia. They were destined to fall in love. The villain who always got in their way was Aiden's wife, Ellen Zaha, who was me. She married him in an arranged marriage when she was only 10. Ellen pestered Aiden for a long time. She constantly threatened Iulia, the one Aiden loved, and in the end, she planned to assassinate Iulia. Like most villainesses, Ellen Zaha was executed for the crime of plotting to harm Iulia. That's how most novels ended. Aiden and Iulia's love grew stronger than ever. In the bridal chamber, Ellen thought to herself, "The problem is I accidentally became her in this novel when I was 29. It's clear I became Ellen at age 10, so there's still a way for me to refuse this marriage." I can't believe they locked two 10-year-olds in a room on their wedding night. Luckily, we have separate beds. Before the marriage, I had received sex education, but all of it was nonsense, like what Nanny taught me. You might think it's unnecessary, but when you live in the Duke's house, you must know these things. After hearing that, Ellen, with the soul of a 29-year-old modern woman, was shocked. How can they teach a 10-year-old these things? It's completely wrong. I'll have to face him for 10 years, so maybe I should prepare well, since my life should be my own to decide. She put a smile on her innocent face and thought, how should I smile to leave a good impression? Suddenly, a noise came from the door, startling Ellen. She turned her head and saw him, her husband, Aiden. Her face instantly flushed. The infatuation of a woman in her late 20s rose up, and she blurted out, "You're so handsome." After saying that, Ellen froze, thinking blankly, why did I suddenly? It's already a mess. She didn't know why Aiden looked annoyed. Ellen stammered, "Nice to meet you." But before she could finish, Aiden turned away abruptly. Seeing him climb onto the bed, Ellen smiled brightly and said, "We just met today. Let's talk a bit." Aiden still said nothing and suddenly turned back, coldly telling her, "Don't touch me." Hearing him say that, Ellen got angry and thought, how unpleasant. She climbed onto the single bed opposite and continued to think, I didn't even intend to touch him. What's wrong with this guy? Then she closed her eyes. The moon rose higher. A long time later, Ellen opened her eyes. She sat up and thought, I'm already 29 years old, and now I'm married at 10. How can I possibly sleep? Ellen Zaha sat on a chair, curled up, and mumbled, "Time is passing so slowly. I'm so tired." When she looked up at Aiden, an idea came to her. She slowly crawled onto his bed, thinking, at least I have to get closer to admire this handsome face. Her gaze drew closer to Aiden's face. She began to recall the plot, that we're a couple in name only. At age 20, this relationship will get worse, but Aiden had white hair, and his young face already showed signs of his future beauty. Ellen knew that this handsome face, when he grew up, would become the head of the most powerful family in the kingdom. The darkness would control everything in this kingdom, and he would become such an Aiden Leinster. In the original story, Ellen fell in love with Aiden at first sight when they were both 10, but perhaps it wasn't love, but an obsession. She joined Aiden's sword training and injured him. She took out her anger on those around Aiden. She even used the authority of her Duke's family to pressure him. In the end, she ignored Aiden's request for a divorce, even though he couldn't stand it anymore when they were 20. At that time, Aiden clutched his head and said, "You're driving me crazy. How long are you going to ruin my life?" And Ellen replied with a nonchalant smile, "We are a pair." She followed Aiden every step of the way and messed up his life, which made him want to escape from his wife after 10 years of suffering. Ellen rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought that I can't understand why Ellen Zaha would force him like that. If they got along, she could have admired his handsome face every day. It wouldn't matter even if I didn't love him, would it? Thinking about this, Ellen felt a bit sad. Then she sat up that I've admired him enough. It's almost dawn. If I get caught, he'll hate me for sure. So she turned to get off the bed. Just then, Aiden spoke. I don't want to. Realizing Aiden was talking in his sleep, Ellen softly asked, Duke Leinster. He mumbled, uh-huh. She asked again, are you okay? He replied, no. Hearing this, Ellen thought, is he having a nightmare? She saw Aiden's eyebrows tightly furrowed. His whole body was trembling nonstop. His breathing was rapid, as if he was scared of something. Ellen slowly crawled onto the bed. Her small hand reached out and touched Aiden's head. Then she wondered, he doesn't have a fever. What's wrong? Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Aiden had woken up. He stared at her blankly. Her expression froze. Aiden faintly whimpered, Ellen immediately pulled her hand back and asked kindly, are you okay? Aiden's cold shout was the only reply. Stay away from me. Ellen was momentarily stunned. Aiden trembled even more. Seeing his body soaked, as if he had been pulled from water, Ellen asked, do you hurt anywhere? Aiden still shouted uncaringly, get away from me. After being rejected twice, Ellen turned away and said, okay, I won't touch you. I'll call a doctor. Upon hearing this, Aiden panicked, no, don't. Then he lowered his voice, I'm fine. Don't call a doctor. Just leave me like this. I'll be fine when I wake up. Please, he said, his voice trembling a little. He curled up like a wild animal protecting itself, pleading, don't touch me. I hate being touched, it's terrifying. Hearing him say this, Ellen realized he doesn't hate me. In the original story, he clearly disliked being with Ellen. Wasn't it because of her overly intimate actions? The sky gradually brightened. Ellen pulled a chair to sit beside the bed. Aiden was still lying on the bed, curled up. She thought to herself, if he reacted this way, even though it's his first time meeting Ellen, then something must have happened to Aiden before he got married. To live together peacefully for the next 10 years, I have to take care of this child. Ellen wondered, does he want to be taken care of? As the thought ended, she closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ellen suddenly started and looked up. Behind the pillar, Aiden was watching her with a wary expression. The two were silent for a few seconds. Ellen was the first to ask, do you feel better? Are you okay now? Aiden didn't answer, his face still full of repulsion. He quickly got out of bed and headed for the door. When he opened the door, Aiden mumbled, go back to your room and rest. After saying that, he looked back at her once, then left the room. He left Ellen with a speechless expression. She stared outside for a while. Later, a voice came from the bathroom. Don't worry, just let me help you. The person who spoke was a maid named who was helping Ellen bathe. Ellen leaned back in the bathtub, enjoying the aristocratic treatment. After changing her clothes, Mona began to brush her hair. Meanwhile, Ellen thought to herself, what I can do with my new identity as Ellen Leinster is to survive and stop bothering Aiden. If I know how to behave and save money, then when Iulio appears, I can divorce him quickly and leave, living a peaceful life somewhere else. Anyway, she thought, remembering Aiden's frightened expression, her emotions wavered. Just then, Mona said, oh, that's right. You have a meal scheduled with the Duke and Duchess today. Ellen looked up and asked, there's that too? Mona replied, I heard they left here early this morning. Hearing her say that, Ellen was a little surprised and asked what. Mona stopped brushing her hair, tilted her head, and said, it seems there was something urgent. It might last for half a month. Ellen thought to herself, that's good. Now I don't have to worry about unnecessary relationships with the Duke and Duchess or the complicated relationship with Aiden. Half a month. During this time, I must find out what happened to Aiden Leinster. A while later, at a table full of pastries, exclamations of delight rang out. Oh my, this cream cake is so smooth. Can we use these adorable teacups? Ellen sat at the table with the maids and said with a smile, of course, I said we should get to know each other better. Just enjoy today. A maid with black hair said emotionally, you're the first person to care about us maids. Ellen hesitated and said, actually, even though I'm married, I don't get many opportunities to see Aiden, so I'm mostly on my own here. I don't know anything about my husband. A maid said, about that, we don't know anything about Sir Aiden either. He's not the type of person who would talk to us. The black-haired maid added, he seems very strict and not very approachable. Ellen asked curiously, so who knows the most about Aiden? The black-haired maid replied, he often practices with the knights, so they might know more about him. But no one can understand him as well as. Ellen asked again, Whitney? The black-haired maid explained, she's his nanny. She's been taking care of him since he was born. It's no exaggeration to say she understands him better than the Duke and Duchess. Aiden's schedule is always packed, and Miss Whitney is the one who arranges it. Ellen heard this and thought, right, aristocrats are usually cared for by nannies from birth. I also came here with Mona. She reached for a teacup, continuing her thoughts, so it's better for me to approach his nanny. On the training ground, Aiden was curled up in a corner. Suddenly, someone asked, "How do you feel after getting married, sir?" Aiden looked up. The person who spoke was a tall knight with blonde hair. He called out, "Philip." Philip immediately replied, "Yes, your grace." Aiden asked, "Do you feel better after getting married?" He immediately said, "Of course I do." Aiden asked curiously, "Better in what way?" Philip scratched his head and said, "I married my first love, so getting to see her every time I come home feels great. Oh, of course, there are also many cases where love blossoms after marriage." Hearing this, Aiden buried his head in his knees and said, "I guess I'm not one of them." Philip gave a confused, "Huh." Aiden mumbled again, "I'm so scared." Somewhere in the Duke's mansion, Ellen thought with a serious expression, "It's been 3 days, and I still haven't seen Aiden Leinster. He doesn't come to dinner with me. I've been following him everywhere in the palace, but he always disappears when I'm chasing him." Ellen clutched her head in confusion. "It's like I'm hunting him down like the Ellen in the original story, even though I'm not the real Ellen. Whatever, I have to find him first." Just as she looked up, she coincidentally saw Aiden. After a few seconds of longing, Ellen happily thought, "Finally found him." The maids are really helpful. They had told her, "If we see Sir Aiden, we'll tell you right away," and now she had found Aiden. When Aiden was about to sneak away, Ellen called out again, "Prince Leinster." Aiden turned his head with difficulty. Seeing his frightened expression, Ellen felt a little angry. She took some powerful steps towards him, thinking, "Isn't he being a bit much? What did I even do?" The moment she touched Aiden, he yelled, "You're dirty." Ellen froze in place. Aiden gasped and backed away. He trembled and said, I told you not to touch me." Ellen regained her composure and looked down at her hand, which was red from the slap. She asked in a low voice, "Do you hate me that much? If you want, I'll pretend I don't know you, okay?" After saying that, she thought, "Even if I don't know why I have to do this, if he hates me that much." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "Sir Aiden." Behind Ellen, a woman in a purple dress suddenly appeared. Just one look from her, and Aiden started to tremble again. Ellen thought to herself, "So this person is..." She saw the woman step forward and grab Aiden's hand. At that very moment, Ellen seemed to realize something. She heard Whitney ask, "Are you tired, sir? Should we go back to your room?" Ellen was shocked. She thought, "That's it." The woman said again, "Please answer me now. Should we go back to your room?" Ellen was sure. This woman is the root of everything. In the original story, Aiden never cared about any woman other than Iulia. He even hated them. I thought the way Aiden avoided Ellen before she approached him was just the author of the novel exaggerating. But everything that happens has a reason. Whitney, she used her position as nanny to completely control Aiden, forcing him to follow her will. She threatened him physically and mentally, making him obsessed and scared because no one knew to help him. Ellen unintentionally provoked him because she didn't know this. That's what happened in the original story. After thinking, Ellen spoke up, "Let go of his hand." Whitney replied, "I can, it's my duty." Ellen immediately raised her voice. I said, "Take your hand off him." As soon as she said that, she took off her outer dress and draped it over Aiden. This successfully separated him from Whitney, although the woman's expression wasn't pleasant. But this time, Aiden no longer had that repulsive expression. He even seemed a little startled. After a few seconds, Whitney said, "Little miss, you haven't been in the palace long, so you don't know." Ellen cut her off decisively. "I don't need to know." Then she looked at the woman with a cold expression, thinking, "I am a young lady of the Leinster family. So there." Whitney paused for a moment, then said, "I apologize." Ellen didn't care. She turned and asked, "Aiden, can I hold your hand for a moment?" When Aiden agreed, she helped him up from inside the dress and led him away. The two of them gradually disappeared from Whitney's sight. The Duke of Leinster was a person everyone knew. Everyone revered and admired him, and the ducal family was the one who ruled the kingdom. Therefore, Aiden carried the family's honor and great responsibility from the moment he was born. And of course, the name Leinster was often mentioned with respect, pride, and even prosperity. How sad. Whitney claimed that he lacked patience and perseverance under her guidance. The woman had served his family for many years. She had poisoned Aiden's mind, telling him, "You can't continue living like this forever." Sir Aiden will become the head of the family and have a great responsibility to the Leinster lineage. If that happens, I won't be able to serve the Leinster family forever. You will have to rely on your own strength. Do as I say. By saying that, will I be able to escape and continue to grow up? Before the wedding day, Whitney had said, "Because tomorrow, Sir Aiden will get married, and his responsibility to this family will become even more important. The purpose of this marriage is an alliance between two families, so you must be careful not to harm the family's honor. The Zaha family is still under the control of the Leinster family. You must bring the most benefits to the family from them. Miss Ellen Zaha is the one you'll be marrying. Sir Aidan often gets distracted and forgets his status, so that young lady will know how to use her husband. At that time, Aidan thought, isn't she only 10 years old, just like me? Well, he didn't answer. Whitney stepped forward. She stared at Aidan with a dignified look and asked, you don't want the Duke and Duchess to see this, do you? As I said, women are always like that, always treacherous, so you shouldn't blindly trust them. A man who always smiles at his wife is definitely not a member of the Leinster family. Aidan thought to himself, this is so illogical. Whitney said, even servants can disrespect their master and try to dominate them. Aidan wondered, are the things Whitney says really going to happen? She added, Sir Aidan's status and honor will be devoured in a moment of carelessness. They will gradually take over your position. If Sir Aidan isn't careless, could they do that? Aidan continued to think, no, I just want to ignore everything. After planting these things in Aidan's mind, Whitney squeezed his hand and said, that's the essence of today's lesson. Aidan wondered, are the things Whitney says true because she's a woman too? As he massaged the spot where she squeezed him, Whitney said again, Sir Aidan is still naive when it comes to judging the nature of people he meets for the first time. Do as I say. Always be wary of women. I will always be here to watch and support you because you're still too young. Remember what I taught you today. Back in the present, after being escorted back to his room by Ellen, Aidan began to curl up on the big bed. He closed his eyes tightly and thought, if I'm careless, I'll be devoured. I've been avoiding it like this. The image of Whitney grabbing his hand appeared. Aidan gripped his shoulder, his body starting to tremble again. Just then, Ellen's words suddenly appeared. I said, let go of his hand, and Ellen's outer dress fell down, covering Whitney's figure. Aidan looked up, staring at the dress covering him, and was stunned. On the balcony, Ellen rested her chin on her hand and looked up at the sky, thinking, the important thing is that Iulia is Aidan's destiny. They will meet after enduring so much pain. It's so touching, but so pitiful for a 10-year-old child to have to live with this much pain. She slapped the balcony railing and mumbled, no, with my responsibility as a modern citizen, I have to protect this child, even though in this damn place I'm just a child who has to marry him. Okay, I have to heal Aidan's mental wounds before the divorce. Anyway, Iulia is still Aidan's destiny, so the story's progression will only change a little. Wouldn't it be better if I took care of this boy and then let him go to Iulia? That way, I won't have to worry about my death anymore. The next day on the training ground, Aidan swung his sword and cut a mannequin in half. The top half of the mannequin fell to the ground. Aidan grabbed a towel and began to wipe his sweat. Just then, a voice called out, Aidan. Ellen walked over and said hello. Aidan looked at her in silence, no longer repulsed like before. But suddenly, Ellen walked past him. Aidan turned his head to look back and saw that Ellen had gone to the Knights. Philip bowed and asked, what are you doing here, little miss? Ellen replied, since I will be living in this palace from now on, I came here to greet everyone. Philip smiled and said, that's very impressive, little miss. He then leaned in and asked in a low voice, our little master is a bit difficult, isn't he? She also replied in a whisper, it's a secret, but this can be forgiven because he's so handsome. At that, all the knights burst into laughter. When Aidan was getting bored and about to leave, another voice rang out. Sir Aidan. The laughter stopped. Ellen turned her head to look. In the center of the training ground, Whitney had appeared out of nowhere. She said, you need to finish your training. Aidan replied, I know. However, before he could finish, Ellen interjected, Aidan has something to talk to me about. Whitney bowed her head and said, little miss. Ellen asked, can he talk to me first and then do his training? The woman grabbed Aidan's hand and replied, he must do his training on time. It's better to talk later. Sir Aidan, let's go. As she tried to pull Aidan away, Ellen shouted again, let go of him. Whitney said, Ellen said again, get out of the way. This time, the woman asked, little miss, why are you? But Ellen didn't say anything else. She just walked over and pushed the woman's hand away. Whitney once again had an expression of disbelief. Aidan's face was just as bewildered. After pushing the woman away, Ellen said, Aidan wants to talk to me, so I'm going with him. Whitney frowned and said, little miss, if you keep doing this, I'll have to report it to the Duke. Upon hearing this, Aidan broke into a sweat. Then he heard Ellen say, go ahead and report it. Even if I'm only here for one day, or even a year, I'm still a young lady of this family. There is no reason for a nanny like you to stop me. After this statement, the whole training ground fell silent. Even Whitney couldn't say anything more. At this point, Ellen tugged on Aiden's sleeve that "let's go." Then the two of them calmly left the training ground, attracting everyone's attention. Ellen led Aiden through the garden. He followed behind, his face a little confused. "This isn't the way to the library." Ellen replied, "I know," and at the same time, let go of his hand. Aiden hugged his arm and asked like a shy girl, "Why did you stand up for me? My parents really trust Whitney. Whitney might badmouth you to them." Ellen replied, "Because I want to get closer to you." This surprised Aiden, and he asked with me. She continued, "A husband and wife should stand by each other." In her mind, she thought, even if it's just until the divorce. She added out loud, "We'll still be living together from now on, and we haven't been able to talk much all this time. When you get married at this age, we're nothing more than a pair of best friends." Ellen smiled and said, "I'll always stand by you, and you have to stand by me too." Aiden hesitated and asked, "Is that all?" Ellen chuckled, "What else do you want?" Hearing this, Aiden fell into thought. He seems different from what Whitney said. Then he asked, "So, what do friends usually do?" Ellen was stunned, thinking, I have to teach him things like this too." Then she replied, "Well, we eat and play together." Aiden asked again, "We do those things? Eat, play." After mumbling a few times, Aiden continued to ask, "So what do people who stand by each other do?" Ellen looked up at the sky. "Maybe we comfort each other and smile at each other too." Aiden asked again, "We'll do those things together?" She immediately nodded and smiled, of course. At the same time, she thought, "He's so cute." Aiden said seriously, "I've never done these things before, so I don't know anything." In his heart, he was hesitating. What if marriage is as scary as Whitney said? Ellen suddenly stepped forward, cutting off Aiden's train of thought. With a smile on her face, she said, "It's going to be a lot of fun. Just look forward to it." At that moment, Aiden's heart suddenly raced and his face turned red. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I want to stand by you." After blurting out those words, Aiden froze, lowering his head in embarrassment and thinking, "Oh my gosh," I answered him without thinking. Suddenly, Aiden looked up in surprise. In front of him, Ellen's eyes were wide and sparkling, her face looking at him with a gentle expression. That evening, Ellen sat in front of the mirror while Mona brushed her hair. In her heart, she thought, just seeing me made him tremble and get so nervous, even though I just offered to be his friend. With just a smile, even an enemy would want to be on his side. Ellen secretly made up her mind. Okay, until the divorce, I want to be his best friend. If so, remembering Whitney's face, she continued to think, I just need to get in her way. At that moment, her hair was finished. Mona smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you would like?" Ellen smiled, "I'm good." Meanwhile, Aiden was also thinking, friends on my side. So this is what marriage brings. Remembering Ellen's face, he unconsciously broke into a relaxed smile. This isn't as bad as I've heard. The next day, as he was walking on a small path in the estate, Ellen suddenly appeared. "Aiden, good morning." Aiden was momentarily startled. After looking at her for a few seconds, he smiled and replied, "Good morning." Ellen let out a silent. Then she covered her mouth and giggled to herself. He greeted me back. I'm sure I'll be able to shake hands with him soon. Enough. Then she asked, "Where are you going?" Aiden answered briefly, "The training grounds." She asked again, "Can I go with you?" He turned to her with a surprised look. "Go with you?" So Ellen said, "We're friends. I won't disturb your training." After a few seconds of hesitation, Aiden finally agreed. Okay. After a while, Ellen's face was covered in sweat. Breathing heavily, she looked at Aiden and thought, I need to improve my stamina too. Who knows what kind of crazy things I'll have to face later. How can he climb the mountain so effortlessly? Suddenly she pointed forward. Huh? In front of them was a maid named Wendy. She was running after a cart, screaming, However, the really worrying thing here was that cart was heading straight for the two of them. Luckily, the wheel hit a rock at that moment. So amidst the sound of the crash and screams, Ellen was lucky to escape, but her face was also dazed. After a few seconds, a soft groan was heard. Ugh. Wendy slowly got up from on top of Aiden. Then she said frantically, I'm sorry, I was so careless. I'm truly sorry, sir. Aiden said coldly, get off. Wendy asked blankly, huh? Aiden said through gritted teeth, back away, let go of my hand. Ellen also spoke up. Wendy, it's all right, just get up. She still had a dazed look, stammering, my lady. Seeing her dawdling, Ellen's voice also turned cold. Hurry up. So Wendy hurriedly stood up and said, I'm sorry. At the same time, she muttered in surprise, she called me by my name. After she left, Ellen turned to the cowering Aiden. Hey, Aiden. She held out her hand, but seeing his body trembling, Ellen's arms stopped in midair. She thought to herself, so that means he's always quiet with others, so he can't quickly accept this friendship. Now it seems. Remembering the situation on their wedding night, Ellen continued to think just like that night. At the same time, Aiden gritted his teeth and thought, this is so uncomfortable. Why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? A long time later, Ellen called again, Aiden. She was silent for a moment, then continued, do you remember what I said? We're husband and wife. I will always be on your side, so everything will be all right, okay? Sunlight streamed down through the canopy of leaves. Ellen's gentle voice continued to ring out, you can rest easy now. It's no big deal that you're upset. Tears still lingered in Aiden's eyes. Ellen just silently looked at him for a long time. Another moment passed. When Aiden had calmed down and stood up, Ellen let out a sigh of relief. Aiden said, let's go together. Hearing that, she said, oh, I just remember I have something to do. Sorry for asking you before. I'll come watch him train next time. Aiden nodded, then continued up the mountain. Ellen watched his retreating back and thought to herself, although I feel bad for letting Aiden go alone, I have to get a handle on Wendy's situation before Whitney finds out. Returning to the ducal estate, Ellen said, Wendy, you have to be more careful next time. You almost hurt Aiden. If something bad had happened, who would have to bear the consequences? Wendy? She bowed in fear and said, I'm really sorry. Ellen said, luckily it wasn't a big deal. Wendy, do you know there's someone who is very strict about small things? Upon hearing this, Wendy immediately imagined Whitney. Her face filled with panic. She said, save me. Feeling she had scared her enough, Ellen took her hand. Then she said gently, don't worry too much. As long as you're careful, no one will know. Wendy was immediately grateful. Thank you, my lady, thank you. Ellen smiled and thought, holding hands really makes the conversation much more comfortable. If only I could hold hands and talk to Aiden like this. But this method makes Aiden uncomfortable. I have to be very careful because the most important thing is that Aiden feels safe. The wooden sword swung down. Aiden immediately raised his sword to block. His eyes glanced distractedly towards the gate. It's been a few days, and he hasn't seen Ellen. She usually comes to find me. Seeing him distracted, Philip took the opportunity to swing his sword. After pushing him back, he thrusted his sword again. Aiden also quickly swung his sword to counter, knocking Philip's sword away. Then he pointed the tip of his sword at his neck. At this moment, Philip saw Aiden looking at the gate. So he asked, what are you looking at the gate, my lord? Aiden didn't answer, but asked, can I ask you something, Philip? He asked curiously, what is it? Aiden wondered, are you friends with your wife? Hearing this simple question, Philip let out a breath. Of course, because she's my first love and also my childhood friend. From childhood, we grew up together, saw new things together. Aiden asked again, what do you usually do with friends? Philip replied thoughtfully, at Lord Aiden's age. We played together, and we also rode horses together. Associating it with Ellen's words, together, Aiden bowed his head in thought for a few seconds. Then he threw the wooden sword aside and left directly, leaving a bewildered Philip asking, where are you going, my lord? At this time, Ellen was also thinking, it's been exactly 4 days. I've been wondering whether I should see Aiden or not. I tried, thinking I could heal his wounds, but I'm afraid that accident will hurt him even more. So if I see him, I'm afraid I'll touch his emotional wounds. It makes me feel confused. When she looked up, she was startled. Oh, Aiden. He walked over and said, long time no see. Ellen was surprised and thought, he came to talk to me himself. On the outside, she nodded, yeah, I really missed you. Aiden hesitated a little, then said, I'm on my way to practice. After hearing that, Ellen pointed in the opposite direction. So you should go this way, right? The training ground is this way. Aiden didn't turn his head and said, today I'm going to the back of the mountain range to practice horse riding. As he said this, his hands were trembling. His face turned red. Aiden secretly glanced at her and continued, although it's a mountain, it's not very high. The path to it is not too rough or difficult to walk. The hint was too obvious. Ellen immediately smiled. Then she asked, can I go with you? Aiden quickly turned back. Really? The two of them continued on. Ellen secretly let out a sigh of relief. I've been so confused for the past 4 days, afraid that he would avoid me. But it seems he was also thinking about me. Why is everything he does so cute? I'm in big trouble. Liking him this much is not good. Seeing her covering her face, Aiden asked caringly, are you tired? Ellen thought blankly. Is he asking me this because he thinks I can't keep up with him? So she quickened her pace to catch up with him. So that's it. This is Aiden's purity. He's elegant, shy, but adorable. Thinking this, she was startled. Wait, Wait a minute, what am I thinking? Well, this is definitely just friendship. As long as I don't like him like a girl likes a boy, it's fine. After the two arrived, Philip gestured. I prepared a resting place as per Lord Aiden's order. Young lady, please come here. Ellen was so happy she trembled. Aiden, blushing beet red, muttered, oh my God, Philip, really? Philip brought the horses over. Continuing, he suddenly wanted to practice horse riding, so I prepared them. You're very good at riding, aren't you, my lord? Aiden tried to cover. It's just that, if I don't practice regularly, I feel uncomfortable. Seeing him get on the horse, Ellen's eyes widened in amazement, thinking he mounted a horse bigger than me so easily. Aiden lifted his leg, kicked the horse's flank hard. The giant horse immediately galloped off. That's right, the Aiden in the original story was always outstanding. His fighting skills were always top in the kingdom. In the future, he will become the ruler of the entire kingdom. Ellen's eyes sparkled as she clapped and praised. So cool. At the same time thinking, handsome and cool too. Waiting for Aiden to stop, she went up and said, I didn't know you were so good at riding. Being praised to his face, Aiden's cheeks puffed up. He asked, do you want to try riding? At this unexpected request, Ellen was also very surprised. Me? Aiden pointed to the meadow and said, it's not very steep here, so it's okay to try riding for a round. Ellen was thinking, just like the female lead in novels. Then she said excitedly, I want to ride. Looking at her expectant face, Aiden also blushed slightly. He held out his hand then. This action surprised Ellen. She said to herself, am I riding with Aiden? Even though I can't ride a horse by myself. But it won't be a problem if I ride with Aiden. And maybe he'll start trembling again. Thinking of that prospect, Ellen hesitated a little. Then she said, Philip, I'll ride with you. Philip asked, startled, young lady, why do you want to ride with me? After asking, he helped her onto the horse. Hold on tight. Seeing this scene, Aiden had a very strange expression. He looked down at his hand, silent. Over there, Philip helped Ellen onto the horse and said, all right, then he also got on. Looking at Ellen's excited face, Aiden thought to himself, I don't want it to be like this. He was surprised. I don't want it. Don't want what? Ellen sat on the horse, shouting, wow, this is amazing. In her heart, she thought, it's a little scary because I'm still so small, but this is so much fun. Aiden rode his horse closely behind. By now, he had calmed down, thinking to himself, it's hard for me to be touched, like last time, but sooner or later, I will soon be able to hold Ellen's hand naturally. After thinking, Aiden looked towards Ellen again, more precisely at her arm. He steered his horse to the side, then held out his hand and called, Ellen, she said in surprise. You startled me. Seeing Aiden's hand reaching out, Ellen unconsciously dodged, causing her to lose her balance and fall to one side. Philip shouted in alarm. My lady. Right after that, Ellen raised her hand. Then she sat up straight and said, I'm good at balancing, right? I'm fine. After the horse ride, Philip went to Aiden's side and said, now that I remember, I don't see Whitney anywhere. If the training schedule is changed, you usually have to explain a reason. Aiden didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Ellen. At that moment, she was talking and laughing with the knights. Aiden thought to himself, Ellen is friendly with everyone in the family. At this moment, Ellen held out her hand. That knight bowed and placed a noble kiss on her hand. Aiden's expression quickly darkened. He thought to himself, but she avoids me, not others, yet she said that we are friends. In the castle, voices called out, Miss Whitney. Here, Whitney. Sorry, Miss Whitney, for bothering you so early in the morning. The black-haired maid and the brown-haired maid said in unison, You're the only one we trust, so we dare to ask. As she was on the verge of exploding, a different voice called out, Whitney. After seeing the caller was Mona. Whitney complained, I already told you, but if that's the case, you should take care of them yourself. Mona paid no mind, smiling and saying, Our little lady has assigned us a lot of work, and there are many different things to learn in a new family. I still haven't fully grasped the way the Leinster household works. Please help us. Even though I've bothered you, we will slowly learn. Whitney heard this and thought, why is there such a strange woman? Mona suddenly added, oh, by the way, Our Lady is looking for you. In the room, Ellen stroked her chin thoughtfully. Aiden is the young master, so of course he is perfect, but because of Whitney, he mistakenly thinks that he is inferior. Moreover, in the original story, he secretly started a business from the age of 11, to the point where he could accumulate a huge personal fortune, enough to influence the entire empire. Maybe I should ask him for a chance? I can't participate in Aiden's business. If I help Aiden gain trust, I'll be filthy rich after divorcing him. At this, she whispered to herself, not bad, right? The door opened. Whitney entered. Young lady, were you looking for me? Ellen turned around. That's right, I have a few things to say. She immediately looked annoyed. I told you. Her words were cut off by Ellen. From now on, you don't need to look after Aiden anymore. The room was silent for a few seconds. Then Whitney asked, what do you mean? Ellen repeated, I said you don't need to be his nanny anymore. Whitney frowned and said, young lady, even if you are the lady, you can't decide this on your own. Ellen replied, I will speak to the Duke and Duchess myself when they return. I have to do this because I can't let someone who wants to control her master be near Aiden. Whitney said, I only do what the Duke asks, to be by young Master Aiden's side and manage everything for him. It is the responsibility of a nanny like me. Ever since the young master was born, I am the only one who has supported him. Not only do I understand the young master better than anyone, I also have the great responsibility of taking good care of him. Ellen said indifferently, taking care, more like forcing him. In her heart, she thought, you're the one who controlled a child who hadn't even formed his own values yet. Whitney retorted, I have never done anything beyond my limits. How can a young lady who has been here for less than a month perceive and judge? Ellen didn't back down. We'll talk about this later. Anyway, I want you to temporarily stop being Aiden's nanny for a while. Right now, no one could disobey my orders. Can they, right? Hearing her say that, Whitney was clearly furious, but couldn't do anything. On the small path among the flower bushes, Aiden raised his hand, remembering Ellen's dazed face. His steps suddenly halted. His eyes stared at his hand. He thought to himself, until now, I still hate being touched by others, but if it's Ellen, is it because she was worried when I was feeling unwell and she stood by my side? Do I really want this? Do I really want to be touched by Ellen? Can I touch her? Remembering when Ellen gave her hand for the night to kiss, Aiden's face darkened again. He looked up at the clouds, wondering to himself, Ellen, are you really on my side? Thinking this, Aiden lowered his head. After sitting down by a tree, he looked out, then disappeared in a flash. Because in the distance, Ellen was humming a tune as she approached. The air is so fresh. The flowers smell so good. She stretched and thought, even if it's only temporary, stopping Whitney from getting close to Aiden feels so satisfying. Suddenly her eyes stopped through the flower bush. Seeing Aiden sleeping under a tree, she showed a startled expression. Ellen called softly, Aiden. He didn't answer, so she boldly approached. Kneeling beside Aiden, Ellen thought to herself, this is the first time since the wedding night that I can stare at this face. It's because he's very sensitive to others. Even so, he seems better now. He no longer avoids me, and even smiles at me. It's a feast for the eyes to see him smile. If he smiled more, I would be so proud. No matter how many times I look at him, I still find this face as beautiful as a statue. Then she whispered, it's true, it drives people crazy. Aiden, pretending to be asleep, blushed and thought, just as I thought, Ellen likes my face. She's been staring at me for a while now. Remembering Ellen's words on their wedding night, you're so handsome. Aiden continued to think, I know Ellen has been watching me. If I just stay like this, she will come closer to me. Sure enough, Ellen was reaching out her hand. She gently touched Aiden's forehead. He thought again, she's touching me. Her whole body pressed close to Aiden, her faint breath touching him. He was a little surprised. I feel normal. Even though Ellen is touching me, I'm completely fine. When Ellen took her hand away, Aiden whispered to himself, don't let go, just a little longer. More. He suddenly opened his eyes. Ellen's movement stopped, as if she was frozen. At this moment, Aiden suddenly sat up. Ellen was still completely stiff. Seeing Aiden approaching, she said to herself, aw no. Their lips touched. Time seemed to stop. A second later, Ellen jumped up, blushing, and covered her mouth. She said that. Aiden thought blankly, doesn't she like it? Ellen smiled and said, that's right. It was just an accident. It's no big deal. Aiden thought, oh, it's nothing? Ellen asked again, Aiden, are you okay? He continued to think, so it's my fault. Ellen is worried about me. Until now, there's still many people who are concerned about me. They want to know how my swordsmanship is, want to know if I learn it quickly, or if my health is good enough to inherit the Leinster family. In reality, no one cares about me and what I think. But even so, when Ellen said that that's right, it was just an accident. Aiden, are you okay? Aiden continued to think, now I see one person. Ellen is truly worried about me. Seeing he said nothing, Ellen said, it's okay for close friends to have a light kiss. As friends, you can also hold hands, even hug each other. Aiden asked again, really? She nodded, blushing as she lied. That's right. At the same time thinking, a light kiss doesn't seem quite right. But well, it's not wrong either. Aiden smiled faintly. Then he asked if so, can we try? Ellen hesitated. Hold hands. She was bewildered. Aiden is asking me first? Then she quickly asked again, will you be okay? Aiden replied, I want to try. The things you do with friends. Ellen blushed slightly and lowered her head. Although a little hesitant, she still replied, then okay. So Aiden took her hand. Both their hearts suddenly beat a little faster. Aiden's eyes widened. He said, so I can hold your hand. I think this feeling is very comfortable. What a relief. Ellen didn't hear clearly and asked again, Aiden, what did you say? Aiden replied, I'm very happy because Ellen is my wife. Ellen's heart accelerated again. After a while, the two walked hand in hand on the small path. The maids who saw the scene buzzed with admiration. Ooh, ah. That made Ellen's face as red as a tomato. Feeling Aiden's hand, she thought to herself, Aiden won't let go of my hand at all. I think my hand is sweating. Will he find it uncomfortable? Looking at his bright face, she smiled and thought, that's right. Anyway, this is better than him trembling. Who would have thought my words would be so effective? At this moment, Aiden suddenly asked, Ellen, when do friends hug? Ellen let out a questioning, Aiden said again, I want to try hugging you too. Hearing that, the 29-year-old woman scratched her face shyly, asking bluntly, is that so? I don't see any fear from him at all now. She replied, even if they're friends, no one hugs without a reason. Aiden, intending to do everything one can do with a friend, said with an innocent face, so what else can friends do? Ellen hummed, thinking to herself, maybe on this occasion, I should let him interact a lot with someone he trusts. Maybe it can help him later. Then she put her arms around Aiden's back, gently pulling him into a hug, and said, when we want to congratulate or comfort someone, or when we want to encourage each other, we can hug like this. She added, I'm always on your side. I hope you won't have to grieve and will only walk on a path of flowers. Aiden enjoyed the peaceful feeling that Ellen brought. At this moment, Whitney happened to be passing by. She looked out from the window, her scowling face looking very displeased. After a few seconds, Aiden pushed Ellen away and said, I have something I want to show you, Ellen. With that, he pulled her and started running. Ellen, running after him, asked with a confused look, Aiden. A moment passed, and a stack of papers lay in front of Ellen. Her jaw dropped, her face covered in sweat, speechless. Aiden said excitedly, these are the businesses of our Leinster family. Ellen let out a dazed hut to herself. Aiden asked, do you want to see? Hearing this suggestion, Ellen stammered, me. Aiden continued, I'm directly managing them. While he was waiting for admiration from Ellen, she thought, why is he looking at me like this? Maybe I should just refuse and run away. Could it be that he suspects me and is testing me? Aiden continued, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you. Ellen was about to refuse when she saw something. She thought to herself, this strange writing, did Aiden write it? Don't tell me. While she was confused, Aiden continued, these business projects are not necessarily profitable projects. Their purpose is not necessarily to make a profit. Ellen picked up a paper full of writing. These amazing documents were all in Aiden's handwriting. Based on what was written in the report, he was thinking of ways to profit from the Leinster family's business. He must be trying to earn profits and turn them into his own business fund. In the original story, he secretly established and ran his own business at the age of 11. Maybe he is really preparing, but it seems he hasn't figured out how to launder the money. Thinking of this, Ellen looked up and said, Aiden, I can help you this time. Let me help you with the business you want. Hearing her say that, Aiden slowly let out a breath, then said, just hearing you say you'll lend me a hand is reassuring, Ellen. She thought silently, he must think there's nothing I can do to help while suffering alone. So she turned and said, let's go out for a trip. Aiden immediately said, I'll have someone prepare a carriage. This statement surprised Ellen a little. She asked, you're not curious where we're going? Aiden smiled and replied, I'm going with Ellen. I trust you. Ellen said, flustered, just now you were saying business matters were a piece of cake. At her reaction, Aiden tilted his head and asked calmly, Ellen is on my side, right? You're also my best friend, aren't you? Ellen was immediately moved and thought, that's right, I am on Aiden's side. How can I not be on your side after doing all this? She covered her mouth and said, you shouldn't trust others so blindly like this. After a while, the two stood in front of a building. Aiden asked, a bank? Ellen nodded and said, that's right, follow me. After going inside, Ellen said, "We are here to check the assets under the name of Ellen Zaha." A bank employee immediately took out a piece of paper. "Thank you for visiting. Would you mind reading this over? This is the account status of Ellen Zaha. Would you please confer it first?" Ellen picked up the paper, thinking to herself, "Even though I wasn't the pampered child of the Zaha family, but when I got married, I received a rather large sum from them." After reading it, she pushed the paper towards Aiden and said, "Here, it's all yours. Use all my money. No one will know where this money went when I withdraw it here. With this money, you won't have to risk making money anymore." Aiden hesitated and asked, "Really? Can I accept this money?" Ellen calmly drank her tea, peeking at him. "Of course, I'm investing in you." Aiden couldn't help but be surprised after hearing that. "Investing?" Ellen said, "If your business prospers thanks to this money, you have to pay me back many times more, you know?" Hearing her say that, Aiden was moved and bowed his head low. "So, Ellen, you think I will succeed in business?" Ellen smiled and replied, "I'm on Aiden's side." Aiden thought for a moment, dazed. "I will definitely pay Ellen back many times this amount, no matter what." On the street, Ellen said, "Today is the first time we've gone out together." Aiden then asked, "Should we walk a little more?" So the two of them held hands and walked through the market. Seeing them, everyone started to buzz. Oh my God, so adorable. Look at them holding hands. One person gave them a bouquet of flowers and asked, "You two are friends, right?" Another person brought over a skewer of grilled meat. Would the young lady and young master like to try it? Ellen took the grilled meat and turned to ask, "Aiden, do you want some?" He looked at the strange food in her hand, hesitating a little. "Oh." Before he could finish his sentence, Ellen brought the skewer over. "Try it." Just as Aiden was about to take a bite, someone who was 29 years old played a trick and pulled the skewer back, then burst out laughing. Aiden's face turned red with embarrassment. He said thoughtfully, "Ellen is so strange." This word made her say in surprise. He said again, "We're the same age, but it's like you. Treat me like a child." After saying that, Aiden smiled, then took Ellen's hand again. While walking forward, he said, "I'm the same age as you. Ellen is my friend." Ellen smiled helplessly. "He's only 10, but he's quite mature." A few minutes later, when they reached another street, Aiden kindly warned, "There will be a lot of people from here on, so don't let go of my hand." Ellen stuck close behind Aiden, her eyes looking around, thinking to herself, "It's so crowded." Suddenly she screamed, "Huh?" Then she looked around in confusion, thinking, "Aiden, where did Aiden go?" Ellen stood in the middle of the crowd, searching desperately. "He's not here. Where did he go?" While searching, she called out loudly, "Aiden, Aiden." Suddenly a familiar figure caught her eye. In a corner of the street, Aiden was curled up, his body trembling uncontrollably as if in fear. Ellen hurriedly ran over. "Aiden." Arriving in front of him, Ellen called again, and seeing Ellen, Aiden couldn't help but rush forward and hug her tightly. Ellen's expression stiffened a little. She hesitated slightly before placing her hand on his trembling shoulder. Then she said, "If you're suffering because you're hugging me then." Aiden interrupted, "It's not like that. Only Ellen. Only you are okay. But other people are not." Hearing that, Ellen thought, "It seems it's still very difficult for him. Mental wounds are very hard to heal. I can't rush him." At this point, she spoke up, "Aiden, I have a somewhat difficult request, but can you listen to me? He might be confused, but I should advise him not to let go of my hand." Ellen continued, "It would be great if I could stand by Aiden's side forever, but I can't always do that. Things like today could happen again. So, starting with small things, little by little, we have to be careful for a long time." She earnestly requested, "Aiden, can you let other people touch you like I did?" Looking at his troubled expression, Ellen thought to herself, "He's going to have to try very hard." A few days later, Aiden came to see Ellen and said, "Ellen, I'm late." She thought to herself, "When I told him to try to overcome his trauma." Aiden's reaction was far from what I expected. Under her puzzled gaze, Aiden suddenly bowed his head. He said, "Praise me, please." Ellen immediately smiled brightly. Back to the other day, when Ellen said, "Aiden, can you let other people touch you like I do? It'll be fine if it's just a light touch on the shoulder or holding hands for a bit." Aiden replied, "I understand what you mean, although I don't feel good about it all. But I'll try my best. In return, when I do well, I want something. That is your praise." So, Ellen reached out and patted Aiden's head, saying, "You did a good job." Sitting on the bench with a tired look, Aiden said, when Wendy dropped her hairpin. I helped her pick it up and gave it to her. Ellen wondered, "Did you find it difficult to do that?" He immediately replied, "A little." In his heart, he thought, "Actually, I was very tense." Then he said with a troubled heart, "It felt good." After finishing his words, Aiden continued, "Ellen, I want to ask you something." She made a questioning sound. He then asked, "If I do that twice in one day, will I get double the reward? Ellen was surprised by the question. Huh? You want more rewards? Aiden said, how about 3 times? Then he changed his tone. Let's make it 5 times. Hearing that, Ellen smiled happily. She thought to herself, this will surely be great. A few days later, in the castle, a brown-haired maid said, it seems the young master and young lady have been going out often lately, haven't they? The blue-haired maid next to her replied, that's right. Today, the young lady waited for young master, Aiden, to finish his studies. As soon as young master Aiden comes out and sees the young lady, the corners of his mouth stretch wide, and he follows her immediately. The black-haired maid gushed, oh my, so adorable. Suddenly a figure appeared. The 2 maids were immediately startled and said, ah, hello, Miss Whitney. We have work to do, so please excuse us. She didn't say a word. Her eyebrows furrowed so tightly they almost touched. In the room, Ellen put a piece of cake in her mouth. No, she said, this is the first time I've had such a delicious eclair. Beside her, the head chef said respectfully, thank you, young lady. Aiden, sitting opposite, observed, thinking with some admiration, even in a strange place, she can befriend someone she just met for the first time, even from the moment she ordered. Ellen casually asked, what's the most delicious thing here? The waiter replied, please try our special menu. Ellen said again, wow, really? Ellen was so casual because she had the social skills of a 29-year-old. But Aiden didn't know. He exclaimed in his heart, Ellen is truly amazing. She calmly drank her tea, while the chef smiled politely and said, then I shall take my leave. Then Ellen spoke, Aiden, this place is great, isn't it? Although it's a bit far and not very famous. But the dishes have very fresh ingredients. Being this delicious, they will surely be successful in the future, right? Aiden looked around, saying with some apprehension, it's delicious, but Ellen cut in, people would love it if they found this shop. She thought to herself, because this shop will truly become widely famous. In the original story, thanks to someone's help, Angela's Bakery became the largest franchise in the empire. It even expanded abroad, and there was even a street named Angela. That someone could be Aiden, or it could be a third person, but if Aiden invests first, the profit will be very large. But I think Aiden doesn't have faith in this yet, so he should just take his time to think. Then Ellen offered the cake. Aiden, try this. He immediately opened his mouth. After Aiden took a bite of the Earl Grey sponge cake, Ellen continued, this one isn't too sweet, but it's very fragrant. Does it suit your taste? At the same time, she also whispered, I already knew this. Aiden chewed the cake thoughtfully for a moment, then looked outside with a hesitant expression. A few seconds later, he asked hesitantly, should I invest in this shop? The sudden question surprised Ellen quite a bit. Huh, wait, he changed his mind as fast as flipping a hand. I mean, how did he already think about investing? I don't even know where to start. As she was wondering how to answer, Aiden continued, on second thought, with such a small scope, I think it would be better to invest quietly without anyone knowing. Because nobles usually only invest in big things like stocks or trade. Ellen let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, so proud and so happy that he understands what I'm thinking. She replied, Aiden is right. Even a small piece of cake can be a business. Small things like this can sometimes stir up a person's daily life, right? Aiden's face lit up with joy. He continued to ask, so how should we start? In the evening, Mona, while brushing Ellen's hair, said, you look so happy. She asked, do I? Mona was a little curious. Do you like young Master Aiden? Ellen smiled and replied, of course. Mona added, I thought you 2 young masters got married too young, but it seems my lady has matured a lot. You have truly learned to love. Upon hearing this, Ellen was immediately stunned and thought, huh? What are you talking about? Love who? She turned her head in confusion and asked, what are you talking about? Mona said yes with a questioning tone. Ellen said again, Aiden is my friend. In her heart, she added, that's all. Because the female lead will appear soon. I'm just helping him overcome his trauma as a friend. Mona didn't press the issue. She changed the subject. All right, have you been informed? The Duke and Duchess are returning to the domain. If they're fast, they'll arrive the day after tomorrow. A few days later, a carriage stopped in front of the castle gate. Aiden and Ellen stepped forward to greet them, saying, welcome back, father, mother. Before them were Duke Logan Leinster and Duchess Isabella Leinster, Aiden's parents. Ellen thought to herself, wow, their every move radiates an air of elegance. On the outside, she was also very polite, curtsying and saying, hello, I finally have the honor of meeting you both, as Ellen Leinster. Logan said coolly, all right. Isabella nodded and said, a pleasure to meet you, Ellen. Ellen continued to think. So this is the nobility of the upper class. Every word they say seems to have been carefully calculated before being spoken. As she walked past the two children, Isabella said, "You two should rest. We will make time for you tomorrow." Looking at the backs of her parents, Ellen was a little worried. Will I be able to do well? As soon as the two parents went inside, the butler handed Logan a stack of papers. These are proposals sent during your absence from the elders of the church. A servant also handed Isabella another stack of papers. These are the records of all maintenance expenses for all activities in the mansion. At this moment, Whitney stepped forward. She said, "I have come to report on young master Aiden. He still practices and studies diligently in the morning, and the family's business is also handled quickly by the young master. However, he has started doing things he has never done before at the young lady's suggestion and frequently goes out without a scheduled appointment. As a result, the young master's important lessons are constantly being delayed. Furthermore, although the young lady doesn't know anything, she arbitrarily changes the servant's duties. I don't know if they're intentionally trying to bother me, but they keep coming and asking me many things. The young lady is young, so her rude behavior can be understood. But it seems that Master Aiden has been deprived of the opportunity to voice his opinion and is being controlled by the young lady. I am afraid that he will be judged by other noble families, especially the Hath family." After listening to her ramble, Isabella said, "All right, I understand." Whitney said smugly, "Yes, then let me speak to the young lady." But Isabella cut her off. "No. Although she is young and has just married, I cannot judge her by her age." She ordered, "Whitney, from now on, you will temporarily stop participating in Aiden's education." On the other side, Logan also said, "I will take care of it." Whitney frowned, thinking, are they tired from having to rearrange everything? They don't seem to care about their children as they used to. All right then. I'll make that brat please him with my own hands. Thinking this, she bowed her head and said, "I understand. I will do as you say." After she left, Isabella suddenly whispered, "It seems our daughter-in-law has quite a personality." The next day in the hallway, Mona said, "I heard that Whitney reported you to the Duke and Duchess yesterday." Ellen asked without concern, "Is that so?" Mona added, "So the young lady must make a good impression at breakfast today." At that moment, Ellen suddenly saw someone. She called out happily, "Aiden." He smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Ellen thought to herself, I was worried about him, afraid that he would be as tense as yesterday. But no. Then she said, "Then let's go together." Arriving at the dining room, Isabella and Logan were leisurely having their meal. Ellen quietly glanced to her side. When she saw Aiden was silent, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Ellen started to speak. "This is the first time I've had a meal with father and mother." Isabella cut her off. "I know, let's eat." Ellen's expression stiffened. But she didn't give up, saying again, "This salad is delicious." Isabella looked up and said, Good that it suits your taste." That cold tone made Ellen's face break out in sweat. She thought, really, it's suffocating. After finishing the meal, at the tea table, Isabella said, "I bought a very delicious tea in the domain. I can finally meet you in person." Ellen lifted her skirt and curtsied. "Thank you for inviting me here. I've been waiting for your return." Isabella asked kindly, "Was there anything that made you feel uncomfortable here?" "Everyone here is a stranger to you." She replied, "Thank you for your consideration. Although they are strangers, everyone has helped me a lot. I think everyone here is kind." Hearing her say that, she nodded. "Good. The tea is brewed. Please drink it." Isabella continued, "It is made from a plant that only grows in this domain." Ellen lifted the teacup and took a sip, then thought, "Is it just because I'm too young that I find it bitter?" Isabella asked, "Is it delicious?" Ellen gently placed the teacup down with both hands, then said, "I don't know much about tea. I'm also not sure I know how to judge it, as this is not a sweet tea." Isabella said thoughtfully, "I know. Then you should try this tea." After the maid changed the tea, Ellen lifted it again and tasted a little, just as I thought. The fruity taste is wonderful. Isabella looked at her quietly for a moment, then suddenly said, "Ellen, continue to do so in the future." This statement couldn't help but surprise her. Isabella continued, "You don't have to drink what you don't like. Just eat and drink what suits your taste." Ellen replied, a little bewildered, "Yes, I will do that." Then Isabella asked again, "I heard you and Aiden get along very well." Ellen immediately replied, "Yes, we are on each other's side." She said again, "I know, just like that." Ellen closed her eyes and wondered, "Is that all? I really don't know what she's thinking about Aiden. Isn't she going to talk about Whitney?" Suddenly, Isabella added, "On second thought, Ellen is also a member of the Leinster family, so you'll have that privilege." Ellen's face was full of question marks. She thought, why so sudden? Isabella said. The Leinster house adjusts the servants' duties 4 times a year. When that time comes, would Ellen like a chance? If Ellen becomes a member of the Leinster house, you will also have similar authority. Ellen was stunned, thinking adjusting duties. That's not an easy job when you're close to the servants. Just causing a little trouble is enough to create dissatisfaction. But it is also an opportunity. So she replied, of course I'll try. In the evening, on a large bed, Aiden asked, did you feel uncomfortable having tea with my mother? Ellen shook her head. Not at all. It was wonderful. Aiden, next time let's have tea with our parents together. Hearing that suggestion, Aiden hesitated slightly and replied, I don't do that with them. I've never experienced that kind of family time. Ellen said, you will have that in the future. It's not because you hate it, right? She held out her hand, continuing, if you feel shy, just hold my hand. I'll try to talk as much as possible so you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Aiden was still a little hesitant. A second later, he asked, Ellen, was it Ellen's wish to take on the division of work among the servants? Ellen rolled her eyes and asked back, are you worried about me? Aiden replied, no. Then Ellen took his hand, saying seriously, I'm fine. Besides, I want to try it too. Aiden thought to himself, she's looking at me like a child again. Suddenly he pulled Ellen, making her go, huh? Her whole body fell on top of Aiden. After a few seconds of silence, Aiden said, Ellen will do well. I believe in you, Ellen. She thought to herself, seriously, how can he be this cute? It makes me want to treat him even better. Then she replied softly, The next day, Whitney asked with an annoyed, raised eyebrow, this job will be handed over to the young lady? Ellen replied, yes, mother has handed it over to me. At the same time, she asked the servant in front of her, have you written down your desired duties? The servant replied, yes. Whitney, being ignored like that, became so angry she laughed. Is that so? This is your first time taking on this job. I hope you will do it well. She turned and said, you have worked hard. This action made Ellen a little suspicious. Just leaving like that? Why is everyone so cold? Is it because of the Duchess? Somewhere in a corner, Whitney said, the person in charge this time is a little girl. She will give you more difficult tasks than you have now. Someone asked in fear, really, is that true? Whitney added, although I know you have all done your jobs wonderfully so far, this time I will not help you with anything. The blue-eyed servant asked, then what should we do? She replied, act displeased. The blonde maid next to him said with a start, what? How could we? Whitney cut her off. She said, we have to show the young lady the rules to survive in this place. If many people speak up at once, we can defeat a little girl, right? Another day passed. Ellen announced the job classification chart. I have checked all the work results over the past period and classified them according to ability and experience of each person. That blue-eyed servant immediately stepped forward. I cannot accept this. Ellen said, even if it's not the job you like, but if you work hard, I can reconsider it next time. He said again, this is absurd. From the beginning until now, we have always completed our work well without any problems. How can you just change us to a new job? The blonde maid also chimed in. Even so, I will continue to work where I am now. Is the young lady discriminating against us because of Whitney? Is that also the reason why the young lady ignores the fact that we have completed our work well and deliberately moves us to new jobs? Ellen calmly asked back, your current job is managing pharmaceuticals, right? And also arranging Aiden's dressing room. Both of you follow me. They all went into the medicine room. Ellen began to speak, unable to distinguish between herbs even when named. So in 3 months, there were 5 cases of incorrect entries in the books. And in just 1 month, the teas deteriorated and spoiled more and more. Is that correct? Then, go into Aiden's room. She opened the wardrobe door. As soon as she grabbed the sleeve, a button fell off. Ellen put the button in a jar and said, after checking everything, I have collected 9 buttons. Today makes 10. She grabbed another shirt, then said with a displeased look again, why are the sleeves so wrinkled? After pointing out all the mistakes, Ellen and the other 2 returned to the assignment board. She put her hands on her hips and asked, is it true that you have completed your work well? The blonde maid was speechless. The blue-eyed servant said, I accept all my mistakes, but during my time working, these small mistakes are unavoidable. If this is the reason you are firing me, then it's too much. Ellen asked back, why do you say I have to fire you when these things are very necessary for the Duke? He asked, unconvinced, things like this, removing weeds and fertilizing are the 2 things that others want to avoid. Ellen glanced at them, thinking to herself, look at these people. She immediately remembered that night. Aiden said, Ellen, there's no reason for Whitney to do nothing. Ellen replied, I think so too, but I don't know what she will do, so let's wait and see. Don't worry too much. No matter what Whitney does, I will do something if I can. Aiden still said worriedly, Ellen, in my opinion. That servant continued, young lady, because you are young, you might forget these small details. Aiden's words still echoed in Ellen's head. Whitney might make Ellen make a mistake. Ah, the blonde maid also said, aren't you being too rigid? She will use her people to frame you. And at this moment, Isabella suddenly walked in. What is going on? Ellen immediately turned her head to look. Her eyes darted around. Remembering Aiden's words again, I'm sure she will bring my mother into it, because that is a way to find Ellen's mistakes. The room was quiet for a moment. Whitney suddenly appeared, bowing her head and saying, forgive me, I cannot just stand by and watch like this, so I had no choice but to ask the Duchess for help. The servants here are having trouble with the new assignments. She smirked smugly and continued, it's not that the young lady can solve everything smoothly just by being enthusiastic. Isabella finished listening and turned to look at Ellen, asking, is that true? She replied without a trace of fear, I have questioned the people working here for a few days, and I have learned about the problems in the assignments. People with extensive experience and high ratings were assigned to other jobs without a valid reason. There are also those who do unsuitable jobs because they lack experience. Thus, there are many inadequate issues. Ellen glanced at Whitney. Furthermore, there are some jobs that are used as punishment for them. In her heart, she silently added, it's all because of Whitney. She interjected, Your Grace, this is the young lady's inexperience that I mentioned. We can't let anyone do whatever they want, can we? The young lady arbitrarily changes the servants' jobs just because of a small mistake. If so, Isabella cut her off. She asked, you said, arbitrarily, what does that mean? As the daughter-in-law of the Leinster family, Ellen has the right to do that. You have no right to judge her as young or inexperienced. Whitney froze, but she still didn't give up. If someone doesn't want to work, there must be a valid reason. Ellen said suddenly, what Whitney said is right. There are many necessary jobs to be done for the mansion, but they are very difficult and tedious, so no one wants to do them. However, cleaning the toilets and scrubbing the horses are considered punishments because they are for those who are ostracized. If they have to suffer such injustice, can they work hard? So I think we should reward those who take on those jobs. The novel idea surprised Isabella a little. Reward? Ellen explained, yes, as motivation to do jobs they don't want to, like whenever I get sick. I would get chocolate-covered strawberries as a reward for taking medicine. Even if they were pills I didn't want to take. But just thinking about getting to eat strawberries, I would drink it without complaining about anything at all. Isabella chuckled softly. Then she said, but we can't reward them with chocolate-covered strawberries. What do you think the reward should be, Ellen? Ellen replied, money. Catching the loophole, Whitney interjected again. The ducal house already pays them quite well. No one would volunteer just for that little bit of money. But suddenly another voice rang out, I will do it. It was a maid. She said, I also have a responsibility of supporting a family of 6. The stables are fine. I'd even be willing to do more than that. I'm very willing. Beside her, a servant with black hair chimed in. I also have 4 younger brothers. I would also like to do it. Another maid asked, Your Grace, may I be permitted to speak? Isabella replied, Go ahead. So she said, I very much hope that the young lady will lead us in the future as well. The black-haired servant agreed and continued. I think so too. It's true that the young lady is young and has only just become a member of the family, but she is very good at listening. Like this time, she only thought of what was good for us. After hearing all the servants' opinions, Isabella smiled and said, I understand. She turned to Ellen and said, then let's do as Ellen says, adjust the salaries and reassign the work. In addition, the working conditions will be improved. Ellen said politely, please help me. I lack the ability to judge the small details. As Isabella left, Whitney still tagged along, saying, Your Grace, please consider carefully. If you easily accept requests and give more money, just because they're difficult jobs, then employee discipline will become lax. If this gets out, all sorts of people will come to the Leinster family asking for work. And what about the upper class? Won't they gossip that the great family of the empire has lost its dignity just because of an immature child? Hearing this, Isabella's movement to open the door stopped. Her face was grim, her voice stern as she called, Whitney, when he was young, Aiden was once very sick. Do you remember? Aiden was so sick, and yet you still told me to go to the royal party, saying how could a prestigious and perfect family like Leinster be held back by a child? And at that time, You also stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights to take care of Aiden. There are many doubts about the successor of the Church of the Presbyterian Church, but no mother can remain silent and restrain her emotions. I should have pulled you out of the successor's training sooner. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed in the dark night. Mother, Aiden is only 3 years old. Isabella was slapped squarely in the face, and that person said, if you act like this, who would dare call you the succeeding Duchess? Don't you know that your foolish behavior in this house is ruining the heir of Leinster? After recalling that situation, Isabella continued, I acknowledge your concern for Aiden. That's why I chose you as his nanny. The other person's words still echoed in her head. Put aside your emotions and act like a duchess before the servants laugh in your face. She spoke again. At that time, I gave you the authority to manage the servants because I didn't know who to trust. In Isabella's memory, that person said, you are the next Duchess of a Leinster house. Be strict and always objective, before the high society starts gossiping about you. Back in the present, Isabella added, because of the sincerity you showed for Aiden, I trusted you to manage the servants I couldn't manage myself. What I entrusted to you was not just the reputation of a Leinster house. Whitney called, Lady Isabella. After returning to her room, Isabella secretly recalled the words she had heard. The young master Aiden has been robbed of his voice and seems to be controlled by the young mistress, who always listens to us. Some tasks were used as a form of punishment. She immediately turned to the maid Helena and ordered, Helena, investigate Whitney's recent activities in the mansion for me. Find out everything you can, even from before. In Ellen's room, she asked, so you mean the Duchess is investigating Whitney? Mona replied, yes, although I didn't hear it directly, seeing Helena running around investigating everything. Something must be up. Ellen thought to herself, it's possible the Duchess doesn't hate Aiden. Honestly, I want to tell the Duchess everything Whitney has done. However, she also neglected her child and treated Aiden no differently, which could hurt Aiden. Doesn't she love Aiden even a little bit, even though she told me she was no longer a part of Aiden's life? It's truly a difficult time for Aiden. Shouldn't parents witness what happens to their children with their own eyes? Mona suddenly asked, shall we go to the dining room for breakfast? Ellen immediately stood up and left the room. The thought continued, shouldn't adults also feel guilty for their irresponsibility? Arriving at the dining room, Ellen sat at the table. As she ate, she thought, breakfast is the only mandatory gathering time for the whole family. I have been observing the Duke and Duchess for a few days now. The result is the relationship between them is truly terrible. They don't even glance at each other. At this moment, Aiden stood up and said, thank you for the meal. Ellen winked and asked, are you going for your morning training? Have a good day. He smiled, and suddenly a voice called, Aiden. Aiden turned his head to look at Isabella and asked yes. She seemed a bit taken aback for a moment. Then she lowered her head, looking dejected, and said, it's nothing. Have a good day, son. Aiden replied, yes. The atmosphere in the room once again fell into a heavy silence. Ellen couldn't help but speak up to break the suffocating atmosphere. Aiden is very hardworking. He always takes a walk around the garden after finishing his training. She added, I heard he wants to think of ways to overcome his shortcomings during practice. Upon hearing this, Isabella froze for a moment. At noon, Ellen hid in an ideal spot, her eyes fixed on the small path behind the garden, murmuring, just as I thought. She came immediately after I revealed that Aiden often walks here after training. Practice. She held a pair of opera glasses, her eyes watching intently, her mouth continuing to whisper. The Duchess cares deeply for Aiden, but she doesn't know how to show it. Oh no, I can even feel the awkwardness between them. At this rate, they'll just turn away without saying a word. I guess I'll have to step in and help. With that, she stood up and ran off. In her haste, Ellen bumped into someone, Looking up, she saw Logan standing imposingly before her, and Ellen immediately covered her mouth. Oh, your Grace the Duke. Logan gave a cold humph and walked straight past her. Seeing him sit down in the spot she had just left, Ellen became thoughtful. Looking at his focused expression, a thought arose in her mind. Don't tell me. Ellen slowly walked over. Father. She offered the opera glasses with both hands and said, would you like to borrow this? Logan looked at her in silence. A few seconds later, he took the opera glasses and said, thank you, my child. Seeing him take the glasses to secretly watch Aiden and Isabella, Ellen thought in silence. Honestly, what is wrong with these adults? It's like a club for the socially awkward. Feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, she lifted her skirt and left, time to handle the important matter. In the garden, the mother and son, Aiden, were caught in an Awkward situation. Aiden thought to himself, I've already greeted her. But with mother's gaze, I can't just leave, but I also don't know what to say. At this moment, their savior, Ellen, came running. Mother, Aiden. They both called out in unison, Ellen. She said cheerfully, I saw you two here, and came right over. At the same time, she thought, good thing I got here quickly. Then Ellen suggested, let's take a walk together. The three of them strolled through the garden, Ellen chattering away. So, Aiden, walking together like this is so much fun. Isabella was always watching Aiden intently. There's a flower petal on the boy's head. She slowly reached out her hand, silently removing it. The moment her hand touched Aiden, he immediately showed a look of panic. The air froze for a few seconds. Isabella said apologetically, I'm sorry for startling you. Ellen bent down and picked a flower, gently placing it in Aiden's hair. Then she smiled and said, I knew it. It looks great on you. Aiden's panicked expression immediately vanished, and he said, I'll put one on Ellen too. Ellen then turned to Isabella. You too, mother. I'll give you this flower. After placing it, she gushed with praise. You're so beautiful, mother. This is the first time I've seen you like this. You and Aiden look so much alike. Hearing this, Isabella let out a soft laugh. She said, thank you, my child. Upon returning to her room, Isabella carefully placed the flower in a box. Recalling Aiden's startled and fearful expression, she suddenly became somewhat silent. At that moment, Helena, enter, my lady. May I report my findings from the investigation on Whitney? Isabella sat up straight, listening silently as Helena spoke. There have been many testimonies that Whitney visited the night training sessions and other training sessions, and she frequently interfered with the young master's attire, even his relationships. And before the young lady's order, Whitney's private lessons increased to 10 or even up to 12 hours. She added, those lessons only took place when only young Master Aiden and Whitney were present, and during those lessons, no one was allowed to observe from outside. Helena continued, turning to another page. Next, I will report the details of the testimonies. Young Master Aiden responded to Whitney's words with helplessness. It seems the young master is very afraid of Mrs. Whitney. Occasionally, after the private lessons, some people saw the young Master Aiden with scratches on his shoulder, so bad that they left wounds. The sky was dark, and a desperate scream echoed through the castle. I've been framed, my lady. Whitney shouted loudly. Please listen to me. I think it was the young mistress's plan. Isabella cut her off, Whitney. She slowly walked in front of Whitney, her voice low and deep. You used my child to satisfy your sense of superiority. Did you think I wouldn't find out what you did to Aiden? After speaking, she gave the order, throw her out. Don't let her set foot in the capital ever again. Hearing the order of banishment, Whitney immediately said in a panic, please spare me, for the sake of my loyalty to the Leinster family and the young Master Aiden for so many years. That was my way of teaching for the young master's benefit. Isabella asked back, teaching? Immediately after, she grabbed Whitney by the collar and said, you dare teach my son by threatening him, oppressing him to make him obey and submit to you? No one in this world considers violence a way to teach a child. Isabella's eyes widened, and she asked through gritted teeth, do you know that letting you live is my final act of mercy? In Aiden's room, he looked out the window where the pleas were echoing. My lady, please, my lady. He thought to himself, even though I'm witnessing it with my own eyes, I can't believe this is real. I didn't think she was such a terrifying person. Whitney was being dragged out by two men in black. Still not giving up hope, she said, I was wrong, please. Aiden continued to think, truly a despicable person. Looking over at Ellen, Aiden thought again, Ellen showed me that. I don't need to be afraid. In the forest, Whitney was still screaming, let go of me, you scoundrels. You lowly rats. Suddenly, the cursing stopped. In front of her, Logan was silently looking at his watch. On the ground were the two servants who had sided with Whitney. When Logan closed his watch, the faces of the other two were filled with fear. He glanced at Whitney. The two servants behind immediately took out a white cloth and gagged her. The screams were reduced to a single sound, MMPH. After sending the three of them on their way, Logan returned to the castle. Not long after entering the door, he heard Isabella ask, you must have also received the report about Aiden, right? Logan hesitated for a moment, then replied, that's right. Isabella asked, so what do you think? This time, Logan did not answer. She continued, everyone only praised the boy for his courtesy. Even your mother. She likes children who act like wooden puppets. I didn't even know the boy was wearing a mask to hide his fear. And I didn't know he needed help. He couldn't even face us. Us. Isabella continued. We just kept repeating that he is the heir of the Leinster family. We made him live alone. LY life. After she finished speaking, she silently looked at Logan's expression for a moment. Then she said with disappointment, "You don't seem to feel any pain after all this, do you? You're always like that. You know that everything will be fine if you do nothing. You are the one who knows more about Leinster than anyone else." There was a slight flicker in Logan's eyes. He remembered a long time ago. Why was I so foolish? I can't believe I saw such a lovely child as a means to an end. However, just like the arranged marriage, married life was also controlled by the elders. Those people always said, now that you are married, don't be so reckless anymore. A single word from you can change how high society views the Leinster family. Is it reasonable to treat your husband as a friend? If you don't do as I say, high society will be your grave. How do you think a real duchess should be treated? If you were stripped of your right of succession, your wife could be sent back to her parents' home in one piece. Logan continued to think, I had no way of feeling your affection for me. But at the very least, I wanted to be your support. At that time, Isabella said, Logan, I can't be sure whether your mother's request is really good for Aiden. He continued to think, however, I didn't have the power to protect you, and my life was like a flickering candle. Someone said, it's a rare opportunity for an illegitimate child like you to rise to become the heir of the Leinster family. If you don't seize it, you will have to live in poverty. Don't forget that I have the power to influence both the family and the elders in Leinster. If you dare to set foot in this family, you won't disappoint me, will you? Logan lowered his head and thought, I had no choice but to follow orders to survive. It was the only way to live. He had said, I'm sorry, my love. Isabella, can you stay by my side a little longer? I will expand my own power, and I will make this family mine, until those women can no longer threaten me. That day, Logan declared, your injustice ends today. From now on, I can protect you and our son with my own strength. In the end, I seem to have missed something very important, but I thought it would be fine. On the day of the funeral, Logan looked to the side, where Isabella was standing, and thought, our family now has no one who can surpass it, because I was able to protect you and our son completely. I thought it was enough for me to be lonely by myself. Not knowing what Logan was thinking, Isabella gripped the railing so tightly that her hand wouldn't stop trembling. She said, your indifference, it's fine with me, because I'm used to it. But what about Aiden? With your only son, you can't do that. It's fine with me. I'm used to it now, but with Aiden, our little child, it's not okay. After hearing Isabella speak, Logan remained silent. He bowed his head, letting out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Isabella gave a self-deprecating smile and said, you're always like this. With that, she turned and went inside. At this moment, by the corner of the wall, Mona had accidentally overheard this entire conversation. After returning to the room, Ellen asked, did you hear them talking? Mona, while adjusting the bow on her collar, replied, I only heard it by chance, so I was also surprised, but I also feel sorry for them. Ellen thought to herself, the Duke of Leinster is a rigid person. He's like a mannequin. He seems indifferent to everything and doesn't make eye contact with anyone. But it's because he doesn't know how to interact with people. So now, the lady's heart has grown cold. In Ellen's imagination, she was asking, do you know how important the marital relationship is to a child's emotions? You must turn your son into your confidant. In fact, your life also depends on it. Then she shed a tear and whispered, is there no way to improve their relationship? If this family could share a little love with each other, Aiden's life might have been different from the beginning. It's a pity if we can't share our warmth with anyone throughout our entire lives. The next day in the room, Isabella said, Aiden. He immediately replied, yes, mother. She said, I'm sorry. Pausing for a moment, Isabella continued, for not realizing sooner, for letting you learn to endure, for not being a trustworthy parent. She clutched her skirt and added, I know that just apologizing is not enough. From now on, if anything happens, you must tell me, okay? No matter what it is, I will support and protect you. Aiden asked firmly, as a member of the Leinster family, I must solve everything myself and take responsibility for it at all costs, right, mother? Isabella was silent for a moment, then said, Aiden, you don't always have to listen to us. Think about what you want, then choose the way you will do it. That is the style of the future Leinster family. Aiden thought to himself, what I want. He looked at Isabella for a moment, then gently touched her hand. Isabella was surprised. Aiden, she said, you don't have to force yourself so much with me. Aiden silently counted. 1, 2, 3. Then he let go of her hand and said, I'm fine. Now I know what I want. As soon as he finished, he thought, she is what I want. Isabella stared blankly at Aiden. He just smiled faintly, then left the room. Watching her son's back, Isabella thought to herself. The children knew everything, but she didn't intend to tell me. Perhaps she wanted me to realize it myself. She let out a breath and whispered, how fortunate that she is my son's wife. Aiden walked down the road, thinking to himself, my heart is strangely at peace. I thought the emotions I've suppressed for so long might come out, but he looked up at the sky, continuing to think, now that doesn't matter anymore because there is something more important. One day, she suddenly came to me and said that she would always be by my side, remembering what Ellen once said, I will be by your side, and you will be by my side too. Aiden continued to think. She solved all my problems. The words, I'm on your side, felt as if they had just been spoken. She really helped me. I don't remember what happened before Ellen appeared anymore. It's as if the chains that bound me have been removed. Aiden ran on the small path, his eyes looking forward, thinking, what I only want one person. His footsteps stopped. Aiden looked towards the fountain and thought. Now, there's only one thought flashing in my mind. I want Ellen to be with me forever. No one could take Ellen away from me. He smiled, silently vowing, I will hold her tightly in my hands. Ellen asked, did you hold your mother's hand? Aiden immediately replied, yes. While stroking Aiden's head, she said, I'm sure she was very happy, because she also knows you tried very hard to do that. Then she changed her tone. But if you feel it's too difficult for you, don't force yourself. Aiden looked up and sat up. Ellen continued, I hope that you don't have to avoid others even a little bit. I don't want you to suffer anymore. Aiden replied in a low voice, not really. Ellen asked again, really? He said with a bright smile, if I can endure a little better, I can get praise from Ellen. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. It does. She thought to herself, he is clearly much better than before. In the training yard, Aiden swung his sword with a whoosh. Ellen sat next to Isabella and said in a sing-song voice, good job, Aiden. Then she rested her chin on her hand and said, Aiden looks so incredibly cool when he holds a sword. He looks so cool it makes me want to learn swordsmanship to be as cool as him. Isabella heard this and said, Ellen, you can learn swordsmanship if you want. She asked, stunned. Huh? Isabella explained that. Before I got married, I also learned basic swordsmanship. Hearing her say that, Ellen was amazed. Wow, really? I want to learn. Will you teach me, Mother? Isabella said a little shyly. I've stopped practicing for a long time. So, I'll practice by myself first, so I can review. She changed her tone. Then I will practice with the eager-to-learn Ellen, okay? Ellen thought with admiration. Mother is so cool. Suddenly remembering Logan, she said, speaking of swordsmanship, isn't Father the best swordsman in the Empire? He's a war hero. Or maybe Father could practice with us too. Aiden too. Our whole family will practice together. At this point, Ellen asked again, you must have seen Father wield a sword with great skill, right, Mother? Isabella thought to herself. He wasn't just cool, but also elegant and agile. It was hard not to fall for him. The moment I looked into those eyes, I thought about it for days. She said with a hint of sadness. But now that person, he doesn't want to be with me anymore. Hearing the sadness in her words, Ellen asked again, why is that? Isabella replied, my feelings are gone. Hearing this, Ellen thought again, but I understand that Mother missed the father of that time very much. In the garden, Ellen rested her chin on her hand and said, Father should have seen Mother's expression back. Then, she said, I want to live happily with Aiden, and with both Father and Mother too. It would be wonderful if we could have tea and go out together. Logan replied, as you know, I am very busy. Ellen immediately retorted, is there someone who, despite always saying they're busy, still comes to see Mother every day? The opera glasses that I lent you. You returned them with the excuse that if Bella found out, I would be so embarrassed. Admit it, Father, you still love Mother very much, don't you? But why don't you do anything? Ellen spread her arms and said, my father does things with the person he loves, then the two of them will become closer, more, and then they will like each other more. If Father doesn't tell Mother your feelings, she won't know anything. Mother is still waiting for Father to confess his feelings. Logan let out a sigh. I really can't understand why you think Isabella loves me anymore. Ellen also sighed and said, do you know what Mother looks like when I mention you in front of her? Without waiting for him to answer, she continued, Mother looks very lonely. She's not angry or hateful towards you at all. She has reluctantly closed her heart. At this, Ellen's voice carried a hint of pleading. Please don't let Mother feel lonely. How deep your love is, Mother is the one who wants to know that more than anyone else. After speaking, she stood up, dusted off her skirt, and said, I love you very much, Father, so I'll show you how to do it right. This is your homework. Mother said she's going to practice tonight. Father, you should go there and confess your feelings. It will just be the two of you, so Mother will definitely listen to you. Logan remained silent, but it was clear he was moved. In the evening, Ellen hid behind a corner, peeking out. In front of her were Isabella and Helena. Ellen watched and thought, although I said this was Father's homework, I can't trust him anyway, so I came here. Huh? When will Father arrive? Helena approached, adjusted Isabella's clothes, and said, My lady, you seem to have lost some weight these days. Are you working too much? She replied, Not at all, remembering Ellen's words. Aiden too, our family will practice together. Isabella smiled and thought, if it's to get closer to Ellen and Aiden, I will definitely do it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the strap of her protective gear. Isabella immediately noticed the difference. At this moment, Logan was helping her put on her protective gear. He said, if you don't wear your protective gear properly, you could get hurt. Helena, who had been sent outside, stammered softly, My lady. Isabella thought to herself, maybe no, that's not it. A few memories surfaced. That day in the carriage, the coachman said, the next destination is the family of Count Piero. My lady, please change to the necklace that the Count recently gifted you. As Isabella was taking off her necklace, she thought, why can't I get it off? Suddenly a hand reached out. It was Logan, who, without a word, was helping her unfasten the necklace. Feeling that concentration, Isabella thought to herself, there it is again. He always makes me flustered. Back in the present, Isabella's face fell. She told herself, don't have any fanciful illusions. With this person, it's just meaningless. At the same time, Logan finished. He said, all right. Isabella, without turning her head, said, spar with me. She picked up a wooden sword and slowly turned around. You live by locking yourself in the training grounds, don't you? I've been practicing swordsmanship on my own. Why don't you try teaching me for once? Ellen, hiding in the corner, was stunned upon hearing this. What? I only intended to help them reconcile, but now I'm making them fight each other? Logan remained silent. Isabella's gaze remained firm, but in her heart, she was saying, please just ignore me and leave. Just say that you don't care about me, so I can be disappointed again and close myself off. Logan's action surprised her again. Huh? He picked up a large wooden sword, walked over, and said, I will only defend. Do as you wish. Isabella's brow furrowed immediately, ready to snap. Ellen silently exclaimed, oh my God. In the yard, the two parents had begun their battle. After a strike, Isabella's brow furrowed tightly, and she cried out, ugh. Her body, and used to training for a long time, lost its balance from the small impact. Logan rushed to support his beloved wife, asking with concern, are you all right? Isabella replied, let's continue. She took a few steps back, raising a hand to wipe her sweat. Then she said, I have thought a lot about divorcing you, thinking that if I hadn't married you, Aiden wouldn't have had to grow up in indifference. Raising her sword again, Isabella continued, but now it doesn't matter. From now on, I don't need to know if you care about Aiden or not. I won't let our divorce put Aiden under pressure. At this, she charged forward. The two swords clashed. Isabella said loudly, however, he will no longer bear the Leinster name. He will have nothing to do with you anymore. The son you couldn't protect, from now on, I will protect him with my own strength. Logan knocked the sword away, then grabbed her hand and shouted, Beulah. She cried out in pain. Ugh, wait, Logan. He directly pinned Isabella to the floor. After restraining her, Logan slowly took off his gloves. Seeing that her hand was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering Ellen's words, if you don't say what you think, no one will know. And no one will know how deep and kind your heart is. Mother is the one who wants to see that the most. Logan was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, I avoided talking about Aiden because I thought you would be uncomfortable. Isabella asked, what are you talking about? He continued, because you are my wife, you have had to endure everything in the Leinster family. At least I didn't want you to endure having to see my son. Isabella was doubtful. He said again, I thought you didn't like being with me. I never stopped loving you. Isabella was stunned for a moment. She asked, what did you say? Logan said, I always remember our love in every moment. Feeling that something was wrong, Isabella quickly tried to stop him. No, wait. But he continued from the first time we met at the wedding, from the provocation of a young marquise whose name I don't remember, and the moment you gently accepted, the hem of your dress getting caught when you took off your shoes, or the sight of you concentrating on a book, when you stared at the fresh tea leaves and hummed, when you held our son and smiled, those breaths full of life spread to me. Even your breath near me, and just now when we dueled. Isabella shouted, stop. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then Logan said, if all those things made you uncomfortable, then perhaps I am someone who could do nothing for you during the difficult times you have endured. Isabella said that I know I need time to think. After she hurriedly ran past Ellen, she looked back at Logan kneeling in the courtyard and thought, Father tried his best, didn't he? Should I go and comfort him? Seeing him let out a breath of relief. She wondered again, why does he look so relieved? Am I seeing things? Over here, Isabella stopped in a hidden corner, her face flushed red. An old memory came to her mind. Please call me Beulah. The nobility usually calls me Beulah. Hearing her say that, Logan immediately called Beulah. Isabella thought to herself, is it because I'm not well that I feel so hot? The next day, in the carriage, Ellen said, I'm so happy to be able to go out with you today, Mother. Aiden added, thank you for spending time with us. Isabella, even more cheerful, said, I'm truly very happy because this is the first outing with you children. At this moment, Aiden said softly, hey Ellen, that shop we just went to. She leaned her head forward and asked, huh? Isabella rested her chin on her hand and thought, these two, although it seems they're hiding something, they might have a plan to invest in some field. Because it was a commercial marriage with the Zahart house. I was really worried when the adults used the children to resolve things. On the contrary, the two have become strong partners. Ellen must have tried very hard for Aiden. While the boy is carefully relying on Ellen, I'm a little jealous. Remembering Logan's words, I can't stop loving you. Isabella blushed slightly and thought, the anger and disappointment over so many years. Now, I don't know what to do with this confession. Her face was covered in sweat. She wondered, what can I do now? See him in a new light? At that moment, Ellen called, Mother, we're home. There was no answer, so she called again, Mother. Seeing Isabella leaning against the carriage wall, her eyes closed tightly, her breathing heavy, Ellen called out loudly, Mother. Mother, please wake up. Mother. Aiden also called, Mother, please wake up, Mother. Ellen said, she has a fever, quick, call 4. At that moment, the carriage door was suddenly opened. Logan entered with a worried expression. Logan carried Isabella into the castle, saying loudly, get a physician here immediately. Looking at his hurried and worried back, Aiden and Ellen were both stunned in surprise. After the physician arrived, she said, her ladyship's body is very weak. It seems to be due to long accumulated stress and fatigue. So don't let her ladyship be under any more pressure. Logan asked, how serious is her condition? The physician replied, very critical, your grace. If her ladyship is not well cared for, she will not live long. Hearing that, Logan turned his head to look at Isabella lying unconscious on the bed. He slowly approached, knelt down, and a soft call echoed in the room, Beulah. Until evening, Isabella gradually regained consciousness, the call still echoing in her ear, Beulah. Logan said, although the fever has subsided, it's still better to take the medicine one more time. The spoon of medicine was brought to her mouth. Isabella thought to herself, he's so gentle. She asked, have you ever been like this before? Logan hesitated slightly and said, when you gave birth to Aiden, I was so worried I couldn't do anything. Although right after that I was summoned by the previous Duchess. Isabella sat up, thinking back, you never called her mother before, right? Logan replied, I am an illegitimate child, and she hated it when I called her that. It's not strange. To that person, I was nothing more than proof of the betrayal she had to endure from her husband. The previous Duchess was always harsh. You call your wife so intimately. How unpleasant to hear. Logan continued, perhaps that's why we can't stand the way family members show affection to each other. He gripped the bed frame and said, you're right. If you hadn't married me from the beginning, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Isabella asked, so you love me, but you couldn't tell me? She said, I have always disappointed you. Hearing this, Logan hurriedly cut in, Beulah. Don't think that everything has been unfair to you. Isabella was stunned. She reached out and hugged Logan, while he was saying, if I had known things would be like this. She pulled his head closer and said in a low voice, you shouldn't have been heartbroken because of me. The two shared a passionate kiss. Logan slowly closed his eyes. The kiss continued for a long time. The sky grew darker. Logan said caringly, you need to rest more, so just lie down. Isabella said, I'm truly so sorry. It's been so long since we've understood each other's feelings like this. Logan pulled the blanket over her, then said, starting over from the beginning is good too. From now on, let's be honest with each other. So you must live a long life. Isabella touched his face and suggested, if so, why don't we start over from when you didn't have a beard? The next day, Ellen's eyes widened in astonishment. She asked, Did you sleep well, father? Logan, who had shaved his beard, replied yes. Ellen thought to herself, what is this? He looks 10 years younger. Aiden remained calm, as if he was never shocked by anything. He said, good morning, father. He nodded and said, good morning. Isabella also came over and said, good morning. As soon as Ellen saw her, she asked, mother, are you feeling better now? She smiled and replied, I'm fine. I made you children worry. Furthermore, I have something to tell you too. After a moment, Ellen asked in surprise, you're going back to the territory, mother? Isabella replied, I plan to stay there for good. I've decided to live in the territory in the future. Logan added, Bella won't be able to rest completely in the capital, so she has decided this. Isabella added, that's right. Do you children want to come with us? Aiden and Ellen replied in unison, we will stay here. Aiden added, I don't know if I can leave the capital for a short time, but not for long. Logan said, the important thing is where you children want to live. Aiden continued, that's what I wanted to say. I still want to study here, and there are many things I want to do here. Ellen also said, I know what you're worried about, father and mother. Aiden and I will be fine. We will do our best. We really want to live here. Isabella smiled and said, if that's what you want, then we won't force you. After a moment, Logan said, from now on, you will handle most of the matters that happen in the capital. If there's anything you can't resolve, send it to me in the territory. Of course, if it's too difficult, I will come to the capital. He continued, if you face difficulties or failures, don't forget that I'm always behind you. Aiden replied, yes, I understand. Seeing him looking at something on a piece of paper, Logan said, I know what you're planning to do. It's not a bad idea. However, until you have a firm footing, you shouldn't reveal it to others. He advised, if you make the family elders notice, they will try to meddle in our family's business with the excuse that you are too young. Aiden replied seriously, I will keep that in mind. After a few seconds of silence, Logan said again, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. He said seriously, Aiden, those who demand you to be a perfect heir are just trying to satisfy their own expectations. I don't want you to be trapped by things like that. He touched Aiden's head and continued, don't forget, I am always happy because you are the son of the woman I love. I hope you will always protect the people you love. Aiden blushed slightly and replied, yes, father. The next day, Isabella said, Ellen, I will hand over all my authority in the capital to you. Although your responsibilities will be greater then, you don't need to feel too burdened. It's okay no matter what happens. Ellen asked curiously, Mother, may I ask you a few questions? When Whitney first spoke to me, why did you leave me alone? Isabella replied, perhaps. At that time I saw a glimmer of hope from you, Ellen. What will become of this child? Can she live her own way? Can her heart be protected? She continued, but I am sure that you can, and thanks to your help, I will gradually find my own happiness. I will always pray for you to be forever happy. Hearing that, Ellen said happily, thank you. She continued to ask softly, in your past life, were you a hero who saved a whole territory? No, saved the whole empire? Isabella covered her mouth and laughed. You think so? Beside the carriage, Logan said, we will depart now. Isabella said, live well, you too, Ellen Aiden. She thought to herself, I really want to be a little closer to my children. At that moment, Aiden suddenly raised his arms. Isabella was stunned for a moment. Then she asked in disbelief, Aiden, you let me hug you? Aiden replied, you are my mother. So the two of them hugged under the happy gazes of Ellen and Logan. After a few seconds of surprise, Isabella said, thank you, Aiden. I will always love you. A feeling of happiness welled up inside him, but Aiden said nothing more. After getting into the carriage, Isabella said, don't forget to send us letters. The two replied, yes. Ellen said loudly, we will also have our portraits painted. Father and mother, remember to send them with your letters to us, always. Isabella replied, of course. Suddenly Logan said, wait. He knelt on one knee before Ellen. He said gratefully, this is the first time I've met a child like you. To me, that is something precious. Ellen smiled and looked at him. The carriage began to depart. Isabella said, portraits, I don't know what they will look like when they grow up, but can we exchange portraits every year as they grow? She rested her chin on her hand and continued, I've said it before, this feeling is so new, isn't it? It's also the first time I've seen you smile so brightly. Hugging Logan, Isabella continued, we will change. In a very happy way. Meanwhile, Aiden and Ellen were also busy. Ellen leaned over and pointed at a paper, saying, "Last time we looked at some shops, so we will invest in this one and this one too." Aiden replied, "Hey, and Angela will be the central area. We can buy a few houses around it. This way, we can turn this alley into a bustling street." Ellen continued, "The purpose of this plan is to attract more large businesses to this alley. Then the people in this alley will have no choice but to relocate to another place, even if they don't want to allow the residents to stay here." She gave an example. As long as they are interested in business and open a shop, they will be able to continue living here. If not, we will let them move elsewhere to settle down without any worries. At this point, Ellen continued with an example. "I can't change my profession, so I will leave, but luckily I don't have to worry about buying a house." She added, "We also have to calculate the compensation for the residents." After hearing this, Aiden was surprised. "I didn't think of that." "You're really good, Ellen." She said again, "Living in the capital has many more benefits, so they will probably stay in the capital." Aiden said gratefully, "Thank you, Ellen. If you weren't here, I would still just be a boy trapped in the darkness." Hearing him say that, Ellen said, "Aiden, although I can't make your past sufferings disappear, from now on, let's make beautiful memories together." Aiden nodded. "All right, after all, childhood is a precious time in everyone's life." Ellen paused for a moment, then she asked in a serious tone, "What are you talking about, Aiden? Do you mean that now is not important?" Aiden hesitated. "That because after we grow up, we will also forget the memories of this moment, and this moment will be useless." Ellen wondered, could it be because Whitney told him these ridiculous things? She put down her fork and said, "Aiden, no period of time in this life is useless. This moment is also meaningful for you, Aiden." These words were like a thunderclap that awakened Aiden. He looked at his hand and said, "That's right, every moment with Ellen is precious." Ellen continued, "So, in the future, let's spend a lot of time together." Aiden nodded, MHM. Then he smiled and thought, to be honest, time without Ellen is truly meaningless. Suddenly a servant entered and announced, "Young mistress, this is a letter from the Zahard house." Ellen wondered, "Hey, what's this about?" She opened the letter and began to read, "Ellen, long time no see. Do you really trust the Leinster house? I would be very relieved if you could help the Zahard family. Don't forget, even though you are a member of the Leinster house, you are still a member of the Zahard house. Therefore, as a member of the Zahard family, you must always know what your duty is. Keep in touch with us. Hope to receive a reply from you." After reading the letter, Ellen immediately threw it into the fireplace, dusting off her hands and saying, "What is he planning to do?" She thought to herself, "Until now, they looked down on me and sold me like a commodity. But when the Duke and Duchess left, they immediately contacted me and emphasized that they are my family. As soon as they adopted me, they dragged me to the wedding. Anyway, in principle, the Zahar house deliberately used Ellen to control Aiden." Ellen silently made a resolution. "Now the only way is to escape from that family and start my own new life. I must leave that family by any means. As for Aiden..." Ellen paused, then continued to think, and Iulia too. Polite greetings echoed through the castle. "It is a great honor for me to meet the Duke and Duchess of Leinster. We are the ones who should thank you for coming. Please visit anytime." Marquis Dairon. With a reluctant expression, Aiden and Ellen let out a soft sigh. After taking over the mansion and the capital's business, the number of regular visitors coming to see us increased rapidly, something that hadn't happened in the upper class. After all the guests had left, Ellen turned and asked, "Is everything done for today? There are no appointments tomorrow, right?" Mona looked at the list in her hand. "Yes, someone just called." Ellen asked in surprise, "Crown Prince Frederick?" Mona replied, "Yes, although the young mistress has never met him. He has a close relationship with Lord Aiden." Ellen thought to herself, "Actually, I also know Crown Prince Frederick. According to the story, he is the sole heir to the empire and Aiden's rival since childhood. Later, for mutual benefit, the two cooperated. However, as I recall, Aiden treated the crown prince with utmost sincerity for the common good. But now it seems there is only indifference between them." After thinking, she looked up and asked, "Aiden, what kind of person is the crown prince?" Aiden scratched his head and said thoughtfully, "Someone who always pretends to be friendly." The blunt comment made Ellen stare blankly. He added, "Anyway, if I feel uncomfortable, I won't show it." Hearing him say that, Ellen thought to herself, not surprising at all. The next day, Frederick, the crown prince of the empire, also came. Aiden, long time no see. As soon as he heard the greeting, Aiden said, "Please, your highness." But Frederick cut him off. "Wait, using honorifics again? Let's just talk comfortably." After a few seconds of silence, Aiden had a compromise. "All right, come in." Ellen curtsied and said, "It is an honor to meet you, your highness the crown prince. I have truly wanted to meet you." As soon as he saw her, Frederick said, "Ellen Leinster, I really wanted to meet you. I was very curious to know how wonderful the person rumored to have a good relationship with Aiden is." Ellen smiled brightly and replied, "I am nothing special, but it seems the rumor that is spreading is true." Frederick suddenly asked in surprise, "Aiden, are you smiling now? Seeing you smile is truly a miracle." After a while at the banquet table, Frederick said, "Listen to this. A few days ago, Claire came to see me, but suddenly went back in anger. He wondered, was it because I finished training late that day, and then went to see Claire without changing my clothes? But that day, Frederick said guiltily, 'I'm sorry, Claire, your dress got dirty.' He turned and ordered, 'Bring another dress here.' Then he said again, 'Wait a moment, I will.' But Claire interrupted, 'There's no need. Just leave it.' Frederick was bewildered. 'What?' 'But,' she said angrily again. I said, 'Leave it alone.' Then she left. Back in the present, Frederick said anxiously, 'Ugh, I'm really worried. I don't know why she suddenly got angry.' Ellen said silently, 'I know. Claire will become the future crown princess.' She confided in Iulia about how Claire was very distressed because her mother opposed her learning swordsmanship. She said she was jealous when she saw Frederick's training uniform and felt sad about her own situation. After thinking this, Ellen spoke up, 'Your Highness, in my opinion, it seems Lady Claire wants to learn swordsmanship.' Frederick was stunned. 'What do you mean?' Ellen said, 'Recently I have also felt the appeal of swordsmanship, so I'm also practicing.' Aiden smiled silently, because thanks to that, he got to enjoy himself right while practicing. Ellen continued, 'Actually, she said it was splendid and beautiful, but she was tired of making a fuss over just a small stain. A little dirt is fine, but she feels she can't look as light and comfortable as that training uniform. She said, therefore, Your Highness, you should give the young lady a set of clothes for sword practice.' Frederick asked, 'Is it okay to do that?' Ellen nodded and added, 'Also, next time we meet at the training grounds, what do you think if the four of us practice together? Then Lady Claire will also be happier.' Hearing this suggestion, Frederick exclaimed, 'Your wife seems to be a genius.' After he left, Ellen thought to herself, 'I feel like the crown prince's visit was like a get-together of friends of the same age.' Then she turned back to ask Mona, 'We can rest now, right? No one else is coming, right?' Seeing Mona bow her head to look at the list, Ellen muttered, 'Why does this feel like yesterday?' Mona suddenly let out a long yes. Aiden and Ellen's faces were covered in sweat. 'Not again, right?' And another day passed, and a new guest arrived. It seems this is the first time I've been formally greeted by the young lady. Aiden said, 'Please come in.' Ellen politely introduced herself. 'I am Ellen Leinster.' Her face clearly showed her annoyance. Here, they come again. In front of her, a mustached uncle said, 'I am Elder Dairon.' An uncle in a moss-green coat said, 'I am Elder Jean Reeson.' Ellen thought to herself, this is probably the worst problem for the Leinster family, the 5 elders of the family. A long time ago, when the Leinster family's fortune was on the brink of danger, the branch families invested capital to share in the profits. Currently, the key projects of the Leinster house are commerce, transportation, financial resources, military supplies, and minerals, which are also linked to other families through their influence. This is almost no different from shareholder alliance, but ever since Aiden married Yulia, it has created competition among the elders. Before that, he always held his breath, waited, and conceded. Aiden is still not an adult, but he is not the shadow of the Duke and Duchess. But because he showed talent at a young age, all the adults' attention was directed at him. Ellen continued to think, but isn't it too early for Aiden to confront these adults? Aiden spoke up and asked, 'Why has everyone come here today?' Elder Dairon said, 'Aren't you too young and not strong enough to manage the Duke's mansion?' The old man continued, 'It would be better if we were here to help out here and there. We all agree.' Ellen understood their intentions all too well. She thought, 'You're planning to reduce the Leinster house's influence this way, right?' Aiden said, 'Thank you for your concern, but we don't need that help. We can look after this place ourselves.' Hearing that, Elder Dairon laughed loudly. 'We also have very high expectations for you, little Duke, but it would be better with the participation of adults.' Under pressure from them, Aiden and Ellen said nothing more. They began to walk around the castle. One of them used a cane to point at a painting on the wall. Weren't these paintings in vogue years ago? Jean Reeson said, "It should be replaced soon." Ellen retorted, "That is a painting by a famous artist of that time." The man asked again, "So isn't it outdated?" Then he pointed his cane at Mona and said, "If you don't mind, you should help that childish young lady." After that, they walked around freely and criticized everything in the house. Is this some kind of childish style? What color is this flower vase? Over there too, you must place a statue in the garden. This behavior made Ellen extremely uncomfortable. In the evening, one of them went to the stables and asked, "Why do I only see half the number of horses in the stable?" The servant in charge of the stables was flustered, "Sir." Later, he went to find Ellen to report that Elder Jean Reeson said she couldn't control the number of horses. "I am very sorry. I didn't have a lady's order." Ellen heard this, then raised her forehead and sighed. "It's all right. In your position, you couldn't refuse them." Then she said, "First, write down the characteristics and number of horses that each of them rode." The servant in charge of the stables replied, "Yes." After he left, Ellen looked up and thought, using their power this way, this is going to be a headache. In the office, Dairon was reporting to Aiden, "The stock exchanges in the capital are now all under your authority, young Master Aiden. So I am here now to inform you that in the future, I will report the situation directly to you and continue from yesterday." Aiden asked curiously, "Are reports usually sent in writing, Lord Dairon?" The old man reached into his coat and took something out. "Young Master Aiden is still new to things like this, aren't you?" Placing a stack of papers on the table, Dairon added, "Read this when you have time. There are many hidden secrets in the industry. I will let you know the good news bit by bit. You might even learn more than what your father, Duke Logan Leinster, passed down." Hearing this, Aiden's face showed his displeasure. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the servants were slowly carrying in huge statues. Beside them was Jennerson's voice. "Bring it here, this way. Come on, that one over there too." Ellen walked over and asked, "What is going on, Elder Jean Reeson?" He stopped and said, "Ah, young lady, I thought the mansion was too empty. So I found some beautiful statues from a familiar merchant guild." Ellen smiled and called out coldly, "Elder Jean Reeson, managing the Leinster mansion is my job. I even have a plan and a budget for it. I never agreed to buy these things." She continued, "So I will consider all of these things as a return gift from Elder Jean Reeson with a heart as vast as the Pacific Ocean." Jean Reeson bared his teeth. "Hey, young lady." He swung the cane in his hand forcefully. Luckily, Ellen dodged it, but she was also covered in sweat. Jean Reeson suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "The young lady isn't very agile, is she?" Then he ordered, "Men, carry everything you just brought in back out immediately." After everything was done, he turned his head and snorted coldly. Ellen also thought angrily that attitude. Returning to her room, she muttered, "Those elders suddenly meddling like this. It's because your business is struggling a bit." Ellen held a piece of paper in her hand, looking at it and saying, "The fact that we look young and inexperienced is a great reason for him to meddle in this. It's clear they won't back down easily." At this point, she looked up and asked Aiden, "What do you think if I ask Father and Mother to help us?" Aiden put down the papers in his hand and replied, "I've been planning to gradually separate from the family and the elders for a long time. So I also plan to do business quietly on my own." He added, "Once becomes a habit, I want to handle it myself without anyone's help. So you need to make them make a mistake first." Ellen paused for a moment. Looking at Aiden, she thought to herself, "My first impression of him was just a sickly, weak kid, but looking at him now, he's getting healthier and more poised." Noticing her gaze, Aiden looked up. Under his questioning gaze, Ellen continued to think, "I probably don't need to worry as much as before, huh?" At the garden gazebo, Ellen was drinking tea when she heard a voice. "There you are, young lady." Dairon led the group of elders over and asked, "Would you like to talk with us for a bit?" Ellen put down her teacup, smiled, and replied, "All right, please have a seat." In her heart, she thought, "Right, let's see what your scheme is." After they sat down, the female elder asked, "How is your married life?" Ellen answered, "Suddenly having to adapt to the Leinster family isn't easy, but everyone is very friendly. Ho ho." Suddenly, Dairon said, "Of course, Aiden is no simple obstacle, is he?" She asked blankly, "Pardon?" Jean Reeson continued, "He's not the usual kind of stubborn." Dairon added, "If he's still young, he should know to listen to his elders." As if a switch was flipped, they began to bluntly speak ill of Aiden's family. That attitude must have been inherited from his mother. Witnessing it since he was a child, he could only learn from experience. Are they really worried about Aiden? Ellen wondered, what the hell is this? Jean Reeson said again, both the Duke and his Duchess are irresponsible. Dairon continued, that's right, daring to place a pile of responsibilities on these two inexperienced children. Anyway, if you need anything, we are always ready to help you too at any time. Hearing this, Ellen couldn't help but say, now I understand. That Aiden isn't stubborn. It's because he sees through people's hearts. Dairon was stunned, huh? Ellen slammed the table and stood up. With an angry expression, she shouted, if you dare to speak carelessly about my family in front of me again, I will accuse you of slandering the Leinster house. Please leave. After chasing the three elders away, Ellen also left the pavilion. She walked along the path, kicking a stone, still angry in her heart. Damn it, I hate these pests so much. But I hate it even more that the Ellen in the original story sided with this group to bully Aiden. Thinking of this made her even angrier and oh, it's me. I got mad before figuring out their plot. Everything will be ruined. And it's so frustrating. She lifted her foot again to stomp, but as soon as she saw some flowers, Ellen cried out, ah. The sudden movement made her lose her balance and fall. Ellen set an alarm. I almost stepped on the flower bushes that Wendy likes. From a distance, a maid asked worriedly, oh, are you all right, my lady? After coming closer to check, she shouted, oh my God, your palm is all scraped. A servant was startled. Is the young lady bleeding? The maid next to her also gasped. The news reached Aiden, and he also asked worriedly, Ellen is bleeding? And so Ellen was surrounded by servants and their concerned questions. My lady, Lady Ellen, are you in pain? Treat the wound immediately. Bring cotton and bandages here. She called out helplessly, hey, everyone. Aiden came forward and asked, where's the doctor? A servant replied, he is on his way. Hearing that, Ellen was even more speechless, and so was Aiden. She looked down at her hand. Because she had used her hand to break her fall, her palm was a little red. This gave her an idea. All right, if I can't expose their plot, let them be careless first. I will do it myself. A few days later, Jean Reeson entered with an angry face. The room. Looking at Ellen sitting on the chair, he spoke, ha, the young mistress of the Leinster house. Ellen feigned innocence and asked, is something the matter, Lord Jean Reeson? Jean Reeson said, I suddenly received a document today. Was it sent by you? Ellen spread her hands and replied, that's right, I also wrote the reason. Looking at her eyes, Jean Reeson became even angrier. He said, then at least give me a more detailed explanation. Back to a few days ago, Ellen at the moment Jean Reeson hit her with a cane. At that time, he had said, this young lady is quite agile, isn't she? Ellen rested her chin on her hand and thought, Lord Jean Reeson must be very angry right now. He often loses patience with those weaker than him. She glanced at her thickly bandaged hand. Until I'm strong enough and mature, there is no other way. At the same time, she also complained, it's just a small bandage. The door opened, and Mona said, young mistress, it's Mona. She walked to the desk, put down a stack of papers. These are the account books of the Jean Reeson family, along with the records up to this month. And as per your request, my lady, I have compiled the average market price of goods supplied by the Jean Reeson family. Ellen opened the folder and whispered, itemized invoices, essential goods, horse grooming tools, carriages, paper, right? Elder Generison's family is the intermediary that manages the necessary supplies for the work and life of the Leinsters and other vassal families, and even for every trade and business transaction. For example, Aiden would make a request for business tools. Jean Reeson would then designate a shop that sells those items, and he would supply them to the requester. Ellen thought on, a noble family can even make a living from a job that doesn't earn much money. That's right. That's what the Jean Reeson family does. Bribery, or in other words, accepting bribes. Jean Reeson received money from the shops. These shops bribed him to be chosen. Then the bribe was added to the price of goods. This means the buyer has to pay more, while other shops selling goods of equivalent quality have to lower their prices to attract customers. She picked up a pen. Let's try comparing the prices of these items. If the Jean Reeson family followed the regulations, they wouldn't be receiving money. Thinking of this, she looked up and asked, did you bring the poor quality items? Mona immediately replied, yes, my lady. Hearing that, Ellen bowed her head and thought again that, of course, I don't have a just cause to reveal the Jean Reeson family's books right now. I can't publicly criticize them for bribery. However, the result is clearly in the products they supply. She looked up again and asked, have you recorded all the problems we've encountered in the meantime? Mona replied, of course, my lady. Ever since the young mistress took over the manor, I have written everything down in great detail. Ellen picked up her pen again, humming as she wrote. Mona tilted her head, watching her with a curious expression for a long time. After a while, Ellen held up the paper in her hand. Here, inform the shops that I have marked that their transactions will be suspended. She continued, inform Elder Generison's family and send a direct notice to each shop. That was the reason Gene Reeson came to Ellen's room. He raised his forehead and spoke disrespectfully. You foolish little mistress of the Leinster family. Don't cause trouble for others like this. Ellen stepped out from behind her desk and said, I will explain again. I have checked everything since I took over the management of the manor. Speaking of which, Ellen reached for the pile of scrap on the table. These are the groceries and other essentials that arrived 2 days ago. Although they arrived quickly, poor quality goods were frequently mixed in. As you can see by looking at this horseshoe, it has been replaced with a cheaper and weaker material than the one we ordered. And in general, the quantity and weight are insufficient for the price we paid. Look at this beeswax. Gene Reeson said, I guarantee I will warn each and every shop. Ellen thought to herself, he said this before. Gene Reeson continued, if you thoughtlessly cut off long-term business partners, the reputation of the Leinster family will be damaged. Hearing that, Ellen immediately retorted, you are wrong. She said, if I don't cut them off, even when there are problems, then the Leinsters will be rumored to be too soft. Gene Reeson asked, aren't you worried about the reputation of the Gene Reeson family? Ellen replied immediately, of course, I don't think Gene Reeson has failed to manage it properly. But from the outside, people will question the judgment and accountability of the Gene Reeson family. As soon as she finished speaking, Gene Reeson trembled with anger. How arrogant. Seeing the opportunity had come, Ellen turned around, deliberately revealing an opening, and added, please find other suppliers for the items I have mentioned. If things do not improve, the Leinster family may personally manage our business partners. The hand holding Generison's cane was trembling. Ellen thought to herself, he's going to explode soon. She told herself, this is going to hurt, yes, but it's better that I take the pain and not Aiden. After a long moment, she turned her head with a look of doubt on her face. Why hasn't he hit me yet? He needs to hit me quickly so I can justify it. At this moment, Gene Reeson also raised the cane in his hand, just as he was about to strike. Ellen squeezed her eyes shut. Just as she had prepared herself, an arm suddenly pushed her aside. A dull thud echoed. Ellen slowly opened her eyes. Then her eyes widened as she saw Aiden, who had just been struck down. In front of her, Ellen silently asked why. She whispered, Aiden. The door opened, and Dairon and the female elder, hearing the noise, entered. What is going on? As soon as she saw Aiden on the floor, the female elder cried out, ah. Dairon called, Lord Aiden. She said, stunned, impossible. How could this at this moment? Ellen also regained her composure. She immediately called out, hurry, call a doctor, don't touch him. Saying this, Ellen looked up at Gene Reeson with a cold gaze. She questioned, how dare you? Dairon and the female elder looked back in unison. Ellen said, even if you are an elder, do you think the Leinster house will overlook you attacking their heir? Get out. Get out of here immediately, or you will be dragged out. Ellen's face was now filled with fury. After the doctor arrived and diagnosed Aiden, Ellen fell in a deep thought. Clearly, Aiden was working his office at that time. She silently blamed herself. I was really careless. I should have stopped Aiden so he wouldn't run to me. Mona entered carrying a basin of water and asked, Mistress, are you all right? Ellen replied, trembling, I'm fine, but Aiden. Mona reminded her that. Mistress, you are trembling. Hearing her say that, Ellen asked in surprise, huh? A moment later, Physician Ligi, while wiping his hands, said, fortunately, the wound is not life-threatening, but you must pay attention to it. Don't let it get worse. So don't worry. Ellen glanced over at where Aiden was lying, but she paused for a moment. Then her body trembled even more as she thought, why did he run to me? I was already prepared. Then Ellen called softly, Aiden, please wake up. In the evening, Aiden slowly opened his eyes. He sat up with a start, looking with surprise at Ellen, who had fallen asleep by the bed. At the cute sight of his beloved wife sleeping, Aiden unconsciously blushed. At this moment, Ellen also slowly opened her eyes. She shot up and exclaimed, hey, Aiden, you're awake? Are you okay? Aiden called Ellen, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me anymore. As soon as she heard these words, tears started streaming from Ellen's eyes. Aiden called out, stunned, Ellen. She suddenly covered her face and cried loudly, sob, sob. Aiden immediately threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying? She said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you got hurt. Hearing her say that, Aiden smiled and said, Ellen, I'm really fine. I'm sorry, don't worry too much. Huh? Suddenly, Ellen grabbed Aiden's shoulders. She said worriedly, you can't sit on the floor, get back in bed. He nodded and said, all right, I know. After getting into bed, Aiden lifted the blanket and called Ellen. She stared blankly for a few seconds, then slowly climbed in. The two lay side by side. Ellen asked, does your head hurt or are you uncomfortable in any way? Aiden replied, no. She asked again, really? He smiled and said, I feel like I just woke up from a long sleep. The next morning, Aiden asked, Ellen doesn't know anything, right? Someone replied, that's right. While Aiden was unconscious, she never asked about you once. After hearing that, Aiden let out a breath. What a relief. He thought to himself, right now it's not hard to know what Ellen is thinking. Then he said again, in swordsmanship, attack and defense skills are the most important. However, reducing damage from an ambush in a real fight is also an extremely important skill. Aiden thought again, if Ellen intends to endure all the damage, then conversely, it would be better for me to get hurt instead of Ellen. I know how to minimize the pain, and when I'm the one who's hurt, the ripple effect will also be better. Thinking of this, Aiden spoke, when Elder Gene Reeson comes to visit, keep an eye on him. If you see him get even slightly agitated, report to me immediately. The orange-haired young man, named Felix, replied, as you command. Aiden began to think deeply again. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but I'm sure that I don't want to see Ellen get hurt. Felix said, the young mistress is still very angry. She has ordered that the elders are not allowed to visit, and she didn't leave Aiden's side for a second the entire time you were unconscious. Although quite happy to be cared for by Ellen, Aiden soberly said, be careful from now on, don't get exposed. If Ellen finds out, she won't forgive you. Felix nodded reluctantly, yes. After a moment, Mona came to announce, His Highness the Crown Prince has sent a message saying he will visit. How should I reply? Ellen turned to Aiden and said, Aiden, now is a moment that cannot be missed, right? He agreed, saying, of course, it's a good opportunity. With Aiden's consent, Ellen said, Mona, bring makeup and bandages here. Aiden asked with some doubt, Ellen. After a moment, Frederick, having just entered the room, exclaimed that, oh my goodness. Looking at Aiden wrapped in bandages like a mummy on the bed, he asked, what is this situation? Aiden, looking like he was at death's door, called out, Frederick. Ellen, wiping her tears, said, Your Highness, I am at fault. You have come to visit in person. As you can see, Aiden now, he cannot sit up and receive you. Frederick, still in shock, replied, No, I can't believe this is the first I'm hearing of this. I didn't think it was this bad. Then he said angrily, to dare to do this to the heir of the Leinster house. Usually, the older one is, the more they should protect the young. Ellen added, Your Royal Highness, I think so too, but we are not strong enough. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Frederick became even angrier and said, This is unforgivable. As he was leaving the room, he said loudly, I will personally report this to His Majesty the Emperor. In the room, Aiden rolled his eyes and said, I just wanted him to realize I was hurt to stop the elders' interference. Ellen said, No, that's not enough. A few minutes passed. She scooped up a spoonful of soup and blew on it gently. Then she said, Ah. Aiden also opened his mouth and said, Ah, and Ellen fed the soup into his mouth. Then she asked, Is it delicious? Aiden said happily, It's delicious, while thinking because Ellen is the only one who cares about me. Ellen said, You'll get well soon, and teach those elders a lesson. Aiden looked up, his cheeks flushed, and let his mouth run away with him. Anyway, this is great. I even want to keep lazing around in bed. As soon as the words were out, he looked at Ellen doubtfully. He saw her smiling face fall. Ellen said angrily, Just now I was so sad and scared. I felt unwell. Aiden quickly called Ellen. A second later, Ellen shouted, How can you say it's great to be sick? Then she picked up her skirt and ran off. Aiden stayed behind, calling loudly, Ellen. Then he thought, blaming himself, What have I just done? The city began to buzz. A lady asked, Have you heard the news? Elder Gene Reeson dared to seriously injure the young master of the Leinster house. The man in the tailcoat replied, I know, that's why the young master can't even get up and is receiving treatment. The gentleman in blue said, It's too obvious. Only when the Duke and Duchess are not around does that guy dare to bully the children. How cowardly. Two young ladies also whispered, His Highness, the Crown Prince, witnessed it with his own eyes and was very angry when he saw the young master of of the Leinster house's injuries. His Majesty the Emperor will surely be the same, as he is very sensitive to rebellious elements. In the royal palace, Frederick said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I have something to report to you." In the family territory, Isabella held a letter from Ellen. "Father, Mother, you said you would return immediately, so I feel much more at ease. But you don't need to worry about us. Please focus on taking care of Mother in the territory, because this time Aiden and I have our own plan. Please trust us." Logan held Aiden's letter. As Ellen said, "We have made a plan to deal with future events. I also have one thing I need your help with in the territory. Please send a letter to the Emperor with the content as I have written below." After reading the letters, Isabella said, "The children are doing so well. Shouldn't we be learning from them?" Logan replied with a rare smile, "That's right. The children are constantly moving forward thanks to their mutual trust." Isabella looked to the side and said, "The letters and the portrait were sent a few days ago. The two of them must be working together now." But contrary to what she said, Aiden was now sitting still for a servant to remove the bandage from his head. He thought to himself, "Ellen has left me behind. Did I make her angry?" The maid said, "It's done. Thanks to the gauze, there won't be a scar." Aiden swung his legs out, thinking as he got out of bed, "I patiently endured being bandaged like this. I should have been praised by Ellen." He stepped off the bed, thinking with a sad expression, "If she's still angry tomorrow, what should I do? Apologize?" Looking down at the floor, it was as if everything was just a black hole. Aiden thought gloomily, "What if Ellen keeps avoiding me?" Suddenly someone called, "Young Master Aiden." The blue-haired maid asked worriedly, "Are you still all right? Did her head hurt?" Aiden replied, "No, it's nothing," while thinking in his heart, "I want to see Ellen right now." At this time, Ellen was sitting under a tree in the garden. She bowed her head and thought, "I didn't mean to get so angry, especially since Aiden is about to recover. Even so, that's a good thing." Thinking about when Aiden was lying on the ground covered in blood, Ellen paused for a few seconds. Then she lay down and said to herself, "Oh God, just thinking about that scene breaks my heart. I don't want to see Aiden get hurt ever again." She covered her face and whispered, "No, now is not the time for this. I shouldn't be angry with Aiden. I have to make a plan to take advantage of the elders. Why can't I control my emotions like this?" She gradually fell asleep. A long time later, a few whispers were heard, Lynn. Startled, Ellen silently mumbled, She heard the voice again. "I should have been praised." Ellen thought, "It's Aiden's voice." He sat next to her, speaking softly, "Even though I'm looking at you this close, I still miss you." Ellen was still pretending to be asleep. He continued, "I don't know how upset Ellen was." Reaching out to touch her head, Aiden said, "It's just that I was very happy to know I was able to protect Ellen, and when I realized Ellen cared so much about me." He lifted his hand, hesitated a little, then continued, "Actually, in the past, I was always afraid, but never this scared." Ellen silently guessed, "The past means the time with Whitney." Aiden continued, "I don't know what to do anymore. I'm scared. If Ellen is no longer on my side, then what am I supposed to do?" After speaking, Aiden stood up. After he left, Ellen opened her eyes. She whispered, "I was just lost in my own thoughts." I don't know how long it's been since Aiden opened up to someone else. Remembering Aiden's words, "I was very happy when I realized Ellen was only looking at me. I wanted to stay in bed a little longer." She immediately jumped up with a determined expression. That's right, Aiden has never known how to be coddled by anyone. He's never had the chance to do so. While running on the small path, she thought, Aiden can be coddled too. In his heart, Aiden asked, "Has the notice been sent to His Majesty the Emperor?" Felix replied, "Yes. They said the Emperor will receive the notice tomorrow." Aiden thought pensively, "If it's an exchange with the royal family, I should discuss it with Ellen first, but Ellen is still angry with me. She won't even look at me." Suddenly the door opened, and the person he was thinking about walked in, Aiden. Aiden stared blankly for a moment. Then he called Ellen. She walked forward resolutely and said, "I'm not angry anymore, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's prepare to receive the royal decree together." Immediately, Aiden hugged her. He said happily, "What a relief. I'll be praised today." Hearing that, Ellen also laughed. "Aha, then let's start preparing now." Felix, standing by, tilted his head and said softly, "Adorable." A few days later, the Emperor's man also came and read the decree. Recently, due to the unfortunate event at the Leinster house, the situation inside and outside the capital has been somewhat chaotic. At the request of Duke Leinster, and with my own thoughts and awareness of the importance of the matter, I will convene a meeting of the nobility to ascertain the truth of the matter. Since the young master of Leinster has recovered from his injury, I request that the young master and his wife attend the meeting of the nobility, the royal palace. During the meeting of the nobility, the emperor spoke. According to the reports submitted by the crown prince, Elder Jean Reeson frequently interfered in the affairs of the Leinster family and caused conflict. And the escalation of one of those conflicts led to the young duke being injured. He glanced at Aidan and said, "Young Duke of Leinster, as a victim, I want to hear your opinion on this matter." He replied solemnly, "Yes, your majesty." Aidan stood up and said clearly and articulately, "I want to participate in the investigation that my father has entrusted to me. To do that, I must be respected as an heir regardless of age. Therefore, we must make an example of those who do not respect me, the heir of the family." As he said this, he looked at Jean Reeson with an expression that everyone understood. The emperor said again, "Duke Leinster has also sent me a letter stating that Aidan Leinster is the legal heir, and the duke himself has trusted him." He seemed concerned that the sole heir of his family was threatened. At this point, the emperor's expression became grim. His Majesty also dislikes a disrespectful attitude towards a young heir, because he himself ascended the throne when he was also young. In the eyes of those who respect law and honor, Elder Jean Reeson has ignored the laws of the leading family of the empire. Ellen thought to herself, "He probably doesn't know that the emperor is on our side." With no one having any objections, the emperor continued, "The elders came here with the intention of helping the family's heir. But instead of helping, they caused the heir's life to be threatened. That cannot be easily forgiven and overlooked. Any family that has an heir would agree on this." He added, "Furthermore, there is another issue with the Jean Reeson family." Upon hearing these words, the man could not help but tremble in fear. The emperor announced without mercy, "Since things have come to this, the Jean Reeson family will be expelled from the Council of Elders of the Leinster family, and all related business rights will be revoked. Furthermore, your family can no longer continue as a vassal family of the Duke of Leinster." At this, Jean Reeson stood up and stammered, Your Majesty, isn't this too much? It is true that I have made a grave mistake. But young Duke Aidan's life was not actually in danger." The emperor said, "That is why you are only being punished like this." He stated, "If there had been any sign that Aidan Leinster's life could have been lost, you would have been sentenced to death." Jean Reeson was immediately speechless. After a moment, he pleaded loudly, "Young Duke Aidan, I beg you, please save me just this once." In the waiting room, Jean Reeson knelt before Aidan and said sincerely, "Please give me a chance. It is my fault that things have come to this." Aidan said, "I'm glad it was just a mistake." Jean Reeson was stunned. "What?" He said, "If Lord Jean Reeson here had not made a mistake, and if the one who was injured was not me." Hearing this, all three elders simultaneously turned their heads. They looked towards the seemingly harmless Ellen. Aidan added, "Then things would not have been resolved so simply at all." It was only then that Jean Reeson knew he had walked into a trap. He broke out in a sweat and thought, I really didn't expect this." Ellen spoke, and Elder Diaren. The old man immediately responded, "Why, yes," she said. "I have carefully reviewed the business you propose for Aidan to invest in. You wrote that it is an innovative business model that allows users to earn money by selling products, thus eliminating advertising and shipping costs, correct? It seems you are not yet aware, but this is commonly called a pyramid scheme. It will only sell to members who have no interest in it." Diaren jumped in fright. Ellen continued, "On the other hand, it is a complex business model that does not yield much profit. Therefore, Leinster has decided not to invest in it." At this point, both Diaren and the female elder broke out in a sweat. The old man thought to himself, "I thought she was just a beautiful and troublesome young lady. But Ellen Leinster is more difficult to deal with than I thought." She said again, "Furthermore, do not mention business models between the Leinster family and the Council of Elders again. Accept the losses yourself." Diaren thought to himself, "It seems this girl is the one who will stick with the heir. We will no longer be able to exert any influence on the Leinster family." After returning from the royal palace, it was evening. Aidan said, "Today, while sparring with the crown prince, I thanked him for helping us." And he replied, "It was nothing. It was the obvious thing to do." He was curious. He also knew I wasn't seriously injured. So why did he help me? Ellen smiled and said, "The crown prince considers you his friend." Hearing her say that, the naive Aidan said, doubtfully. Ellen is my friend, she replied. The Crown Prince and I are both Aiden's friends. Aiden doesn't hate the Crown Prince, right? You even enjoy sparring with him. Aiden misunderstood the definition of friendship. He scratched his face and said, but you and the Crown Prince are different. To say that you and he are both my friends is a bit. Ellen laughed to herself. She said, Aiden is also a special friend to me. We are truly precious friends to each other. Aiden said, stunned, you're right. Ellen is my most precious friend. Ellen thought to herself, it's good that Aiden has many trustworthy people by his side, so that later when Aiden faces difficulties, he will overcome them all without me by his side. Then I can leave Aiden without much worry. 3 years later, the sounds of clashes and shouts echoed in the training yard. Ellen dodged and said, you're faster at dodging than last time, Clay. Clay replied, you too, Ellen. Your attacks are much stronger. The two attacked in unison again. After the training session ended, Ellen sheathed her sword and thought, initially, I only intended to learn swordsmanship to make myself stronger, to prepare for living alone after the divorce. Looking at the sword in her hand, she smiled, but it seems I'm more talented than I thought, A lot has happened in the past 3 years. The order of the mansion has been systematized, and the business with Aiden has also progressed smoothly. Through the portraits we exchanged with the Duke and Duchess, it seems they're becoming sweeter and more comfortable with each other. She took a towel to wipe her face, thinking with relief, everything is running perfectly. Before, Aiden and I only conducted business outside, but from now on, we must gradually expand our business in a high society. Suddenly, Frederick walked in and said, you two said you were just having a quick match, but it seems to have gone on for a while, hasn't it? You're drenched in sweat. Clay called out loudly, Frederick, are you done talking with Aiden? Ellen also asked, where is Aiden? Just then, Aiden walked in. Ellen cheerfully called out, Aiden. He stopped, a questioning look on his face, not knowing why he was called. Ellen thought, he's a man now. He's much taller than before. Thanks to his training over the past 3 years, Aiden can now interact with more people. However, Aiden was still reserved, but there was a big difference between it causing him pain and not wanting to do it. She marveled. In the past, he could get hurt if someone accidentally touched him, but now he could maintain his composure by standing still. Perhaps when he grows up, he will be even more wonderful and principled. Ellen felt a little regretful. It's a pity that the outstanding Aiden of the future won't belong to me. He is meant for Eolia. Aiden still said nothing. He recalled a few minutes earlier, in the forest, Aiden ran up to Frederick and said, congratulations on your engagement, Crown Prince Frederick. He laughed and replied, you already sent so many congratulatory gifts. Aiden changed the subject. The way you held your fiancée's hand and proposed was very impressive. Recalling the scene of himself holding Claire's hand high and saying, I will marry Lady Claire Harris. Frederick then said, everyone asks me when I started liking Lady Claire. Aiden wondered, why would they ask that? You two have always been close. Frederick replied with a profound look, promising to be with someone for a lifetime is very different from just being close. The budding Aiden asked doubtfully, is it different? Frederick then asked back, Aiden, you and Ellen are friends, right? He nodded, that's right. Of course we are. Suddenly seeing Frederick laugh, Aiden stopped and asked, why are you laughing? He said, because sometimes you are so naive. Claire is not my friend. Of course we were friends, but from now on, Claire is not just a friend. She is my fiancée, and the life partner I will be with forever. After saying that, Frederick asked again, Aiden, what do you think of Ellen? That question repeated over and over in Aiden's head. Aiden, what do you think of Ellen? What do I think of Ellen? What do you think of Ellen? What do you think of Ellen? Aiden, what do you think of Ellen? Aiden wondered, what do I think of Ellen? Seeing him silent for a long time, Frederick patted his shoulder and said, think more about this. Back in the present, hearing Ellen ask, is that so? Crown Prince Frederick, you seem to be in a very good mood, Frederick replied. I've been feeling happy lately. Everyone will find their own happiness, Ellen. I have to go back to the palace to change. See you later, Aiden. Ellen said, Claire, let's spar next time. Goodbye, Your Highness. Aiden stood there until the other two had completely left. Ellen then looked over suspiciously. Where has his mind wandered off to? Did the Crown Prince say something cryptic again? So she called Aiden. He was startled. She smiled and said, let's spar together and relax. Aiden replied, all right. The two began to spar. Ellen raised her sword and charged. Aiden hurriedly stepped back to dodge the blow. Ellen continued to advance. As the two were fighting, the knights outside were also whispering, the young mistress is so cool. Ellen continued her attack. Seeing her bring her sword down, Aiden thought, if I counterattack like I usually do, Ellen will get hurt. So he threw his sword and at the same time fell backward. His body thus lost its balance and fell. The knights outside clapped loudly. One covered his face and said, "Oh my God, young master." Ellen said, "I won again." Aiden, sweating, said, "Ellen, that last attack was a bit dangerous. What if you got hurt?" She laughed and said, "How could Aiden ever hurt me? I'm also devising a strategy to assess my opponent." After hearing that, Aiden immediately laughed out loud, then said, "That's right, you should do that." After he finished speaking, Ellen held out her hand. "Let's get up." At that moment, Aiden was stunned again. Looking at Ellen's hand, Frederick's words echoed in his head again. "What do you think of Ellen?" Aiden's face began to turn red. His hand trembled, but he slowly did not extend it. Seeing this, Ellen asked curiously, "Why aren't you taking my hand?" Aiden laughed and said, "As expected, I can't win against Ellen." He stood up by himself, Then he turned his head and dusted off his hands. Only then did he say, "Let's go." Ellen stood there stunned. Just now, he deliberately didn't take my hand, right? The next day, Ellen suggested, "Aiden, let's go for a walk." He immediately replied, "Okay." So the two walked hand in hand. But halfway through, Aiden pushed Ellen's hand away. As she looked confused and bewildered, he also scratched his head in embarrassment. The next day, Aiden said with a smile, "Good morning, Ellen." She said, "Morning, Aiden." "Ah, your hair is messy." But just as Ellen reached out to help fix Aiden's hair, he leaned away to avoid her. Her hand stopped in midair, her face smiling, but her heart wondered, "It's not just my imagination, right?" That night, Ellen lay in bed alone, muttering, "Of course I thought Aiden would never avoid me." 3 years ago, he tried so hard to interact with people. Luckily, things gradually improved. Although he still found it difficult to have contact with others, Aiden always wanted to touch me. She thought with annoyance. He said he felt comfortable holding my hand, and he always asked for a hug first. Ellen sat up abruptly. "Did something happen that I don't know about? If so, he should have told me. Could it be that he doesn't want me to know?" Thinking of this, Ellen's face suddenly became gloomy. "I feel as sad as when we first met." At the same time, Aiden was also tossing and turning in his room. "Why did I do that? My heart beats erratically whenever I see Ellen. It feels so good to touch her." He wondered, "But why does my body feel hotter and more sensitive?" Aiden ran his hands through his hair, endlessly confused. "It's not that I don't want to touch Ellen. Rather, I want to touch Ellen, but I'm afraid I'll make a mistake." He sat up, starting to change the subject. "It's all because Crown Prince Frederick suddenly said that." The question appeared again. "What do you think of Ellen? Take your time to think about it." Aiden thought, those words, my feelings for Ellen, they seem a little different. The next morning, Ellen walked down the hallway, her eyes dark like a panda's, thinking to herself, "I couldn't sleep well last night." Seeing Aiden through the window, she thought again, "Aiden must have a reason, but I still feel a little sad." In the opposite hallway, Aiden held a piece of paper and said, "Do as I say." Felix's eyes glanced towards Ellen, while his mouth replied, "I understand." At this moment, Aiden was wondering, even if I avoid Ellen, I can still continue to practice, right? Then he spoke, "Thank you for always helping me." Suddenly being thanked, Felix asked in astonishment, "What was that, sir?" Aiden thought, "I always want to receive Ellen's praise immediately whenever I make an effort." When he turned his head, he suddenly saw Ellen. The expression on his face froze for a few seconds. Ellen's eyes stared at him. The atmosphere suddenly felt suffocating. Felix, ever so tactful, said, "Well, I'll take my leave then." Ellen thought, "He avoids me, but not others." Aiden hurriedly tried to explain. This is..." Ellen suddenly called Aiden. He was startled, a worried look on his face. Immediately after, he turned and ran away. Ellen also hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Get back here right now." She grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Aiden thought blankly, Ellen, she's gotten faster since she started learning swordsmanship. So she caught me quickly. Turning him around, Ellen questioned loudly, "Aiden, why are you avoiding me?" Aiden stammered, Ellen." She continued to ask, "What did I do wrong? Why are you angry with me?" Aiden hesitated, not knowing how to answer, just muttering and Then he turned his head away slightly, avoiding her gaze. Seeing this, Ellen laughed and asked, "You really don't want to tell me, do you?" She let go of his collar and said, "Then do as you wish." Only then did Aiden speak. "Ellen," she replied, "I don't want to bother someone who doesn't want to talk to me." With that, Ellen ran off. Aiden was stunned for a moment. Then he thought as he ran after her, "This won't do. I need to stop Ellen." But Ellen ran too fast for him to keep up. Aiden slowed his pace, his heart heavy. What will happen next? What should I say? I don't even know anymore. Ellen also stopped walking. She thought, he didn't say anything at all. Aiden just stood there, They were only a few meters apart, but they felt as distant as if separated by a wall. In the dining room, Aiden remained silent. Ellen also drank her tea pensively. Suddenly Aiden called, Ellen. After speaking, he fell silent. His face flushed and sweat beaded on his forehead. Ellen waited for a moment, then stood up impatiently and said, "Well then, I'll be leaving first." In the hallway, Ellen flipped through a book and thought this month's ledgers. Her expression made Mona and the butler feel that something was wrong. They looked into the distance where Aiden was hiding and thought, "You can see young master Aiden everywhere the young mistress appears. It feels like he's on pins and needles." After a moment, Ellen turned and said, "Proceed according to the budget." Mona spoke up, "My lady, but young Master Aiden." Ellen cut her off. "Don't try to convince me. I won't change my mind." As she spoke, she thought, "Until now, I think Aiden is still making excuses. I'm so angry with him, yet he just lingers around me and says nothing. That's even more frustrating than him avoiding me." In the office, Felix was reporting, "Therefore, the contract with the shop will proceed according to the terms and conditions you have set out." He said, "The other families think that Duke Aiden must be the head of a noble family with a lot of experience." The blond man next to him added, "Isn't that right? Because he looks so mature, not everyone can easily guess his age." Felix replied, "That's right. They were talking about Aiden's capabilities." The three of them flattered Aiden, but he said nothing, making all three very awkward. Suddenly another aide asked, "But why are you treating the young mistress like that?" Aiden thought, "I don't know either." He remembered Ellen asking, "Aiden, why are you avoiding me?" He continued to think, what on earth is happening to me? He was flustered. I have to talk to Ellen and tell her it's just a misunderstanding and that I don't hate her at all. But when I tell her, my mind suddenly goes blank. If I were truly mature, I shouldn't be worried about this. I want to talk to Ellen. Face to face, smiling together, hand in hand. Thinking of this, Aiden blushed unconsciously. Am I going crazy because I like Ellen so much? As for Ellen, she thought, because I won't change my mind, that's what I said, but seeing him so worried, how cute, it's melting my heart. Ellen let out a breath and continued to think. Anyway, I know he doesn't hate me, although I still don't understand why he's avoiding me. I have a plan for this situation. She knew that, since the incident 3 years ago, Aiden had developed a habit of saying things while she was sleeping that he wouldn't say normally. Like the time Ellen was sleeping by the tree, Aiden had said, "I didn't know Ellen was that sad." She said to herself, "So, when I want to know what Aiden is thinking, I pretend to be asleep, because he will never reveal his feelings when I'm awake." So, she went to the familiar tree. The weather is so beautiful. I'm so tired from not getting enough sleep these past few days. After saying that, she leaned back and pretended to sleep. Aiden waited for a moment. Then he slowly approached. Hearing the footsteps, Ellen thought, "That's right. Aiden, hurry up and come here." Aiden slowly knelt beside her, then began to speak. "Ellen, I'm sorry for making you sad. I don't even know why I'm acting like this." He reached out his hand. "I really want to touch you and keep you by my side all day, but I'm afraid I can't." Aiden said, "Ellen has always been my precious friend, but my heart always beats wildly because of you. I'm afraid I'll do something wrong." Hearing this, Ellen understood. So this is the reason? As expected, since Aiden is going through puberty, he's at an age where he wants to be close to his friends. But isn't it understandable because he likes me? How can the reason be so cute? Unconsciously, her face turned red. Aiden didn't notice. At that moment, a flower petal suddenly fell on Ellen's lips. Aiden hesitated for a moment, then reached out to remove the petal. Aiden held the petal up. Then he suddenly crushed it with the thought, "I'm really jealous." After doing so, he looked at Ellen's lips. She was wondering, what is he doing? Suddenly Aiden spoke, "I'm getting greedier." With that, he leaned his head down. When their lips touched, Ellen's eyes flew open. Then she frantically closed her eyes again, thinking, no, I'm supposed to close my eyes, right? What is happening? After a few seconds, Aiden raised his head, his face red. He mumbled, "That's right, that's what I desire the most. But why?" With fear in his heart, Aiden quickly stood up and left. Ellen continued to pretend to sleep for a little longer, then she sat up, panting, "Huff, yeah." Her face was as red as a ripe plum, her eyes were teary, and her voice trembled. This is crazy. After reaching a safe place, Aiden touched his chest, where his heart was pounding, and wondered, is this what it means to like someone? By the tree, Ellen paced back and forth anxiously. Why did things turn out this way? Of course we're husband and wife, and Aiden and I are also good friends. Recalling the kiss from just now, her face turned red again, and steam was practically coming out of her ears. Ellen slumped down, covering her face with her hands. What's wrong with me? This is similar to the mistake that happened 3 years ago. Our lips only brushed against each other. Thinking back to Aiden's words, that's right, that's what I desire the most. Ellen continued, this time, it's not a mistake anymore. Aiden walked, leaning against the wall. He thought to himself, I ran away because I was scared, even though I don't know why. Ellen once told me, it's okay if it's just a light kiss. He wondered again, but why? Why did I recklessly desire more? Aiden leaned his back against the wall. I want to walk behind and hold Ellen's hand. We're friends, but why am I the only one feeling this way? He remembered Frederick's question, Aiden, are you Ellen's friend? Aiden hesitated again. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Look at this. Around the corner, 2 maids were talking. One exclaimed, oh my, it's the poetry collection. The other maid continued, I finally got it. This part here, I like this passage the most. She read aloud, the hem of your dress wraps around your body. Snowflakes gently land on your eyelashes, flower buds right under your fingertips. The wind caresses your forehead. I wish I could be all of it. Oh, my love, my heart is a frantic drum just for you, my love. Aiden vaguely understood something, my love. I get it now. I want to be more than friends with Ellen. The maid asked again, it's so lovely, right? If someone said that to me, I'd kiss them right away. Aiden imagined Ellen standing in front of him. He thought, I want to touch Ellen. I long for her. After the imaginary kiss, Ellen's image gradually faded, then disappeared completely. Aiden continued to think, if only Ellen had the same feelings as me, so that we can be immersed in happiness forever. Ellen must also long for me the way I long for her. In her room, Ellen mumbled in confusion, I can't get anything done. She thought, it's perfectly normal to feel your heart flutter. It's been a joy to watch Aiden grow up over the past 3 years. Besides, now, he is gradually becoming a man, being liked by someone like Aiden. How could my heart not be swayed? Looking up at the ceiling, Ellen wondered, but is this okay? Aren't those feelings supposed to be for Iulia, not me, when she appears? Thinking of this, her emotions calmed down somewhat. Ellen told herself, the feelings Aiden has now will soon disappear anyway. Then one day, I will divorce him. It's surely not a big deal for him to have liked me during a period of his youth. Suddenly, Aiden's voice rang out, Ellen, it's me. He opened the door and walked in. Ellen's face immediately turned red, her just calmed emotions wavering again. Aiden looked at her. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, I know you're still angry, but there are some things I have to say. Ellen thought, I'm in real trouble. My heart is pounding. Even though I know I shouldn't, my feelings for Aiden are just getting stronger. At this moment, Aiden spoke again, I know you're still angry, but there are some things I have to say. Ellen told herself, no, I won't be able to answer if you confess now. Aiden continued, we have an invitation to the prince's party tonight. These words immediately brought Ellen back to her senses. Looking at the invitation letter, she thought, a social gathering for noble children. The gathering itself isn't really important, but it's necessary for Aiden to practice being in public. After thinking, she asked, Aiden, do you feel sorry towards me? He nodded, yes, I want to apologize to you very much. Ellen took the opportunity to say with a smile, all right, as an apology, you'll do everything I ask, right? And so, to Aiden's doubtful face, she made a request. After a while, Aiden peeked in and asked, Ellen, do I really have to wear this? She said, trust me, Aiden. When Aiden opened the door and walked in, Ellen was immediately surprised and let out a silent wow. Then she marveled to herself. As expected, pink really suits him. He usually only wears plain clothes. This outfit is truly, Ellen called, Aiden, you're super cute. Being praised by his wife, Aiden's face immediately turned red. From somewhere, Ellen took out a lipstick case and approached, let me put a little lipstick on you. This color is very subtle. It won't be too noticeable, she said, to make you look more vibrant. The moment her hand touched his lips, the memory of that day resurfaced, and Ellen's face turned as red as the evening sun. She gently applied a little. Then she hurriedly tossed the lipstick case to him and turned to run away, saying at the same time, it suits you well, remember to use it. As she walked away, Ellen wondered, how am I supposed to face him now? Aiden remained standing there, his cheeks also turning pink, his heart pounding. At the party, as soon as they saw Aiden, people started to buzz. Oh, is that the young Duke of Leinster? I thought it was someone else. Seeing the young couple in their pink outfits, people marveled to themselves how splendid their outfits are. Ellen said softly, Aiden, this outfit suits you well. Be confident. Even though she said that, Aiden was still as tense as a guitar string. He replied, Suddenly Frederick approached and said, how elegant. Because they were at a party, Aiden used formal language to ask, what do you mean, Your Highness? Frederick replied, because you look so elegant. It's even better that you two are wearing matching outfits. Aiden wondered, does he mean we're better when we're together? Then he unconsciously moved a little closer to Ellen. She smiled and thought, so cute. Aiden held out his hand and called, Ellen. She immediately gave him her hand. The two held hands. He leaned in close and whispered, you have to praise me a lot when we get home. I even put on lipstick as you asked. Ellen started to get flustered again. She turned her head and said, I suddenly feel so hot. I'm going outside for some fresh air. You go ahead and greet people first. After running out to the balcony, Ellen thought, seriously, he's too cute and dazzling. Don't fall in that love trap again. Get a grip, Ellen. As she thought, she lightly slapped her own face to sober up. Suddenly, whispers came from the next balcony. It's surprising that the young Duke of Leinster is attending this party. A young lady with pink hair asked in surprise, really? He always gave off a gloomy and strange vibe before, but today he's really shining. The other person said, well, that outfit also harmonizes with the young Duchess's dress. They look like the main characters of a fairy tale. Ellen let out a soft sigh, thinking with a bit of sadness, the real female lead is actually someone else. The others were still whispering, that's right, they look so great standing next to each other. Everyone knows they're a lovely couple. Hearing this, Ellen turned and went back inside. Seeing Aiden, she thought, I was the one who chose Aiden's clothes today. I should be proud of this. A few days later, at the Leinster mansion, Aiden changed into another, more elegant-looking outfit. He asked Ellen, what do you think? She said in surprise, wow, it's even better than I expected. After speaking, she stepped forward and asked, is any part of it uncomfortable? I'm getting addicted to picking out your clothes. At the same time, Ellen also thought, it's so nice that Aiden trusts me and is smiling again. Although I don't deserve it, being a little greedy should be fine, right? Having a boy like this like me, of course my heart will be swayed. If these feelings are only influenced by Aiden's changes, when he no longer wants to be by my side, will they fade? Just a little while longer, when Iulia comes, Aiden will leave me behind anyway. Ellen wondered, when that happens, will I be okay? Since these are just fleeting feelings after all. She answered herself, it's better for me to leave instead of being an obstacle between the two of them. After thinking, Ellen pinned a heart-shaped brooch on Aiden. Try this too. He nodded, all right. She thought again, from now on, I will show Aiden what it's like to like someone. Aiden's feelings for me will disappear at some point, and at that time, I can accept it more easily. Until then, I just need to hide these feelings. 2 years later, at 10 years old, Aiden thought, I've endured it. Nothing has changed since I realized my feelings for Ellen. As always, Ellen always praises me, and the way Ellen looks at me makes me very happy. But that's the problem. If only Ellen would look at me differently or like me more. From now on, it will be different. There's so many things I want to do with Ellen that it's driving me crazy. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. Therefore, sometimes you can get closer by being a little distant. Hearing the key phrase, Aiden remembered he was in his social skills class. He immediately turned and asked, distant? Lizzie thought he wasn't listening to me at all, yet now he's suddenly paying such close attention. Then she replied, yes, people are very fascinated and admire outstanding individuals. But if you excel at everything, they think there's no room for them. So they stop paying attention. People always think if someone is that perfect, what's interesting about that? Hearing this, Aiden was stunned. He thought, until now I have worked so hard just to show Ellen a perfect image of myself. And he had achieved his goal when she praised. Aiden is so perfect, there's nothing you can't do. Lizzie added, on the other hand, someone who has many flaws or reveals their weaknesses will make you feel something different. Aiden hurriedly said, tell me more details. Lizzie turned to another page, still with a doubtful expression, saying, specifically, for a person with inner strength, their protective instinct and sense of responsibility will be activated. That protective instinct can develop into affection. Aiden's heart felt like a summer sunbeam. He thought to himself, that's it. Ellen was sitting listlessly when she suddenly heard footsteps and turned her head. Then she anxiously asked, Aiden, are you hurt? He replied gloomily, Ellen, my muscles must have cramped after high-intensity training. It hurts a little. Hearing this, the worried look on Ellen's face was replaced by, anger. Seeing her storming over, Aiden quickly waved his hands and said, "It only hurts a little. I tried really hard not to get injured." "This can't be called an injury, Ellen." Remembering Lizzie's words, "It's different from making her worry. It's best that you remain safe. Just making a small mistake or appearing a little weary is enough." Aiden thought to himself, "Don't make her worry. Act tired. Make small mistakes." In the training yard, while Aiden was practicing his swordsmanship, Ellen stood outside and shouted. As expected, Aiden's swordsmanship is number one. Aiden's sword immediately slipped from his hand. He said awkwardly, it slipped out of my hand. Ellen thought, confused, he's making mistakes he normally wouldn't make them. At the office, during a business meeting, Ellen was talking nonstop. Therefore, because the stores lack the business capabilities we've been nurturing, and also, at that moment, Aiden suddenly asked, "Ellen, what is a business incubator?" Ellen was stunned. It was on Aiden's desk a month ago, as Ellen recalled. She wondered, is he really asking because he doesn't know? In the garden, Aiden reached out and picked a leaf. Then he placed it on his own head as if a leaf had fallen there without him knowing. Coincidentally, Ellen saw that scene. She mumbled, "Why does Aiden keep trying to pull the wool over my eyes like this? It's not like him at all." While she was suspicious, Lizzie suddenly approached, young mistress. Ellen immediately turned around. Lizzie," she asked, "how have Aiden's social skills classes been these days?" Lizzie replied, "There are some things I need to talk to you about regarding that matter, because I feel that I should explain the current situation to the young mistress." At the same time, Aiden was lying under a tree in the garden. He closed his eyes and thought, 5 years ago, the first time I kissed Ellen, it happened because Ellen came closer while I was pretending to be asleep. Hearing footsteps, Aiden thought to himself, as expected, she's also coming closer to me like. Now, when Ellen lay down, Aiden wondered to himself, why didn't I think of this method sooner? Ellen, on the other hand, smiled at him and thought, I've heard everything from Lizzie. His purpose is to show me his weakness. He surely doesn't know how cute he is when he acts like this, does he? She continued to think, I'm in big trouble. I'm being very patient. Since I found out about Aiden's feelings for me, nothing has changed. Aiden is becoming a more wonderful man every day. My heart flutters because of his lips and his every little gesture. Ellen's smile gradually faded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She slowly leaned down. As her lips were about to touch, Ellen suddenly opened her eyes. She thought to herself, I can't. I almost crossed the line even though I knew Aiden was awake. Every time I'm drawn in, I try to hold back bit by bit to escape it. Ellen raised her hand to her own lips, continuing to think, if I touch those lips just one more time, I really won't be able to control myself anymore. When we turn 20, I have to get a divorce. I will have to bury my feelings for him for another 5 years. At this moment, Aiden was holding his breath, waiting for her kiss. Ellen glanced and thought, so cute. Then she gently kissed Aiden's cheek. Aiden's face immediately turned red. Ellen sat up, smiled, and said, you know what? Aiden is so cool and wonderful. I've always wondered how such a perfect person could exist in this world. He thought to himself, I didn't think I was perfect in your eyes. Ellen added, but I never thought that between me and Aiden there was any distance. You intentionally do cute things. You're even this clumsy? Hearing this, Aiden was startled. Hey, she said again, it really stimulates a sense of responsibility and protective instinct in me. As Ellen was about to leave, Aiden suddenly shot up and grabbed her hand. Ellen immediately fell down. Aiden sat up and called Ellen. She laughed loudly and said, Aiden is the only person in the world who has such a cute weakness. Most importantly, I don't care what you show me. I like you because you are Aiden. He was momentarily stunned. Then his face turned even redder. He mumbled, I want to kiss you too. Ellen immediately burst out laughing, but of course. She wondered, if he's this adorable, how can I ever leave him in the future? On the street, whispers could be heard. I heard that Mrs. Dan Burton was once attracted to works of art, right? Every week I spend a day at the Leinster Gallery. Thanks to the young Duchess of Leinster's business of sponsoring artists, cultural life has become much more interesting. I wonder, where does she find such talented people? Another person said, the young Duke also has a very sharp eye. Just like his wife, the navigation and refinement techniques developed at the academy run by the Leinster family have proven that. He has full control of the business and doesn't tolerate interference from anyone with experience, right? I can't believe he could earn that much money with just one technique like that. That's the reason the emperor allowed the Duke of Leinster to hand over his title to the young duke when he was only 18 years old, isn't it? The other person asked again, by the way, have you been to the new shop that opened on Angela Street? My family has decided to have all the social gowns we'll wear this year made there. This shop already has a spot on Angela Street. It won't be long before it dominates the high society fashion world. You'll see. You know, no one knows who the business person who developed Angela Street is, not even a merchant who invested in it. In the royal palace, Aiden was kneeling before the throne. The emperor spoke, "You may raise your head." After looking at him for a moment, he said, "I declare that from this day on, Aiden Leinster will become the head of the Leinster family and officially succeed as Duke. I hope you will work hard for the benefit of the empire from now on, Duke Aiden Leinster." Ellen stood with Logan and his wife, smiling at Aiden, her face full of pride. After returning home, Logan praised, "Reorganizing the business of your predecessors was a wise choice. When they were too confident and reckless with their business, you widened the gap and gave them no chance to take your position." As Logan said, "Those families are always arrogant. My family could do business better, or just focus on the money is enough." He leaned against the door, saying with satisfaction, "Duke Aiden Leinster will surely do better than I did, and thanks to that, I can rest assured handing over the title to you while I'm still alive. Bella and I are always ready to help if you need it, so don't worry too much." Aiden replied with a smile, "I want help with the most difficult and troublesome things." Logan responded with a confident smile, as if he could solve any problem. The banquet to welcome the new Duke of Leinster had begun in the castle's great hall. Because this is a celebration for him, I prepared it even more carefully than the succession ceremony. Ellen focused on directing, while thinking, "This moment feels like a reward for my hard work in earning money." Suddenly, Isabella approached. "Ellen, can I talk to you for a moment?" She immediately turned and said, "Oh, mother." The two went into a room. Isabella opened a jewelry box and said, "Ever since Ellen became a duchess, I've always wanted to do something for you." She said, "Turn your back this way for a moment." And a necklace was personally placed on Ellen by Isabella. She said, "This is the gift I received when I married Logan. At that time, it was just a gift, nothing more, but now it is the symbol of our family." Ellen said in amazement, "Oh my mother, you've given me something so precious." Isabella said, "If it weren't for Ellen, perhaps we would still be wandering aimlessly in our own lives. You helped us feel like a real family." She smiled and added, "I can't believe my clever little girl has grown up so much. Thank you for always being on Aiden's side. No, I should thank you for being Ellen Leinster." At this point, Isabella turned her back again and said, "I have another gift prepared for you." Ellen asked in surprise, "Another one?" She held up a bottle of wine and said, "This is a special bottle of wine. You must have been very busy preparing for the succession ceremony. When the party is over, I'll have someone bring it to you two's room." Hearing her say that, Ellen chuckled and said, "That's very thoughtful of you, mother." Isabella patted her shoulder and said, "There, happy now? We can go out now, okay?" Suddenly the door opened. Aiden called Ellen. As soon as she looked back, she froze on the spot. She saw Aiden walking in, wearing the formal attire reserved for a duke. He asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Seeing him extend his hand, Ellen felt it was unbelievable. Aiden's first dance as a duke. "I can't believe I'm by his side." Aiden took her hand and led her to the hall. On the way, he said, "Ellen, there are a few things I want to do to remove the opposition from the family." Ellen thought to herself, originally, it was only after meeting Iulia and overcoming his trauma that he began to act seriously. His fear of contact was like a ticking time bomb. Luckily, it disappeared early and gave him confidence. From now on, he will no longer hesitate to express himself. Then she smiled and replied, "Of course, if it's Aiden, I'm sure you can do it." He smiled happily at her approval. The two continued to walk to the hall. Suddenly, they both stopped. Logan and Isabella also looked astonished. In front of them were the castle servants, neatly lined up in the middle of the hall, as if clearing a path for the four of them. They said politely, "Your graces from now on, please take care of us." Aiden smiled and bowed his head. The responsibility has become heavier. Ellen also beamed. "We've come this far thanks to everyone's support. We hope you will continue to take care of us." She thought to herself, 10 years. Time flies like sand in an hourglass. In just 2 more years, it'll be time apart. I won't be able to stay by Aiden's side until he finishes everything he plans to do. Even so, the time I've spent here will still be a precious memory. That's why I want to hold Aiden's hand with all my might while we are still together. At that moment, Aiden turned to her and said, let's go together. Ellen followed, also continuing to think, only for the time we have left, we can still be side by side. As soon as the two arrived at the party, they immediately became the center of attention. They said, sincere congratulations on becoming a duke. Aiden immediately replied, thank you. Someone else called out, Your Grace, what is your opinion on the matter mentioned earlier? Aiden hesitated, that is. Beside Ellen, she was also surrounded by ladies and noble women. Duchess Leinster, you prepared this party so perfectly. The design of the Duke's attire was also your idea, wasn't it? Ellen smiled and replied, thank you. You're all too kind. I put my whole heart into this party. Suddenly someone approached. Ellen heard the footsteps and looked over. It was a strange young man. He said politely, I would like to extend my congratulations to you on becoming a duchess. When he looked up, the smile on his face held little goodwill as he said, Ellen. Zahart. Aiden immediately looked over, his expression suddenly turning grim. A few unpleasant memories surfaced in Ellen's mind. At that time, she was hiding behind a door and heard someone say, if we send Ellen to the Leinster family, we will be able to overcome this crisis. She thought to herself, the Zahart family has been in decline ever since I got married. The previous Marquis of House Zahart passed away 2 years ago. Back in the present, upon seeing the young man in red, people started whispering again. I heard how Zahart was eliminated from the project this time. Now, Zahart's bonds can't even be sold. Ellen thought, this person, he is the one who made my already ruined family even worse. It's my older brother, Marquis Gilles Zahart. He said politely, congratulations on becoming a duchess, Ellen Zahart. Gilles smiled casually and said, although I'm very busy, I still try to come and congratulate you. Ellen thought with disgust, some wind must have blown to make you feel so interested. Placing my trust in him will bring no benefit. At that moment, Gilles said again, well then, if you'll excuse me. After saying that, he immediately turned to greet someone else. Count Mandan, I have some special information I'd like to share with you. Seeing this, Ellen thought, I have to pay attention to that family before the divorce. While Aiden's power is not yet solid, I will not let the Zahart family become an obstacle in his path. Aiden had also noticed Gilles by now. Just as he was about to go over, Frederick suddenly appeared. Oh, Aiden Leinster. He said congratulations. Aiden couldn't help but be surprised by Frederick's appearance. Crown Prince. Frederick continued, Claire wanted to send her congratulations to you. Claire is on a long vacation. I always wanted to take one before getting married. He turned to look at the grand hall and said, by the way, I can't believe this magnificent party has been going on for 3 consecutive days. The Duchess's abilities are very impressive. The Duke of Leinster must treat his wife very well. Aiden replied, of course. She is the one who helped me get to where I am today. Frederick smiled meaningfully. Then he extended his hand and said, to a bright future, my dear friend. Aiden hesitated slightly. Although he had somewhat overcome his fear, I still can't feel happy interacting with people other than Ellen. He shook Frederick's hand and said, let's continue to cooperate in the future, Your Highness. Then he continued to think, but because she tried so hard to help me interact normally with people, I will also try. At that moment, a couple came to greet him. Congratulations, Your Grace, Duke of Leinster. I am Marquis Windria. This is my daughter. She's engaged. As soon as Ellen heard this, she turned her head to look. Over there, Aiden was shaking hands with Marquis Windria's daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Windria. He thought to himself, if I perform perfectly at this party, Ellen will surely be very happy, right? As he thought this, he glanced at Ellen. He suddenly saw her turn her head with an angry expression. Aiden immediately froze. Seeing Ellen purse her lips, he thought, that expression. At that moment, Lady Windria called again, Lord Aiden. But this time, Aiden directly pulled his hand away from hers. Then he smiled and said, please enjoy the party. At the same time, he thought, I don't want to be treated like everyone else. And I want to be someone special to Ellen. I always have this feeling when I look at her. Ellen was jealous. For some reason, Aiden felt a little happy. That evening, in a large room, Ellen raised her hands and said, the party is finally over. Aiden, while pouring wine, praised, you did a great job. Ellen also said, you too, Aiden. I'm very happy that things are getting better. Aiden hesitated a little. Then the 18-year-old boy suddenly leaned his head on his wife's shoulder to act cute. What are you talking about? It was very difficult for me. Please praise me. Ellen said, startled, hey, you were very proficient. Aiden replied, no, I forced myself to do it because I wanted Ellen to see. She sighed to herself, phew. you? I think I was being unreasonably upset. No, it seems it was difficult for him. Why do I feel relieved? I shouldn't have such thoughts about him. He's not mine. Suddenly, Aiden said in a low voice, I finally realized interacting with anyone other than Ellen is impossible. Ellen felt a little happy. To hide her awkwardness, she raised her glass, took a sip, and said, Aiden, I've told you many times. You don't have to force yourself so much. The wine bottle gradually emptied. The wine in the glass was also finished. Ellen thought to herself, 8 years have passed. I have watched Aiden grow up beside me for a long time. In her drunken state, she said, You're so handsome. Aiden called out in surprise. Ellen, are you drunk? She slumped down. I guess so. At the same time, she also thought it would be a lie to say I'm not sad about having to part with him. How can I endure another 2 years with these feelings? Looking at Aiden's smile, Ellen seemed to have made up her mind. She struggled to sit up straight and said, Anyone? Aiden asked doubtfully. What did you say, Ellen? Cupping his face, Ellen said, I don't want to give you up to anyone. Lips gently touched lips. She continued to think. That's right. The next morning, Ellen sat at the dining table. Remembering last night's events, she couldn't help but run her hands through her hair, thinking, What on earth happened? Did we do it? No, based on the memories flooding back bit by bit, I probably fell asleep before anything happened. Last night, Aiden asked, Ellen, why don't you go back to your room? Are you planning to sleep here? Ellen had replied, How can I leave a bunny like Aiden and go somewhere else? I can't go. And now she was extremely regretful. I really forgot about that moment. As the maid brought the food, she was still thinking. That's right. I think we just slept together. Based on what I remember, nothing happened. Suddenly, the maid said, We thought you might not be feeling well today, so we have prepared a light meal for you, my lady. Hearing this, Ellen immediately felt something was wrong. Don't tell me a strange rumor is spreading throughout the mansion. Just because I was in the same room with Aiden all night yesterday, seeing the maids' faces all held knowing smiles, Ellen confirmed. I was right. At this moment, Aiden also walked over. Ellen, are you okay? She asked, Aiden, do you have to go to the palace today? He replied, No, I plan to stay home today. Ellen was curious, but why? After thinking for a moment, her face showed a clear look of panic. Last night, Aiden called softly. Ellen, in her drunken state, she had said, I don't want to give you up to anyone. The two began to share a passionate kiss. After the kiss, Ellen stared at him for a moment, then suddenly said in amazement, Wow, there's a mole next to Aiden's ear. What should I do? Even your mole is beautiful. Aiden let out a breath and asked, I'm very handsome, aren't I? Ellen replied, That's right, especially when you're wearing that ducal attire. Wow, I was really moved today. Oh my God. Even though your buttons are done up so tightly, it's still so attractive. The charm is real. Really, my heart is melting. Her voice gradually faded. Ellen fell asleep, falling into Aiden's arms. He called softly, Ellen. While half asleep, she still said, Only you, Aiden. Hearing that, Aiden also let out a soft breath. Ellen had remembered everything and now showed a panicked expression. Aiden said, Ellen, why you? I thought we had a lot of fun last night. Embarrassed, Ellen drank her hangover soup while crying out internally. Wah. After eating, they both left the dining room. Ellen asked, You're going to change out of those clothes, right? Aiden immediately said, But Ellen liked it so much, so I plan to wear this every day. She said shyly, You don't have to do that. Please don't pay attention to what I said. Aiden asked curiously, Why? Yesterday, you said you fell for me. Now that you're sober, you don't like it anymore? Ellen blushed and thought, That's not it. You look very cool, but I feel pressured. Suddenly, Aiden smiled. Then he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Ellen was immediately flustered. Aiden, he asked again, Can I come to Ellen's room today? I'll definitely wear the ducal attire. Ellen became even more flustered and shouted, Don't you dare come. I'll lock the door if you dare to come in those clothes. Hearing that, Aiden said, Then I'll come in my pajamas. After he left, Ellen covered her blushing face and thought, This is too dangerous. What should I do if things keep progressing like this? What if we can't go back to how things were before? That night, Ellen said uncomfortably, Aiden, you should go back to your room right now. He said thoughtfully, let me stay a little longer. Ellen thought to herself, You want to sleep here, don't you? As if sensing her anxiety, Aiden asked, Is something bothering you? She remained silent. In her heart, she thought, If I go on and tell him he's bothering me, things between us will really change. At times like this, when Aiden is close to me, I feel it would be okay to just pretend I don't know anything and love him regardless of everything. After a few minutes, Ellen called softly, Aiden, are you asleep? Aiden immediately responded with a hum. She asked again, You like me a lot, don't you? He hummed again as if in response. So she continued to ask, We're best friends, right? This time, Aiden didn't answer. Ellen was also silent for a bit. She lay down next to Aiden and began to think deeply. This is the Maginot Line. I can't let things go any further. I have to hold the line here for 2 more years. Only then can I retreat. 2 years later, still on that bed, their relationship had grown even closer. Ellen stared wide-eyed and thought. I said I'd hold out for 2 years, but we even sleep in the same bed once a week. By now, they were both 20 years old. As she was thinking, Aiden suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and said, "Good morning, Ellen." She thought to herself, he's beautiful even when he just wakes up. I know how things will end. But my feelings for him grow. More and more. I always pretend to be oblivious and reject those feelings. They both went to the dining room. Aiden said, "There's a ball tonight, right? Today, you'll have to praise me a lot." Ellen thought while drinking her tea. I like Aiden. Aiden's feelings for me will soon disappear. She put down her teacup. If I can completely charm him and keep things as they are, perhaps friends is just a defensive wall I created to hurt myself less. Only 6 months left before Julio appears. The only thing awaiting my feelings for Aiden is a death sentence. At the party, Ellen was held tightly by Aiden. She said angrily, "Aiden, I've rewarded you enough." He still held her close, calling softly. "Ellen," she said again, "let me go. If you keep doing this, I won't reward you when we get home." As soon as she delivered the killer blow, Aiden immediately let go, seriously turning his head away. As soon as he left Ellen's side, he called out, "Berenice, I have a few things to talk to you about." He immediately replied, "Yes." At that moment, a lady in a gown also came to greet Ellen. "Your Grace, you're finally free. There is some important news." The lady in the brown dress continued, "We've been waiting for a chance to tell the Duchess this news." The lady in the blue dress said, "We finally got our chance. We have to thank the Duke for this." Ellen covered her mouth with her fan, smiled, and asked, "So what is the important news?" The lady in the blue dress was immediately stunned. You're acquainted with Count Chadi, right? The one whose daughter was lost a long time ago. We heard that his daughter has been found." This time, it was Ellen's turn to be stunned. The other ladies continued. They had been searching for their daughter for 10 years, but all their efforts seemed to be in vain. But it seems this time they have really found their daughter. She was found in a small orphanage in a distant country. After learning the news, the Count and Countess went there to retrieve their daughter. That's why they are not present at the party today. They started to buzz. "Oh my, that's truly a miracle." It's also quite impressive that the Count's family never gave up the search. Ellen, still in a daze, thought, what does all this mean? According to the original plot, there's still 6 months until Iulia Chadi returns. That's right. A lot of things have happened earlier than in the original plot. Most everything changed earlier because I became friends with Aiden. Suddenly Aiden came back and said, "Ellen, your song is playing." He held out his hand. "Will you have a dance with me?" Ellen immediately left with Aiden, not forgetting to turn her head to bid farewell to the ladies. "Excuse me, everyone." The music began. The lady in the blue dress said in surprise, "This song isn't on the program." The lady in the pink dress said, "We must have upset the Duke." The lady in the blue dress continued, "Because Aiden Linster always keeps his distance from others, it's very difficult to get close to him." The lady in the pink dress said, "He only behaves so gently towards the Duchess." The Linster family manages many business projects, and if it were not for matters related to the Duchess, we would never have the chance to talk to their family. There are many things I want to ask the Duchess privately about relationships and business, but it seems the Duke always keeps the Duchess away from us. After the party ended, Aiden and Ellen sat in the carriage heading back to the castle. The 20-year-old Duke was still leaning on Ellen's shoulder, asking, "Did those girls say anything to upset you?" She did not answer. He said again with worry, "You looked serious just now." Ellen replied, "It was just because the topic of conversation was a bit serious." At the same time she thought, is that why he asked me to dance? To think that my husband, who always has his eyes on me, one day will meet Iulia and realize she is the destiny of his life. Thinking of this, Ellen felt a little gloomy again. She said to herself, "It has been over 10 years. A lot has changed from the original story. Working with Aiden, my business has expanded and grown. I have been saving money because I will leave one day, and now I hold the richest account in the empire if I want. I can also separate and torment the two of them more effectively than in the original story. The upper class will be on my side. I can keep Aiden by my side forever." Suddenly, Aiden took her hand, raised it, and gave it a light kiss. He said, "As I thought, I really like this perfume, the one I bought for you." Ellen turned away. Then she looked out the window again, thinking, the thought of tormenting Aiden is foolish. I do not want to hurt him. But I'm not confident that I will not be sad seeing them fall in love at first sight. I do not want to see it, and I cannot even bear to see it happen. I must get a divorce quickly before Iulia Chadi returns. Then Aiden can be happy, and I will not lose myself. Just then, Aiden suddenly said, "Let's sleep together tonight." Ellen hesitated slightly. Then she pushed him away and replied, "I'm tired today." Aiden smiled and said, "I'm fine even though you did not reward me, so let's sleep together instead." Hearing this, Ellen, who had promised to reward him when they got home, immediately froze. That evening at the castle, after bathing, Ellen sat as usual for the maid to brush her hair, while she thought, it is deceptive to say we are friends. Although we are very close, friends do not sleep in each other's arms, or kiss on the lips, or hold hands like this. Even though I know what kind of feeling Aiden has when he says he wants me to sleep with him. His voice was so sweet, and his eyes were so gentle. I am in a difficult situation again. After her hair was brushed, the maid said respectfully, "Good night," and then she left the room. Ellen also went to Aiden's room. From what I heard at the party, the Chadi family will return in about half a month or a month. Starting tomorrow, I have to start settling everything and leave Aiden as soon as possible. Let's end everything tomorrow. She opened the door to the room, and immediately her eyes widened. Inside was Aiden in black pajamas, still dripping with water. Droplets of water ran down from his chest, and Aiden's hair was also dripping. Ellen's face immediately turned red. At that moment, Aiden said, "You are here." Ellen, looking at Aiden's chest, stammered to herself, "WH what? Why is he?" Just then, Aiden suddenly smiled and said, "Ellen." Her face flushed, her breath hitched as she thought, is this intentional? Does he have some purpose? After a moment, Ellen used a towel to dry Aiden's hair. She said, "I told you to dry your hair." He said, "But Ellen can help me." After saying that, he smiled, then suddenly wrapped his arms around her and said, "This is great." Hearing that, Ellen thought, nagging will not change his attitude. Will it? Then she pulled the towel away and said, "It is done. Hurry up and put on your pajamas." Aiden lay on the bed and said, "I want to go to sleep right away." Ellen froze for a few seconds. Then she also lay on the bed quite far from Aiden and said, "All right, good night." Aiden quietly sat up. He reached out to nudge Ellen and asked, "Are you asleep?" Getting no response, Aiden just looked at her, seeing her ears turn red. He smiled. Then he reached out, pulled up the blanket, and said, "Sleep well, Ellen." She was still wide-eyed. When you are with someone you like, even the smallest things can make you think endlessly. Ellen slowly closed her eyes, continuing to think, I have to think about something else to get Aiden out of my mind. If I divorce him soon and keep my distance, will this feeling fade? Thinking about it now, she suddenly opened her eyes. According to the principle, how to protect my destiny, it indicated all neighboring countries under the Empire's protection. I can place my personal assets anywhere. Why do I not put aside my plans to settle down and try traveling for a while, and then I can choose the place I like best? The next day, Ellen sat in her office, holding a letter. Picking up her pen, she could not contain her bubbling joy. I might even meet Gray on the way. It will be great. Suddenly Mona asked, "My lady, why are you suddenly moving your assets to a foreign bank? Are you planning to invest abroad?" Ellen gave a forced smile and replied, "Something like that." After saying that, she rested her chin on her hand and thought, when I get divorced, should I ask Mona to travel with me? Suddenly a maid came in and announced, "My lady, it is time for afternoon tea." She added, "The Duke prepared the tea himself today." Ellen replied, "Tell him I will be there shortly." After speaking, she smiled softly again. Looking at the stack of papers in the desk drawer, she continued to think, it seems the day it will be taken out is approaching. At the gazebo, Aiden had just put down his teacup. Ellen approached and said, "It has been a while since your last special tea party." Aiden replied, "I want you to have a tea party every day." Hearing this, Ellen thought, I wonder if this will be the last time I see Aiden's face. Then she sat at the table and asked, "Was your outing okay?" Aiden thought for a moment and replied, "That is why my afternoon schedule ended early." "You did a great job, Ellen." Ellen said hesitantly, "There is something I need to talk to you about." He replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Ellen placed that stack of papers on the table. Aiden picked it up and asked curiously, "What is this?" Ellen said, "Let's get a divorce." Hearing her request, Aiden looked up in surprise. Ellen continued, we should be friends rather than a couple. We cannot let this situation continue. Aiden, you will meet someone better than me. She added silently, you will meet Igulia Chadi. Aiden looked at her in silence for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled and uttered a sentence that confused Ellen. I have put too much stock in this misunderstanding of yours. Ellen asked what? Suddenly, Aiden slammed his hand on the table, leaned forward, and kissed her. Then he continued, you said this is something we can do as friends. Aiden put his hand on the back of her head. But Ellen, if you do this with someone else. Aiden's expression gradually turned cold, his voice filled with killing intent. He said, I will kill him. Ellen was completely stunned. In the heavy atmosphere, only the sound of tea dripping from the table could be heard. Aiden said, from now on, we will live as a proper married couple. Then he handed the stack of papers to a maid and ordered, burn it. After Aiden left, the maid said fearfully, my lady, I will clean this up right away. Ellen raised her hand and said, no, wait. Then she sat quietly in her chair. With the ruined tea party table, a stir began in the castle. I cannot believe the Duchess would do that, even though they looked so close. They will not really get a divorce, will they? Maybe the Duchess has a special reason, some reason that cannot be spoken. However, after proposing the divorce, the Duchess has. Aiden sat in the dark office with a pile of papers. He mumbled, did she smile? Was she happy to abandon me? Holding a paper covered in text, Aiden thought to himself, since when did she have the thought of divorcing me? He suddenly felt a little sad. Is it because she likes someone else? At this thought, Aiden crushed the pen in his hand. If that is really the case, I will find him and take him to a place no one knows. Suddenly his thoughts changed. Wait, does she show that expression in front of another man too? But she was even shy with me last night, so there is no way she has someone else. Glancing to the side, Aiden suddenly recalled the words, we are more like best friends than a married couple. He wondered, you do not even see me as a man, do you? A few days later, as Ellen was walking down the hallway, a maid suddenly reported, the Duke has been in the library all night for several days. Ellen asked quietly, is that so? The maid immediately noticed her cold emotion. Has the Duchess stopped caring about the Duke? Ellen went to Aiden's office. As soon as the door opened, the pile of papers and a listless Aiden leaning against the desk immediately caught her attention. The maid shouted, good heavens! I will go get someone quickly. Ellen ignored her as she left. She entered the room and asked in a low voice, Aiden, are you looking for my accounts? Aiden asked back, you think that is the only thing I am looking into? This surprised her. What? Aiden lowered his head and said with a sense of loss, I still cannot find anything. All the things we have achieved, Ellen never wanted to receive anything outside of our prior agreement and always said they were too troublesome to manage. When Aiden said, I want to give you more things, Ellen had said, oh, even though we are family, we should still make agreements with each other. He continued, yours, mine, everything given to the Duchess was transferred under my name. The necklace my mother gave you is even joint family property. Holding the stack of papers, Aiden said sadly, I knew that all the profits from your private business have been withdrawn, but I did not know you wanted to go abroad. In the ducal family of Leinster, in this country, is there nothing left that can hold Ellen back anymore? He asked, you have been planning to leave me from the very beginning, have you not? Ellen snatched the stack of papers and asked angrily, is that why you rummaged through my room without my consent? Aiden lowered his voice. Ellen, we were never a real married couple, but I always wanted more. Ellen thought to herself, from now on, I think my own desires will hurt him. Aiden continued, just like you did for me, I tried to approach you slowly. He sobbed, I thought we would be together forever. If I changed myself and stayed by your side, Ellen thought, even until the end, you opened your heart to me. I was very happy with the time I spent with him. Meanwhile, Aiden clenched his trembling hand. He said, I am sorry, Ellen. I cannot accept this. If you say you cannot be with me anymore, Aiden looked up, tears streaming down his face. He stood up and hugged her. The two slowly moved closer and shared a kiss. Ellen gripped Aiden's sleeve tightly. The two gradually pulled apart. Her face was flushed. Aiden collapsed into her arms. Like a child, he held her tightly and fainted. Ellen's face was burning, but she remained unshaken. The castle fell into chaos. A servant shouted, the Duke has fainted. Quickly get him to his bedroom. A maid entered the room and said, my lady, you must have been very surprised and scared. Ellen raised her hand to interrupt. I am fine, so go check on Aiden. The maid immediately turned, stammering, I understand. Only Ellen was left, sitting in the room with the scattered papers. She panted, huff, huff. Then she collapsed to the floor, her hand pressed against her chest, as if afraid her heart would leap out of it. She thought to herself, a kiss completely unlike any kiss until now, and a heart beating wildly. Aiden was definitely in danger, but I'm happy. I am so happy about his desperation that it is frightening. So much so that I am frustrated that it will all disappear in the face of fate. Ellen clenched her fist. Is this not too cruel to have this fascination? How far into despair will I have to fall? When she looked up, a smile appeared on her face again. The afternoon sun shone down. Ellen said to herself, I have to run away as soon as possible. After the physician examined Aiden, the physician said, fortunately, there seems to be no problem with the Duke's body other than having overworked himself. Ellen replied, all right. Then she began to instruct the servants to pack her belongings. At that moment, a maid came and said, the Duke wishes to see you, my lady. She replied, make sure the Duke makes a full recovery. Then the maid reported again, my lady, the Duke. But Ellen said, I told you that you do not need to report every little detail to me. The maid was terrified. However, the Duke is adamant about not letting anyone near him. Hearing her say that, Ellen's movements paused for a few seconds. She thought to herself, for Aiden to completely recover from his trauma, he needs Iulia. So, even if he responds passionately, it will forever be unrequited love. An unavoidable fate will not change no matter how hard I try. As she was about to hypnotize herself, the maid said again, he's been skipping meals for several days. My lady, we need your help. Having no other choice, Ellen could only enter Aiden's room. He is resisting right now. He said, I will not get any more praise, so there is no reason for me to endure contact with others. Ellen, if I truly love you, then I will have to respect your wishes and let you go. She replied, that is right. If you love someone, you should let them go. At the same time thinking, so that I can give you up. Aiden looked up, but Ellen, please give me a chance. At least let me try to change Ellen's mind. He said gloomily, I cannot accept a divorce while being unable to do anything about it. At this, Ellen hesitated a little. She recalled his words, just like what you did for me. I tried to approach you slowly. Then she thought, that is right. Aiden also took time to prepare for a farewell. It might be the best thing for him in the long run, but right now, I do not want to hurt Aiden. Her thoughts concluded, Ellen replied, 2 weeks. After that, you must stamp it. A glimmer of hope rose in Aiden's eyes. He said, that is enough. In return, I also have a condition. For the next 2 weeks, we will be husband and wife. Ellen asked, stunned, are we not already? He cut in, Ellen, I will not hold back. We're not the kind of couple Ellen is talking about. She hesitated for a few seconds, then also agreed, all right. After speaking, she said, all right, now you should eat and rest on time. Aiden nodded and replied, Ellen continued, and while we are on the subject, let's go to bed quickly. I heard that you have not been resting properly. Hearing that, Aiden pulled her onto the bed, then let's sleep together. We are a married couple after all. The two lay on the bed. Aiden continued, we cannot even do this much. Ellen called out softly, Aiden. He kissed her hand and said, I missed you so much. After saying that, Aiden smiled again. He raised his hand and immediately turned to lie on top of her. Ellen thought blankly, it is normal for us to sleep together, but his mood clearly shows he is demanding something else. She raised her hand and lightly touched Aiden's lips. He gently bit her finger. Ellen's face turned slightly red. Then she pushed hard, flipping Aiden onto his back, and said, no, we cannot. Stop messing around and go to sleep. If you still do not take care of yourself, then I will not follow your condition. After saying that, she left. Aiden lay down, holding his forehead, a smile on his lips, humming a tune. While muttering, I am satisfied. The royal banquet hall. Rumors of the private affairs at the ducal residence had spread here. Has everyone heard the rumor about the Leinster family's divorce? That is why the banquet hall today is so chaotic. Everyone here will be a rival if that rumor is true. One person asked, what do you mean? The other replied, I'm talking about Duchess Ellen Leinster. Will she not be the richest person after the divorce? And in fact, she is the most influential single woman in the empire. Suddenly seeing Aiden, the other person raised a hand. Shoo, Aiden just came out. He glanced in their direction. Those people immediately showed expressions of fear, as he smiled faintly with cold eyes. They immediately stammered, I have an appointment, so I will take my leave. Me too. In a flash, they had vanished without a trace. However, there were still whispers. Has he arrived? Oh my, be careful with your words. While Aiden was looking around, someone suddenly called, Duke Leinster. The caller was a girl with blonde hair named Helena Reinhardt. She said, "You are here. About what I said before, please visit the Jahat Manor sometime." Aiden thought to himself, so noisy. On Ellen's side, she was sitting and listening to the other ladies chat. There will be a social gathering soon. Thinking about it, there will be someone making their debut in society. The other lady exclaimed, "Oh my, is that the one who was just recently found and the real daughter?" The lady in the purple dress, hiding behind her fan, said, "That is right. To bring their daughter back to the capital. They seem to have put a lot of effort into renovating the manor and having a dress made for her." Hearing this, Ellen fell into deep thought. In other words, I will have to leave immediately, after the 2-week deadline, so as not to enter Iulia's manor. Thinking this, she glanced outside, then stood up and said, "Excuse me." Her action made the ladies suspicious, and they followed her gaze. Then the whole group let out a soft gasp. Lady Jahat. The person they had just called was Helena. Seeing her flirting next to Aiden, they continued to whisper, "What is with her? Does she really think she has a chance, or something else?" The lady in the blue dress said, "I guess she thinks the divorce rumor is true." The lady in the purple dress said, "But when the Duke and Duchess entered earlier, it was not any different from usual. They were stuck together. I do not know why others describe it that way, especially the Duke. We are all confused and cannot even ask the Duchess." At this time, Helena was still acting familiar, saying, "Oh, that is right. I was invited to Marquis Vernon's tomorrow." Suddenly Ellen called, "Aiden." She paused for a moment, then walked to Aiden's side, gently taking his arm, and asked, "Who are you?" Helena immediately looked awkward. Then she hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Your Grace the Duchess." Ellen paid her no mind, turned to Aiden and said, "You have great endurance." Under her attentive gaze, Aiden chuckled. Then he said, "To receive all my praises today, we should sleep together." Ellen turned away sharply. "No, I will do it right now, so now do not be far from me." She turned back to look him straight in the face and continued, "I'm still your wife, so you're not allowed to look at any other girl." Hearing that, Aiden laughed and called Ellen. Is this the reaction of someone demanding a divorce? After returning to the ducal castle, Ellen curled up in her blanket. She thought in confusion, I have to get a divorce, so what am I supposed to do with this damn jealousy? I'm going to go crazy. I just need him to be a little patient with me, but I have completely lost it. Remembering Helena, Ellen sat up straight and said, no, she is the crazy one. Who does she think she is coveting? She thought, I'm only stepping back because of Yulia Chadi, because I know that is the way to make Aiden truly happy. That is why I am suppressing my desires. Thinking of this, Ellen immediately got out of bed, saying seriously, this will not do. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Mona, let's go. She asked, startled, yes? Go where? Ellen stretched and replied, the tea party at Count Vernon's house. Mona said, but we do not have an invitation, my lady. Ellen turned her head and asked arrogantly, do I really need one to get in? There, blue skies and white clouds cover the entire area. Ellen thought to herself, they cannot approach him because I am with him now. But from the moment I agree to the divorce, until he meets Iulia, Jahat will not be the only woman throwing herself at Aiden. No matter how short a time it is, it will be hell for Aiden. She entered the Vernon tea party in a noble outfit with a long cane. The ladies were stunned for a moment. A lady in a blue dress immediately stood up and said, welcome, Your Grace, Duchess Leinster. Thank you for visiting. We will prepare a seat for you immediately. Ellen said, thank you for welcoming me, even though I'm not an invited guest. The lady was startled. You mean the Duchess is not an invited guest? You're always welcome here. Ellen smiled. Then she shifted her gaze to the side. That was where Helena was sitting. Seemingly knowing what was about to happen, her expression also soured a little. Ellen thought to herself, before Yulia Chadi appears, I need to clear the way. After sitting at the table, Ellen lifted her teacup, took a sip, then put it down. There's a rumor going around lately that Aiden and I are getting a divorce. I wonder who spread this rumor. Helena thought with some gloom. Did she just call the Duke by his name? Ellen continued, and seems some people have misunderstood. At this, she looked directly at Helena. The atmosphere of the party was suddenly enveloped by an invisible pressure. Helena sat there with her head bowed. The lady in the blue dress hesitated for a moment. Then she stood up. My lady, there must be some misunderstanding. Ellen said, that cannot be. Right in front of me, she dared to approach my husband. There is clearly a problem with her perception. Hearing this, Helena could not help but stand. Up, my lady. Even if I made a mistake, do you not think you're being rude by suddenly showing up and doing this? Even if you're the Duchess, everyone here is a noble. As she said this, the two ladies beside her stood up to stop her. She still said defiantly, "How dare she do that? Is everyone just going to let this happen?" The lady in blue said, "Calm down." She still resisted. "No, even if you tell me to." This time the lady in blue could not hold back and said, "Please be quiet. Do not say things you will regret." At that moment, Ellen suddenly slammed the table. She stood up and leaned forward. Looking down from above, Ellen said, "Does that offend you? If so, I hope you understand my meaning." As she spoke, she thought, "This is my power, kid." Under the invisible pressure, Helena began to show fear. The lady in the blue dress said, "I understand your meaning. The daughter of the Reinhardt house has surely received the message, so do not worry, my lady." Ellen said, "Do not even think about him anymore." While Helena was mortified, the lady in blue could only force a laugh. "Ha, ha, ha. As expected, the two of you are deeply in love, are you not?" Ellen replied, "That is right. It is easy to see." Then she said, "The tea was delicious. Thank you for the tea party today." The lady in blue smiled and replied, "I am glad it suited the Duchess's taste." Hearing that, Ellen smiled and said, "Please invite me next time." The lady in blue clapped her hands and replied, "Yes, of course." After Ellen left, Helena started making a fuss again. Why did everyone just sit there and watch? Why let her be so arrogant, ignore everyone, and be so rude? No matter how powerful she is, we cannot just hide in our shells like turtles. Besides, if they really get a divorce, well, not everything she has now. The lady in blue said, "That is enough, Lady Helena. You only just arrived in the capital last year, right? That is why you do not know that the real power of the Leinster family is the Duchess." Helena said defiantly, "So what? In the end, it is just borrowed power from the Duke and his family." Hearing that, the other ladies all looked at her with strange expressions. The lady in the brown dress stood up and said, "Please sit down." Helena asked, "What, huh?" The lady with glasses said, "This young lady needs to learn more about the pecking order around here. Listen closely. They say that all the cash the Leicester family possesses is the Duchess's profit, because she has a deep insight into every matter, so most things she gets involved in go very smoothly." The lady in the brown dress continued, "That's right. She manages most of the affairs in the family." The lady with the glasses continued, "All the power she has now, she earned it herself. When she was only 10 years old, not long after getting married, she gained the absolute recognition of the former Duke and Duchess. There was an incident in the capital that everyone knows about. It was the Duchess herself who protected Duke Leicester, who, though only an heir at the time, was able to turn the ducal family's order upside down, and the staff that the Duchess had held before was a sword. Upon hearing that, Helena said in a panic, "Hey." The other two continued to share their knowledge. "Duchess Leicester has had a natural talent for swordsmanship since she was a child. I heard even the Duke can't defeat her." After saying that, the lady with the glasses took off her glasses. "Have you seen the light now? You've been condescending to the wrong person, my lady. I hope you don't do anything that gets us involved." Helena stammered in reply, "Yes." In the carriage, Mona said, "You did this in front of a crowd, so I think these words will get out." Ellen asked, "You don't agree?" while answering herself. "I guess so." Mona asked, "The Duke won't get into trouble, will he?" Ellen asked back, "I should keep it a secret from Aiden, right?" She thought to herself, "I should keep quiet." Mona said, "I don't think you'll be able to hide it from a Duke." Ellen agreed, saying, "That's true." She thought again, "I want this news to reach Aiden faster." Then she added, "It can't be helped. Aiden won't be pleased with me." In her heart, she affirmed, "He won't be pleased. If I act disrespectfully out of jealousy and hide that fact, I'll be seen as a blind woman, just like in the original story. If I do that again, who knows, he might be very disappointed in me and ask for a divorce first. Because now Aiden hates those who try to control him." Mona thought reluctantly, "Lady Ellen, don't tell me you want a divorce, but you don't want the Duke to remarry." In the imperial palace, before the throne, two people were reporting. Duchess Leicester is someone who cannot control her emotions and is extremely crude and rude. It was the couple, Count and Countess Reinhardt. He said, "My daughter hasn't left her room because she's in such shock. Your Majesty, I don't think we should overlook this matter." In a dark corner nearby, Aiden, who had heard the whole story, was covering his mouth too. keep from losing his composure. Duchess Leicester is someone who cannot control her emotions and is extremely crude and rude. Your Majesty, I don't think we should overlook this matter. The Emperor listened patiently, then said, I understand, you may leave. He leaned back on the throne and said, My goodness, I can't believe I was called for a business consultation owned by the royal family. You're making the Emperor play the role of a spy. Aiden slowly stepped out, without a hint of annoyance on his face. He said, It seems I have bothered you with trivial matters. Even so, aren't you also curious about my reaction, Your Majesty? The Emperor said, I want to know the truth of this matter. With the current situation, how could there be rumors of a divorce? Did you go this far just to protect your wife? Aiden replied, There will never be a divorce. The Emperor asked again, From the Duco family's point of view, is there really no problem here? Aiden replied confidently, Of course. Allow me to state my thoughts regarding the publicly owned enterprise you mentioned. Your Majesty, please do not sell this business. It is not a business that private enterprises can be responsible for in the first place. As for those who want you to sell it, just pretend to consider it and focus only on their loyalty in moderation, as if you see no dissatisfaction at all. He thought to himself, Ellen must have thought she could get a divorce 2 weeks after rejecting me. I guess that's why she continued it until I pulled her closer. And she has acted more frankly than before. Like when Ellen bluntly said, I am still your wife. Outwardly, he was still saying, not conceding anything, causing your opponent to lower their guard. In his heart, he whispered praise. How brilliant! Upon returning home, Ellen immediately examined Aiden's expression. Seeing him smiling, she thought, I'm sure he knows about me crashing the tea party uninvited, but it seems he's happy about it. Unable to hold back, Ellen pushed Aiden's face away with her hand. Don't stare at me. He laughed and said, You told me not to look at other women. What should I do if I happen to look at someone, and then they all die by Ellen's sword? These words were like an arrow through her head, Ellen thought, although I'm quite confident in my swordsmanship. But it seems people have started to see me as a sword master after this incident. I always beat Aiden only because he never attacks me directly every single time. Ellen asked in frustration, You said we were practicing. Aiden just lay on the ground pretending to lose. But I can't attack you. She blushed and thought, This is like declaring myself Mrs. Jealousy Tran. Aiden said again, So for the peace of the Empire, my schedule today is to gaze at the beautiful Ellen all day long. She suppressed her embarrassment, stood up and said, Don't be ridiculous. You said you had to go out. After speaking, she added, The carriage is waiting. Get ready to go. Aiden said nothing more. The two of them started to head out. On the way, Aiden suddenly took Ellen's hand and called, Ellen, before her questioning eyes. He pulled her to the base of a tree in the garden. Ellen asked curiously, Aren't you in a hurry? Aiden replied, Just for a little while. Standing by the tree, the two began to kiss. Aiden's hand moved down to her waist. He suddenly said, I'll go and be right back. After saying that, he looked at her a little longer. Then he turned and left. Ellen stood still, watching his back and thinking, It seems the boundary I drew for the past 10 years has been crossed in just 2 weeks because of this agreement. Ellen looked up at the sky through the canopy of the tree. She thought to herself, This place is filled with memories of the two of us. This tree, it's like it has been my friend, gently providing shade for Aiden. A bold kiss asking me if I could give this up. Ellen touched the tree trunk. This tree will still be here even if he marries Eulia, right? Then he will think about it every time he walks around the garden. That I once walked through his life. That's not too bad either. Suddenly a servant approached. My lady. It was Mona. She said, The Jahat family is on their way to the capital right now. Over with Aiden. Someone shook his hand sincerely and said, I look forward to our cooperation. Aiden got into the carriage and said, Goodbye. At the same time, he threw a pair of gloves to Felix and said, Get rid of these. He asked, Come to think of it, are you all right now? It's true. When did you recover? Aiden replied, Quite a while ago. Felix was doubtful. Quite a while, huh? Aiden quickly ordered, Don't tell Ellen. A question mark immediately appeared above Felix's head. But wouldn't she be happy if I told her? Aiden thought for a moment, then replied, She would be disappointed. He thought to himself, because she's the type of person who would storm a tea party out of jealousy. It's also useful for me at times like these. It seems we can go to bed together again tonight. Upon returning home, Aiden's smile vanished. He asked what? The maid replied, The madam said she had some business to attend to and went out alone. The knight beside her added, She said it might take all day. Aiden asked in a low voice, Are you telling me she won't be back today? The knight stammered. We followed her secretly as instructed before, but we lost her trail midway. Aiden covered his face and thought. She must have rushed ahead. The other knight said, however, based on where she was right before we lost her, it seems the madam is leaving the capital. At this moment, Ellen and Mona had ridden to a bridge in the forest. A long time ago, Ellen had hidden behind a door and heard, if we marry Ellen to the ducal family, we can make up for this loss. I'm thinking about what to use that child for. It's a good thing she can be of help to her brother at this time. She thought to herself, what a terrible family. At parties, there were always whispers. I heard that Marquis Jahat has withdrawn from his family's business. Again, the heir will inherit the power from the Marquis, right? Someone came up to Ellen and asked, wonderful, Duchess Leicester, how could you come up with such a great idea? She just gave a forced smile without answering. And the Jahat family still wrote letters to Ellen regularly. I was able to protect the Marquis title thanks to your help, Ellen. By the way, is there any news from Duke Leicester? No matter what others say, your roots are still tied to the Jahat family. Because of you, the Leicester house has prospered. So in the end, they must be deeply grateful to the Jahat family. Fulfill your duty as soon as possible. I hope you will become a useful child to our family. After reading the letter, Ellen set off with Mona. She thought to herself, I have always been self-reliant to make sure things don't get worse. Those people always said, even so, they're a Marquis family. They won't be willing to approve. She continued to think, but now, it's no longer an arrogant family. Now, it's the time to settle things with the Jahat family. It's better to make them not even think about bothering Aiden anymore. Aiden threw open the door to Ellen's room. After looking around, he thought to himself, she took almost all of her things. It's not strange that she left. Where could she have gone? And what is the reason? Ellen has disappeared. How do I not know anything about this? Aiden asked himself in a daze. Why could she disappear like that when I wasn't here? How far could Ellen go if her horse ran without stopping? She wouldn't be able to continue on the road when night falls. The farthest distance Ellen could have traveled in half a day is. As he was estimating, Felix rushed in. Duke, Aiden immediately asked, did you find any clues in the vicinity of the capital? Felix stammered in reply, we are still looking. He turned and ordered, prepare a horse for me and gather the soldiers as well. Search every nook and cranny, starting from the capital gate to the place I designate, Felix. Bring me a list of all the nearby inns. If you find the Duchess, keep her there until I arrive. At the same time, somewhere someone said, if we can hold out a little longer, I hear we'll be able to make a profit at that stage of the business. The speaker was Gull, but the reason the investors suddenly demanded their investment back is probably because of the rumors about Ellen's and the Duke's divorce. In front of him was the former Countess, Helen Jahat. She frowned and asked, what the hell is Ellen thinking? I can't believe how useless she can be at this crucial moment, and the way she abandoned her family, which is deep in debt. As she was saying this, the horse pulling the carriage neighed loudly. At the same time, it reared up. This caused the carriage to shake violently. The one who scared the horse was Ellen. She pulled the reins to stop her horse. The carriage door was opened. Helen said, you must have come a long way to be here to welcome me. Ellen looked at the two of them, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her attention was focused on the sparkling jewelry, Gull's and Helen's expensive clothes. She asked, is that how someone who is drowning in debt enters the capital? I'm not here to welcome you, but to bid you farewell. Gull asked, is there any way to talk to the head of the family? Ellen replied, watch your mouth, Marquis Jahat. I am now the Duchess of House Leicester. Hearing that, he gave a cold laugh. Huh, Helen said angrily. What an honor for me that you mentioned that matter. The Leicester house ignored our offer to join their business 10 years ago. What do you want us to do when rumors of you and the Duke divorcing are spreading widely, while your brother is in the midst of so many difficulties? Ellen thought to herself, I was hoping for that too. She guided her horse forward while saying, listen carefully. The divorce is a matter for the Leicester house, not a place for the Jahat house to interfere. Helen's brow furrowed tightly. She said, so, if you still insist on a divorce, how much will the alimony be? Hearing her ask that, Ellen drew her sword. Her face was cold and full of killing intent. Don't expect anything, and don't even think about visiting Aiden. If you don't turn this carriage around and go back, I'm not sure what will happen to you. As soon as they saw the sword, the faces of both mother and son turned pale as wax. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed. It seemed like it was about to rain, right as the sun set. A heavy rain began to fall. Horse hooves stomped, splashing water from the muddy holes. A troop of soldiers rushed through the forest. Aiden ordered, "Search all the places where a person could stay besides these places." A soldier asked, "What? A person of such high status would never come to a place like this. If she did come here, I would definitely report it to you." Aiden tacitly agreed, continuing forward. A knight suddenly said, "Duke, it's raining heavily. Or perhaps you should return first." "Duke." Suddenly Philip's voice rang out, "Sir, there is news from a citizen who said they saw the Marquis Jahat's carriage outside the capital. However, it seems that the carriage turned back without entering the capital." He asked, "Could the madam have gone back with the Jahat family?" Aiden said decisively, "No. Ellen left the house on her horse. If she really left, she would have gone with the carriage, or we would have found the horse she left behind." He added silently, "And there's no way Ellen would return to the Jahat family after leaving me." 10 years ago, Aiden peeked through a crack in the door. "Ellen, are you here?" Not seeing her, he wondered to himself, could she be in the garden? The reason he didn't ask a servant was because he felt uncomfortable asking them. As Aiden was walking around, he suddenly saw a half-burnt letter. Coincidentally, the remaining part showed the sender's name as Jahat. At that time, Aiden had asked, "Ellen, don't you miss the Jahat mansion? You used to live there, and your family is there too." She had bluntly replied, "No, I don't miss it at all. You know, not all families love each other. I can say for sure that mother and father love Aiden and also love each other. That's what makes me believe that families should be together." Aiden interjected, "Mother and father love Ellen too." She smiled and replied, "That's right. That's why I'm so happy that I've become a member of the Leicester family." Aiden smiled. He understood all too well, whenever his finances were in danger, to protect herself from the Jahat family. "Ellen never told me anything, because to be happy together forever, Ellen must desire me as I desire her. Especially if one has a strong inner self, the instinct to protect and a sense of responsibility will be stimulated. That instinct will quickly develop into affection." When Ellen questioned Jean Reason, she had said, "Perhaps you don't know, we often refer to such things as multi-level marketing. Because the price of the goods is too high, only uninformed customers would buy them." Based on that, Aiden had devised a plan. He gave Felix a piece of paper. "As soon as Geo Jahat becomes Marquis, spread information about this business. I will create a new identity and then lend him money under that name. Attract other investors to join as well." Well, he'll probably be very excited that he found the investors himself. Just slowly tighten a noose for him. That time at the party, Aiden had thought slowly, and when Ellen suggested, "Let's get a divorce," Aiden had thought, "When necessary, I'll pull that noose." Geo said in a panic. He suddenly demanded repayment of the debt. Aiden thought to himself, "To me, the investors are now all withdrawing their money because of the Duke's divorce rumors. In that case, before the relationship between the two families disappears, you better hold on tight to your money, Geo Jahat. That way Jahat has no choice but to come to me. And so Ellen can't leave me so easily." At an inn, Aiden walked out in disappointment to the owner's reply, "It's my fault, sir. The Duchess is not among our inn's guests." Aiden stepped forward and grabbed the horse's reins. "Let's go." But no matter how he pulled, it wouldn't budge. The horse's face was impassive, as if it was saying something. Aiden asked, "Why won't you go?" He thought to himself, "Everything is a mess. If Ellen really went back to the Jahat family, what should I do?" The rain fell even harder. Aiden thought to himself, "I wonder what if I invade Jahat's territory." At the inn, in the room upstairs, Ellen was watching the rain. Mona said, "My lady, you'll catch a cold." Ellen asked, "Mona, do you like living here?" She replied, "Why not? I've spent 10 years here. The people here are very nice. And didn't my lady grow up here?" Ellen paused for a few seconds. Then she smiled and said, "Thank you, Mona." Mona added, "I feel so relieved to be inside, probably because we're not getting wet from the rain." Ellen smiled and replied, "That's right." At the same time, she thought, "That's right. I feel like I've left all my emotions and worries about things that haven't happened yet behind. In this noisy silence, as if only I exist, desire rises in me again." Suddenly, a reflection appeared before her. The red shadow asked, "Now, Aiden likes me, doesn't he? Why should I give him up? I've tried my best for his happiness. Why do we have to divorce? Is this unanswerable question worth me suffering alone for?" Ellen looked away, slightly evasively. Coincidentally, she saw Aiden drenched in the rain below. On the street, Ellen was immediately stunned. Aiden also looked up at her, stunned. The two were separated by a floor, a window. Ellen rushed to the door amidst Mona's calls, "My lady, wait a minute, my lady." She opened the door, staring blankly at Aiden standing in front of her. His whole body was soaked with rain, his expression unreadable, whether it was anger or worry. After looking at her for a moment, he stepped inside. Ellen stammered, What are you doing here?" Her face showed a bit of worry. She asked again, "Why are you out in the rain?" Aiden didn't answer, but hugged her tightly. Another moment passed. Ellen called softly, Aiden. He said, "Don't go. Don't go, Ellen." Ellen thought in a daze. "I told him I'll be back tomorrow. Why is he so sad?" Then she comforted him softly. "It's okay, Aiden. I'm not going anywhere." Aiden said, "Don't just disappear like that." She replied, "All right, I understand." He said, "Don't leave without saying anything." Ellen continued to agree, "All right." He went on, "Never leave me again." This time Ellen was silent. Aiden said anxiously, "I'm begging you." Ellen wondered, "What should I do?" Then she said, "Come here." The two went back into the room, wet footprints marking the red carpet. Ellen led Aiden into the bathroom. She thought to herself, "It's a good thing I bought this hotel last night. I bet no one has ever seen this expression of his before." She called, "Aiden, I really can't live without you." "Is that so?" Aiden replied, "I can't." Hearing that, Ellen smiled. She slowly took off his gloves and said, "I have no choice." Then, "I can't leave Aiden if you keep being like this." When Aiden's hand touched her face, his face turned red. Ellen said, "From now on, I'm going to be extremely jealous." Aiden nodded. "Good." She continued, "And I will try to possess you." Aiden replied, "Go on." She said again, "I might reveal my ugly side." Aiden smiled brightly and said, "That only makes you more adorable." Ellen threw the glove away. Then she touched Aiden's shirt and said, "You're soaking wet. You'll catch a cold." He said, "Ellen's nightgown is also wet." She replied, "I don't care. Besides, this way is better." At the stables, Mona said, "It seems it knows the madam's horse is in the stable. Have the other knights left? Are you two staying here to help?" The blonde knight replied, "Yes." Mona said, "I prepared a room and a bath for you two." Felix hesitated slightly and asked, "Is it all right for you to do that alone? Surely there must be staff at the hotel to take care of that." Mona smiled and replied, "It changed owners a while ago. We bought it under a non-disclosure agreement. Please come in and rest." "Oh, did you have a chance to buy it?" Felix laughed and said, "Haha, Miss Mona, you are very sharp." Ellen thought to herself, trying to be loved is a battle of desperation. Trying not to be abandoned, trying not to be betrayed, trying not to become a useless existence. In my previous life, that's how I ended up, miserable and lonely, so I decided not to let myself be hurt anymore. If you don't get a response, it's better not to expect one. But what can I do? She climbed on top of Aiden and said, "You're done for. I won't back down even if you have a change of heart. I will never let you go no matter what happens." Aiden grabbed her hair. "What precious thing would exist in me if I didn't love you? If that happens, just kill me." Ellen thought to herself, "I should have told him not to say things like that." Then she smiled and said, "I really could do that." After speaking, she continued to think, "But I really can't give this man to anyone. I will make him obsessed with me and keep him for myself. If you love me this much, even if it's swept away by fate, I have no choice but to keep fighting." The next morning, the heavy rain had stopped, leaving puddles of water on the ground. Sunlight shone into the in-room. Ellen gently stroked Aiden's hair, a gesture full of love and affection. Nevertheless, it still woke Aiden up. He kissed her forehead and said, "Good morning, Ellen." She smiled and thought, "This is great. It's clear that Aiden loves me so much. I don't want to give him up just because of some old memories or because of the original story." The two began to entwine with each other again. Aiden asked, "How do you feel?" Ellen hummed. Then she replied, "I feel like I've gotten married all over again." Hearing her say that, Aiden laughed out loud. "Ha ha." Ellen thought to herself, "On the other hand, when I want to do something, I have to try to fight for the happy things in the present. Even if I die like in the original story, I will never regret it." When the two left, the person in charge of the hotel said, "It is a great honor to have the Duchess visit our hotel." Ellen turned back and thought, "I like the attitude of this hotel. Should I invest in it?" As for Aiden, his face was stern, as if asking, "How dare you attract Ellen's attention in front of me?" Feeling a gloomy presence beside her, Ellen looked over. She saw two knights standing there with sullen faces. She asked, "What's wrong with you two? Couldn't sleep?" The blonde knight stroked his chin about that. "We were too engrossed in playing cards. Among us, Miss Mona was the best player. We tried our best to win, but," Felix continued, "before we knew it, it was already morning." After hearing this, Ellen thought, that reminds me. At this moment, Mona approached the two knights and asked, should we try a penalty game next time? Like cats whose tails have been stepped on. The two knights hurriedly replied, no way. Ellen continued to think, for Mona, Leicester is also home. She said, I've been here for 10 years, the people are friendly too, and our lady grew up here. As she smiled unconsciously, Aiden suddenly put his arm around her shoulder and said, shall we go? Ellen nodded, Upon returning to the ducal castle, the maids rushed out in a flurry. The blue-haired maid called, madam. The black-haired maid asked, are you all right? Ellen stammered in reply, I wasn't kidnapped or anything. The maids chattered again, we were so worried about you, even though we have no right to be worried, but, madam, thanks to you, we have always enjoyed our work very much. That's right, so we hope you will stay here forever. We really wanted to say that. Ellen said, moved, thank you everyone. A maid suddenly presented 2 letters. Also, Lady Isabella and Sir Logan have each sent you a letter. Ellen asked, stunned, a separate letter from each of them? First, she opened Isabella's letter. A divorce? There must be some misunderstanding, but it still worries me, so I have to ask you about this. If something has hurt you, or if Aiden has done something wrong, please tell me. I will come home and scold him. So Ellen, if something is not right, please tell me. Next was Logan's letter. If you have any problems, don't try to solve them alone. Just let me know. I will solve it for you. After reading the 2 letters, Ellen smiled and thought, how reliable. At this moment, Aiden also walked in, seeing her surrounded by the maids. He just smiled and turned to another path. Over here, Ellen said, everyone, I want to ask something. I'm thinking about Aiden and I starting to share a bedroom. As soon as the words were out, a maid exclaimed, oh my goodness, we will prepare it immediately. In her haste, a maid tripped. Aiden was a little surprised. Then he smiled and let out a breath. Ellen thought, this is my home. It's my family. I grew up here, and it's where the people who love me live. In her study, Ellen was engrossed in writing a few lines on paper. I hope I can live happily here forever. With Aiden, she paused her pen, hesitating for a moment. Then she wrote a question. How? Then she thought, this is something I've never thought of before. My mind is blank. The travel plans have been canceled, yet I'm still very worried. The future has become a blank page. On the paper were the 3 sentences she had just written. I could draw a new future. That really excites me. Mona entered and said, madam, all of your foreign reports have been sorted. Ellen said gratefully, thank you, Mona. She placed the tray she was carrying on the table, and there was a new letter. Ellen picked up the letter. After reading it, she immediately said, Mona, there's a place we have to go right now. Leaving the letter on the table, Ellen walked out and said, prepare to go out. Mona immediately replied, yes, madam. The letter remained still on the table. The words were visible. The letter read, invitation. After a long time, the happy day of the Chatti family has finally arrived. We hope you will attend and welcome our lovely daughter. The Chattis. At the Chatti family's party, the host announced loudly, entering are the Duke and Duchess Leicester. Aiden and Ellen immediately captured the spotlight upon their appearance. The usual whispers and gossip arose. The Duchess's dress today is so fashionable. My God, that jewelry set on her is so beautiful. Ellen thought to herself, as expected, since I styled myself with the most expensive and beautiful jewelry at the shop. This is a success, but I failed to make Aiden less attractive. At home, she had asked, what am I supposed to do with this handsomeness, even after parting your hair like this? Now she thought again, I have no choice but to dress him as simply as possible. Aiden, the man who was fine with everything as long as Ellen liked it, was smiling at her. Ellen thought to herself, because today is Yulia Chatti's welcoming party. When the guests had all arrived, a beautiful young lady stepped out. In an instant, the spotlight was taken from Ellen and her husband, the young lady with rosy white skin and blue hair. A well-proportioned figure stepped onto the center of the stage. Ellen looked up. Yulia, a young lady in a floral dress, immediately caught her attention. At this moment, Count and Countess Chatti spoke. This is Yulia, the daughter we have been searching for so long. You all don't know how much we have anticipated this day. The Countess said, we almost gave up many times, but every time we closed our eyes, we saw the child's face. Flash by. Praises echoed around. The young lady's beauty is radiant, though there are still a few scars from the hardships she faced in the countryside. Ellen thought to herself, the truth is Yulia wandered many places until she was adopted by an orphanage in a rural village. She has been living independently since she was 16. But thanks to her unique lifestyle and optimistic personality, she worked hard to make a living even without time to rest. She got along with her neighbors, was close to the other orphans, and lived a simple life taking care of the children at the orphanage. When Count and Countess Chadi appeared, those days were disrupted by the sudden visit of the Count and Countess, which must have left Yulia quite bewildered. However, she still showed respect to the Count and Countess, and after many attempts at conversation, she accepted them as her parents. Then, following them, she came to the capital. She truly is a heroine. Even when she realized she had been abandoned, she held no resentment towards anyone. Instead, she treated everyone like family and grew up beautiful and healthy. Even the children who couldn't adapt to the orphanage were grateful to Yulia. Despite growing up in difficult circumstances, she did not lose her aura and her positive personality. Count Chadi said, Yulia has gently forgiven us, even for the mistakes of her parents. And now our child is here with us. Seeing him sob, Yulia called out with concern, Father. The guests exclaimed, My God. The guests were also moved to tears. Ellen thought to herself, there's something about her, warm and radiant. And just that smile made everyone around her feel at ease. That must be the power of the heroine that can soothe Aiden's wounds and lift him up. That's why I thought it was natural for Aiden and Yulia to be together, convincing myself that they both deserve to be happy. She stepped forward to greet her. I am Ellen Leicester. Welcome back. Yulia replied with a bright smile. Thank you, madam. Ellen secretly threw a look at Aiden. He hesitated for a few seconds, then under Yulia's expectant gaze, he said in a low voice, Congratulations on your return, my lady. She replied, Thank you, your grace. After the greetings, Ellen began to inquire about her situation. Lady Chadi, everything must still be unfamiliar to you, right? But with the care from the Count, you will adapt quickly. Yulia replied, Yes, I'm still getting used to everything. But since meeting my parents, I've found so much wonderful joy. Then she said, please excuse us. With that, she left to continue greeting other guests. Ellen thought to herself, even though I've only just met her, I already find her very lovely. She whispered, It seems a new wind has bloomed in high society. Those words caught Aiden's attention. He turned and asked Ellen, Why do you look so stiff? Ellen was startled. Hey, it's nothing. She's the main character of the party, after all. Aiden paused for a moment, then said, But to me, Ellen is the main character. Really, who are you trying to show off to, dress so beautifully? Ellen smiled happily. She replied, My husband. With a stunningly beautiful wife by my husband's side, everyone will have to pay attention and no one will dare to linger near him. So stay by my side all day, okay? Aiden took a glass of wine from a servant and said, 10 points, no buts. The two clinked glasses. He continued, Ellen should also make sure to only shine when she's near me. A few days later at the Imperial Palace, before the Emperor, Ellen said, The Duchess of Leicester requests an audience with Your Majesty the Emperor. He looked at her for a few seconds, then asked, I'm sure you are aware that the nobility is in an uproar over the Leicester family's issue. Aiden interjected, We never had any intention of divorcing from the beginning. We will be together forever. Ellen continued, Your Majesty, I will take full responsibility for this matter. We do not believe that this incident will tarnish our honor. Aiden added, I believe it's just how people continue to live their lives, regardless of the status of others. Ellen said, Through this incident, our relationship has become even stronger and more affectionate. After they finished speaking, the Emperor said, Regardless of the outcome, as an emperor, I wish to express my concern that this divorce will be considered something that happened and will influence others. Ellen replied, That is why we have decided to host a banquet at the Leicester estate, with the wish that all families in the empire will have a prosperous life. From now on, everyone will see the passionate relationship between myself and my husband. Hearing her say this, the Emperor smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Leaving the Emperor's presence, the two went to see Frederick. He said, There's a reason why the Emperor is displeased with this incident. My aunt said she is getting a divorce, which has made him feel concerned. Ellen asked, Your aunt? You must mean Princess Aranista? Aiden said, She is Lady Quinn now. Frederick smiled, then said, 20 years ago, she married Duke Quinn Anderson. This is still a secret, but my aunt sent a letter not long ago. Of course, the Emperor opposes it, but she is unhappy with her married life. Ellen thought to herself, in the original story, I'm sure. The late Emperor once promised her, if you insist, then I will promise you this. If you truly try to live with him, and he still doesn't feel like family to you, then you could divorce, and then I will allow you to come home. Frederick shrugged and said, although it was the late Emperor's promise, it is still valid now. The current Emperor has no just reason to prevent my aunt from divorcing. Aiden said pensively, the Emperor must be worried that the divorce will affect the long-term relationship between the two countries. Frederick nodded and added, and he is a very conservative person. In my father's eyes, marriage is sacred and should not be treated so casually. Even so, my aunt has no children, and it was a promise from the late Emperor. He is not one to resolve such grievances. Frederick said, this doesn't affect you too much, but Lady Quinn's return could shift the balance of power in the Empire. She is someone capable of leading the people against the Emperor. Ellen thought to herself, that is probably the Emperor's biggest worry, because most of Lady Quinn's assets are within the Empire and have been managed by the Emperor until now. Furthermore, Lady Quinn would be a solid foundation of support for the two of them, who have political views far different from the Emperor's. She glanced outside, continuing to think. And for me, she is a very potential and valuable business partner. At the bakery on Angela Street, a plate of pastries was displayed. As Ellen was enjoying it, Chef Brody said, following what you said last time for improvement, I've made the filling more generous and added a few more ingredients. She thought to herself, although I'm used to this taste, I still find it so delicious. He added, since you seem to like it, I will use this recipe more often then. Hearing this, Ellen replied, I'm counting on you. I'm thinking of presenting these at the banquet. Then she thought again. In the novel, Lady Quinn's business started when she had just returned at none other than Angela. When she returns to the Empire, we must be the first to approach her. In the original story, she was the supporter of the main characters. At this moment, Aiden suddenly said, Ellen, I need to talk to you. She immediately stopped thinking and looked at him. Aiden said seriously, I want to help the lady with her problems. Ellen pondered for a few seconds, then asked, have you tried talking to her? Aiden replied, we've spoken a few times through letters. In return for helping her divorce, she offered me a deal. I just told Frederick about this. Hearing this, Ellen was a bit confused. This plot point wasn't in the novel. Is this a hidden plot? Suddenly, she looked surprised, looking at Aiden and asking, Aiden, didn't you have negative thoughts about divorce? He replied, a divorce between oneself and the person one likes and wants to be with is terrible and extremely negative. Aiden reached out to touch her hair and continued, I heard that Lady Quinn has never been happy for even a single day. So I want to help her so she can live the life she desires. Ellen smiled, looking at him. Then she said, Lady Quinn will get a divorce, and when she returns to the capital, I think she will bring about many changes. Aiden agreed, replying, I think so too. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking, followed by Brody's flustered apology. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Someone asked, are you all right? Brody replied, of course, I'll clean this up right away. Ellen was a little suspicious. For someone who's always so calm and composed. Could it be because he heard us talking about Lady Quinn? Did they know each other before she established Angela? Saw, as Brody came in carrying the broken pieces of the bowl and said, looks like I have to do the dishes again. A thought flashed through Ellen's mind. No, on second thought, isn't it unreasonable to think they had no prior relationship? No matter how successful the Angela chain became, Brody never left this shop. I think there's some special connection, maybe because it was her first store. But could there be something more between them that I don't know about? After thinking, she looked over at Aiden, coincidentally seeing him eating a pastry. That cool face made Ellen's heart flutter. She blushed and thought, even the way he eats macarons is beautiful. How does he not even drop a crumb on himself? Seeing her dazed, Aiden asked, what are you thinking about? Ellen came to her senses and replied, just that it would be nice to share these macarons with the maids. Hearing that, Aiden nodded and said, all right, that's fine. After the two brought the pastries back, the maids ate them and exclaimed, Madam, you're the best. This is why I'll never change jobs. In the sparkling, luxurious carriage, Ellen's gaze suddenly sharpened as if she had spotted something. Amidst the bustling crowd, a familiar figure caught Ellen's eye. Yulia Chadi. Ellen's carriage suddenly stopped in front of Yulia Chadi, startling her. Ellen's sweet voice took the initiative to greet her. What a surprise to see you here, Lady Yulia Chadi. Yulia also quickly recognized her and replied, Ah, hello, Duchess. Ellen gently stepped down from the carriage. Where are you heading on your own without a carriage? Yulia became flustered and embarrassed, her mouth stammering. About that, in the past, this was always how I would walk around. Ellen looked at Yulia with a fond, empathetic smile. It seems she snuck out, just like in the novel. Being cooped up in the mansion must be suffocating. Not lum? Ellen chuckled softly, lost in her thoughts. According to the original story, she met Aiden like this, and that's how their fates became intertwined. Following up, Ellen spoke with concern. You don't know the streets of the capital well yet, do you? It seems you're not familiar with the roads around here. Yulia blushed with embarrassment and answered honestly, Ah, that's right. I've only passed through here by carriage a few times. With that, Ellen turned to walk away, not forgetting to extend an invitation. I'm just on my way to some shops, since it's not too far from here. Would you like to go there with me? Yulia was stunned and asked in disbelief. Go with you, madam. Ellen extended her hand towards Yulia with a gentle smile. I will point out all the important roads on the way there. Ellen led Yulia to explore every street and corner. That way leads to the square if you turn in the middle. You will find an art gallery in the cultural street that I own. This street has many delicious restaurants and beautiful clothing stores, making it an area for a scenic walk. I own that too. Yulia's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her fascination and delight. I love all these places. Yulia's eyes shone as she looked at Ellen with gratitude. You are so kind to me, madam. Ellen smiled brightly and thought to herself, You probably don't know this, but in the novel, I tormented you horribly. The expression on Ellen's face softened as she thought to herself, I feel inferior to such a pure and free soul. Then she said in a fond voice, Everyone will treat you well, my lady. Yulia suddenly became shy. Do you really think so? Yulia fidgeted with her dress and timidly confessed, I still feel clumsy in the way I walk. Suddenly, Yulia remembered and turned to ask Ellen softly, I want to send some things to the place where I used to live. Where do I have to go to send it? Ellen also guided her diligently. There's a private mail service nearby. She probably wants to send something to the orphanage. As soon as she heard Yulia speak, Ellen froze. By the way, I stopped at the Leicester ducal territory on my way to the capital. Ellen's expression was a little worried and curious as she asked, Did you meet my father and mother-in-law? Yulia smiled as she talked. The weather was so bad on my way here that I had to stay for a few days. Recalling that time, Yulia recounted, They both treated me very well. I truly had an especially unforgettable time. The image of Yulia then was filled with laughter and joy. Hearing that, Ellen gently asked, My mother-in-law, is she still well? Yulia also answered honestly, Yes, she looked very happy. Yulia's face was radiant and excited as she continued her story. Miss Isabella told me a lot about you, madam. She told me to come and greet you when I arrived in the capital. But just 2 words caught Ellen's attention. Miss Isabella. Yulia looked at Ellen with a very affectionate gaze. So I was truly overjoyed to meet you. Suddenly Ellen cut in. We're here. Yulia was momentarily speechless. Ellen pointed. The shop I'm visiting is over there. The mail office is up ahead. Yulia now understood and said, Ellen quickly said her farewell. Have a safe trip. I had a wonderful time thanks to you. Yulia also replied politely. Me too. See you again next time. Ellen watched Yulia's retreating back, silently pondering their recent conversation. Ellen's expression became stern as she gave an order. Let's go, Mona. A luxurious high-end fashion boutique appeared before them. A melodious female voice greeted them. I have been eagerly awaiting your visit, madam. A graceful, red-haired lady spoke. Please come inside. Ellen examined things carefully, then suggested, It seems we can start with the decorations and snacks as planned for the party. The red-haired woman immediately agreed. I understand. With that, Ellen went straight to the main point. So then, shall we move on to another topic? The red-haired woman with all-seeing eyes gave a slight smile. Without beating around the bush, the woman directly provided information regarding your question about Lady Quinn. I know a little about her from my time living in the Anzazan kingdom. Ellen's eyes were full of expectation as she asked, You know? The red-haired woman slowly recounted the whole story. Before Lady Quinn got married, she was involved in a small scandal. It was said that Lady Quinn was in love with someone who was not her fiancé. They rumored that he was not even a nobleman. Ellen listened intently to what the red-haired woman conveyed. This was a long time ago, and at that time, it was covered up before it could become widespread gossip thanks to her marriage. So I will need more time to find the exact information. Ellen's eyes shone with trust as she entrusted her. Yes, do your best to find out who that person is. Ellen cautiously added a warning, and make sure that the information does not leak out under any circumstances. The red-haired woman's face became serious, her voice firm. I will be very careful. Then Ellen connected the events. Brody is probably involved in this scandal. Maybe he is. Aiden tilted his head to listen, looking warmly at Ellen. So, about Lady Quinn's divorce. Can you tell me more about the current situation? His eyes remained fixed on Ellen, his voice gentle. Of course. Aiden slowly revealed the recent events to Ellen. I am arranging the divorce without the Emperor's knowledge. Now I am discussing the division of assets with Duke Quinn. A dispute where Aiden is the mediator. The problem is that their assets are too complex. It is extremely difficult for the two sides to reach an agreement. It seems Duke Quinn is determined not to suffer any loss at all. The lady needs to resolve this, so she can finalize the divorce and return. Only then can she negotiate with the Emperor about the assets within the empire. Aiden carefully recounted even the smallest details. However, since the lady is mainly concerned with the divorce, she said she is willing to take at least some losses. Ellen, beside him, looked thoughtful. Suddenly Ellen spoke up. Well, there's a way to avoid any losses and instead trick him. Lend me your ear. Aiden's expression was dreamy, but he listened very attentively. Then Ellen turned to ask for Aiden's opinion. What do you think? Aiden stroked his chin and praised. Very clever. I should tell Frederick. Ellen's eyes were proud and satisfied as she smiled. Ellen's hand gently caressed Aiden's ear teasingly. By the way, is this why you secretly changed all your assets to be under both of our names? Unable to hide her happiness, Ellen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Aiden, trying to make it difficult for me to leave. Ellen looked straight into those eyes, her heart fluttering. Does he realize how cute he is when he tries to hold on to me? Suddenly, a large arm wrapped around Ellen's waist, making her exclaim, "Oh!" Aiden pulled Ellen into an embrace, pressing her down onto the chair. The corner of Aiden's mouth lifted slightly as he admitted in a low voice, "It seems my wife has figured out my intentions." He immediately started teasing Ellen. So now we will also be completely entangled, just like the assets, mahaha. The nobles eagerly gathered in a lively crowd. Melodious music mixed with cheerful laughter and chatter. Colorful, elaborately prepared dishes were neatly arranged on plates. A female singer was engrossed in her song. The nobles gathered around in delight, listening intently. Aiden and Ellen, dazzlingly resplendent, appeared in exquisite outfits that made everyone gasp in admiration. The Duke and Duchess look so wonderful together today. It makes me so envious. This shows that one shouldn't believe rumors. Indeed, you are right. Suddenly, Ellen's gaze stopped where Yulia was standing. Seeing the excited Yulia, Ellen thought to herself, I should go and greet the Count Chadi's family as well. Ellen gently walked towards Yulia and asked, what do you think of the party today? Yulia was full of admiration and praise. The atmosphere is wonderful, different from all the parties I've attended recently. This is the most impressive party. Ellen kept a smile on her lips, silently watching. Yulia. Suddenly, Ellen asked an unexpected question. My lady, what do you think of Aiden? Which made Yulia unable to react in time. Pardon? Yulia's small face started to break out in a sweat as she stammered. Well, he seems like a good person. The two of you suit each other very well. Ellen's cheeks flushed pink as she shyly admitted, yes, that's right, as if we were a match made in heaven. While watching Aiden seriously conversing with other nobles, Ellen confessed, other people find Aiden hard to deal with. But to me, he is the kindest and sweetest person. I am also trying to become a kind person. Like that. Yulia, on the side, listened with admiration and excitement. Wow, I'm so envious of your relationship. Ellen continued with a bright smile. You know what? The other day, he even told me that he missed me. Hearing this, Yulia could only give a strained laugh and exclaim, oh my, haha. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Duchess Leicester. Aiden walked over, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and looking at Ellen fondly. May I have this dance with you? Then Ellen quickly followed Aiden, not forgetting to turn her head to bid Yulia farewell. The soft, gentle dance music began to play. Aiden and Ellen danced affectionately amidst the crowd. The romantic atmosphere between Aiden and Ellen made everyone who looked on whisper in admiration. Wasn't this song commissioned by the Duke? By a composer hired by the Duke, and the Duchess is the protagonist of the music. Their waltz is always so captivating. Yulia stood silently to one side, watching intently. Aiden's large hand gently supported Ellen's small waist. The two of them, in perfect harmony, moved gracefully to the music. For a moment, Aiden's gaze turned to one side. That was where Yulia was standing, watching with fascination. Aiden and Ellen's dance ended with applause and cheers. Then Ellen affectionately took Aiden's arm and declared clearly, "I see the elders understand now." Elder Diren and the lady beside him, though unwilling, had to bitterly admit, "The two of you look great together. I wonder why there was ever a divorce rumor." Not stopping, Diren continued to criticize in a low voice. Even though that issue has been resolved, the humiliating rumors judging the Leinster family have not completely disappeared. Wasn't it due to the lady's reckless judgment that this scandal was brought about? Ellen, with a calm expression, gave a small, dismissive laugh. "I don't know about that. The honor of the Leinster family is not so easily tarnished for such a reason." The people around had started to notice and whisper among themselves. Aiden watched silently, always maintaining a polite smile. His expression turned cold as he spoke in a solemn voice. "I'm grateful that you have shown concern for my wife and me. I'm even more worried about the potential of truths that could tarnish the honor of the Leinster family. Compared to mere rumors." Aiden looked straight into Diren's eyes, overwhelmingly. For example, the embezzlement case of young Master Dien. Then Aiden turned to the other side and continued, "Or all the victims that Justin Hunan has defrauded." The corner of Aiden's mouth curled up slightly, his expression full of authority. "Truths that can be proven." The other two were immediately speechless, trembling with anger, and reluctantly replied politely, "Haha, now we admit that you two are still in a good relationship. The tense conversation has come to an end. Let's enjoy the party." Ellen, with an excited expression and a smile that wouldn't stop, called out loudly, "Lady Claire." Ellen and Claire shook hands and greeted each other happily, smiling with squinted eyes and chattering. "You really came to the capital. I ran over as soon as I received your invitation. I even had to postpone my debut party." On this side, Frederick and Aiden also greeted each other amicably and politely. "How many years has it been? Did you have a good trip?" Ellen's face showed clear anticipation as she asked with a bright smile, "We still have a lot to do. Do you have time to talk for a bit today?" Claire also playfully winked in agreement. "Of course, there's so many things I want to tell you." Frederick and Aiden escorted the two ladies, Claire and Ellen, into a private room to continue their conversation. "I was so surprised. You were the first person to know I had arrived in the capital, Ellen. I'm in business, so I hear a few things here and there." Suddenly Claire became serious, her voice straightforward. "In that case, you probably have more to say than to hear, right, Ellen?" Frederick gently sat down next to Claire and continued, "Have you come up with a solution regarding the negotiation of Lady Queen's assets?" Ellen also looked towards Aiden suggestively. A detailed map was spread out. Among the places that could be negotiated between Lady Queen and the Duke, the Fennerong region is just barren land, and then there's a mansion near the border that Duke Queen wants to sell. Ellen took a breath and explained everything at once. Instead of any other assets, Lady Queen will only take these two things on the surface. It will look like she is taking a loss. Frederick and Claire both watched intently. But isn't taking Fennerong really a loss? Ellen slowly analyzed in detail. Fennerong is actually an area full of vineyards and wineries. Due to competition with wine produced in the south, it is now in a state of bankruptcy. Seeming to understand, Claire listened with a serious expression. However, it can be seen that Fennerong wine has never been of low quality. If the area is revived again, it will quickly be reborn. Everything was gradually becoming clear. Just because the first place exists doesn't mean the second place is meaningless, right? There will always be a demand for good wine. Ellen continued to point out the advantages of this land. Moreover, starting next year, there will be a drought in the southern region. In a few years, Fennerong will become the place to meet the demand for wine. And then finally, Ellen came to a conclusion. Given that these places look desolate and worthless, the other side will agree immediately. With a puzzled expression, Frederick asked curiously, "So what is the value of that other mansion?" "It has nothing to do with the wineries at all. Instantly, Aiden and Ellen both broke into a slight smile. Meeting Ellen's bright eyes, she confidently proposed, "With that mansion as the center, we will plan to create an amusement park." A realistic scene of the dilapidated mansion appeared. The mansion had been abandoned for so long that it was covered in dust and cobwebs, overrun with vines, like a desolate place. However, it was large enough to be reminiscent of a royal palace, and upon closer inspection, you could see traces of the great efforts put into its structure, especially the unique patterns and the prominent decorations inside the mansion. With wide eyes, Frederick exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is an amusement park?" Aiden also looked at Ellen with curiosity and said, "I still don't quite understand it." Claire on this side similarly added, "Me neither." Ellen explained slowly in a gentle voice, "It's a place where people can come to have fun centered around a theme." Frederick stroked his chin with a look of confusion, emphasizing the two words, "have fun." After speaking, Ellen looked towards Claire and honestly confessed, "That's why I dared to invite Claire today." Claire involuntarily exclaimed, "Me?" Seeing Claire's confused expression, Ellen said frankly, "I heard you visited this area before." Claire gradually understood bit by bit. "You want me to publish a travel journal?" Ellen carefully explained, "No matter how much they pretend, people pay a lot of attention to Claire's travels. We will add a description of this mansion and add a few stories behind it. I was inspired by Hurtis's travel journal. That will pique everyone's curiosity. And at the perfect time, we will open the amusement park after the lady becomes the crown princess. Many people will want to follow her travel journal." At this point, both Ellen's and Claire's eyes lit up. But in reality, not everyone can travel, right? Having understood everything, Claire smiled faintly and added, "So it's about vicarious satisfaction." With a satisfied and somewhat amused face, Claire showed clear anticipation. "I think I'm starting to understand Ellen's plan." In a confident tone, Claire also quickly affirmed, "Despite being in a chaotic state, this mansion still has a special charm. With a little effort, I'm sure we can see this place become a place people want to visit." Frederick, who had been listening quietly on the side, looked at Claire with eyes full of pride. Ellen continued to discuss her plans. "What I told you just now is only a preliminary business plan. We should at least look 5 years ahead." Aiden beside her agreed, "And then everything will be beyond the reach of Duke Anzazen." Finally, Frederick understood everything, and also beyond the prying eyes of His Majesty the Emperor. An image of His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Queen appeared. As Ellen predicted, His Majesty had offered significant commercial benefits to Duke Queen. He must want to prevent the divorce. Of course, with prior warnings, Lady Queen was able to intervene. Frederick voiced his opinion with an excited tone. "If we present these conditions now, the Duke will readily accept it, and your aunt will enjoy the benefits of both Anzazen and the Empire." Suddenly, Frederick turned to Ellen and asked innocently, "Have you been to this place before, Ellen? How do you know so much about it?" Ellen immediately waved her hands and gave a forced, perfunctory laugh. "I happened to see it many times in maps and books I read as a child." Aiden, beside her, also chuckled and interjected, "That's right, you've had a lot of interest in other countries for a long time." Ellen was suddenly stunned and speechless for a moment. "Let's get straight to the point." Frederick's face was full of excitement as he proactively invited, "So let's raise a glass to our new comrades." Claire, beside him, smiled with squinted eyes and reminded, quietly, "We don't want anyone outside to hear." The four of them unanimously whispered in unison for Lady Queen's divorce. Scene changed to where everyone was still engrossed in enjoying the party. The female musician played her instrument while singing with a clear, heart-touching voice. Those were the beautiful days. Though looking back, they were filled with small joys. Though looking back like a warm spring rain, it was not yet fresh, and the bright summer was so hot and boring that all the noble young ladies were swept away. The small mouth just kept singing each sweet line. So, the promise trampled in winter, "Farewell to my unrequited love. Farewell, heart with no place to go, leaving behind a heart that no longer trembles. I'm going to a place with no seasons." Ellen listened silently with an emotionless face. Those were the beautiful days, though looking back now. The noble ladies began to whisper to each other, "What a beautiful story. By the way, doesn't it feel strangely familiar?" "I thought so too." A noble lady spoke ambiguously, her eyes on Ellen, The lyrics talk about a promise that sounds like a marriage promise. Ellen, with a calm demeanor, gave a gentle smile. It may seem similar to my situation, but the ending is completely different. Ellen's cheeks flushed as she shyly said, "There was a brief discussion about divorce between my husband and me, but in the end, it was only used to affirm our deep feelings." A scene of Ellen and Aiden happily riding horses side by side appeared. When spring is not yet cool, we will ride horses together. Next was an image of her and Aiden side by side, filled with laughter. Even when we are bored of summer, we will laugh together. Ellen said with a sincere and proud voice, "And in winter, we will hold each other's cold hands." While confiding, Ellen looked towards Aiden. "That's how we have always been a married couple." Aiden immediately looked back warmly, and we realized how it will continue to be. Ellen also sweetly waved back at Aiden. "If I do that, the Emperor will quote my statement as representing the prevailing view in the Empire, and use it as evidence to prevent Lady Queen's divorce." Suddenly Ellen changed her tone and spoke firmly, "But please don't misunderstand me. In my opinion, one should only divorce if we can no longer live together." Ellen fiddled with the fan in her hand and bluntly announced, "I am sure everyone can recognize the strong relationship between my husband and me. At least I can assure you, ladies, of that." After speaking, Ellen's gentle face broke into a bright smile. "I just hope everyone here can make that choice for themselves. I will use my influence as I wish." A week later at the manor of a magnificent mansion, Marchioness Serena respectfully greeted, "It's a surprise to see you here, Duchess Leicester." Ellen also slowly replied, "Marchioness Senia." While walking, Serena shared some thoughts. There have been some changes in high society recently. Ellen also warmly continued the conversation. "What is it?" Suddenly, Serena mentioned Iulia and asked, "Have you spoken with Lady Chadi? She is still an innocent young lady. I heard she lived freely in the countryside. It will surely be difficult for her to adapt to high society overnight." With a gentle expression, Ellen gave a soft smile. "Lady Iulia is quite charming when you talk to her. It won't be long before everyone loves her." Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange. Serena said vaguely, "I hope so." Hearing that, Ellen also suddenly became very confused. The noble ladies inside were chatting lively. "Oh my, Lady Iulia, is that a scar on your wrist?" Iulia also honestly recounted, "Ah, I was cut by a chisel." Another noble lady pretended to fuss sarcastically. "Oh my, it won't go away, even with treatment." Ellen froze, watching the events unfold before her. "You must have done some hard manual labor." Ellen's expression turned unpleasant when she heard the whispers of the noble ladies. The life of a country girl must have changed in an instant. Serena leaned in and whispered disdainfully, "Do you know what kind of life she has lived until now? Doesn't she completely lack the qualities of a noble?" Iulia pressed her lips together silently, her expression one of forced endurance. Ellen's hand clenched, her face filled with surprise. "Lady Chadi, try this wine. You probably couldn't try things like this where you used to live. What is happening?" Suddenly the wine glass was dropped at the same time as insincere voices were heard. "Oh my!" Iulia's face turned pale. She was stunned. "Lady Chadi, are you all right? Look at her dress. We were just..." Then the gentle Iulia also spoke softly to let it pass. "It's all right. It only spilled a little." Ellen, observing from the side, looked extremely indignant. Doesn't she realize she did it on purpose? Iulia struggled to maintain a smile on her lips, but "You also look great in this state. Lady Iulia, it didn't spill that much, so you're still fine, right?" "Yes, I." A powerful female voice cut into the conversation. "Were you ladies discussing so cheerfully?" Quickly realizing, Iulia's eyes lit up with joy. Iulia looked up and stared towards Ellen. Returning the gaze, Ellen also looked straight at her. Then Ellen gently sat down next to Iulia and said, "I also want to talk to Lady Iulia." The tea party continued with the lively chatter of the ladies. The more I hear, the more I feel how different things really are. I'm gradually understanding why the lady is so easygoing and naive. We would never be like that. In response to the fake and scheming laughter, Ellen just smiled faintly. That's right. Unexpectedly, Ellen turned her attention to Iulia and praised her. Even without being overly dressed, Lady Chatty still exudes a special aura in her elegance. Iulia was deeply moved and replied slowly, Duchess Leinster, you are much more elegant than I am. Ellen smiled gracefully. Oh my, I don't think I deserve such a compliment. With a very calm expression, Ellen continued to shower Iulia with praise. But it's good to hear that, on top of that, you are also a humble person, lady. Fatti. Then Ellen glanced at the other noble ladies, implying, surely no one would be so rude as to make a mistake. When mocking humility like this, right? That would be not at all proper. The two noble ladies who had been bullying Iulia earlier immediately turned pale with fear. Ellen crossed her arms formally and let out a remark. How interesting to gather together to excitedly mock someone. Serena began to worry, listening intently to every word. From Ellen, with a sharp gaze, Ellen decisively lectured them. Lady Iulia Chatty is the biological daughter of Marquis Chatty. Moreover, she is the only daughter that the Marquis family finally found after a long search. Without any mercy, Ellen spoke sharply and directly. The reason you can laugh right now is because of Lady Chatty's silence. Ellen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her gaze commanding respect. However, Lady Chatty is not the only one who can publicize today's incident. Can you handle the consequences? The room fell silent. Everyone was completely quiet. Ellen's hand gently took Iulia's hand. Ellen stood up abruptly and said firmly, Shall we leave now, Lady Chatty? Iulia looked bewildered but obediently followed. Yes. Ellen's face was full of dissatisfaction as she thought to herself. I was hoping that Iulia was being treated well. Wouldn't I feel at ease if she was happy without having to get involved with Aiden? Ellen just like that tightened her grip and pulled Iulia away, whether in the novel or in reality. She still has a lively and confident personality. I had planned to keep my distance and not worry about it. But now only Ellen and Iulia were left, sitting silently in the carriage, following without much thought. Iulia then spoke, breaking the awkward silence. Thank you for what you did earlier. Ellen mumbled resentfully. Next time, don't just stand there like that. Continuing, Ellen spoke frankly to Iulia. The Chatty family is a prestigious family. Even if you get a little angry, it won't tarnish their reputation. Iulia scratched her face and explained hesitantly, That's not the reason I kept calm. Ellen, not understanding, looked at Iulia questioningly. What is it? Suddenly, Iulia made an innocent comment that stunned Ellen. They all look so fragile. Short skit on how to protect your destiny. Ellen in the imaginary play shouted fiercely, How dare you desire my Aiden? Iulia gently grabbed Ellen's wrist with one hand. Iulia, looking strong, used her strength to overpower Ellen. Let me go. The short skit ends. Ellen's expression was chaotic. She pressed her lips together, momentarily speechless. It's not that kind of atmosphere. That's why I like the main character. Suddenly, Ellen couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out, laughing. Later, after arriving at the Chatty mansion, a very grateful Iulia said politely, Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. Suddenly, she became shy, her voice hesitating. Is it okay if I call you sister? Hearing this, Ellen was also surprised and exclaimed, What? Iulia continued, I want to become closer to you. Immediately, Ellen also happily agreed. Okay, let's become close. I'm very happy. Ellen's face was satisfied as she looked gently at Iulia. Then she spoke in a soft voice, inviting Iulia, Would you like to have tea with me tomorrow? With a face full of anticipation, Iulia said excitedly, Of course, I will definitely be there. Iulia's clear, sparkling eyes reflected Ellen's image as her mouth softly called out two words, sister. Ellen was also stunned, momentarily moved, and speechless. The next day at the Leinster mansion, in a modest and simple dress, Iulia ran over with a bright face. You're here. Ellen also responded with an affectionate look and a gentle voice. Welcome. Since Aiden went to the palace today, there would be no chance for him to run into Iulia. A familiar voice called out, Duke Leinster. Aiden also quickly greeted in a serious tone, Lady Hertiz. Claire asked softly, You're here to see His Highness, right? Suddenly Claire became evasive and mumbled, I'll leave so you can see him. Aiden looked at Claire with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, something's not quite right. Looking at Frederick's angry appearance, Aiden said softly, It seems you had another interesting conversation today. Suddenly he turned to leave. If you're busy, I'll come back another time. Frederick said in a dissatisfied, sharp tone, You're just going to leave after seeing me like this? Aiden looked back at Frederick. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. Frederick ran his hands through his hair in frustration and grumbled. No more beating around the bush. I want to talk about some things for the future. Aiden immediately cut him off and announced some bad news. The Emperor has found out about our conversation with Lady Queen, which made Frederick freeze 0.1 seconds before the hellish news dropped. The Emperor has found out about our contact with Lady Queen. Frederick slumped into a chair with a listless expression. I was so surprised it actually calmed me down. Aiden continued coldly. Then we can talk about a few more things. Frederick ran his hands through his hair, thinking with a helpless look, His Majesty is more determined than I thought. Aiden stood silently with no emotion and said, he will have to regain control of Lady Queen's assets in the Empire if she really divorces, especially the possessions that are the main source of income for the royal family. Frederick put his hand on his chin, calculating carefully. We need to find a way to disrupt their communication. Suddenly Aiden spoke up, cutting in with a warning. But you also know that Marchioness Chatty and Lady Queen have been close friends since they were young. After getting married, they continued to exchange letters. Frederick understood and asked softly, so you think we should disguise our communications as normal letters from Marchioness Chatty, but secretly forging a Marquis's seal won't be easy? Even for me. Aiden gently presented an item and said in a calm voice, no, there's a much simpler way, a letter full of neatly written lines. We are also aware of Princess Aranista's current situation. If it is within Marquis Chatty's control, we are always willing to help. Frederick's face immediately lit up. Then Aiden spoke frankly, asking, so what happened with Claire? Frederick's expression changed completely in an instant. Frederick sadly recalled his conversation with Claire. You know, Frederick, I just returned from my trip, and there's a lot to sort out, so I need time to adjust to the changes over the past 3 years. Hearing Claire's shy confession left Frederick stunned. We're not in a hurry either, so how about you take your time to think about our marriage? Extremely dissatisfied, Frederick rolled around on the chair and shouted, I always thought Claire would be the one pushing for marriage, and then who was the one who eagerly waited for 3 years. Frederick suddenly became like a crybaby, talking nonstop. I've known her for over 10 years, but I still don't understand her. Now, I don't even understand myself. We'll even get married? Frederick painfully confessed his thoughts. I will marry Lady Claire Hertiz. What will happen if she didn't smile because she felt shy, but because she really felt the need to hide her discomfort in that atmosphere? The atmosphere grew heavy as Frederick spoke pensively. The more confident I am, the less certain things become. Aiden, listening on the side, was momentarily at a loss for how to comfort him. A few days later at the grand and magnificent Chatty Mansion, Aiden was sitting silently, sipping tea and listening. The bond between our families has become stronger lately. Count Chatty and his wife said with gratitude, I heard that the Duchess has been taking very good care of my daughter. Moreover, she even invested in our business. We are very eager to show our gratitude. Aiden remained pensive and silent, thinking for a long time. Then he coldly opened his mouth to ask, my wife invested? Count Chatty happily recounted the details. Yes, you didn't know? We just opened a new trade route, and we borrowed a large sum thanks to the Duchess's generosity. Aiden just listened silently and attentively to the whole story. Suddenly his eyes fell on something. He softly asked Count Chatty, what is that? Count Chatty also replied cheerfully, oh, you mean this? Count Chatty proudly showed off the statues in the room. My daughter sculpted a few items. Even though I did nothing for her, she made these things for me just because I am her father. Count Chatty's face was filled with happiness as he said with a smile, she did a wonderful job, didn't she? These days, I'm very happy just looking at them. Aiden's eyes remained cold, showing no interest as he let out a remark. She has quite good technique. Over here, Yulia was happily chatting with Ellen. That's why I was a little confused. Ellen, with a sympathetic face, smiled brightly and said, don't think too much about etiquette, even if you make a mistake, if you do it with confidence. Things can take an unexpected turn. You'll adapt soon. I'll help you. So let's try to solidify your position at the next party. Yulia clasped her hands in gratitude and replied with a blush. That's a relief. I feel overwhelmed by all the etiquette. Ellen's eyes were glued to Yulia as she thought, what should I do? The more I look at Yulia, the more I like her. The sound of footsteps became clearer. Yulia hurriedly got up, looking flustered. Ah, hello, Duke. Aiden stood silently in place with a somewhat annoyed expression. Now Ellen realized and hastily said, Aiden, I'm doomed. I lost track of time. The scene of the three of them just standing there silently. I don't want the two of them to get together. Yulia quickly curtsied politely and greeted Aiden. Yulia Chatty, of House Chatty, greets Duke Leinster. With a cold face, Aiden replied indifferently, It's been a while. Ellen looked extremely nervous and worried, not knowing what to do. Yulia, understanding the situation, quickly took her leave. I should be heading home. Ellen was a bit reluctant and quickly tried to stop her. No, you can stay a little longer. Yulia looked at Ellen and obediently said her goodbyes. I'll invite you to visit next time. My parents said they really want to meet you at least once. You don't need to see me out. After that, Yulia also bowed to Aiden and hurriedly left. Ellen silently watched Yulia's retreating back. Then she gently called out to Aiden as he was also looking in Yulia's direction. Aiden. Ellen looked at Aiden gently and proactively invited him. Would you like a glass of wine before we go inside? Aiden's attention was caught by the statue on the table. He asked softly, What is it? Ellen understood and replied hesitantly, This. While in her heart, Ellen couldn't hide her happiness and couldn't help but praise it at length. It looks great, doesn't it? It looks just like me, right? She said she made it while thinking of me. She made this so well because she used to make toys for the children at the orphanage, right? I received a gift from the female lead. Ellen thought to herself. Then she decided to speak. At least that's what I want to say. But I want to continue talking about Yulia in front of Aiden. Lady Chatty gave it to me as a gift. Aiden's eyes stared at Ellen, and he said absolutely nothing. He looked at the statue Yulia gave his wife, which was sitting neatly on the table. Cheerful laughter and chatter came from the residents of Marquis Chatty. Are you going out again today? Yes, I am. Yulia hurriedly rushed towards the door. The Duchess said she would introduce me to Demilon, a sculptor. We will visit the artisan's workshop at the Leinster exhibition. Lady Chatty smiled gently with a satisfied look. I'm quite relieved to hear that you'll be going with the Duchess. Leinster. Yulia's eyes sparkled as she said with a bright smile, She is a wonderful person. Thanks to her, I have truly found myself. Suddenly, Yulia stared blankly ahead, where Aiden was gently stepping in. Aiden was dressed in a handsome, elegant suit. Yulia's eyes suddenly wavered, her expression flustered. Duke Leinster. Aiden walked straight towards Yulia and said seriously, There are a few things I want to talk to you about, Lady Chatty. Inside a dress shop, a respectful voice suddenly rang out. Duchess Leinster, it's a surprise to see you here, Lady Indernia. The girl standing next to her gave a gentle smile and began to show off her knowledge. I heard you've been spending a lot of time with Lady Chatty recently. Ellen glanced at the girl, thinking to herself, This person holds significant influence in high society. She must have come here to talk to me. The other girl asked with some curiosity, What kind of person is Lady Chatty? Without turning her head, Ellen gently touched a piece of fabric and began to speak. She is intelligent and full of determination. After getting to know her, I realized that we are quite close. The girl glanced at Ellen with a flattering expression. Oh, it's so interesting to hear that from you, Duchess Leinster. Are you also helping with the search? Hearing this, Ellen immediately gave a sharp look. What are you trying to say? The girl explained with a blank face. I'm talking about a potential marriage partner for Lady Chatty. It seems you're also looking for someone. Then a firm affirmation came from the girl. That's why Lady Chatty has become quite a hot topic of discussion, although some people look down on her. Noticing that attitude, Ellen showed a lack of interest and asked perfunctorily, Is that so? She also didn't understand why she hadn't considered that issue herself. Remembering the image of that elegant man, Ellen was certain that Yulia and Aiden would not end up together. In that case, would she end up with someone else if Yulia's partner doesn't appear? Standing behind Ellen, the girl unconsciously covered her mouth, surprised by something. Should I help her find someone as long as it's not Aiden? Then she suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, I must have gotten too excited and said too much. Then she quickly covered her mouth and made an excuse to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you today, my lady. I'll be leaving now. But Ellen still felt a little resentful. You're planning to leave right after provoking someone? Ellen's face turned red as she glanced at the girls retreating back. It's time to pick up Yulia. Ellen slowly stepped down from the carriage right after hearing the announcement from outside. We have arrived at the Marquis of Chatty's residence. Before her was a luxurious staircase with a door full of colorful patterns. Seeing Aiden preparing to step outside, Ellen's mind made a quick judgment. Aiden Is he coming out after meeting the Marquis? He said the chatty family would help Lady Queen. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she still raised her hand to wave and called out loudly. Aiden was walking happily alongside Yulia. Ellen was a bit stunned and her feet froze at the sight. Nevertheless, she still called out loudly, Aiden. This time, both of them heard and glanced in her direction. When Yulia saw Ellen, she called out, Sister. At the same time, Aiden also called her name, Ellen. Hearing that, she feigned complete innocence and wondered aloud, What a surprise to see you here. Hearing that, Aiden immediately explained, I had a few things to discuss with Lady Chatty. She immediately asked back, With Lady Chatty? Not with the Marquis. Aiden looked at Ellen and explained, I met the Marquis last time, and I realized the outstanding sculpting talent of the lady. Hearing these words, Yulia was extremely surprised, placed a hand on her chest, and asked for confirmation. My sculpting? Aiden stared at Yulia and made a proposal. If we want to exchange letters with Lady Queen through the Marquis, we need a secure method. If you sculpt a sculpture as a gift, we can hide the letters inside. Yulia's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. IT definitely won't be discovered. I don't remember clearly, but I heard that when I was little, Lady Queen was very fond of me. Ellen instinctively clapped her hands in agreement. Oh, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, Yulia. Receiving this thanks, Yulia was overjoyed but still tried to be modest, acting shy. It's nothing. I'm very happy that I can help you. Aiden's gaze suddenly shifted downwards, filled with a thoughtful expression. A question suddenly rang out. But Ellen, what are you doing at the Chatty residence? The words had just been spoken when her face stiffened and she hesitated. About that. Then a lie slipped out. I was planning to visit Demilan's workshop with Yulia. Then she glanced at him with a cheerful look. Can you come? Hummy. A hint of sadness still lingered in his eyes, but the encouraging words continued. You can't? It will be fun to go as a group, because you prepared everything there for me. I feel fine with everything. Inside, people are constantly discussing their own issues. Every time I attend social gatherings, everyone asks me about marriage. Ellen exclaimed, as she walked. Yulia, walking beside her, continued to explain, I only want to marry someone I truly like, and my parents have sincerely accepted that. She placed a hand on her hair as she walked. Although I think it's because they feel guilty. Ellen instinctively glanced to the side. I asked that why you don't mention the disrespectful behavior you face in high society to the Marquis and Marchioness. In response to Ellen's question, Yulia explained, if they knew I couldn't adapt, I think they would feel even more guilty. To be honest, I don't find everything difficult or unlucky. I still have beautiful memories to look back on, and I've lived a rather happy life on my own path. I've never felt miserable because of it. Yulia continued to explain as she walked, however, saying that I cherish that time would probably break my parents' hearts, because for them, it was a difficult period. Suddenly, Ellen continued Yulia's thought. On the other hand, if you tell them that you're happy, that might lessen some of the burden the Marquis and Marchioness feel. Once things have settled down, you should tell them about it. Ellen's next sentence made Yulia's eyes widen in complete surprise. They will understand how you feel. These words reached Yulia, and she instinctively turned to stare at something. Immediately after, she hesitated. My happiness is because of how things are now. She rested her chin on her hand as if in thought. Anyway, I have you by my side. Upon hearing these words, Ellen's heart seemed to bloom. Me too. I'm also very happy that we become close. Suddenly, Aiden appeared and made an announcement. Starting tomorrow, you'll have direct use of the workshop of Demilan. Yulia was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. We will provide everything you need from my side, so please start as soon as possible. Let me use a part of this workshop that's already filled with masterpieces. Just visiting, it was already a moving experience. Yulia was so full of life that Ellen couldn't help but laugh. You've really received too many gifts from the two of you. Inside the room, a voice suddenly spoke. Ellen, you don't know why Lady Claire is hesitant about getting married, do you? The other person replied, yes. The young man walked over and handed the girl a tablet. When Claire suddenly said she wanted to travel, Frederick was the only one who supported her. Normally, I would have thought they would get married when she returned. Considering this is a royal wedding, preparing it alone would take years. Ellen slowly put a piece of cake in her mouth and then spoke. So that's why Frederick is worried. Aiden pondered for a moment, then said, he said that the more confident he is, the more uncertain things seem to become. She glanced over with a nonchalant look. Claire has been traveling for 3 years. Of course, she would change a lot. Ellen looked at him again with a very affectionate expression. There are still many things about me that you haven't realized, Aiden. I want to go traveling too. As these words were spoken, her eyes held a hint of worry. The things to bring, Aiden. She continued to daydream. I'll take you with me in my travel carriage, a pumpkin carriage for some reason. He suddenly closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. Ellen, are you drunk? Ellen leaned back and replied a little. I'm in a good mood today. A gentle, warm look appeared in his eyes. Don't worry too much. His face leaned in close. If our feelings for each other are still the same as they were at the beginning, there won't be any problem. The cheese is delicious, isn't it? It's fruit cheese. That's right. Lady Queen's divorce is finalized. I heard the Duke quickly accepted the asset division that we proposed. Furthermore, I heard the Duke has a mistress, right? It seems Lady Queen leaked the news of the divorce to her, making her covet the position of Duchess. Because of the mess caused by the mistress, I heard Duke Queen agreed to the divorce without going through the usual procedures. During a family meeting, the man holding a letter in his hand spoke in a clear voice. The royal family will soon make an official announcement. Hearing this, Ellen's eyes widened in wonder. Will His Majesty accept it? His Majesty only wanted to prevent the divorce. He wouldn't want internal discord among the royal family members. Hearing this, Frederick continued to explain, His Majesty doesn't hold a grudge. Then he gave an arrogant smile. Perhaps it's because my aunt was so impressed with the amusement park idea that she said she wants to meet Ellen. Ellen's expression seemed to be trying to act cool, but inwardly she thought, excellent. Inside a magnificent flower garden, a voice rang out. Aiden, you have to leave again right after coming home. You should go ahead. A certain love-struck man replied, I'll wait for you. Over here, Ellen said sternly, there are some important matters to discuss among us ladies, so it might take some time. Hearing the question from her, Aiden gave a gentle smile. I can wait as long as it takes. At that moment, she turned away, thinking to herself, Yulia is coming here today. I want you to go so you don't have to see her. His back gradually receded, but the question continued to reach his ears. Ellen, do you always do business with the Duke like this? Ellen immediately replied, that's right. That person then continued to ask. When Aiden first started his own business, I invested in it. Since then, we've always done everything together. Claire praised as she walked. That's impressive. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have the chance to help with Frederick's work. As soon as the words were spoken, Ellen glanced over with a surprised look. Claire's hand reached out to pick a flower. I never thought I'd be like this, directly involved in his work. Then Ellen turned. Claire, you spent almost 3 years traveling, something not just I, but other ladies in the capital couldn't do. But Claire just replied calmly, it was possible because the crown prince supported me. An image of Frederick appeared. Becoming the crown princess will come with many restrictions. So he suggested I try traveling before. Getting married. Her back suddenly turned with a sad expression. But after coming back, I'm still scared. She was riding a horse and laughing uncontrollably. Outside the empire, I cried, I laughed, and had all sorts of unfamiliar experiences. I can't imagine what I'll be like after getting married. That's probably because the Empire currently believes strongly in traditional roles. The powerful and conservative atmosphere of the royal family is too foreign for a young woman who has just become a member of the royal family. Claire's words continued, no matter how much I like Frederick, I'm not confident that I can live a life like that. But Ellen hesitated, then continued. Do you still want to travel again after that? The words had just been spoken when she received a reply. I'm not sure anymore. So Ellen's hand reached out to take the flower and replied to Claire's astonishment. I also thought about leaving to travel after my divorce. But if I did that, I would definitely regret it. Aiden always respects me, and he has supported everything I do. An image of the two of them affectionately together appeared. The time I will spend with a person like that in the future, that is also an exciting journey for me. As the sentence ended, the flower stem was snapped. Claire stared blankly at the flower in Ellen's hand. His Highness will surely respect and support what you want to do. Frederick was still smiling brightly in Ellen's memory, because that's the kind of person he is. The flower passed hands, and Claire immediately affirmed with certainty he will do that. She quietly looked at the flower and continued. When we discuss things, Frederick always asks for my opinion first. In front of the gate, Ellen suddenly asked the gatekeeper, "What did you say?" The gatekeeper immediately replied, "Duke Frederick wanted me to inform you that he will be returning home first." Those words made Ellen's mind race with thoughts. He just left after saying he would wait for me? Aiden did that. A look of confusion was still on her face. He left right after receiving a message that someone from the Chatty family had arrived at the residence. Under a tree where Yulia was standing, a voice suddenly rang out, "Greetings, my lady. The Duke and Lady Chatty are in the garden." A man and a woman stood next to each other, talking. "I was very surprised to hear you left in the middle of it." The man immediately replied, "It was time to start preparing for my afternoon schedule." Ellen turned her face and replied, "I heard she was waiting alone." Yulia stared at the ground. "Oh, I chatted with her for a bit before leaving." At the same time, Ellen walked over, calculating, "I guess it's not a big deal." Then she smiled brightly and replied, "Thanks to you, Lady Yulia probably wasn't bored. Has the Marchioness of Chatty heard the news about Lady Queen?" The instruction was heard, and everyone obeyed. "I've heard." At this moment, Claire was still reading a letter, covering her mouth shyly. Why Mother was very happy. She will get to see Lady Queen after a while, so she has prepared a few things. Already, Ellen continued to speak as she walked. "You've helped a lot recently, so I want to give you something in return." Hearing that, Yulia wavered a little. "There's no need. I'm also very happy." Ellen walked forward and continued, "Yulia, don't refuse." And just before she could finish, Claire interrupted, "Really, there's no need." Then in her shyness, she could only exclaim, "I'm very rich." Ellen glanced at her with a disbelieving look. She then hesitated. "Of course you would be." A look of excitement suddenly appeared on Yulia's face. "Considering the wealth of the Marquis family, no, that's not what I mean." She gradually recalled receiving the gifts and recounted, "Every time I do something at the Duke's request, he gives me money." Ellen was taken aback. "Aiden," Yulia tried to justify, "I refused at first too." An image of Aiden gradually appeared. "It's perfectly normal for you to receive compensation for the time and effort you put in." Yulia blushed and covered her ears, but after hearing that, it filled me with confidence. "Moreover, he gave me more money than I expected. It's like I've become rich." She started to get angry out of embarrassment and yelled, "Sister." Ellen just said perfunctorily, "I know, it's money you earned yourself." At this point, Yulia was extremely excited. She understands. But right after, she was hit with Ellen's full sentence. "But you said you were earning money from sculpting before you came to the capital." These words also made Yulia press her lips together, unable to speak, because it's money earned through art. Then she continued to justify, "It's not like selling necessities. I'm happy to have the effort I put into my artwork recognized." Her eyes were reddish and sparkling. The two sisters' hands clasped tightly. "I can't help it since my husband already did it first, but please accept this." Then, a conversation echoed through the castle. "I want to choose a dress for you for the Hayes family's party." "Oh, I'll leave it to you." "I still can't decide, even after looking at several dresses." Inside the letter, a line appeared, "My beloved sister has departed to return to the Empire after the end of her marriage. Angelina Aranasta is still a member of the royal family and deserves her title of princess. I hope everyone will welcome her warmly." The man's eyes kept staring at the letter. "You know, right?" Ellen calmly closed her eyes and spoke. "Princess Aranasta is returning to the Empire. The letter says it will be about 2 weeks. It would be good to introduce a new dessert when she returns, but I don't know the princess's preferences. That's why I'm entrusting this entire task to you, Brody." The voice continued to speak. The man's eyes held a hint of sadness as he replied, "Yes, I will do my best." Suddenly, a white horse appeared somewhere. Inside the room, two people were quietly admiring each masterpiece. At this moment, Frederick held Claire's hand tightly and entered the room. "Thank you all for coming here, for joining me tonight to mark the end of my journey." At the same time, Frederick looked at Claire with an extremely gentle and adoring gaze as she continued to speak. "Furthermore, I want to share another piece of good news with all of you." Her introduction continued. "I, Prince Frederick Aranasta and Lady Claire Hertz, hereby announce that next year we will prepare for a royal wedding." Suddenly, a man leaned intimately close to Ellen and whispered in her ear, "Ellen, I feel like you've been avoiding me today." At this, she could only offer a vacant smile in response. Lady Yulia needs to shine at today's party. I've been helping her with everything, so I'm a little worried." Ellen placed her hand on Aiden's lips to stop him. "Just wait for me today, Aiden. I'll give you double the praise when we get home to make it up to you." Suddenly, murmurs arose from the crowd. "Did I ask that Lady Chatty?" Then, everyone's attention suddenly turned to her wrist. "Oh my, look at her wrist." A few days ago, Ellen had suddenly wondered, have you had those scars on your wrist for a long time? Yulia had calmly replied, I got this scar recently while sculpting. Hearing that, she replied, so there are some new scars too. Thinking about how people around might react made Yulia hesitate. Should I wear long sleeves to cover it? Ellen immediately suggested, no, wouldn't it be better to wear long gloves? Then Ellen pondered again, but some people will still talk, and besides, Yulia doesn't need to try to hide those things. Then she came up with an idea. Yulia, what if we try this? Unusually beautiful patterns appeared on Yulia's hand. Yulia felt happier and more cheerful as she received compliments from everyone. Lady Yulia, you look so beautiful today. Receiving the compliment, she shyly said, thank you. Did you draw the flowers yourself? The question was answered with confidence. I wanted to show off my skills a little. And so she received a request. They look so beautiful. Can you draw them for me next time? Watching her little sister bask in compliments and confidence, Ellen thought to herself, I didn't think she would use decorative patterns based on my idea and actually bring it to life with her talent. Yulia's smile shone in the crowd. The sight also made Ellen happy. Suddenly, someone called out, Duchess Leinster. Claire suddenly walked over and said, thank you for attending today. Thanks to you, my worries have disappeared. Ellen calmly replied, you've made a big decision, Lady Claire. Then Claire approached and introduced herself. Lady Yulia Chatty, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome back. Hearing that, Yulia also replied, Lady Hertz, I also welcome your return. Seeing the patterns on Yulia's hand, Claire was taken aback and asked, did you draw these flowers yourself? You are so talented. Yulia also confidently showed off her talent. I have been sculpting since I was a child. Their conversation, whether it was just chatter or not, began do you know the sculptor Demulon? I discovered one of his earliest workshops during my travels. Oh my, really? Claire then wondered if she wanted to see it. It's so big it can't even be displayed in the party hall. Then they both awahied in unison. From a distance, Ellen thought confidently, building a close relationship with the future crown princess too. Now no one can bother my Yulia. Then suddenly Frederick stepped in and interrupted. Well now, Lady Chatty, these young ladies seem to want to ask you many things. As soon as Yulia said, please, go ahead and ask, Claire was pulled away by Frederick, and I need to borrow my fiancé for a moment. The scene was incredibly luxurious and splendid. Under the dome, two people were standing and talking to each other. Thank you for taking the initiative, Claire. Claire's eyes suddenly sparkled strangely. Frederick continued to explain, because you were raised to be my fiancé, I saw you gradually come under more pressure from the marriage. From a young age, Claire had endured stressful words. After you become the crown princess, Claire replied regretfully, I'm sorry for that, Frederick. But he still tried to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he continued, I know better than anyone. The rotten and unjust rules of the royal family can make people comfortable, but they can also suffocate them, possessing the most in the empire, but also being the most bound. The most ridiculous thing is that among them, only a few are for the future benefit of the empire. Their hands intertwined tightly. I'm thinking of eliminating them one by one, and I've always wanted to take that journey with you. Claire's eyes suddenly filled with tears as she heard Frederick say, of course, you won't have as much freedom as you do now, but at least you won't be held back by any chains. An image of the two of them ascending the throne gradually appeared. After the walls that imprison you are destroyed, which are also the walls that imprison me, and many other walls on our path. He gave a radiant smile. I know it's late now, but, Claire, will you take the first step with me? Claire suddenly placed a kiss on his lips so quickly that he couldn't even react. Then she whispered scoldingly, you fool, you're too late. We've already taken a few steps together. Inside the room, everyone was still immersed in dancing. Then they continuously praised, how wonderful, Lady Chatty. Then she calculated in her mind, but as expected, she's popular with the young girls. Suddenly, a man rushed over, startling one of the girls. The man held out his hand and asked, would you like to dance with me? But her face grew more worried. No, I want to rest now. But the man was insistent. Weren't you free just a second ago? Despite that, the girl still tried to explain, that's because I'm a little tired now. The man, both angry and arrogant, yelled, do you not know who I am? I am a viscount and also a relative of the royal family. Hearing these words, Yulia stepped in to mediate. This young lady wants to rest. Perhaps ask her next time. Hearing that, he shifted his focus to her. Oh, it's Lady Chatty. "So, would you like to have a dance with me now?" Hearing the offer, a lady next to her advised against it. "Don't do it. That man once groped me while dancing." But Yulia still tried to refuse politely. "I'm sorry, Viscount Kaysen, I'm not very good at dancing." He was angry, but still persistent. "Fine, then I will slowly teach you." Ellen felt a little uneasy seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Yulia was cursing inwardly. What the hell? Yulia's refusal suddenly caught Ellen's attention. "Please let go of my hand." He kept pulling her. "Come on, dance with me." But Yulia was both pleading and refusing. "Viscount, please stop." But looking at her actions, Ellen calculated, doesn't she just need a little more strength to push his hand away? She suddenly remembered the past and secretly glanced at the man with worry. They all look so fragile, but because it's Yulia, she'll silently endure it like last time. Viscount Kaysen continued to shout arrogantly, "Do you not know who I am?" At this moment, Ellen suddenly rushed through the crowd in anger. "I guess I have to step in and handle this." She looked at the man before her in surprise. The man's back blocked her entire view. In her heart, Ellen silently called his name once. "Aiden." Aiden stepped forward, grabbed Viscount Kaysen's hand tightly, and pushed it aside. Viscount Kaysen's feet began to stumble. At that moment, Aiden suggested, "You want to dance that badly? Then you shall dance with me." The Viscount immediately fell face first to the ground, along with his contemptuous words, "Oh my, it seems you're not very good at dancing." "It seems." Aiden suddenly looked at him with a cold gaze. The fear in Yulia's heart also gradually dissipated. The two of them suddenly looked at each other intently. From a distance, Ellen calmly watched their actions and conversation. Did she see something? Duke Leinster is not the type of person to help others without a reason. The image of the three of them laughing and talking happily at the dinner table suddenly appeared. "Both of them treated me very well. The Duchess seems to be like Lady Chadi. They both give me a similar feeling." One by one, the images appeared. "Oh my, now that I think about it, I saw Duke Leinster and Lady Chadi talking together." At that time, it seemed the Duke gave a slight smile. As soon as the words were out, a question rang out. "Really? It seems something is happening. So what will happen to the Duchess?" Ellen, after going through so many memories, suddenly realized they still seem very close. What could this relationship be? I know Aiden wouldn't do that. Every action of the pair remained deeply etched in Ellen's heart. But little things I never thought of are happening one by one. He never used to look directly into someone's eyes, remind someone he never cared about before, unconsciously make physical contact. Aiden's hand was still holding Yulia's tightly. Ellen's eyes welled up as if she couldn't believe what was about to happen. At that moment, Aiden also glanced at Ellen, but his face showed no expression. At that very moment, Ellen turned and left in disappointment. As she walked down the hallway, someone suddenly called, "Out! Welcome back, Duchess." Aiden, standing behind, unconsciously spoke up, "Do you need my help?" Ellen had the maid stay away from her. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden approached to care for her tenderly, but her heart wavered slightly. "I forced myself to endure it, just enough. Except for Ellen, it seems I still can't resolve it." While he was untying her dress laces, thoughts kept swirling in her head. The Duke would vehemently refuse close contact with others. She suddenly called his name, and he responded accordingly. Memories of the hand holding continued to surface. For Aiden to completely overcome his emotional scars, perhaps he still needs Yulia Chadi. Ellen turned to look at Aiden intently. "You're still uncomfortable touching other people, aren't you?" The question made him silently glance at her. Her expression began to change after his confession. "No, I'm fine now." Ellen, disbelieving, asked again, "Really?" What a relief. He still smiled in reply. "That's right." He suddenly reached out to hug Ellen from the front and said, "From now on, you don't need to worry anymore." Her eyes looked into the mirror with a cold expression. Duke Leinster. Aiden's arm was trembling unsteadily. Before he realized it, his breathing became uneven and his face turned red, as if he were about to suffocate. The images continued to appear. Yulia was speaking with concern. "Are you all right? I've shown you a terrible sight." Yulia took his trembling palm in her hands and reassuringly advised, "Don't worry. Holding hands like this, we can share a warmth." Thoughts continued to surface. Aiden stared at Yulia with a serious expression. "So these hands are the strength I send to you, Duke, to let you know that you are all right." Ellen, with a jealous look, scratched hard at the door. Like a miracle, Aiden's breathing became calm. Yulia's every word had touched Aiden's heart, silently but deeply. At this moment, Aiden was still sound asleep, while Ellen sat quietly on the bed and thought. Yulia was the first person to give him a different impression. She placed her hand on Aiden's head, stroking it. and called his name, Aiden. She looked at him with a pained expression and asked, "Will I still have any value to you if you no longer love me?" Then she hesitantly declared, "When that moment comes, I will." Outside a tea shop named Patisserie Angela. This is the first time I've visited the tea room at Angela's branch. Iulia cheerfully expressed, "I met so many people at the last party, all thanks to you." Suddenly, Ellen seriously called her name, Iulia. Ellen began, "Do you remember when I asked you what you thought of Aiden?" Iulia's eyes darted around nervously. "Ah, yes." Then Ellen continued to ask amidst Iulia's anxiety, "So what about now? What do you think of Aiden now?" Her hand gripped the teacup tightly as she replied, "At first, it was a little awkward interacting with him, but it's different now." Images of Aiden ran through Iulia's mind. Quite the opposite. He is very kind and mature. She started to blush. If I were to rate my favorable impression, it seems he supports me even more than I support myself. Ellen kept telling herself, neither Aiden nor Iulia are the type to betray me. But if their hearts are drawn to each other by the power of fate, they will not hesitate to resign to it. Then Ellen pressed her lips together, because that's how I endure. Then she began to confide, "There are some things I'll only tell you, Iulia, how I became close to Aiden and how I came to like him. Ellen's only goal right now is, I must draw a line and put an end to this as soon as possible. This is what I really want you to listen to. Prolonging this will only cause more pain for all of us." An announcement was heard. My schedule has finished earlier than expected. Aiden suddenly worried. Ellen didn't tell me where she was going today. Felix, with a very anxious look, explained, "Her ladyship has gone to the Angela pastry shop. She must have gone there to meet Lady Chotty." At this moment, Aiden tilted his head thoughtfully and said the name. Iulia Chotty. Inside the cafe, Ellen continued to confide, when Aiden was young, he was even grumpier than he is now. We got married when we were too young. Even though we're a married couple, we're more like friends. And it was Aiden who first spurred these feelings. Ellen continued to narrate with her head down, indeed, and at some point I realized that my heart was also drawn to him. So it's hard to say who started to like the other first. Even though I try not to let myself say I liked him, one can't always control their feelings. Aiden's image was always present in her mind when she thought of him, as if he had coaxed her into agreement with his eyes. Then Ellen continued to assert her claim, "I love my husband. We promise to be together for the rest of our lives. Aiden is a good man, isn't he? I won't blame you." But in her heart, she told herself, rather, I should be the one to apologize. Then she continued, "I just want to say that my feelings will never change." Her next words made Iulia's face darken. "No matter what happens, I will not give up Aiden. I believe you know very well why I'm telling you this." Iulia's eyes were now welling up with tears. Ellen glanced towards the window, her mind already made up. "I think this will be the end of our relationship. It seems causing her pain is an unavoidable fate." Then Iulia lowered her face, sobbing, and asked, Why? Why do you both suspect me?" Ellen lowered her eyes, deep in thought, and said nothing. But a second later, what Iulia said made her ask in confusion, "What, Iulia, what do you mean by that?" Iulia still affirmed resolutely, "I have no feelings for the Duke at all." A hint of awkwardness appeared on Ellen's face. "And I'm not interested in you that way either." That day at the Chotty mansion, Iulia stood before Aiden and spoke, "Have you seen the statue that I gave to Sister Ellen?" At that time, Aiden rubbed his chin and said, "Your observation skills are quite impressive to sculpt Ellen's high nose bridge and small eyelids." She was overjoyed. "Wow, so you noticed too? Whenever I see them, I find them so captivating." Then Iulia began to express her admiration. "I greatly admire your audacity, staring at another man's wife like that." Iulia's eyes shone with excitement. Meanwhile, Aiden's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. "Then at the art exhibition, I was the one who asked you to sculpt the statues, so contact the Leinster house directly. To be precise, do not go through Ellen." She immediately replied, "Yes, understood." And in Ellen's garden, the two of them spoke in a very private place. Aiden spoke first. "Let's talk for a bit before Ellen gets back. I heard that Ellen is helping you prepare for the party at the Hertes mansion." Iulia eagerly replied, "That's right. She's guiding me on how to adapt to high society." She maintained a demeanor that could easily be misunderstood. "Honestly, there was a time when Sister Ellen always helped me at the tea party. And since then, despite this," Aiden kept his distance, replying coldly, "I know." Iulia Iulia, being nosy, asked, "Did she tell you?" The reply was just a blunt no. When asked, "You must be very fond of my wife," Iulia confidently replied, "Of course." You see, meeting her after coming to the capital was truly a blessing. And so his face darkened, showing your true colors. Are you? His subsequent words struck the young woman's heart. That's why you meet Ellen alone, looking at her with an innocent gaze and contacting her more often than necessary. The party preparations are just an excuse, right? Don't think you have a special relationship with her just because you call her sister Lady Chadi. At that moment, Iulia was extremely shocked and worried, wondering to herself, what's wrong with this guy? Then when they were holding hands, Iulia asked Ellen, "Do you know what he said at Claire's welcome party?" At that time, I was wondering why he was helping me when his taunt came. "You have such strong hands. You could have escaped him immediately." Were you waiting for Ellen to come and save you? At that moment, Iulia's eyes welled up as Aiden continued to mock. "I find this obvious scheme of yours unpleasant." A hint of embarrassment appeared in Ellen's eyes. Iulia continued speaking. "I could endure it when it was just the Duke acting like that." She wiped her tears with a look of utter disappointment. "But for you to suspect me too, that hurts me a lot." Ellen quickly stepped closer. "Iulia, I'm truly sorry." Just then, Aiden arrived with an angry face. Ellen was a little happy to see this scene, but Iulia glanced at him with an unusual expression. Aiden's fury gradually erupted. Ellen raised her hand to explain. "Wait, Aiden, it's not what you think." She calmed down and wondered, am I now in a position where I have to explain myself? Ellen sighed behind Aiden and thought, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Iulia." Iulia raised her hand and waved when she heard the question. "You were very upset, weren't you?" Iulia just smiled calmly. "I'm just happy that you believe me. I can even swear that I like you much more than the Duke. I also support my sister's precious love." At this moment, his face wrinkled up like an old man's when he heard Ellen's suggestion. "Aiden, you should apologize too." He could only obey his wife, sighing and saying, "I apologize for my rudeness, Lady Chadi." Even so, he was still very angry. From now on, you can feel comfortable meeting Ellen. Iulia still smiled innocently. "I will, Your Grace." Incidents like this often happen when two people love each other too much. Iulia, sitting next to him, said, "I also have something I like, so I understand how you feel." These words surprised Ellen a little, who asked, "Something you like?" Iulia's hand on the table clenched with determination. "I want to try to study sculpting in depth. Now, I have a workshop, and I don't have to worry about my livelihood, so I can't stop thinking that I should seriously pursue it at this time." She smiled confidently. "I want to sculpt so many things, I even dream about them. Honestly, that's why I haven't even thought about getting married or dating." Then she exclaimed excitedly, "That's admirable. Iulia, I will support you." Iulia's heart bloomed like a flower. "Thank you, Ellen." Their conversation continued. "I'll see you off, Iulia." "Is that his carriage?" "Aiden, yes." The eyes of the others suddenly showed a judgmental look. This made Ellen freeze and exclaim, "Ah." The woman hesitated, wondering to herself, that is. Then Ellen silently affirmed with certainty, "That's definitely her." No way. Did she hear everything? The lady stood there with her arms crossed, her stern face looking straight ahead. Brody, beside her, was a little worried. "She is the royal princess, now returned to the Empire, Angelina Erniasta." Ellen Zahat's eyes lit up. She exclaimed inwardly, "Because she is a very reliable ally in the original story, I've always wanted to meet her." She broke into a sweat. The current situation made her very flustered. Ellen Zahat stood in the middle of the room and lamented, "But I definitely didn't want to meet her under these awkward circumstances." Aiden Leinster and Ellen Zahat bowed respectfully. He spoke softly. "Duke Aiden Leinster greets the princess." Angelina Erniasta nodded slightly, her eyes still on Ellen Zahat. She spoke, "All the people I wanted to meet to thank are in the same place. Iulia Chadi was called by the princess, Iulia, the daughter of my dear friend." She suddenly looked up. Countess Chadi had previously boasted happily to her. "Angelina, guess what Iulia did?" This put her in a very good mood. Angelina Erniasta smiled and said, "Rowena's paintings have become more cheerful. Your return also brings me joy." The princess's attention then returned to Ellen Zahat. She said softly, and Ellen Leinster, there are many things I want to ask you. Angelina Araniasta looked at her unusually flushed face and slowly explained, with a situation like this, now is not the right time. Angelina Araniasta smiled kindly, her calm voice ringing out, let's meet next time and have a long talk. Ellen Zahat didn't seem to expect things to turn out this way. An indescribable feeling crept into her heart. She replied without hesitation, I am ready anytime. The king sat on his powerful throne, listening to the presentation below. I will leave the gold mine exploitation under your majesty's authority as before, just adjust the dividend ratio for me. Angelina Araniasta bowed and spoke clearly. I will take back all of my territory. I have also bought a mansion in the Kindo suburbs, and from now on I will live there. The emperor quickly replied, there's no need to live outside the palace. I have ordered the servants to renovate the princess's palace. A firm voice cut him off, Your Majesty. Angelina Araniasta looked straight at him. She resolutely stated her opinion. Because I was born and raised in the royal palace, I was forced into an unwanted marriage. I will never again call a place I don't want to stay in my home. Angelina Araniasta turned away very decisively and said softly, I'll take my leave. The emperor suddenly spoke, Do you hate me? Hearing this, she turned her head and smiled. No, I'm just full of determination because I have decided to be the master of my own life. Waiting outside were Frederick and Claire Harris. They spoke cheerfully, welcome back. She, Angelina Araniasta, said proudly, You've grown up, my nephew. Lady Hertiz as well. Claire Harris replied enthusiastically, I hope you can live full life from now on. Angelina Araniasta agreed with her. She slowly stated the plan she had prepared in advance. That's right. First, I plan to host a party at the new mansion to celebrate my return. It will be a grand party. Ellen Zahat was still stunned after that brief conversation. She whispered beside Aiden Leinster, What a crazy day. He suddenly turned to look at her and asked, Ellen, can I kiss you? Ellen Zahat replied without hesitation, yes. Her body was suddenly lifted up. The distance between them shortened. A strange sensation touched her. Ellen Zahat's eyes were half closed. She fell into thought, her lips exploding with excitement after being unable to hold back any longer. I understand his feelings. Ellen Zahat touched the face that was just inches away. Drawn in by those sharp eyes, she pondered in her heart. He's so happy to know our feelings are mutual, despite feeling guilty for causing a misunderstanding. His sturdy back fit perfectly in her arms. Ellen Zahat thought happily, but the fact that you were jealous while I was also jealous is quite touching. She gradually lost herself in that sweet kiss, sighing softly, me too. In the silent, unlit room, the only light source was the moon filtering through the window. Ellen Zahat's voice rang out. She asked probingly, Aiden, since when have you been okay with touching other people? And is it different from with Lady Yulia? Aiden Leinster let her lie on top of him, slowly answering, What a ridiculous misunderstanding. He turned his face away, confessing honestly a long time ago, about a few years. Ellen Zahat's eyes widened in surprise. She exclaimed, a few years? She said hesitantly, just a few months ago you said. Faced with her questioning, Aiden Leinster was silent. He decided to confess to her, I lied. The past event he recalled was also explained. I only did it to make you worry and think about me more. The hand he extended back then was just a momentary thought of Aiden Leinster's. He admitted his feelings at that time. I just thought at that moment that I had to intervene in Lady Chadi's business. Ellen Zahat leaned against him and sighed softly. Lady Yulia must have endured a lot because of us. Aiden Leinster quickly said, Lady Chadi is very fond of you. I say that because of the way she looks at you. Ellen Zahat placed a light kiss on his lips. She smiled softly. What's more important is the way she likes you. Aiden is the only one in this world who can do this with me. Her whisper echoed in his ear, I won't allow anyone else to do that. As soon as the words were out, Aiden Leinster was stunned. Ellen Zahat understood because he is so blind in love. She knew his feelings better than anyone, so I can only be blind with him. A steady hand gently embraced her. Aiden Leinster whispered softly, I will hold you tight for the rest of my life. The maid Mona fixed Ellen Zahat's hair, saying gently, My lady, I think the issue you were worried about has been completely cleared up. Ellen Zahat turned her head, slightly awe. Mona smiled. Since you returned from the Hertiz family's party, your complexion hasn't been good. Mona combed her hair again, slowly explaining, because you didn't tell me anything. I kept quiet, but I thought you were going to fall ill. However, yesterday you both rested in your room very early, and today your skin and hair seemed softer, so I was relieved." Ellen Zahat was amused, her face brightening up. She said cheerfully, "Haha, as expected, I can't hide anything from you, Mona." The maid held a piece of paper in her hand and spoke in a low voice. "Also, a few days ago, another letter was delivered from the Zahat family." Ellen Zahat opened the letter. She seriously reviewed the contents. "It's been 10 years since our families were connected." Ellen Zahat read the letter carefully. "I believe that cooperating on this new business project with the Zahat family will further strengthen the relationship between our two houses." She pondered. Ellen Zahat said, "If they put so much effort into this business project, we should take a look at it, shouldn't we?" Mona immediately spoke up. "Do I need to contact the shop?" Ellen Zahat replied, "Nearby, I have to write a reply letter." At the Zahat territory, the magnificent palace glittered under the shining sun. A voice rang out. "Has Ellen replied to the letter now?" Former Count Zahat excitedly opened the letter. He laughed heartily. "I knew it. This business project has caught her attention, don't you think?" The contents of the letter appeared on the paper. To Marquis Zahat, "The Council of Elders is currently in charge of that business sector, Ellen Leinster." Zahat froze, standing stunned in place. "Huh?" He was a little disappointed. "Is that all? So does she want to invest or not?" A luxurious tea set was arranged on the table. Whispers were heard. "I don't see Lady Iulia today. We only invited a few people." Everyone looked at each other. The girl with light pink hair glanced to the side and hesitantly said, and the person opposite her continued, "We thought you would be uncomfortable." Ellen Zahat smiled at them. She comfortably enjoyed her hot tea and quickly said, "You don't need to worry about that. Lady Iulia will join us for dinner on another occasion." The lady opposite her forced a laugh. "Haha, I understand." Ellen Zahat was very hospitable on the surface, but her mind was full of thoughts. "They invited me here just to get the whole story." Someone hastily changed the subject. "What did Marquis Carson do?" The image of his trembling figure quickly appeared in everyone's mind. They buzzed with questions. "I heard he's recovering at his mansion." He must have been quite startled. Ellen Zahat listened slowly. The girls were still engrossed in their story. "I'm more worried about the Marchioness. It's been a long time since she last made an appearance." The image of Frances Carson appeared in her mind. People said, and with this incident, she will probably avoid social events again. After all, the Marquis is quite grumpy. These two characters became the main topic of conversation at today's meeting. A series of buzzing sounds were heard. "Just think, Marchioness Carson looks rather frail. Or is she feeling unwell?" Someone retorted, "She's still as tall as ever, you know. She just looked a bit sad." "He might also." Some lady exclaimed in shock, "No way. They all promised each other. Let's just keep this between us." Honestly, the Marquis just yells all the time. He can't even swing his sword. Ellen Zahat thought seriously, "It's unimaginable. A man like Carson either lives a dominated life or lives by dominating others. One of the two." In Ellen Zahat's impression, Frances Carson always locked herself in her room, standing by the window and quietly observing the outside. Ellen Zahat fell in a deep thought. The fact that she rarely goes out has also made me worry. The lady with jet black hair suddenly spoke. "There's still the welcome party hosted by the princess." She voiced the question in her mind. "Since every noble in the capital wants to attend, will Marchioness Carson be there?" The villa was nestled amidst majestic mountain ranges, bathed in gentle sunlight. Healthy horses wore their harnesses, and several guards were busy walking around. Ellen Zahat arrived with Aiden Leinster. She observed her surroundings, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow!" Her attention was drawn to the two people in front. It was Princess Angelina Araniasta and Brody. Both of them were dressed splendidly, intimately linking arms. Astonishment quickly filled Ellen Zahat's mind. "Isn't that Brody?" She thought excitedly, oh my goodness, their relationship is exactly as I thought, but aren't they being a bit too bold?" Her joyful mood even affected Aiden Leinster beside her. He looked at her, his usually expressionless face slowly breaking into a smile. An impatient voice called out, "Angelina!" She heard her name being called and glanced over. The Emperor stood opposite them, his face scowling with his fists clenched. He grimaced and said, "I need to talk to you for a moment." In the room, the Emperor and Princess Angelina Araniasta began their conversation. The emperor wearily rubbed his face and offered advice. I know you want to live your own way, but you must maintain your dignity as a princess. You're not thinking of marrying him, are you? She replied, I'm not getting married. I will continue to live as I am now. The emperor looked up, stunned. He wondered, what? Then why did you bring him? Angelina Araniasta said nonchalantly, what if we get married later? Hearing this, the emperor immediately bristled and said loudly no that. She gently cut him off. We don't need to get married to be together. The determination in her bright eyes was easy to see. Angelina Araniasta had made Brody her companion. She whispered softly, like best friends. That's how we decided to be together for life. We can be business partners, colleagues, and soulmates. What do you think of that? The emperor was not pleased at all. He pressed, so you're saying you'll do as you please no matter how bitter it gets, and you'll continue to see this Brody fellow? Angelina Araniasta stepped closer and said firmly, in my previous marriage, I fulfilled my duty as a princess. She bluntly provoked him. If you don't agree, I will renounce my title as princess, and then I will have to hand over my territory and take back my gold mine. Amidst the bustling crowd, Brody Bover stood there, sweat clearly trickling down his face. Some ladies nearby glanced at him and whispered to each other, how should we treat him? A man approached to start a conversation. It's a surprise to see you here, Brody. He turned to look at him and quickly greeted, Ah, your grace, my. Words were not yet finished when he saw Ellen Zahat and Aiden Leinster very naturally bowing in respect. Brody was instantly startled, his limbs becoming clumsy. He stammered, Your Grace. Aiden Leinster said sincerely, Today you are the princess's companion, correct? You deserve to be treated with respect. Brody was stunned. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure, and he slowly said, Thank you. Ellen Zahat smiled warmly. She chatted cheerfully with him. I heard that all the desserts here were created by you, and they are all made according to the princess's preferences. Brody admitted, that's right. He began to share. I also recreated the menu she liked since she was young. A certain lady heard this. Her eyes filled with admiration. So romantic from a distance. Everyone bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty, Princess. The emperor spoke up. The mountain behind the mansion belongs to Angelina. Let's go for a little hunt there. Frederick from behind shrugged and said, You mention it like a suggestion, but you don't need an answer, right, father? The emperor looked at Brody and said, Do you know how to ride a horse? Brody, surprised to be called, stammered in reply, Yes, a little. The emperor ordered, Let's go. Beside them, Frederick had grabbed Aiden Leinster at some point and was dragging him away, chattering constantly, He won't accept your refusal. Duke Leinster, he let the blond man drag him away, sighing with a bit of speechlessness, so annoying. Angelina Araniasta smiled, whispering encouragement to Brody who was trembling beside her. It will be fine. He can't do anything to you. Everywhere was covered in a sea of green. The sound of horse hooves echoed one after another in the forest. Dense. The villa lay quietly in the middle of the forest. A voice from inside rang out. Please make yourselves at home until they return from the hunt. Elia Chadi said softly, Frances Carson stood in the middle of a magnificent flower garden. She quietly bowed her head. Elia Chadi thought worriedly, Is she not feeling well? The banquet hall was crowded with people. They were talking animatedly with each other. Cheerful sounds rang out, thanks to your Fenelon Regional Development Plan. Angelina Araniasta stood next to Ellen Zahat, satisfaction evident on her face. She spoke up. We have done business together. I want to talk about that, as well as other projects. Angelina Araniasta confided in her. I went to see Brody many times when I returned to the Empire. They talked for a long time. Angelina Araniasta stood opposite Brody, stating almost with certainty, So you have never left this place. Brody smiled, his face filled with happiness as he replied, Someone told me to stay here, and I will keep my promise. Using almost all the feelings he had held for so long, he whispered, Angela. As soon as the word was spoken, she was immediately moved by Brody. Angelina Araniasta continued, Brody said that you are the owner of the Angela brand. She smiled. Thanks to your investment, we were able to keep our promise to each other. She turned to look at her, speaking seriously, Duchess Leinster, I also want to be a part of the Angela business. Ellen Zahat agreed. I also wanted to suggest that. Angelina Araniasta stated her purpose. More importantly, what I want is to take over the main branch where Brody is. In return, I will allow you to allocate the Finland reconstruction project as you wish. Ellen Zahat thought carefully and answered honestly, that will be quite difficult. Angelina Araniasta heard this and asked, what more should I offer? Ellen Zahat smiled, it's not about that. She began, that place has always been under Brody's ownership. He even put up the sign himself. Ellen Zahat explained, I can do what I want with the rest, but he wants that shop to be entirely his own. Angelina Araniasta listened to her words, a little surprised. The party was still going on smoothly. Ellen Zahat spoke up. Besides, I have a lot of things I want to discuss with you, so let's discuss them in detail later. The conversation quickly ended. Ellen Zahat looked around, wondering, where did Iulia go? A loud noise made by someone drew everyone's attention. They said worriedly, what was that scream? Ellen Zahat observed ahead. A thought appeared in her mind. Did it come from that direction? She approached closer and immediately heard a sound. Let me go. Ellen Zahat's eyes suddenly widened. A man who appeared out of nowhere was pinned to the cold ground by Iulia Chadi. Beside them, Frances Carson hugged herself tightly. She shrank back, trembling in panic. People quickly ran over. A series of chaotic sounds rang out. What's going on? Oh my, what should we do? That man was Marquis Carson, trying to use his strength but unable to move. He ground his teeth in resentment and shouted, let me go. Above him, Yulia Chadi said firmly no. She was furious, saying loudly, you should know that if you bully someone weaker than you, you will meet a similar end. The people around roughly understood the situation, covering their mouths in shock. That means a powerful voice rang out, guards. Angelina Araniasta stood with her hands on her hips, in a very bad mood. She looked down from above and questioned Marquis Carson. How dare you harm our guest at the party? The next words were like a fatal blow. Don't think this will be taken lightly. Marquis Carson, not yet aware of his crime, still craned his neck to argue, her and my wife. Angelina Araniasta said impatiently, that makes you even more despicable. She waved her hand and ordered, he will not be returning to the Carson mansion. Take him to the guard room. The guards quickly received the order, replying respectfully, understood. After the party was interrupted, the emperor, holding the reins of a beautiful white-furred horse, asked, will the Marquis's wife also be returning to her mansion? The other person heard this and replied, no, until she is fully recovered, the princess will take care of her. On another side, Ellen Zahat spoke. Aiden, can you go back alone? Aiden Leinster heard this and looked at her, asking why. Ellen was still looking intently at the other side. She said, I want to stay here a little longer. On that side, Claire Harris and Princess Angelina Araniasta were still instructing the servants. Aiden saw this and said, all right, if anything happens, you must have someone call me immediately. Elsewhere, the emperor turned his back to Angelina, who bowed slightly and said to him, what a shame, I was hunting a big deer. When Angelina heard this, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Many lives were saved today. The butler standing beside her glanced at her. In a room, two maids stood by to support her arms. Frances Carson was still trembling uncontrollably. Under the flickering firelight, a voice spoke, thank you for saving me, Lady Chadi. It's nothing, Lady Carson. The other person replied, that I also want to thank you, Lady Carson. Me too. Hearing this, both of them turned their faces towards the voices. Yulia said, The other young ladies began to praise excitedly. You stopped Marquis Carson. That was amazing. Not stopping there. Another lady continued. Also, I want to apologize to you for our behavior. We were too rude to you. Yulia heard this and looked up, her face slightly flushed. Immediately, she smiled and waved her hand, saying, these things happening make us closer. It's just a part of getting to know someone little by little. The other ladies asked, where did you learn to restrain people like that? Yulia replied, I'm just someone with a bit of strength. That's great. Hearing that, Ellen smiled. Angelina looked at them with an emotionless face. Suddenly, Claire spoke. The excuse for protecting Lady Carson will diminish over time. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Claire glanced and continued, because there is still no way to punish the Marquis under imperial law. The law is always slow. The other ladies, including Yulia, looked intently at Claire. She continued, Marquis Carson might file a complaint against Lady Chadi, who comes from Count's family, to prevent people from withdrawing their support for her. At this point, Lady Carson's face showed a heavy expression. A voice spoke up, do you want to go out? Angelina turned to look at Ellen, who continued, coincidentally, we are planning to build a winery in the Finland region. If you join the princess and me in the wine business party, you will be able to stay away from the Marquis. Lady Carson immediately said, if I do that, my husband might see it as the Carson family's business and could bring harm to you both. Ellen thought for a moment after hearing this. She said, then, let's create a salon. We'll use it as an excuse to travel as a group. Everyone can come too. Everyone was quite surprised to hear Ellen's idea. At a castle, small houses and green trees could be seen. Below, this is the first time I've traveled so far without my family. This is more delicious than I thought, the young lady said one by one. Meanwhile, Frances was still looking at one place, with wide eyes showing clear astonishment. The sunbeams shone on her sparkling brown hair. Down there, the people were working the land together, helping each other with heavy tasks, and looking very happy. She stood high above and stared down, her dress fluttering in the wind. Iulia, holding a box, said cheerfully, everyone, gather around. There's some wine left over from last year. Everyone gathered, sitting together at the table, laughing and talking together. Frances brought the wine glass to her lips. The nutty aroma goes well with its fullness. She was surprised and picked up the wine bottle. Ellen heard this and turned her head towards Frances, saying, you seem to be very knowledgeable about wine. Frances brought the wine bottle closer to her eye, continuing, it's amazing. Something so captivating has been hidden for so long. Hearing that, Ellen, holding her wine glass, smiled at her. That's also very true for you, my lady. Frances looked up at Ellen with sparkling eyes. All the ladies around applauded after hearing that from Ellen. Warm sunlight shone through an extremely luxurious window. Your Majesty, even if she is a princess, this is an abuse of power, a voice exclaimed. The princess may be divorced, but there is no rule that allows her to break up other people's families. Elder Diren frowned, seemingly dissatisfied, and exclaimed, especially before your Majesty, you have the right to decide everything, the old man continued, while the emperor rested his chin on his hand, listening to him. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Is this what you should be saying before his Majesty the Emperor, Marquis? The old man turned his head towards the source of the voice, the one who is threatening family happiness in the presence of his Majesty, and the one who made Lady Frances Carson determined to get a divorce. Is you, Marquis Carson, Princess Angelina Erniasta said as she walked in majestically, followed by Ellen Zahat and Frances Carson. Hearing this, the old man's face began to change color as he replied, you say divorce? My wife doesn't even have a home to return to. She is just an illegitimate daughter who became a Marquis's wife to escape the Viscount's house. Angelina, Erniasta said. Elder Diren pointed at her, shouting, if a woman with nothing to her name gets a divorce, do you think she will have a stable life like she does now? He started shouting at Frances, speak, my lady. Do you think the Viscount's house will agree to have you back? Caught by surprise, her face instantly turned pale. Seeing this, Angelina's face filled with anger, thinking such disrespectful behavior in the royal palace. Meanwhile, Ellen also frowned, thinking to herself, he's using that fact to force her. Witnessing everything that happened, the emperor began to grow weary, thinking, what a disgusting man. The old man began to speak again. I'm right, aren't I, my lady? I was a bit harsh. Frances gritted her teeth, beads of sweat continuously rolling down her face. He held out his hand, his eyes wide, and said, but the Carson mansion is where you belong. I have nowhere to go. Frances thought to herself. Her body trembled continuously. Ellen glanced at Frances. Ellen quickly grabbed Frances's hand. She began to feel less afraid. As if waking up, her eyes lit up. But there's a place I want to go. Frances thought of the neat rows of green trees. I'm still afraid of that man, and this is a painful situation, but she regained her composure, thinking to herself. Then the legs under the dark blue dress began to move. Frances stepped forward, looked down straight into his eyes, and exclaimed, you are smaller than I thought. After hearing this, he seemed to not believe what he had just heard. A voice rang out, Marchioness Frances Carson. Frances looked up straight ahead. The emperor continued, although the Marquis's behavior is unjust, unfortunately, under imperial law, I cannot interfere in family matters unless there is a murder. However, according to your wishes, with my imperial authority, I can grant your divorce here and now. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched up. The help of others can give a person the motivation to change. The emperor said, after all, he has made insulting remarks in front of me. Hearing this, Frances was astonished, while Elder Darren's face showed clear panic, for better or for worse. Her face lit up. She looked at the emperor and exclaimed, "I want a divorce, Your Majesty." Angelina and Ellen were happy to hear Francis say that. At least, at this moment, that motivation is... Ellen was happy, looking at Francis with a bright smile. A voice rang out, "Lady Frances Bardo." Ellen Jahat said, "I didn't think you would be leaving so soon." The woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a red dress, was the former Marchioness Carson. She replied, "I have no more reason to stay in the capital." Francis Carson is the current manager of the Fenelon Winery with sparkling eyes. The facilities need to be built, and we will be up and running before the harvest season. Someone said, "Her mind is all in the vineyard now." She continued, "I used to think if I kicked my husband out, this place could become my home, but this place holds too many painful memories." She rolled up her sleeve to show her muscle, expressing her determination. "I will sell it and use the money to invest in Fenelon." Ellen saw this and became tense. "Ah, diversify your investments." Claire Harris just laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly Francis became serious. "Honestly, I am very grateful to everyone at the salon." Ellen and Claire also listened with serious faces. Francis smiled. "Thanks to everyone's help, my life has undergone great changes, and I want to show you all how I will grow." Ellen gave a small smile. Elsewhere, in a room, a voice rang out. "Is this the cake made for the princess? I want to experience a love like this too." Brody blushed shyly. Anderson giggled. Ellen thought about each moment of each person in her life. "Until now, I haven't cared about the lives that other people are living. This is not the modern era, and these people are nothing more than background characters. However, more and more, many of them have been breaking the mold and finding satisfaction in changing themselves, just like the butterfly effect. The opportunity to get out and the courage to get out and the courage to rush in, and she thought of Aiden Leinster, the one she liked. The strength that I have accumulated for that reason. I now know how I should use it. The things that the charity needs now are at Salon Breeze, bustling with women stepping in. Ellen, who was sitting, suddenly turned around. "Ah, sister, long time no see." The other person replied, "Ah, my lady, I mean Duchess." A girl with green hair. She is Marchioness Mila Jahat, Jill's wife. She continued, "I heard that Salon Breeze has become quite famous recently, so I came to see it." Ellen stepped forward and held out her hand. "Welcome, sister. I'll give you a tour." Elsewhere, Mila asked, "What are you doing here?" Ellen replied, "Whatever people like." They passed by Iulia's painting class, where people were concentrating on their paintings. Ellen continued, "We also invite those instructors." Suddenly, Mila looked at the next table. They were talking about something. "So what about the cost?" Mila immediately stepped forward and said, "Oh, you can calculate it like this," causing the two who didn't know how to calculate to exclaim in admiration. Ellen looked over. The two immediately spoke. "Please give me a seat, my lady. Can you teach us a little more?" Ellen saw this and smiled happily. A moment later, elsewhere, a vial containing a pill was placed on the table. "This is it," the red-haired woman said. "I heard this substance is effective in treating all diseases. It is especially effective in relieving pain." Ellen picked up the vial and looked at it, although it seemed to only make them think they were not in pain. She recalled, in the original story, after being deceived by some swindlers, Jill Jahat distributed this drug and bankrupted his family. It contains a large amount of addictive substances that can destroy the brain, so those who overdose will die. The rumor about this drug is spreading among elderly women and former soldiers, and there are also noble families who are interested in this business. More specifically, Elder Dairon has invested all the money he has. The red-haired woman explained, "It seems that thanks to the influx of funding, the Marquis and Marchioness Jahat are frequently partying. There are also rumors that her dresses have become more expensive." Ellen showed a look of disgust. "It seems their vanity might make them more valuable." There will soon be a business presentation held at the Jahat mansion. Her face became serious. "This drug should not be made public. Gilles and Helen Jahat probably don't know yet. We need to let them know the truth behind this drug." At the salon, Ellen and Mila sat on a chair by the window. Ellen said, "I'm so glad you came to visit the salon, sister-in-law. But is everything all right? Did mother or brother Gilles say anything?" This question startled Mila a little. She avoided Ellen's gaze and replied, "Actually, there are a few things I've wanted to tell you for a long time. I just need your help." Ellen had a confused expression. "That drug is an addictive substance. The more you use it, the sicker you get." The events gradually unfolded. A voice, "They sent it to you too, right?" "Mother," Helen replied. "I ignored it because it was an anonymous letter, but if it's true," Gilles continued, "this way is better." His eyes became dazed and lifeless. It's a drug for addicts. We should add more of that ingredient. He said to the pink-haired man, sell as much as possible. Suddenly, Jill and Helen turned back with sharp eyes. And the maid saw this and trembled with fear. Then she screamed, please spare me, my lady, young master. The two of them replied, be quiet. Milo was terrified, her face pale. She stood hiding outside the door, covering her mouth, not daring to move. Back in the present, Ellen frowned. They've all gone mad for money. Milo said, keep an eye on that swindler. He will try to escape before the business presentation takes place. We have to stop him. We need him as a witness. Understood. Ellen held Mila's hand worriedly. If you go back to that mansion, will you be okay? Mila sighed. It will only be more suspicious if I don't go back. I'll be fine. They're too preoccupied with their business to pay attention to me. Ellen's eyes were filled with worry. Please come to the salon more often. And make sure to ask for my help if you need it. Mila smiled and nodded. On the other side, in a room, a voice rang out. Why did the Duke suddenly come to see me? Aiden said, it seems you have something to say to me, Elder Dairon. Dairon chuckled, Recently, Salon Breeze has become very popular. However, it's not just a salon. Aiden smiled. The old man's face became serious. I'm sure you know, but our family also has commercial rights in the capital, right? Aiden replied, besides the Leinster family, there are still a few families with those commercial rights in the capital. He asked, the ladies aren't operating together there, are they? Dairon was confused. He continued, is there a problem with noble ladies doing business together? The old man explained, the problem is that the Duchess is not just investing, but also directly running the salon. In the future, it's like she will use the salon to gain commercial profits. He bowed and said, if the Duchess is not using the salon as an excuse to eliminate the elders, she should inform and discuss it with us. Aiden's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, are you the same? He wants control of the salon. He doesn't even realize he's walking into a trap now. The two of them looked at each other. Aiden looked at him and said, Elder Diane, the reason I called you today is not because of commercial rights, but because of trade rights, the route that you proposed. There were opinions that it was too risky from the beginning, but you went ahead with it. And now, a ship has gone missing. Why is there no report about that? The elder heard this and became flustered. That Duke. I thought I could handle it. I was going to report it after everything was resolved. Aiden looked away and said slowly, I heard the damage is quite significant. Can you handle it within a week? He immediately replied, yes, I can. The next question left him speechless. Aiden asked, with your threatened commercial rights. After the conversation, he also left. A voice rang out in the room. What an interesting conversation. Sir Austin Diane, how does it feel to see a father who abandoned his son bow and scrape before others? Honestly. Austin replied, it feels great. Frederick said, but according to this guy, a large amount of funds has recently been embezzled by Diane. Aiden said, that's not enough to cover the damages. He'll probably try to buy any goods available on the market to raise the price of goods to match imported goods. That's why Sir Austin stockpiled goods ahead of time to keep prices stable. Count Chiroti's route development project will cover his losses. He had said earlier, then we are opening a new traffic route. Aiden continued, thanks to Diane's son being stripped of the family business, he can act freely. In the end, he will have no choice but to rely on his illegitimate son. Frederick said while munching, when Sir Austin is in a stronger position, it will also be easier to deal with Elder Diane. Aiden smiled, I've given him another week. Not long after, the elder was heard saying, I'm sorry. I will give up my commercial rights. Just let me stay on the Council of Elders. Aiden stood before him and asked, do you still have anything you want to criticize about Salon Breeze? He replied, no, the Council of Elders will not raise any objections to what the Duchess is doing. Aiden smiled good. The scene changes to another place. It seems that even the future crown princess is involved in that salon. Ellen asked, don't you find it strange? He wondered what. She replied, they must have said some negative things about the salon, but the elders are surprisingly quiet now, and the commercial rights were transferred to me. Also, the issue with Marquis Kaysen. Surely, he would be kicked out of the mansion for his misconduct, but even his relatives and servants turned their backs on him. Why is everything going so smoothly? You must have a fairy godmother. Aiden smiled. That's something you're very interested in. This fairy godfather wants to do anything he can for you. Ellen lifted his chin and asked, why are you doing things secretly behind my back? Do you want to be scolded? At her questioning, Aiden gave a brighter smile than ever. Scold me. That night, a maid opened the door and entered Ellen's room. She went straight to Ellen's bed and sat down. Then she whispered in Ellen's ear, waking her up. Ellen quickly got out of bed. As she walked, Ellen asked, "I heard you caught the swindler." The other person replied, "That's right, however." The swindler tried to escape, but Marquis Geohart caught him before he could get away. Lady Helen Geohart lured him in, and the Marquis wanted to kill him himself. The Marquis probably doesn't know that he didn't manage to kill him. The swindler, now tied up on the ground, also let out a few whimpers. Ellen stood in front of him. Seeing her, the swindler shouted loudly, "Huh." As soon as he shouted, he fell silent. Ellen thought, "He recognizes me." Then she sat down in front of him and said, "Seeing your reaction, meeting me must have put you in a difficult situation. Your purpose wasn't just to sell drugs, was it? Shouldn't you tell me, since I saved your life?" It's quite difficult to narrow down the suspects because the Geohart family has so many enemies. Who was the one who ordered you? Viscount Heron? Before, when she left, Aidan, lying beside her, also noticed and opened his eyes. Returning to the present, the two who heard her words couldn't help but be astonished. In her thoughts, he had a cold appearance, sharp eyes, revealing no emotion, one hand holding a sword, the other tightly gripping the hilt. He stood straight. His broad shoulders were steady, his posture as if ready for battle, creating a sense of strength but also solemnity. In the original story, Aidan was the one behind everything. The swindler, holding a glass vial containing a white pill, made a deal with Geohart to make money on people's lives. He had also arranged this incident in the original story. He had ordered the swindler to approach Geo, causing this drug to be distributed in large quantities. He had calmly waited for the damage to get out of control and then exposed the whole affair. She and her family could not recover, while he stood there in the middle of the empty space with his tall and sturdy figure. A cold, cruel, emotionless look staring straight at the female lead and her family as they fell to eliminate her and the Geohart family. He left her lying there, turning and walking away alone. He didn't look back once. Just like that, his footsteps continued forward, trampling on everything that stood in his way, trampling on the very people who had fallen at his feet. To him, the countless people who lost their lives after becoming addicted to the drug were just a tool to end everything. But the novel's plot had changed. He had a completely different appearance from his usual coldness. His look gave off a feeling of warmth and peace. Those eyes were not cold, but brought a sense of security. But everything had deviated from the novel's trajectory. Aidan was the one who had changed the most. She was lost in thought when she realized he had been standing on the second-floor landing, looking at her for some time. When she saw him, she was not surprised or startled, but on the contrary, very calm. Her eyes looked up at him as she took off the cloak she was wearing. He stood above, a tall figure, his eyes sharp and emotionless, although he said nothing. But that look alone was enough to create an invisible wall separating the two of them, so she thought this incident would also change. He spoke, breaking the silence between them. "Is he still alive?" She quickly replied, "Yes." Her face was nonchalant, showing no emotion as she asked him, "Hey Aidan, why didn't you tell me?" Hearing this, his face broke into a slight smile, as if he understood her question. He maintained his posture, looking at her, and said calmly, "I didn't want you to know about the things I've done." In a room filled with experimental equipment, scraps of paper plastered all over the walls, we hear that the committee will not approve your painkiller until you handle the side effects. He held a stack of papers, looking at them while speaking to the fraud kneeling on the ground. "Then you forged the documents. You were expelled from the Leinster Academy." He begged him, "Please give me one more chance." But he immediately rejected his plea. No, this drug must not be produced in this world. With that, he tossed the papers he was holding, letting them fall freely like meaningless scraps. Looking at the imposter's terrified face, his eyes welling up with tears, he emphasized, "Especially not with the Leinster name attached." His face was sharp, his cold eyes looking at him with a warning. To his astonishment, he added, "Clear out this laboratory by tomorrow morning." On the other hand, he thought of Gail Zahart's image, his voice full of certainty. There will surely be a nobleman interested in this drug. He handed the vial containing the pills to him with a reminder. "Remember, with these test samples, be careful to control the dosage." Recently, the Council of Elders has been in charge of those business areas. Ellen Leinster, it said the Soren house has invested. He thought, Ellen has spread it, while saying to the imposter, now cloaked, "Leave before you get caught." A crumpled note fell to the ground. "We should add more to the ingredients." While he was deep in thought, the man asked, "What should we do?" still in a thoughtful posture. Hearing him speak, he glanced at him without turning his head. At this rate, people will get addicted before we hold the business presentation. Hearing this, he suddenly smirked. I happen to know someone who doesn't care about side effects. Let's conduct a clinical trial. Hearing his words, the man was astonished, his face unable to hide his fear. A man in a hat suddenly appeared, interrupting the conversation, and said to the imposter, "The Duke told me to help you escape. I'll start packing your things." A voice came from outside the door. "The lady is waiting for you." Both of them immediately thought. Helen Zahart. In front of the imposter was a woman. As soon as he appeared, a tall man from behind attacked him. He quickly fell to the ground, blood splattering from the back of his head. He was carried away on the tall man's shoulder, and the woman followed behind, cautiously looking back. The man in the hat, hiding behind the trees, saw this and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it." Someone immediately reported this to him. I looked for a chance to save him, but there was no chance. His face darkened, his voice low with hidden anger. "Are you kidding me?" She stood still, silently listening as he recounted the whole story. She placed her hand on the railing and slowly walked upstairs. His voice rang out, explaining, "The dosage in the packets distributed to people is low enough not to be addictive, Ellen. Gail's more potent drug was never created at the production facility." The two stood facing each other. He looked at her and continued, "It will all be over before it enters the market." A murderous glint flashed across his face. "The Zahart house will destroy itself." He raised his hand to gently touch her cheek, stroking her hair. "They won't be able to bother my wife with any more problems." Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, her face radiant as she replied to him. Great minds think alike. His eyes, looking at her, sparkled with amusement as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I feel like I'm getting in my husband's way." They gently embraced, the surroundings blurring, leaving only the peaceful moment between them. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered. "Gail and Helen Zahart tried to sell it, even though they knew it was an addictive drug. They tried to kill people." Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with confidence. And Elderkindo Soren didn't profit from his business loan. It was an illegal business operation not approved by the Leinster House. He held her tightly, took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of her soft hair, and said slowly, "I have the list of ingredients for that drug, and I have proof that Gail Zahart requested an increase in the addictive components." She stood in his arms, her hands around his neck, gently clasping the back of his neck, creating a sense of intimacy while his strong arms held her waist. His grip was powerful yet gentle. He lowered his head slightly, closing the distance between them, their eyes fixed on each other. An interesting event was unfolding. With that, he held up a beautifully designed card. Up. They both looked at the card, their eyes holding a deep meaning. "Shall we go destroy together?" The scene changes to a party. There was a large, lavishly decorated white pedestal. On it, an exquisite vial was displayed, surrounded below by vibrant pink flowers. A loud laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha!" Gail Zahart stood before everyone, happily spreading his arms to introduce. "We have a very special plan for tonight's party. Please look forward to it." Mila Zahart, hearing this, was not very enthusiastic about the party, a look of unease on her face. Seeing her and him appear at the party, whispers constantly buzzed around them. "I see the Duke and Duchess Leinster are here. I heard the Duke doesn't have a good relationship with his wife's family." Gail Zahart, seeing the two of them, couldn't hide his smugness. Sure enough, even the ducal family was drawn in, and they couldn't help but come. He and she appeared, quickly capturing everyone's attention. He wore an elegant suit with a powerful aura. Their hands remained tightly clasped as they entered the party. In the room's space and light, the vial on the pedestal stood out even more. A voice rang out. "This is the painkiller we have created. Some people in this room have already obtained it and can attest to its effectiveness." Some people below quickly responded in affirmation. "Thanks to this drug, I've been able to sleep soundly every night for the past few weeks. My knees used to ache every night, so I only take this drug." Elder Soren, standing nearby, heard these words and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, someone asked a question. "What happened to the person who taught you how to make this drug?" Gail Zahart's face showed anger. His eyebrows furrowed, but in front of everyone, he still had to smile and explain. "The production process is only known to those within the Zahart house." "No." Hearing this, she smiled and asked back, "Is that so?" After her words, a man in white shoes entered the party room from the door. Seeing this person, the faces of Gail Zahart and Helen Zahart, who was holding a fan and standing near him, suddenly stiffened, silent. The impostor approached, dressed in a luxurious suit, and raised his hand respectfully. "We meet again, Marquis Zahart." The woman used her fan to cover half her face. Her eyes closed, forcing a smile. "Oh ho ho." Gail Zahart's face became tense, evasive. "It seems we have a suspicious person who has snuck in here." The impostor immediately retorted, "You call me suspicious even though I'm the creator of this drug?" These words caused the entire hall to break into discussion. Animatedly, a troop of soldiers in neat, solemn uniforms entered, led by Frederick, whose voice said, "So are the people arriving now also suspicious?" Small white pills were poured out, scattering all over the ground. "We received a tip and conducted a surprise inspection of the drug manufacturing facility." Amidst the surprise and confusion of the party guests, Frederick continued, pointing to the pile of pills on the ground. "The formula contains a large amount of addictive substances." The man who had just been praising the pill's effects was now extremely panicked, speaking up in confusion to verify. "So, the things I've been taking are..." Elder Soren's face was full of suspicion. He approached Gail Zahart and questioned him. "Marquis, what is the meaning of this?" He stood frozen to the spot, his voice failing him, hastily trying to explain. "This is a misunderstanding." He pointed directly at the impostor, his face full of anger, and shouted, "Someone must have brought it and faked the ingredients of the drug." The impostor quickly replied, "There was no one else but you, Marquis." As he spoke, he touched his neck. A white bandage fell to the ground, stained with dark red blood. "You said you want to make the drug more addictive, so you could sell as much as possible." On the impostor's neck was a long, large wound. Seeing the wound horrified everyone. "Oh my God, oh heavens." He continued, "After I made it, you wanted to kill me. How dare you deny it?" Helen Zahart quickly asked Frederick, "Your Highness, who was the informant?" He calmly replied to her, "I cannot tell you." Hearing these words, her expression immediately changed. She hastily tried to explain, "Look, you can't reveal his identity because they are not trustworthy." Frederick's face brightened as he remembered Claire Harris's lovely face. He let out a soft sigh and replied to her, "No, because a witness protection article was recently added to the royal law. If the Marquis is truly innocent, he will be able to get through this investigation." The faces of Gail Zahart and Helen Zahart turned pale with anxiety and worry. She suddenly pointed at her and shouted, "You set this all up. How could you do this to your own family?" "Huh?" She did not avoid her, looking straight at her, and said, "I gave you a chance." Her every word rang out like an accusation against her and Gail Zahart. His face flushed red, his eyebrows knitted, his eyes filled with a sharp and fierce gaze. He gritted his teeth, looking at her furiously. "Even after receiving my letter, you still increased the drug's dosage, covered everything up, and tried to kill someone else. You two chose to do all of this yourselves." He seemed to lose control and lunged towards her, shouting as he ran, "This is all your fault." Seeing him charge at her, she turned to grab the sword of a soldier standing nearby. The sharp sword was immediately drawn from its sheath. However, before she could raise the sword, he was already standing in front of her, his face cold as he pointed the tip of his sword at him. His eyes were sharp, his face clearly showing his anger. "How dare you?" The tip of the sword was placed right at his neck. Droplets of fresh red blood appeared on the gleaming blade. The blood was flowing from his nose. His whole body trembled, his face looking at him in fear, stammering, "What?" All the onlookers' faces could not hide their shock, but I didn't use the drug. Amidst the chaotic party scene, a figure appeared at the entrance, immediately speaking out. "It's all true. There is no false information." Mila Zahart entered with her maid. She said, "I voluntarily confess to everything that is happening in the Zahart family." A hand slammed down hard on the papers on the desk. The emperor's face was full of anger, his eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "How dare they distribute addictive substances in my empire?" He picked up the documents to examine them and said to everyone in the room, "All those involved in this happen to be connected to Leinster, don't they?" He and she bowed respectfully. He spoke up in reply, "We feel a heavy responsibility, so we personally investigated what was happening at the Zahart house." A thick stack of papers was neatly arranged on the table. "Everything we found has been meticulously recorded in this report." The emperor asked, "So what about Elder Soren?" Based on his investigation, Elder Soren conducted numerous illegal businesses for profit. He answered the emperor, "Elder Soren indeed knew nothing about the drug, but turns out the money he invested came from illegal business loans, making it dirty money." His face was full of meaning. "The Leinster family's Council of Elders has expelled the Soren house. What awaits him is a fitting punishment delivered by your majesty. The emperor carefully read the documents in his hands, thinking of Gale Zahart and Helen Zahart imprisoned in the dungeon, who would have to perform public labor with other criminals. The emperor said, "So now let's talk about the Zahart family. Gale Zahart and Helen Zahart were sent to the border immediately after the incident, sentenced to life in prison and hard labor under royal law. I will let the disgusting criminals there deal with them." Seeing her standing before him, he mused, "But what interests me now is the future of the Zahart family." He stood listening quietly, his face emotionless. Frederick was the same. He just stood silently. The emperor was deep in thought. "Duchess Leinster, I want to know your opinion on your maternal family before we remove them from the empire." She wore a classic dress, her hands folded as she carefully watched the proceedings in the room. To the emperor's question, she replied, "This incident was mostly orchestrated by the recklessness of Gale and Helen, so not many people in the Zahart residence knew of their actions." Standing right behind her was Mila Zahart. She also stood, listening attentively to everyone's opinions. She continued, "Meanwhile, the person who played a crucial role in exposing their crimes was Marchioness Mila Zahart. Without her courage, there would have been many more victims." Hearing these words, the emperor nodded in acknowledgement. "I recognize that." Then she turned her head slightly towards Mila Zahart, nodding gently to her, to the current Marchioness Zahart. As if understanding her meaning, she spoke up, placing both hands on her stomach as she said, "I am pregnant." This news stunned both the emperor and Frederick. The emperor quickly asked again, "What?" She turned her head, seriously listening to the person next to her say, "As long as you help." The person next to her was Mila Zahart. Hearing her proposal, she quickly asked back, "What do you want to do from now on?" Her hands were clasped tightly together as she said, "I can't just stand by helplessly and watch my family collapse. I want to raise my child without any worries." Cutting to the present, she looked at Mila Zahart's hands cradling her belly and said, "She is now carrying the heir, and she, more than anyone, has stepped up to resolve the issue as a member of the Zahart family." She made a suggestion. "Can we let her continue the family name as the Marchioness?" The emperor nodded slightly at her words, closing his eyes in thought. Thinking again of Gale Zahart and Helen Zahart's situation in prison, he said, "Then first, I will strip Gale and Helen of their family name and title. They don't need the Zahart name in the labor camp." Everyone in the room listened intently to the emperor's words. However, even though this was their own doing, Gale was still the head of the family. The internal problems within the Marquisate cannot be denied. The announcement papers were quickly passed, and although there was no title conferring ceremony, Mila Zahart still respectfully received the rights of gratitude from this point forward. The Zahart family was demoted to a countship. Instead of a formal title conferring ceremony for Mila Zahart, it would only be mentioned on paper. After everything that had happened, the imposter also quickly packed his bags and left the capital. This whole incident was terrifying. "I hope I never see you again. Goodbye. Don't even think about coming back to the capital." In the vast mansion, one room was still lit. "Congratulations on becoming Countess Zahart, sister-in-law." On the candlelit table, he and she sat celebrating with Mila Zahart. At her congratulations, she smiled shyly. "Thank you. I didn't think I would receive congratulations for such a shameful matter." She quickly added, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. You protected the Zahart family." Her face was radiant, excitedly pointing to herself and saying, "If you need my help with anything in the future, just let me know. You'll need a lot of things to get the family running smoothly again." She suddenly stood up and turned to leave in a hurry. "Now that I remember, I'll write you a blank check." "Wait a moment." Seeing her action, she hastily stopped her. "No, my lady." In a large room, only Mila Zahart and he were left at the tea table. He sat on one side enjoying his tea while she sat somewhat awkwardly, flustered. Talking to the Duke was still a bit embarrassing. He suddenly spoke. "May I ask you a question?" Mila Zahart's face was a little confused, but she quickly replied, "Ah, yes, you may." His next words left her stunned and bewildered. "What does it feel like to have a child?" She looked at him in disbelief. "Hey," thinking she didn't understand his question, he added, "I mean, being pregnant, how is everything different from before?" After asking, he looked away in embarrassment, while she seemed to have understood his question. "Oh." Her hand gently fiddled with the teacup on the table as she tried to explain. Well, first of all, my body doesn't feel like my own anymore. Mila Zahart looked at him and described her symptoms. My body feels sluggish and I feel very sleepy. I crave all sorts of food. I often feel tired and nauseous, making me cover my mouth or vomit. Sometimes I feel scared and depressed, and suddenly I have trouble breathing and tremble all over. While he was deep in thought, she continued, but when I think about my child, the joy and excitement overwhelm all of that. He suddenly changed his attitude, somewhat skeptical. He quickly asked her again, "You feel scared and depressed, but also happy and excited?" Mila Zahart replied slowly, "That's how I feel." She remembered her own image when she sensed danger, her whole body trembling, but she always held her hands tightly over her stomach. Whenever I sense danger, the thought that I need to survive so my child can be born calms me down. Mila Zahart's hands gently lifted the teacup. Never has survival been so foremost in my mind as it is now. Her face flushed slightly with happiness and anticipation. I look forward to the time with my child. Maybe I will be lonely, but I want to do my best. Suddenly his voice cut in, surprising her and making her quickly look up at him. "You are not alone." He looked at Mila Zahart seriously and said, "Ellen and I are the baby's aunt and uncle." Hearing these words, Mila Zahart's cheeks flushed, her eyes welling up with emotion. She held a check in her hand, and as she walked to the tea table, she smiled and said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Seeing the scene before her, she paused for a moment. Mila Zahart covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes tearing up, her whole body trembling. When he saw her arrive, he quickly stood up, his face flustered, and said, "Ellen, this." She was also a bit confused, her eyes shifting between him and Mila Zahart, who was now sobbing. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Suddenly Mila Zahart spoke, surprising her, her face unable to hide her astonishment. "Thank you, Your Grace." Her eyes were wet, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wiped her tears as she said, "I am so happy to have you two as my child's aunt and uncle." After hearing her words, she seemed to understand everything and smiled at her. She opened her arms to hug Mila Zahart, gently comforting her, "Yes, of course. I will always be by your side and my nephews or nieces." Sighed. Her eyes were filled with tears, but they were tears of joy. Her lips curved into a slight smile as she listened to her. "After they are born and grow up." That smile was full of emotion, not from boisterous joy, but from the feeling of being loved, understood, and shared with. He stood to one side deep in thought, scared and depressed, yet happy and excited. She suddenly turned to look at him, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling brightly. He was surprised by her appearance, his face also flushing slightly with a hint of shyness. In the dark of night, an escorted carriage rolled slowly along. "We have begun transporting the prisoners to the labor camp at the border." In his office, Frederick reported to the emperor, "The convoy has been arranged as your majesty instructed." The emperor tapped his fingers on the table, making a tap sound. Frederick held a piece of paper, focusing on the emperor's words. "It seems the Leinster Council of Elders is causing trouble, so we don't forget them. The Zahart family will focus on managing their internal affairs for a while." He smiled, his face full of confidence as he replied, "Although they took the lead in resolving the issue, it seems the Leinster family will surely face criticism for this incident." The emperor let out a satisfied sigh at Frederick's answer. "You also know that's not the issue." His face was attentive, his eyes never leaving the speaking emperor. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like a stain on the Duke's honor. The emperor said while thinking of him and her, "But as the reach of the Council of Elders diminishes, things will change according to the Duke's will." In fact, the Zahart family has truly become an ally of the Duchess. The emperor stopped tapping his fingers on the table and said cautiously, "As long as the Duke and Duchess remain united, the Leinster family's influence will continue to grow." His hand rested on his chin, his thumb and forefinger gently touching his jaw, his eyes full of thoughtful admiration. What a terrifying couple. Frederick listened to these words in silence, thinking to himself, they're my reliable and trustworthy allies. Morning at the Zahart residence. Mila Zahart was wearing a comfortable nightgown, thinking as she walked, "Today, I will meet the Duchess at the salon tomorrow." Her train of thought was interrupted when she saw the former maids of the Zahart house. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. When they saw her, they all seemed to avoid her, acting unnaturally. She watched them leave, a little worried. "I'll have to replace these maids soon." Just as she was about to leave, she heard a voice behind her, Countess Mila Zahart. Her expression changed, and she slowly turned to look at the speaker. The speakers were Gail Zahart and Helen Zahart, their hair disheveled, their clothes tattered, their faces full of anger as they looked at her. "How does it feel, betraying your husband and mother-in-law?" He continued, every word dripping with threat, "and taking everything for yourself, huh?" She grew more and more frightened, her body trembling uncontrollably, her fearful eyes not daring to meet theirs. The saddles were completely empty. The soldiers had been attacked, their bodies scattered on the ground. "I thought it was all over." Gail Zahart and his mother looked extremely disheveled. He turned to the person who had freed him and said, "I never thought you would help us." The man who helped him smiled. Beside him were several other guards standing watch. Elder Dairon. His men quickly dealt with the bodies of the soldiers on the ground, while he turned to talk to Gail Zahart. His face put on a regretful expression. "It would be a waste for someone like you to fall like this." He added, "Besides, don't we share a common goal?" Hearing this, Helen Zahart couldn't hide her anger. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of resentment. He smiled and said meaningfully, "Everyone deserves a second chance." Hearing him still call him Marquis Gail Zahart, he looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. A brilliant red gemstone ring was put on his index finger. Helen Zahart took off her tattered clothes. She wore a beautiful red dress, sparkling earrings, and constantly preened in the mirror. Gail Zahart also changed into a new suit, so happy that he couldn't stop humming a tune. He suddenly turned his head and asked loudly, "What? Are you wondering why we are here?" Mila Jahat is now under control, her hands tied behind her back, her mouth tightly gagged, unable to do anything to them. "Did your betrayal plan not go as expected?" Helen Jahat also walked over to her, crossing her arms and looking at her with resentment. "How insane, but from now on, you will have to accept it, and we will give you another chance to atone for your mistakes." He placed his hand on her head as if to subdue her. His action made her even more anxious and fearful. "But you have to do a few things for us." The morning sun cast long streaks of light on the ground, creating a tranquil space full of the morning's vitality. She was told the Jahat house had sent a servant. Before her, a maidservant stood straight, her hands lightly clasped, bowing her head slightly, and said, "The Marchioness has sent me to invite the Duchess to visit her residence." She immediately replied, "We already planned to meet at the salon." The maidservant's eyes were slightly closed as if concentrating, her lips moving. "The Marchioness has an urgent matter and cannot speak of it at the salon." As soon as the other person finished speaking, both she and the maid holding the makeup tools beside her became thoughtful. She suddenly turned her head, picked up a perfume bottle, and said to the maid beside her, "I want to use this perfume today." She stood before the slightly ajar door of the mansion. A voice from the side announced, "You may enter." In contrast to her proud and dignified face, the Jahat maid looked extremely flustered, her face pale as if she were hiding something. She suddenly dropped to her knees, her head bowed low, her hands on the ground, uttering an apology. "I'm sorry, my lady." Before her sharp gaze, the maid trembled all over and confessed honestly, "I was threatened." She closed her eyes, a look of helplessness etched on her features, and let out a heavy sigh. Even knowing it was a trap inside, she still decided to enter. She walked, each step slow but firm. Determined. A girl sat on a chair. Mila Jahat sat motionless on the chair, her body restrained, unable to move. Ju Jahat and Helen Jahat stood on either side of the chair she was sitting on. Seeing her enter, he smirked and said, "Welcome, Duchess Leinster." Around the room, besides them, there were large, scar-faced men who looked terrifying. She surveyed the room, her expression cautious and thoughtful. "They've hired some mercenaries. I can escape on my own." She suddenly dropped the cane in her hand, letting it fall to the ground. She thought of Mila Jahat's safety, but my sister-in-law, even a small injury would be dangerous for her. Seeing her action, he was pleased. He gave a triumphant smile that if you've grasped the situation, surrender quietly. She crossed her arms and looked straight at him, her gaze firm and resolute. "You know the person you're holding hostage is your own wife, right?" Hearing her words, his eyes were indifferent, and he shrugged casually. "Oh, you know that she is pregnant? What does that have to do with me?" She frowned slightly, her face showing an anger that spread from her sharp eyes to every feature, as if she had no more patience to endure. "This guy makes me sick." Her hand clenched into a fist, raising it towards him, causing him to duck in fear. avoiding it. A moment later, when the pain didn't come, he slowly opened his eyes, cautiously raising his head, his eyes still full of vigilance. His mercenaries also hastily placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to fight at any moment. But it was completely different from what they thought. She held out both her hands in front of him and said, "Do whatever you want, whether you want to take me hostage or something else." Hearing this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, raising a hand to adjust his lapel, complaining, "You should have just given up properly from the start." Helen Jahat, standing beside him, also had an unpleasant expression. She frowned, looking stern, her hand gripping a rope tightly, her knuckles turning white. She offered her hands to let them tie her up. She bowed her head, her eyes meeting Mila's. Jahat, her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, as if wanting to cry for help but unable to make a sound. Her brows were tightly furrowed, unable to hide her fear and helplessness. She asked her, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Her gaze towards her was gentle, her mouth forming a reassuring smile that "I'm fine, so don't worry. I hope he won't be too sad." Aiden, he quickly received the news that Jahat and Helen Jahat had escaped, which made him hurry. While walking, he turned his head to ask his subordinate. They escaped early this morning. They even abandoned their carriage and managed to get away. As soon as he entered the residence, he saw her maid running out anxiously, "Your Grace." Her face was full of anxiety as she said hurriedly, "Her ladyship has gone to the Jahat residence." While the subordinate's face showed clear surprise and shock, he remained calm upon hearing her words. "Her ladyship told me to inform you if she did not return by this afternoon." The two subordinates behind him spoke up. Wait, they were taken far away, so how could Ju and Helen return to the Jahat residence? Moreover, with her ladyship's abilities, they know she could take them down. But he immediately refuted. No, his hand clenched, crumpling the paper he was holding. "If the Marchioness Jahat is captured, Ellen will have no other choice." He stated with certainty she must have gone there alone. Hearing this, the subordinate was confused. That means... His lips pressed into a thin line, his teeth grinding as if wanting to crush everything. His eyes glinted with indignation, fury blazing. His voice was hard as steel, low but full of danger. Those fugitives dared to kidnap the Duchess of the Empire. Summon all the knights immediately. In a large room, Jahat and Helen Jahat were sitting on chairs while Dairen stood. He placed his hand on a chair and said to the other two, "Just capturing the Duchess already feels like a victory. Whatever we do, that brat always gets in the way, profiting for herself. It really drives me mad, especially that condescending look she gives us." Elder Dairen asked, "Now, what do you plan to do next?" Jahat looked at him thoughtfully and replied, "We will demand a ransom for Ellen, take the money, and escape." "Is that all?" He thought of the Duke's image and said, "Duke Leinster will not let this go after what you've done. You will have to channel the Duke's anger to get what you want." He looked at him meaningfully, his eyes full of schemes and calculations, his goatee accentuating the sinister look on his face that we, the Council of Elders, want to separate the Duke and Duchess once and for all. Too much business has fallen into the hands of House Leinster. He listened intently to the old man's plan, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "S.O., we need the Duchess to take the blame." They secretly imagined the scene of her locked in a dungeon, now kneeling, her hands in shackles, imprisoned in a dark, damp, and cold room. They couldn't wait to see her suffer the pain and humiliation they had planned. "You want us to make Ellen a scapegoat for everything." Helen Jahat and Jahat would appear glamorous and splendid. She and he would regain their former glory, appearing proudly before everyone. That way you can also reclaim the Marquis family and the title. Elder Dairen will secretly spread misinformation to drive a wedge between him and her. Somehow, we need to separate the two of them, and then exaggerate his relationship with Lady Chatty. They schemed that after getting rid of her, they would have Yulia Chatty replace her by his side. Well, a remarriage would be a good thing. Helen Jahat's face was serious as she spoke. "Do you think Ellen will just sit back and watch? She's my daughter, but she's no ordinary daughter." Hearing these words, he also seemed to be thinking something, his face deep in thought. After a moment of consideration, his face was emotionless as he made a scheming decision. "We will ensure she cannot say anything, perhaps through an unavoidable accident." At this moment, she was being held in a dark room, her hands tied tightly behind her back, her eyes blindfolded with a white cloth, and despite being blindfolded and bound, she sat silently in the dark room. Mila, also tied up, sat right next to her, her eyes also covered by a white cloth. She spoke to her, "Sister, do you know where we are?" Mila offered a guess, Well, first of all, I don't think we've left the mansion based on the route we took. Mila continued. It seems there's a secret room in the mansion that I don't know about. As she listened to her words, she thought, I guess it's a place that's easy to find. The room where they were held was filled with old wooden crates, stacked messily that I smelled gunpowder. The weapon she thought of was a cannon. Among the business ventures the Jahat family was involved in, there was one related to weapons development. This type of weapon quickly became known to many, but due to its unreliable quality, everyone rejected it. While they prided themselves on their weapons having stronger firepower than others on the market, they were all of poor quality with a high defect rate, and they had quietly shut it down. From the smell of gunpowder in the room and what she knew, she deduced they must be storing their unsold inventory here. Helen Jahat and Ju Jahat then appeared in the dark room. He and she seemed to be discussing something. She continued her train of thought. By the way, how could those two have escaped from the Knights? That would be impossible without help. At this thought, the image of Elder Dairen, the one trying to profit from the current Jahat family, immediately appeared in her mind. As if having figured out the whole situation and the mastermind behind it, she smiled with satisfaction. It's him. Ju Jahat walked up to her, crossing his arms, his posture arrogant and smug. Oh, you find yourself amusing too? She maintained her smile and said to him, No, I'm laughing because you're so careless. Her face radiated defiance and pride. Instead of fear, she wore a smile full of contempt and mockery. Are you an idiot? Even if you wanted to negotiate using me instead of harming me, you should have taken me out of the mansion for safety. She added, Staying here is like being a rat in a trap. Hearing this, the mother and son were stunned, their faces unable to hide their shock. Elsewhere, Clay Harris was standing outside and saw Frederick emerge from the room, asking hurriedly, How did it go? He quickly replied, The petition you brought from the bridge salon worked. The ladies from noble families, each holding a piece of paper, discussed, and then gathered them. This is the first time the ladies have gathered their opinions. Even His Majesty is curious. Frederick looked at Clay Harris and continued, It was already a serious issue from the beginning. Hearing this, she also became thoughtful. They dared to kidnap the Duchess. Frederick suddenly held up a rolled-up paper. Regardless, the petition was enough for the authority to be quickly granted to him. Now it's no longer about what Aiden wants to do with Helen and Ju. Frederick said this while loosening his collar and sighing. He charged in first, then asked for permission later. Hearing this, she smiled. That he trusts you a lot, Frederick. Clay Harris's face looked a bit worried, her brows slightly furrowed, creating small wrinkles on her forehead. But the Jahat mansion isn't that large. Wouldn't it be less effective to mobilize all the knights? Frederick looked at her seriously and said, You would have to do the same to show everyone how he will crush them. Before the mansion's gate, countless soldiers were arranged in neat and strict rows, making the surrounding atmosphere heavy and tense. He swung his sword powerfully and precisely, each swing of the blade creating a sharp whoosh in the air, as if cutting through everything in front of it. The Jahat knights, swords in hand, stood awkwardly, their eyes full of confusion and unease. The Jahat family has knights, but not many. Perhaps they don't know whether to side with the new countess or the former marquis. He was fighting fiercely when suddenly a sword tip grazed his face. A small trickle of blood quickly appeared, standing out on his handsome, sharp-featured face. On the other hand, they also won't let the Countess Jahat be held hostage. Around him, the battle between the two sides continued loudly, the clash of weapons echoing continuously, with shouts and the sound of feet stomping on the ground ringing out without end. He paused his fighting to think cautiously. They hired mercenaries? Someone is helping Ju and Helen from behind. His troops fought fiercely, especially the subordinate wearing a red cloak, standing before the weakening Jahat knights, whose fingers gripped their sword hilts, their movements full of confusion and indecision. He shouted, Knights of Jahat, listen here. Is not your master the Countess Mila Jahat? Lead us to where the Countess and the Duchess are being held right now. They still held their swords up defensively. One of them shouted back, We don't know where they are. That's why we're doing this. A tall figure, sword in hand, approached with a cold, threatening voice. If they have left the mansion, the Leinster Knights are attacking the Jahat house. Unjustly, the subordinate saw him and said urgently, Your Grace. But he seemed to pay him no mind. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply and evenly, as if trying to listen, to sense the fragrance lingering in the air this way. In just a moment, he recognized the scent. A gentle smile appeared on his lips, a smile that carried not only only confidence, but also a readiness to face the enemy hiding somewhere around. They are in the mansion. She and Mila Jahat were still being held in the dark room. Around them, a loud, fearful voice echoed. He brought the knights? I didn't think they would come so soon. Hearing that he had brought men to storm the place, Jahat and Helen Jahat immediately fell into chaos. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. He held his head in his hands, trembling. This is a disaster. Her face was contorted, her eyes welling with tears, a sense of despair covering her features. I was married in the Jahat house when I was 15, all my time dedicated to the family, and now it's wasted like this. She suddenly gritted her teeth in anger, pointing at him and shouting, "You should have killed that guy from the very beginning. You've never done anything right since you were a child." Jahat, hearing his mother misdirect her anger and blame him, also became angry. What about? He didn't restrain his emotions at all, looking straight at her and shouting with anger pouring out of every word. "You were the one who introduced that guy to me. If you say that, then you're the one who caused all of this." Jahat and Helen Jahat suddenly started arguing, neither backing down, which made her and Mila Jahat, who were listening, feel helpless and speechless. Oh, this ungrateful son. A loud noise suddenly came from outside, catching Helen Jahat off guard. She leaned over, covering her head with her hands, terrified. Oh, good heavens. Jahat was pinned by the room's door. He stepped directly onto the door and entered the dark room. Seeing his murderous face, she turned pale, her face drained of all color. His face was still streaked with blood, his eyes as sharp as knives, his whole being exuding a cold indignation. He stepped off the door. Jahat, underneath, was crushed to the point his face was distorted, letting out groans. He quickly went to remove her blindfold. Her eyes sparkled as she slowly looked up at him. His face lit up, and he gave a gentle smile, as if all his previous coldness and sternness had completely vanished, replaced by a clear tenderness and joy. "Found you." His eyes shone, looking at her with tenderness and warmth. She also looked up at him, her sparkling eyes showing sweetness and a hint of shyness. The space around them seemed to quiet down, leaving only the sweet affection between them. He called her name in a low voice, "Ellen." Because there were people around them, his sudden hug made her feel flustered, and she blushed. She turned her head and told his subordinate to untie Mila Jahat, who was sitting beside her. "Take the Countess to a safe place first." "Yes." The subordinate quickly picked up Mila Jahat and carried her out, saying cautiously as he went, "Please endure it a little longer." He also hurriedly untied her hands, taking them to examine them and asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine." Jahat was still pinned under the thick, heavy door, his face pale. The pain and helplessness made it difficult for him to speak. How could you find a secret passage?" Both he and she turned to glare at him, their eyes cold, not hiding their indignation. Her eyes were full of confidence and pride. She raised a hand to stroke her hair and told him, "Oh, I use perfume." He stood firm, his eyes cold and sharp, every movement exuding determination and confidence, without the slightest sign of wavering. She continued, emphasizing, "My husband's favorite scent." He looked straight at him, his eyes unwavering, as if he wasn't worth another ounce of his emotion. "Come to think of it," he said, stepping towards him, the fresh blood still on his raised sword by now, "the authority for immediate execution of the condemned has probably been issued." Seeing him approach, he panicked, shouting helplessly, "Don't come near me." Suddenly, a person holding an oil lamp appeared, interrupting, "Stop." That person was none other than Helen Jahat. She raised the lit lamp high. Her face was demonic, her eyes emotionless, a cruel smile on her lips. "We have to finish what we started." With that, she dropped the lamp from her hands to the ground. Seeing this, she was horrified, her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her. The lines on her face suddenly grew tense. Jahat looked even more pathetic, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The lamp hit the ground, shattering glass everywhere, and the fire from the lamp spread quickly. The entire mansion shook violently. Large holes appeared in the ground, and smoke and dust billowed up from the basement, terrifying everyone around. A deafening explosion rang out in the quiet space. The blast caused the wall above to slowly collapse, crumbling like a sudden fury. Aiden reacted immediately, using his body to shield Ellen. Her eyes widened, her hands gripping Aiden's shoulders, a sense of panic rising. Just like that, Aiden was buried under the bricks and stones from the collapsing wall. He collapsed at Ellen's feet. She could only stare blankly, her mind in shock at witnessing this scene. Aiden glanced at her, his eyes filled with love. He raised his hand to gently wipe the dust from her cheek. Of Ellen. Aiden was about to say something, but then fell silent. The hand on Ellen's cheek fell away limply, her eyes filled with fear. Aiden was now completely unconscious, covered in rubble. Ellen clenched her fists, a feeling of pain and loss welling up inside her. Two guards quickly helped her up and pulled her away. Seeing Aiden lying on the cold ground, Ellen couldn't help but scream, her eyes brimming with tears. She was truly worried for Aiden's safety. He was lifted by the guards, Aiden's body limp. Seeing this, Ellen collapsed and fainted at the sight of her beloved lying motionless. Ellen was carried away by a guard. Above, the basement had a large hole in its ceiling, and everyone quickly ran over. A childhood moment appeared. Aiden's hand held Ellen's tightly. He said, "Stay with me, forever." Ellen looked in surprise at the hand holding hers. Without thinking, she replied to Aiden, "Okay, Aiden, behind you is the math teacher." Ellen said to him in an urgent tone, "You have your arithmetic class now." Aiden didn't answer her question. Suddenly he asked, "Why don't you study with me, Ellen?" Aiden was restless and anxious, his words unable to hide a hint of fear. "If you're there, Whitney won't come." Then he took Ellen's hand. Aiden's pitifully anxious state made her think. He's like a puppy afraid of being separated. Ellen smiled and agreed with him. Well, that can't be helped. Ellen thought to herself, I shouldn't be happy about this. Ellen stared blankly when she saw him injured and bandaged on the head. Ellen wondered, you know what? Looking at Aiden lying on the bed with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but hesitate and wonder. Looking back, after all, I was the one most worried about the divorce. Ellen squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling with fear. She took Aiden's hand, curling up and sobbing beside the bed. Suddenly, his warm hand moved. Aiden felt her warmth and took hold of her trembling hand. Mona approached, and seeing her crying, she called out softly, "My lady." Ellen could no longer hold back her emotions. She hugged Mona and choked out, "It's all my fault." To protect me, Aiden. Mona tried to soothe her, saying to Ellen, "He will be fine." Aiden lay quietly on the bed, still in a coma, with no sign of waking up. Ellen was extremely anxious, falling apart in Mona's arms. They said he has no major external injuries. In the outside, tears streaming down her face, Ellen glanced towards the bed at Aiden. Mona advised her, "Please calm down and eat something and get some sleep." Aiden's last words before fainting broke her heart. Aiden had managed to whisper, "Stay with me, forever." Looking at the man she loved, Ellen thought to herself, "Did you say that because you're afraid I'll disappear?" Or, Ellen buried her head in Mona's embrace, her body anxious and helpless, tears streaming down her face. The wicked Helen threw the oil lamp down. She smiled, a savage and cruel smile, but in the end, Helen died on the spot. Gio was crushed by a large wall, but his fate was not sealed. We successfully captured Gio. The person was barely breathing down to the shop's basement, but he only had a few injuries and is now being treated. Ellen heard these words and remained silent, staring into space as if her soul had left her. The red-haired girl, after reporting to Ellen, entered with Felix to report on the situation. Ellen said to them, "You must keep him alive. We can't let him die that easily. And there's another problem." Ellen sat by the bed, holding a letter. IT was truly a major incident, so it's very difficult to stop the news from spreading. Felix told her, besides the nobility, even the royal family is watching. Ellen ordered Felix, from now on, refuse all visitors until Aiden regains consciousness. He asked further, "What about the elders? We've managed to keep them in the waiting room, but they will burst in here at any moment." Ellen's face darkened, showing extreme annoyance. She stared at the door, then said to Felix, "I will deal with them." Outside the waiting room were 3 elders from houses. The one in the middle was Elder Dairon, and beside him were the elders of House Human and House Aiden. "But who are you?" Ellen declared frankly before the 3 of them. "No one is to disturb Aiden while he is recuperating, even if you are from the Council of Elders. The Duchess will not accept any actions that hinder the Duke's recovery." Ellen looked at the 3 elders with annoyance, her face stern, her words as sharp as a knife. "Please return now." The 3 said nothing. Elder Dairon looked at her. his eyes filled with displeasure. Dairon stepped in front of her and said, "The Duke's injury was not caused by us. It was caused by the Duchess, wasn't it?" Hearing his words, Ellen was extremely annoyed. She growled, "What?" Dairon continued, growing more fervent as he spoke. "Your family is causing trouble. How can we trust you with the Duke?" Ellen retorted sharply to Darren's mockery. "It was an accident when criminals kidnapped Countess Jahat and me. I have no reason to consider them family." Ellen glanced, a murderous look directed at Elder Dairon, her words hanging in the air. She looked at him meaningfully, and besides, Ellen's next words startled Elder Dairon with fear. Jill and Helen couldn't have escaped on their own. The female elder, Aiden, looked at her, her eyes seeming to doubt Ellen's words. "Are you saying someone is helping them in the shadows?" The elder of House Human stroked his chin. He cleared his throat. "That I wonder who that could be." Dairon remained silent, his gaze distant, as if avoiding the subject. Ellen stepped closer to Dairon, then looked straight at him and said, "Finding the culprit is our most difficult task, the one who planned this incident from behind the scenes." Ellen, as strong as a black rose with poisonous thorns, said to Dairon, and the traitor who defied his majesty's orders. Mona then entered urgently, surprising Ellen. Mona called out, "My lady." She leaned close to Ellen's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, her eyes lit up. Ellen opened the door and rushed straight out. When she entered the room, Aiden was already sitting up in bed. Beside him were a maid and Dr. Lizzie. She called out loudly to Aiden. Hearing her voice, Aiden turned to look. Ellen rushed to his side and threw her arms around Aiden. She buried her head in Aiden's shoulder, then said hesitantly, "I'm not going anywhere anymore." Aiden's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Ellen's words. Aiden pushed her away forcefully. This action left Ellen speechless. She stared at Aiden, stunned, unable to believe that the man who had risked his life to save her could now push her away so coldly. Aiden's face darkened, his eyes fixed on her with an extremely uncomfortable expression. Aiden's next words terrified everyone in the room. He looked at Ellen and then asked, "Who is this woman?" A maid stepped forward, and Aiden flung his hand out, startling her. The maid stammered, "Duke, why are you?" Aiden's whole body began to tremble when the maid touched him. Aiden glanced around the room, then at each person one by one. Finally, Aiden exclaimed, "Where is Whitney?" leaving Ellen standing there in shock. She looked at Aiden in disbelief, finally managing to utter, "Aiden." Aiden sat on the bed. Felix was beside him, giving him a report. Lizzie told Ellen he has amnesia. Although he has no fractures, it seems his head was hit during the explosion. Hearing Aiden's current condition, she pressed her lips together, feeling tormented and blaming herself. Ellen asked Lizzie, aside from the memory loss, what is his general health like? Lizzie replied to her, there are no other internal injuries. She also said he can resume his daily life, although it's a bit heartbreaking. But as long as Aiden is okay, that's a blessing. Ellen sighed, glancing into the room, and said, what a relief. At that moment, Felix came out and told her he can also resume most of his work at home. He still has the same level of awareness. Things he knew before might come up in random conversations. Aiden looked outside, his eyes filled with suspicion. His face darkened, looking at Ellen with an unhappy gaze. Ellen looked at him. Aiden remembered everyone and everything clearly, except for Ellen alone. He couldn't remember anything related to her. Her eyes were sad. Ellen looked at him, then her heart ached silently. Only me. Looking at him sitting on the bed, Ellen came to a realization. It seems only Aiden's memories of me have been erased. Lizzie reminded her, Madam, you should also get checkup. Without hesitation, Ellen refused. She told Lizzie, I'm fine. Ellen fell silent, biting her lip tightly, her closed eyes clearly showing her helplessness. She choked up, Aiden completely shielded me, so I wasn't injured. Aiden quickly summoned Felix and was sitting, analyzing the Leinster family's business. Looking at the records and statistics, Aiden stared at the documents before him. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed in amazement, I can't believe the Leinster family's business has grown this large. Felix looked at him and smiled. Then he told Aiden, you manage them almost entirely with the Duchess. Aiden's eyes widened. A suspicion about Ellen arose in his heart, and an image of Whitney appeared in his mind. Her previous words stirred his heart. It's about that woman, always coveting everything of yours. You shouldn't trust them. Aiden suddenly looked forward. Seeing the silently closed door, he thought, that woman is not in the mansion. Aiden looked down again at the documents before him, his heart still filled with suspicious thoughts. Aiden sat and pieced together all the events, Ellen's actions since she was young. Married at the age of 10, she kicked Whitney out as soon as she could, having Whitney dragged away. Next was the recognition and complete, smooth control of everything. She was given control of all family business in the capital from her parents, silently controlling the capital's culture and commerce, increasing the family's wealth to compete with the royal family, and inheriting the title at the age of 18. Aiden immediately thought she was the true ruler of the family, as well as the clan. All the power was in her hands. Everyone in the mansion followed her instructions. Even Felix, my own close guard, obeyed her without question. Aiden exclaimed, "She has truly taken over my family." Looking at these lines in the documents, Aiden wondered, is this situation acceptable? He glanced towards a light outside the window. Outside, the sunlight shone, creating a truly peaceful and serene scene. Ellen walked over, her gaze directed to one side. Based on Felix's words, he observed and told her, "From our conversation, it seems the Duke's memories are from the time before his marriage." Aiden looked up, his hand lightly touching a tree trunk in the garden. Don't be too heartbroken. His memories could return at any time. Hearing a sound, he glanced in the direction it came from. Seeing Ellen approach, he asked, "So you're my wife?" Her clear blue eyes, like autumn water, focused on the man before her. Aiden stood rooted to the spot, staring at Ellen. The previous image of him trembling in fear, his lips pursed, reappeared in Aiden's mind. Ellen looked at him gently and then smiled. Aiden was stunned in place as he saw Ellen walk closer to him. But surprisingly, Ellen raised her hand, then gently said to him, "I won't lay a finger on you if you don't want me to." Even the Aiden who doesn't remember me. Ellen spoke to him with a sincerity from the bottom of her heart. "I am on your side. I will not do anything you don't like." And the little Aiden who pushed me away. Ellen's eyes sparkled, looking at him affectionately. In her heart, she knew well, even if Aiden had forgotten her, and it was he who pushed her away, but in the end, it was all a part of the Aiden that I love. Aiden didn't dare to look directly at her, but Ellen still said, "You will regain all your memories soon enough." Aiden pressed his lips together, then he asked, "How can you be so sure?" Ellen's face was filled with confidence, her eyes sparkling brightly. Ellen looked at the poetic scenery in the garden, clasped her hands behind her back, and said coherently, "Because there is no place in this mansion that is not connected to our love." Even the little Aiden overcame it and smiled at me. "We will just start over." Big question marks appeared in Aiden's head. "Even if you don't remember, you will love me." Ellen's words made him even more confused. "Because we have chosen our own destiny." In the tea room at this time, Elder Darren, along with the two elders, Human and Aiden, came to inquire about Aiden's health. He spoke up, "Duke, are you all right?" Elder Aiden seemed weary. She said with annoyance, "Phew, what a mess." Elder Human stood behind the two of them. He said with a laugh, "But don't worry too much. From now on, we will do our best to support you." Aiden silently looked at these people, thinking to himself, the number of elder families has been reduced to 3. In his memory, there were also elders Siren and Jean Reeson. According to the report, this was done by that woman, my wife. Aiden tried to recall her appearance from that time, with her agility and cleverness, but he still found it hard to believe she drove out Jean Reeson at the age of 10. Is that possible? While Aiden was lost in thought, Elder Darren suddenly spoke up, "But Duke, hasn't the Duchess been giving you a hard time?" All 3 elders stared at him, making Aiden ask again, "What do you mean?" No longer beating around the bush, Elder Darren frankly told Aiden that he felt Ellen was using Aiden to begin taking over all the business and control of the Leinster clan. Darren reminded him, "Please don't just lightly dismiss it. The Duchess has always controlled every aspect of your daily life, profiting from the Duke's authority and monopolizing the family business. In your eyes, hasn't the Duchess received too much?" Aiden crossed his legs. He calmly replied to Darren's words, "She often divides the relationship between the elders and you." The female elder, Aiden, also added, "Today we succeeded in meeting you even though the Duchess tried to stop us." Elder Human clenched his fist decisively, "Because we have to tell you." Everything the 3 of them said was directed at Ellen. They thought that she took over the Leinster house and then used all the money and power to help the Helen Zahart and George Zahart families grow stronger. He said, "It is the Duchess Duchess's family that is fully responsible for this whole incident. Since she got married, she has controlled the Leinster house despotically. The Duchess must have done something in this incident. The three elders looked at him, each with calculations and self-interest in their eyes. Darren's eyes lit up. He shamelessly said to Aidan, because the Duke has fallen for another young lady. Aidan, although not showing much emotion on the outside, was mocking Dairon in his heart. And you want me to believe that? He didn't even realize how ridiculous his lie was. Dairon even painted a picture for him of Aidan and Iulia embracing affectionately. The rumors spread about your relationship with her, and you tried to use this opportunity to kick the Duchess out. A glass vial fell to the ground, shattering into pieces just like his feelings for Ellen. He also said, by exposing all the wrongdoings of her family to make them collapse. When Ellen was arrested and detained in the cellar, they claimed it was a play she staged to completely eliminate Aidan. Dairon slowly got to the main point. The Duchess, feeling threatened, plotted to harm you without any hesitation. Aidan raised his hand to his chin, thinking. Dairon saw he said nothing, thinking the matter was settled, and whispered in Aidan's ear, Duke, you must not trust the Duchess. Sitting opposite the three elders, Aidan's mind was in turmoil, unsure how much of these words were true. It's a good sign that the Duchess and the Council of Elders are suspicious of each other. If I take advantage of this, I could drag them both down. He remembered Ellen's sincere smile and eyes full of love. Her words were deeply ingrained in his subconscious. I'm on your side. Even if you don't remember me, you will love me. Aidan's mind was in chaos. He lowered his head. Hearing the provocative, divisive words of Dairon and the elders, Aidan thought, I suddenly feel strangely calm. A question couldn't help but rise in his mind. Why is that? At the sword training ground, the sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed. Aidan swung his sword and brought it back, frowning, thinking to himself, these are movements I struggled with before. Aidan slashed swiftly through the air. He doubtfully executed a few sword forms. The moves were smooth and flexible, and he passed through them with ease. Looking at the hand holding his sword, he couldn't believe it. Moreover, I can easily combine different sword styles. That's something I've never learned. The sound of applause interrupted Aidan's thoughts. Ellen walked over, clapping her hands and saying to him, Ah. Aidan stared at her. She was also a little surprised to see him here. She thought to herself, Aidan is here because he used to practice at this time when he was 10 years old. Ellen looked at him as if trying to read his thoughts. She stepped in front of Aidan and shyly began, Since we're both here, would you like to spar with me? Ellen put her hands on her hips confidently, smiled, and then asked him, We used to spar with each other many times when we were young. Ellen teased, I'll have you know, you've never beaten me. Hearing her words, Aidan remained silent. The two quickly engaged in a sword fight. Ellen immediately thought, that's definitely him. She blocked all of his powerful moves. She thought to herself, he shows no mercy even with amnesia. Suddenly, her footing became a little unsteady, her eyes widened, and her head felt dizzy. Ellen's legs couldn't hold her steady. She slipped and fell backward. Seeing this, Aidan's eyes widened. Ellen panted and then looked at him blankly. Ellen held her head, grimacing. She didn't understand why. What is this? I suddenly feel so dizzy. Very quickly, Aidan caught Ellen face to face, which surprised her. At that moment, Aidan suddenly froze. He remembered something. Aidan thought to himself this, then he let go of the hand holding her, Aidan pulled his hand back and then hesitantly said, Forgive me. Ellen looked at him, confused without blinking. Ellen looked at him and smiled. She was flustered. Ellen turned and said to him, Thank you for catching me. She suggested, Let's have breakfast together since it's a family tradition. In the dining room, the two sat opposite each other. Ellen broke the silence. So the mansion should be filled with the portraits we sent for. She said to Aidan, Later you should come see the portraits of your parents here. Ellen smiled, thinking of Isabella and Logan. She brought the fork to her mouth and then smiled. They have both changed so much. But then suddenly her eyes widened in shock. Looking at the plate of food in front of her, Ellen's stomach churned, and she felt extremely nauseous. The maid beside her saw Ellen seemed uncomfortable and politely asked, Is something wrong? Is there a problem with the food? She grimaced with a look of discomfort, and Ellen replied, It's not that. She suddenly said to Aidan, I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first today. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and left, leaving Aidan stunned in his seat. At the door, Ellen looked back at him, her eyes filled with faith. We will have a meal together tomorrow. Aiden held the knife and fork in his hands, watching her leave the room. Aiden's eyes were wide as he stared ahead. He looked at Ellen's seat, suddenly feeling an emptiness in his heart. Aiden wondered, why am I disappointed, and what is this familiar feeling? On her side, Ellen's face was pale. She asked Lizzie in disbelief, "You're saying I'm pregnant?" Lizzie looked at her with worried eyes. While Aiden has amnesia, she was already so tired, and now she's pregnant. She said to Ellen in a serious tone, "Madam, I think you should tell the Duke." But Ellen quickly dismissed Lizzie's thought, "Don't tell him." While things are happening with the elders, she didn't want to tell him in such a volatile situation. With everything happening right now, this will only complicate matters, not just for Aiden, but for others as well. Ellen sat on the chair, her hand on her stomach, her vacant eyes staring into space. At this moment, she felt truly conflicted. Should I be happy or sad? Lizzie slowly said to her, "You don't have to." Looking at Ellen, she said, "Feel any particular emotion." At this, Ellen finally relaxed, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Ellen said softly, "That's right." Very quickly, everyone gathered to talk. The four of them, Ellen, Iulia, Clay, and Princess Angelina, were laughing and talking happily. Countess Zahart is in the process of taking over the mansion. Since Gel and Helen are no longer here, and things have settled down, she will personally investigate all the servants. Clay told the three, "Actually, this whole incident is causing a bit of discord between His Majesty and Frederick." Ellen remained silent. Aiden was summoned urgently in the night. Because things had gotten out of control, His Majesty has adopted a more passive stance. It seems he fears the rapid growth of the Leinster House. Ellen thought, he's observing us for his own benefit, secretly hoping our influence will decrease while we are fighting against the elders. Angelina took Ellen's hand, reassuring her, "But don't worry, that doesn't mean he will support the elders. Frederick and I have no intention of cutting ties with the Leinster House." Iulia also voiced her opinion. "That's right, the Medical Research Society at Salon Breeze. They have investigated amnesia as much as possible." Iulia also suggested a method to Ellen. If one is hit a second time on the head in the same spot as before, one might regain lost memories, but there is no medical evidence for this. Iulia reached her hand towards her, clenching her fist with strength and determination. "If you think this method is okay, then..." Iulia's words were not finished. Ellen anxiously cut in, "You must not do that." Ellen frantically waved her hands, clearly rejecting the method Iulia had just proposed. She was extremely panicked. "We can't risk injuring Aiden with such a method, and physically attacking the Duke will have other consequences. This is just harassing him." All three of them stared at Ellen with wide, doubtful eyes. They were speechless. A sigh of relief, and Princess Angelina's next words confused Ellen. "Phil, you finally look a little human." She smiled brightly, calmly telling Ellen, "You always work so hard, but you don't have to try to bear it all alone. Everyone from Salon Breeze are people you have helped, so everyone at the salon is on your side. We have all received your help at least once. If there is any way we can repay you, just let us know." Ellen looked at Princess Angelina in a daze. Hearing these comforting words, her mood relaxed a little. Ellen's eyes welled up with tears. She said shyly, "Thank you, everyone." Ellen walked over to the three of them. Angelina called, "Come here, Ellen." All three gave her the warmest hugs. She became cheerful again. Ellen said to everyone, "With all this support, I will do my best to protect it." In Ellen's mind, her happy home appeared. At all costs, she must preserve the warm flame of love of this family. Iulia Chadi was about to enter the room when a voice came from behind. "You are Lady Chadi, correct?" Elder Dairon, along with Elders Human and Aiden, entered. He said, "What a surprise to meet you here at the Duke's mansion." Iulia asked, "Do you have some business partnership with me?" He smiled. Coincidentally, the Duke seems particularly wary of the Duchess. He imagined bad scenarios. Although he has lost his memory, his reactions are very quick. We began to suspect whether there was a problem between them from the very beginning. There are rumors that the Duke is extremely fond of you. Dairon sneered. "If there really is something special between you two, couldn't you help the Duke recover his memory?" Iulia smiled lightly and looked at them. She suddenly smiled brightly. The cane in her hand was snapped in two by her grip. "Oh, my mistake. I think I've heard enough, so I'll be leaving now." She had learned from Ellen. Iulia turned away angrily, thinking to herself, "I really want to grab the Duke by the collar, but I have to endure it for my sister." The other three could only watch and break out in a cold sweat. Aiden said, "She didn't fall for the trap." Dairon replied, "Well, no matter what they do, if we keep creating rumors, we will be able to overthrow the Duchess. By the way, how is Gul? Isn't he in the Duchess's hands? Let's try a few things." Aiden stood behind the door and heard everything, his eyes sharp as blades. He thought to himself, it seems the Chadi house becoming a business partner was arranged by the Duchess. If the elders are planning to make such a big move, then that must be a solid support for her. The elders are always an obstacle, but I can't trust the Duchess either. What is my position in this power struggle? Elsewhere, Frederick walked in anger. He grumbled, "The Duke refuses to meet, but I apologize for barging in. His Majesty is trying to regain his power, using that damn amnesia as an excuse." He frowned. As his son, "I will prove that there is no problem at all." Ellen replied, "Anyway, because of the elders, it's pointless to refuse others from visiting." He turned to ask, "I'm sorry, but can I go in alone?" Frederick smiled slyly. "I plan to lecture him on how much he loved his wife, but if you hear it, you'll blush." Ellen was taken aback, her face a little embarrassed, but then she smiled gently. "Please be gentle with him." A moment later, Aiden came before Frederick and bowed his head. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Frederick frowned, showing his displeasure, but he also turned away and said, "You are still recovering, so please sit down." Aiden replied, "Excuse me." Frederick spoke up, "So, there are no problems with training and handling business affairs, right?" He replied respectfully, "Yes, that is correct." Frederick replied, "I'm glad to hear that." He stood up and walked towards Aiden. "Whatever the case, you need to recover your memory as soon as possible. If you don't want to have regrets." Aiden frowned. Frederick, holding a ribbon-tied paper in his hand, continued, "Every move of the Duke and Duchess is currently under my protection. But now, because my friend has become a fool, the justification for me protecting the Leinster family will probably disappear." Aiden said, "My memory loss is not my fault." Frederick replied, "No one thinks it's your fault, but you do." Aiden's face became annoyed. Frederick explained, "If you make the wrong decision, Ellen, the one who holds the key, will be in trouble." He moved his face close to Aiden's. "You'll want to die." Aiden said nothing, just frowned and stared at Frederick. Frederick strode past him. He thought to himself, attracting even the Crown Prince. How wide is her influence? Frederick looked out the window and said, "This whole world knows that you love Ellen to death." His eyes became lifeless, a little annoyed. "He calls her Ellen." Elsewhere, Dairon and the other two came to see Ellen and said, "Duchess, why did you call us here first?" The blonde girl replied, "There was an intruder in the shop's basement last night. That's where we were holding Gul while he gives his testimony again." Ellen held out a paper towards the three of them. "We have a confession, and an interesting name has appeared." The paper was held up right in front of their faces. Ellen asked, "Elder Dairon, you gave the intruder a weapon to prevent your unfavorable testimony." He froze, not knowing what to say. Ellen continued, "You were worried that Gul, who has the added charge of attacking the Duke, would have a change of heart and not testify as agreed." The three of them simultaneously avoided her gaze, their hearts full of anxiety. Dairon replied, "We had no other choice, because your words and actions do not match each other. You said you don't consider him family, but you still detained him so no one could approach. We had to personally verify whether the Duchess was plotting to kidnap an important witness or not. This was permitted by the Duke." The door suddenly opened, and a person walked in and said, "I never gave you permission to do that." This made Dairon jump. Aiden entered. He glanced at him. He said, "You must take responsibility for daring to usurp the Duke's authority." He backed away in fear Duke about that. Then he turned to Ellen and said, "But the elders also have a point." Ellen listened calmly. "The Duchess arbitrarily detained the person who made me like this." His words made her eyes widen. Aiden walked towards her without saying a word. Dairon, emboldened, chimed in, "That's right, Duke." Aiden stood in front of her, Ellen's eyes showing clear anger. He said, "Ellen Leinster, hand Gul over to me." Ellen froze and stared. But then she closed her eyes and thought to herself, well, considering the current situation, this is probably the most stable decision. Aiden trusts neither me nor the elders. A servant ran up, reporting, "Gul has regained consciousness." The red-haired girl suddenly realized, "Wait, that servant is not one of ours." Aiden replied, "I sent him. He went to the shop on my orders too." Monitor Goal. Perfect timing. He looked at Ellen. Bring him here. Let's hear his testimony. Dairon, human, and Aiden suddenly broke out in a fearful sweat. He said, let's see who is behind this incident. Elsewhere, Frederick said, except for the memory loss, Duke Leinster's health and mind are both very good. Based on the Gull family's drug trafficking case, please reconsider revoking the verdict. Your Majesty. The Emperor turned sharply. He walked over and explained, Frederick, I support your friendship with the Duke. The Leinster family will provide you with a solid political foundation when you ascend the throne. However, royal power should be the supreme power in the empire. The Leinster Duchy has expanded its power far beyond the reach of other nobles. Should the palace help that family, just because they stumbled for a moment? Frederick was stunned, his eyes wide as he asked, Are you asking me to abandon my best friend? The Emperor's expression did not change. Looking at Frederick, the scene changes to Aiden. A voice rang out, Gull, can you speak? Gull was lying down, covered in bandages. Gull glanced up and replied, yes. Aiden asked, tell us who helped. You. Confess honestly. Gull's eyes darted towards Dairon. The three standing there saw this and became endlessly worried. Gull's eyes then shifted towards Ellen. That startled Ellen. Then he looked into the void. His mouth curved into a smirk. He said, they're here. Aiden asked, who is it? Gull stared at Aiden. He suddenly spoke. Ellen Leinster, my sister, orchestrated this incident. The red-haired girl was startled. Dairon smiled with satisfaction. Gull recounted, to completely control the Leinster family. Leinster, Ellen showed me those drugs. She said that if she could control the Leinster family, she would give me a share of the business interests and assets. Aiden's face darkened. Gull glanced towards her. He laughed maliciously and continued, as long as I did what I was told. Ellen frowned, furious. As for Frederick, the Emperor said, everyone knows the Duchess is the center of the Leinster family. If the elders succeed in pinning everything on the Duchess, we will have a great opportunity to sit back and reap the benefits. So it's worth it for me to be a terrible father who takes away his own son's freedom. Frederick, enraged, clenched his trembling fists. Back to Aiden. His face was expressionless. Gull said loudly, Duke, the Duchess must be expelled from the Leinster family. Isn't it obvious that she wants to take over everything in the family? Ellen gritted her teeth and endured. She thought to herself, although the elders and Gilles' plan is sloppy, their plan is disadvantageous to Aiden because he has lost his memory. The other three looked at her in surprise. Gilles smiled with satisfaction. Ellen looked at Aiden with a start. He must be so confused. They immediately said, make a decision. She worried. Is he disappointed? Does he trust me? Even just a little. His words were like a bolt from the blue. She was rooted to the spot in disbelief that I will place Ellen Leinster under house arrest and restrict all her activities. Her eyes widened and she froze. Following Aiden's back with her eyes, he didn't look back at her. I need to investigate this matter more thoroughly. I will also investigate Gilles. Dien jumped. The Duke continued, my authority and judgment are both assured as I am the victim in this incident. His eyes became angry. From now on, the Duchess is not allowed to leave the residence, and all her activities within the residence are restricted. Anyone who contacts Ellen Leinster will be considered an accomplice. A moment later, Ellen was confined in a room. She thought to herself, after hearing his angry voice, I realized the absence of Aiden, the one who held my world together. A sad look appeared on her face that I expected too much. She hugged herself. How much longer can I endure this? Suddenly, the sound of a door opening startled Ellen. A maid entered and whispered, my lady, do you have any orders? Ellen wondered. There should be a guard in front of the door. The maid entered. The guard also trusts Ellen. The maid said, everyone believes in you, my lady. If you need anything, just let me know. I will pass your message to Mona, who is also being detained. The maid handed her a letter. The former Duke and Duchess have departed for the capital. They will arrive in the capital within a few days if all goes well. Ellen was a little moved. Her face flushed and tears welled up in her eyes. Everyone, thank you all. Ellen thought to herself, right? I'm not alone. I am Ellen Leinster. I must protect this family. Ellen said, I have a favor to ask. She clutched the letter in her hand, smiled lightly, and said, bring me some clothes that I can wear to go out. Something that won't attract attention. The anxious maid waited for Ellen below the castle in the dark of night. "Now, my lady." After she got out of the carriage, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens it was only the ground floor. Ellen put on a black cloak and left the palace. A horse had been prepared outside for a while. Right now, what I need most is evidence to prove Jill's testimony is false. To get it, I have to do the things that Aiden cannot do right now. The subordinate felt uneasy for her and reminded her, "Please be careful, my lady." Ellen smiled brightly in response to her subordinate's loyalty. She rode her horse away from the magnificent palace, roses blooming at Ellen's feet. In Aiden's office, Felix gave his opinion on Ellen being forbidden to go out, that in any case, house arrest is still too harsh a punishment. He clearly knew this was unfair and had also hurt his master. "You used to love the Duchess so much, Duke." But Aiden didn't want to talk about it anymore. Felix. He looked at Aiden, who was completely helpless, unable to do anything to protect the one he loved, only able to be impartial. "If you say good things about her in front of me one more time, I will punish you as well." He showed surprise, not expecting Felix to suddenly speak up. "It's my fault." Aiden suddenly sighed, his chest feeling like it would jump out as he stared at the dense text on the paper. He was pensively silent, but his eyes had lost focus at some point. Aiden placed his hand on his left chest, hoping to calm down. However, his heartbeat couldn't be stopped as his mind turned to her. How troublesome. Claire couldn't help but be surprised by her unfailingly direct way of doing things. "You really did escape within just one day, Ellen." The two chatted happily. She knew Ellen would come here. "I had a feeling you would come to me first." Completely different from when she was under house arrest. A smile was always on Ellen's lips. "I came to ask you to manage that salon." Just when she wanted to investigate more on her own, not trusting anyone. "And there are a few things I want you to ask Frederick for me." Claire listened intently to Ellen's words. What a coincidence. Claire's answer left her completely bewildered. "Frederick has run off, and he took the royal seal with him." She recalled Frederick angrily taking the seal and showing it to his father. "Until you hand over all authority to me, you won't be able to do anything, I'm sure." The emperor kicked the door to call his son. "Hey, you rotten brat," hiding in his room. Claire was happy that now, with all sorts of resistance and personal feelings aside, he was in the same boat as the Leinster family. Ellen couldn't think of any details simply, as her mind was filled with images of the emperor. "We must find another way to solve the problem from the emperor's point of view." It's as if we want to disperse the royal family's power. At this point, even if Frederick gives in, it will only complicate the matter. We have to persuade His Majesty. Claire saw her pondering and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" With confidence, Ellen already had a plan prepared. "Yes, Aiden and I had planned a few things. It's related to the Leinster Academy. His Majesty will surely be interested when he sees this." She easily affirmed with certainty. If it's about the Academy, he'll probably want to hear Aiden's opinion. Ellen's eyes sparkled whenever she mentioned his name. "Aiden and I shared the authority to handle all issues related to this topic." Ellen had handled a pile of paperwork with Aiden, so this was simple for her. "Even without the Duke, as the Duchess, I also have the right to resolve it, so..." Claire was worried she would struggle. But once Ellen was determined, she would surely finish it. The important thing is, thinking it was no difficult task. She knew what the emperor was thinking and had already secured a part of the victory. Ellen didn't forget to ask for her help. His Majesty also affirmed that he cannot trust Aiden. "Then he must protect my honor even more, because I cannot move around freely. I hope you can speak to His Majesty on my behalf about this." The next morning, it was a beautiful sunny day at the magnificent palace of Ellen. Inside the lavish palace, Philip was standing guard at the door, his expression as serious as if he were on a battlefield. He suddenly found it strange when the maid approached, coughing as if she were sick. Ahem. The maid occasionally glanced to see how Philip would react, but what she got was his headshake. Seeing no better way, the maid raised her voice, her eyes still fixed on Philip. "Oh." The maid was worried someone else would come to check Ellen's room. "That's why she'd been lingering here. That MY lady. Here is your food." "What? You're not hungry?" "Oh my." Ellen yawned and yawned from sleepiness, to the point where tears were about to fall. Mela could tell at a glance that she was quite tired. "Because you snuck out, you didn't get to rest properly, did you?" Ellen couldn't stop her sleepiness on her own. "I'm sorry." She didn't want to waste time on small things. "Please continue." Mela was a true savior. "Having already solved one matter, I spoke with the servants while tidying up the house, and they are all willing to testify." Ellen also grasped other information beneficial to her, because the Duke and the Knights dealt with the mercenaries who took over the mansion so well. So the investigation is proceeding. smoothly. That's a relief. I'll leave this matter to you. Mela felt happy, showing her the baby in her belly. You can see it now, right? I can't believe it's still growing after all that chaos. Ellen's thoughts were very complicated at the moment. All sorts of troubles could easily befall her. She silently touched her belly. I can't hide my pregnancy anymore, now that it's starting to show like this. If Aiden's memory doesn't return by then, things will become more difficult. And if the Council of Elders also decides to interfere, I really have to protect myself at all costs. Aiden was in an awkward situation, about to lose his temper, and someone still dared to urge him. Duke, please make a decision now. Elder Jian lectured nonstop, as if he were right, brazenly standing there bad-mouthing Ellen in front of him. The Duchess has lied to you and schemed behind your back. If you forgive her, she will cover everything up. Everything built by the Leinster house could collapse. Don't be led by the nose, by the charms of a woman you can't even remember. Aiden angrily shot to his feet. If he didn't teach this man a lesson, he would soon be walked all over. He yelled in his face, startling him. Elder Jian, before I lost my memory, did you also doubt me as you do now? At times like these, all it took was a confident smile. Elder Diane's face turned pale, but he still defended his argument. Oh, it's not like that. I just wanted to warn you how dangerous the Duchess is. Who would have thought? Aiden couldn't hold back and blurted out. One day, he slammed his hand on the table, firmly asserting to him, I will personally investigate and make a decision within one day. Felix stood there, frozen stiff. Aiden asked if Elder Jian had any more opinions. Satisfied now? He stammered, yes, okay, very good. Before leaving, Aiden issued a warning to Elder Jian by telling Felix to bring an item that made both him and Elder Jian break out in a cold sweat. I have a few questions for Jill, but first, bring a hammer from the forge. Here. Aiden went to the prison cell. The space was pitch black, with only Jill tightly shackled. Felix was already there. Jill was pale with fear, his eyes fixed on the huge hammer that Aiden picked up. He decided to give him a chance to save himself, but whether he could escape or not, Aiden would base it on Jill's answer. This is the key to unlock the handcuffs. You must be more honest than your previous testimony. The result depends on your answer. Who was it that saved you and Helen, and also paid the mercenaries? Once panicked, he would sweat like rain, gritting his teeth as if forced. Jill didn't dare to look up and meet his eyes. The answer was as stressful as Aiden himself. Ellen, Leinster. He thought Aiden was a calm person. He had to let him hold the hammer to look powerful. At this point, he could no longer be gentle. He angrily swung the hammer past Jill's head, causing him to scream in alarm. Felix stood there witnessing it all, but felt it was normal, nothing too excessive. Now he knew what fear was. He cowered, trembling all over as Aiden used the hammer to hit something. Even after he had thrown the hammer to the ground, Jill still didn't dare to relax. He buried his face in his knees in turmoil. Ugh. His handcuffs were now smashed to pieces by Aiden. He dusted off his hands, not showing any outward sign of suspicion that I understand. Aiden had no choice but to leave first. Jill's whole body was trembling, his hands still behind his back. Felix was lost in thought watching his back, probably just as confused as Jill. As Ellen yawned from sleepiness, someone gave her shocking news that, he will make a decision on how to handle you tomorrow. It turned out to be Felix. It's hard to tell whose side he's on anymore, but he will probably come to question you this afternoon, my lady. Ellen looked out the window, unable to stop worrying. We have to find a way to delay. Felix noticed she didn't look well and offered, should I bring a pharmacist? But Ellen quickly refused. The secret of her pregnancy couldn't be revealed now. Ellen guessed he could stand before the Council of Elders and defend me regardless if Aiden asserts my innocence. That would only put him at a disadvantage. He reminded Ellen to take care of her health first. Please be careful. Felix could tell, just from Aiden's attitude this morning. The Duke seems very angry. Ellen wasn't surprised by this, thinking to herself, it must be because he only remembers things from before he was 10 years old. An image of him as a child appeared in her mind, looking terrified, running from something, like a child who couldn't trust anyone, suddenly thrown into a mess. In the garden with many blooming flowers, the backyard of the Chadi mansion, Yulia clutched her dress as she heard Ellen plead for help. I know you don't like it, but I need you to distract Aiden. Yulia? She felt happy to have Yulia. If you can help me with this, I will later. But Yulia frankly refused, without any self-interest. Don't worry about it. I don't want anything from you. She cared for Ellen too much to watch her get into trouble. I'll do this for you. Ellen's eyes widened, appreciating this savior. Thank you so much. Yulia was 30% helpless and 70% like a mother, just staying silent to get it over with. They had only just met, but Ellen had to leave, quickly flashing a bright smile to give her encouragement. Well, I have a long way to go, so I have to go now. I'm leaving it to you, Yulia. The flowers vying to show off their colors added life to the scene. Watching Ellen leave all alone made her heart ache even more. She didn't do anything wrong, so why does she have to endure so much all by herself? Someone's footsteps visited the forest here. He walked past the sign and stopped. Austin was under a tree, always looking in one direction as if waiting for someone to appear. A small noise nearby caught his attention. Ellen rode her horse up to Austin, but she wasn't very surprised. It seemed they had a prior appointment. "Oh, you've come, young master Austin Dien." He bowed to her in greetings, my lady. Ellen's eyes looked at him with suspicion, seeming not to trust Austin very much. Don't think she didn't notice. Ellen knew the exact time and place Austin met Aiden. That I know you participated in the Chadi family shipping business. But before that, you contacted my husband when we revoked the trading rights of the Dien family. He explained to Ellen, the way I thought of it was to gain an immediate benefit. For me, the nature of the shipping project was a breakwater to deal with the loss of trading rights. Now, he wasn't so sure either. However, now everything is in danger of collapsing in the current situation. Ellen found it hard to understand that, of course, the interests of the clan are greater than the individuals. Why? Duke Lester wouldn't obstruct the Chadi family's business just because he lost his memory. Austin looked sad, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless. A truth that Austin thought of shocked Ellen. He gradually became afraid as he imagined himself, Yulia, and Ellen getting into trouble, and why father is trying to put pressure on the Duke. If my father starts asking about the investment capital from the Chadi family, I will have to immediately repay the money the Duke lent me. If my father finds out, he will tie us together and attack us. The Chadi family will also suffer great losses. Unable to understand what was happening, how could Ellen dare to trust him anymore? Why would Aiden go this far? He not only used Diane's neglected illegitimate son, but also personally provided the capital. She was lost in thought for a long time, not knowing who to listen to at this moment. To ensure there were no mistakes, before Ellen rode back, she wanted to have her question answered. I want to ask you one more question. Did you also know about the problems with the Zahat family's medicine business? He was willing to do anything for Aiden. When I saw that Elder Dien and Gio were up to something shady, I informed my father as per the Duke's orders. Ellen then suddenly realized Aiden had prepared everything from the beginning. He didn't just intend to eliminate the Zahat family. His heart was not like his handsome, quiet appearance. It could turn into a storm at any moment. It's unknown why Ellen was so confident. Her assertion to Austin was more than just an action. Young Master Dien, I will make you the head of the Dien house. She should worry about herself first. Being so hasty is not good at all. That I promise you on behalf of the Duke. Austin was surprised. He was worried about Aiden's memory. What? But how can you do that with the Duke's current condition? It was unexpected that Ellen would show him her value through the game of chess. That's why the queen exists on a chessboard. Even when the king cannot move, the queen can still reach the end of the board. So, for the past few days, I have been running around to make the moves that Aiden cannot because we are on the same side. She sincerely needed Austin's help, deciding to take the name to protect Aiden from danger. Austin Dien, if you are still willing to challenge fate. Follow my instructions, Duchess Ellen Leinster. From now on, this will be our decisive move. While Aiden was enjoying a cup of tea with a unique pattern, someone came to announce, Lady Yulia Chadi is coming to visit, so I will lead you to the garden. He remained silent, not caring about anyone but Ellen. Aiden suddenly asked Felix directly, startling him. Has the Duchess returned yet? He was flustered and stammered, Duke, about that. Who would have thought Aiden would calmly pick up his teacup and drink? Never mind, just leave her be. Felix couldn't help but be surprised to hear him say it with his own mouth. Don't mention this to the Duchess. In his thoughts, Aiden was a profound person, trying to make Ellen expose herself. The Duke is using his usual strategy to make his opponent complacent and commit a major mistake. Is he trying to make the Duchess escape from house arrest? Or has he found the Duchess's weakness? Will our Duchess be okay? Yulia didn't want to see him at all, reluctantly being here because Ellen had asked for a favor. Greetings, Duke Lester. It's unknown what got into Aiden. He quickly left while she had just greeted him. Dot, if you want to see the Duchess, then I refuse. Yulia swallowed her anger and gently explained to him, that's not it, Duke. Aiden stopped to listen to her when he learned the topic was the business of their two families that on behalf of my parents. I am here to discuss our family's business. Our biggest investor is the Duchess. The grounds of the mansion are so beautiful. Yulia stood behind Aiden. The silence between them turned the warm space into a heavy atmosphere. Ellen comfortably admired the natural scenery, her heart without a single worry like the present. There is no place in this mansion where we did not love each other. The image of Ellen that had just appeared turned out to be only from his memory. Aiden's eyes clearly showed the feeling of something important missing. Her expression was no different from a villain's, staring at him without moving a step. Life has never been easy. Yulia clenched her fists to control her mood. She just asked me to buy her some time. For someone who loves the Duke so much that she mistakes it for her own love for him, she must have felt very uncomfortable making such a request. Besides, if the elders find out about today's visit, they will try to put pressure on the Duke, who has lost his memory. While Ellen wants to protect him by all means, we can't risk Aiden getting hurt. Yulia knew that very well, and no matter how much she cares for the Duke, I hope she doesn't do anything rash. Yulia's fist was prepared in advance. I can't let her bear this burden alone either. At least I have to try. And then it was over. Just as she was about to give him a punch, she was discovered. Aiden grabbed her wrist tightly, speaking harshly to Yulia without any courtesy. It seems you've lost your mind, Lady Chatti. She wasn't the easy type to be provoked either. It seemed that Ellen was like a picture that had fallen to the ground and shattered into many pieces. I want to stop you before you have to regret it. I can't let you do something to her and have no way back. Aiden pushed her hand away. Why did he hold her hand and then criticize her? Still very composed, he replied to Yulia coldly, you don't need to care. Yulia couldn't bear it for another second, her anger about to boil over. Oh, you have any idea how much pain you've caused Ellen? I can't watch her suffer like this anymore. Seeing her determination, Aiden suddenly transformed into another person, turning back to give Yulia a death glare. How dare you talk to me about suffering? In the blink of an eye, it was time to rest. The night sky had a bright moon, and below was the magnificent mansion, no different from a scene in a fairy tale. Aiden was pondering Yulia's words from earlier, his heart in turmoil. Not knowing what to do, do you have any idea how much pain you've caused Ellen? I can't watch her suffer like this anymore. Ellen's feelings were so strong that nothing could stop them, and the truth is forever the truth, even if you don't remember me. You're gonna like me anyway. Aiden was still there, dazed, the vague feeling of not knowing when it would end. Just thinking about it was enough to cause a headache. Aiden didn't want things to turn out this way either. In contrast to him, Ellen, wearing a nightgown, walked around the mansion's corridor to relax. Yulia must have succeeded in buying me the time I needed. Aiden hasn't gone out all evening. Thanks to that, everything is ready. Now the only problem is time. Something strange in a nearby room successfully caught her attention. Ellen doubted her own existence. Peeking through the glass door made her even more surprised that it's Aiden. Is he here to question me now? Why isn't he coming in? I'm the one locked inside. The door suddenly opened. He was standing in the darkness with a sad face, showing no reaction when the light shone in his eyes. Unbelievably, Ellen was the one who opened that door, her cheeks already flushed. Aiden's eyes had changed, no longer lifeless, but filled with buried affection instead. It's unknown whether his memory had returned or not, but the act of raising his hand to touch her cheek was very natural. Even Ellen herself froze for 5 seconds, not daring to believe her own feelings. In his eyes now was only the image of Ellen. Time also had to stop at the call of the heart. Aiden quickly pulled his hand back. Whenever he was with her, gentleness was the only thing he never faked. There are a few things I want to tell you. Ellen's sparkling eyes, like dewdrops, showed that her love for him was growing more and more. Waiting long enough makes one lose faith, so she threw herself into Aiden's arms. Save that thought. Their love had already blossomed, yet the hug made his cheeks flush. Aiden was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seeing that he didn't respond by hugging her tightly, Ellen was a little unhappy. You don't like this? How could he resist the beauty seen through the eyes of a lover? No, it's not like that. Now, what was there to hesitate about? Not holding Ellen's hand tightly, she pulled Aiden and ran. Since he didn't object, it was a tacit admission. Good, now follow me. It was true that love had led Aiden once again. He was immersed in the happiness he had long forgotten. In that large mansion, a voice cried out in alarm. What the hell is going on? Shock was clearly written on Darren's face, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He asked again to be sure. Both the Duke and the Duchess have disappeared. The servants standing before him saw his fury, and no one dared to make sound. At this moment, one of the maids bravely spoke up. When we checked early this morning, neither of them were in their rooms. Then the maid continued. No one saw them. The maid standing to the side heard this and became curious. Whispering, they left, let alone went out. Darren's face became irritable after hearing the servant's explanation. He still didn't believe it, running to search the entire mansion and deliberately shouted loudly, "Are you sure they are not somewhere in the mansion?" Elder Adon also chimed in for him. "You've searched everywhere, right?" Dairon, too angry, shouted loudly to release his inner anger. What? How can someone disappear overnight? The three elders had now reached a small basement. 6 eyes fixed their attention on the person lying on the ground. Gale lay stretched out on the ground, covered in countless stains. When he saw the 3 of them, he spoke up happily. "Elder Dien, did you come here to save me?" He tried to get up, sitting up straight to look at them, and said, "The Duke let you in here, right?" I kept insisting it was Ellen. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Gale urged the 3 of them, "Now hurry up and get me out of here. I don't have the key to open these cuffs." In response to his urging was the cold, indifferent attitude of the 3 elders. They turned their faces away, ignoring Gale, who was screaming himself. "Horse, what are you doing? Don't go." He shouted desperately, hoping to get attention. "Don't go." Elder Adon sat comfortably on a chair, speaking clearly. The Duchess must be plotting something again. Dairon stroked his chin with a skeptical expression. He deduced, "The Duke will meet us today to decide what to do with the Duchess. She must have kidnapped the Duke to prevent this." Elder Adon, after hearing him speak, thought for a moment and then concluded, "That means the Duke is now tied up and imprisoned. Held." Then the 3 of them began to imagine Aiden's situation now. Maybe she is brainwashing him so that he only listens to her. Maybe she even made him helpless so he can't move his body. After a moment of ridiculous imagination, she stopped, then changed the subject. Ahem. Putting the Duchess's fate aside, we have a problem related to our business. Hearing this, the faces of all 3 fell, and their moods sank with them. Elder Adon said sorrowfully, "Without the Duke, the one with the authority to make decisions, any business that the Council of Elders owns will be stagnant." Suddenly, Dairon thought of something. He shot up, slamming his hand on the table, stating his opinion. "Why don't we become the Duke's representatives in his absence?" The other 2 heard this and found it quite agreeable. Everyone agreed with his opinion. Elder Adon spoke first. "Let's manage the family until the Duke and Duchess return." Elder Human continued after her. "And while we're at it, we can expand the Council's efforts of elders." Dairon began to present a perfect scenario where Aiden and Ellen could not return in the event that both of them never return. The former Duke and Duchess will manage the family, and in that chaos, we can regain our former glory. Of us. He gave a sinister smile and continued, "On the contrary, I would be very happy if this kidnapping causes the Duchess to self-destruct." Elder Adon also put on a cunning face, adding to his words, "She has been a thorn in our side ever since she drove out Whitney, whom we carefully planted." Hearing the other 2 speak, Human felt pleased, but then he felt a little hesitant and spoke to both of them. "Was it really okay? We can just let her leave, even though we don't know where she went." Then he began to explain his current anxiety. Because the Duke has been kidnapped, he won't be able to get any more of Elder Darren's herbal tea. Knowing Human's anxiety now, Dairon immediately spoke to reassure him, the kind of medicine that makes a person's mind confused. He slightly parted his lips, smirking, and said, "What he has done so far is enough. Because we have continuously hindered the Duke's memory recovery, he will not be able to recover quickly just because they are alone." Dairon now felt extremely proud of his perfect plan. He exclaimed with delight, "Let's take advantage of the Duchess's time-delaying tactic to discover any potential weaknesses they might have." Laughter echoed throughout the room, resounding outside. Felix and the maid, who had been standing outside all this time and heard their entire conversation, felt extremely worried for Aiden and Ellen. Moving to Aiden, he was now inside a room. At first glance, it was just an ordinary room, but there were no windows, and there was a puzzle-like door mechanism to unlock from the inside. Ellen suddenly appeared behind Aiden and spoke. "I'm sorry for the sudden request." Hearing a sound from behind him, he turned to look. She smiled with her eyes crinkled, excitedly telling him her proposal. "But I want you to stay here with me for a week." He looked at her with a questioning expression, asking with curiosity, "Why a week?" Her face full of excitement, she answered him, "Because after a week, a lot of things will change." Then she turned away, telling him comfortably, "Just think of it as a vacation, just wait and see." Aiden could only stand there and watch her cheerful attitude. Ellen ran around the room, introducing him to the items inside. "And look here, we have a lot of food and a lot of clothes to change into." She held out a chess set, excitedly telling him, "We also have a bathroom and games so we don't get bored." He, on the contrary, did not feel excited at all. Aiden slowly approached Ellen, saying as he walked, "Imprisoned with everything we need." The distance was close enough. He gently bent down to face her, saying, "Can confinement be this comfortable?" Observing that he didn't seem to object, she rejoiced inwardly. "Thank goodness. I thought he would resist strongly." Ellen spoke up, "Thank you for understanding me." Ellen suddenly walked to the bed, telling him, "I'm going to sleep for a bit now." Hearing her, he exclaimed in alarm, "What?" Ignoring his attitude at that moment, Ellen yawned tiredly and said, "I haven't slept properly for days." She flopped down. Seeing her lie still, he thought she was asleep, but suddenly she sat bolt upright, pointing straight at his face, and said, "By the way, only I know how to unlock that door. No matter how you try, it will stay closed." Aiden sat down on the bed, looking at her helplessly, then questioned, "You imprison someone and then ignore them, too?" Ellen lay leisurely on the bed, answering him, "I'm keeping my promise." Not understanding the meaning of her words, he asked again, "Your promise?" She slowly replied, "If one day your heart changes, no matter what, if that happens, just kill me." At the Bree salon, the ladies were chatting animatedly, considering the future situation. At this moment, Human and Aiden were sitting at a waiting table, engrossed in reading books, when a voice spoke up, catching their attention, "Lady Human, Lady Aiden." The two young women turned to see a man approaching as a staff member of the salon said, "This gentleman is here to see you too." Austin came closer and greeted them politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Austin of House Dairon, a branch of the Lester family." Human asked, slightly surprised, "House Dairon?" Aiden also asked with curiosity, "Have we met before?" Austin replied, "Oh no." He placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully, "The Duchess of Lester sent me here. I must deliver an urgent message to you two people." At the same time at the ducal mansion, the servants and butlers of the mansion had been summoned and were in an uproar. Dairon, with his hands on his hips, and two people behind him, spoke up, "You all listen carefully." He put on a serious face and said, "Currently, the Duchess is suspected of being the Duke's assassin in a plot to control the Lester family. She has secretly kidnapped the Duke, putting not only his safety, but also the Lester family in danger." He continued to posture, "For the sake of the Lester family, the elders have decided to help. From now on, the elders will have full authority over all matters." Hearing this, Felix and the other servants frowned in confusion. Felix immediately spoke up to object. "Even if you are an elder, you do not have the right to decide on the internal affairs of the Lester family." Hearing that, his face darkened as he said sternly, "So you want to decide for yourself? Have you forgotten your place?" Felix still wanted to object, but he said again, "If you still object." He angrily contorted his face, baring his teeth like a monkey, pointed his finger and said, "I will assume you have ulterior motives, or that you are the Duchess's accomplice." Hearing that, Felix could only grit his teeth and dared not say another word. He and the two elders behind him aggressively threw open the door, pointed and shouted, "Bring the documents here." He said excitedly, "First of all, let's deal with the affairs of the Council of Elders," making the servants holding the documents look concerned. The three petty men laughed schemingly. Dairon held a pen and said, "First, the proposals that were rejected, while also thinking, are all beneficial to us." But suddenly Elder Human and Elder Aiden angrily shouted, "Humph, the seal! Where is the seal?" making the servants annoyed and furious. Then she angrily asked the maid, "What, you don't know where the Duke's seal is?" The servant bowed her head and replied, "It is something that only a few people are allowed to touch, except for the Duke and the Duchess." Dairon and Elder Aiden gritted their teeth and exclaimed, "It's a wonder if Elder Dairon is even human, Whenever he bares his teeth, he looks exactly like a gorilla. Unable to get anything from the servants, he growled loudly, "Felix, where is that butler?" Elder Aiden added, "You, quickly create a temporary seal." At the same time, Mona was in her room, looking slightly surprised. Felix was now panting, holding a stack of documents, and glancing worriedly at Mona. Seeing this, she asked, "What is going on here?" Felix tiredly collapsed to the ground, scattering the documents on the floor as he answered her question. "The elders are overstepping their authority. Since you are confined, your room is probably the safest place right now." He continued to explain, "These are the papers from before the Duke lost his memory." Mona listened to him, but was still paying attention to something on the floor. She picked up the object and asked, "Is this the family seal?" Felix also replied, "It is the official seal of the Lester family. We must keep this safe so we can invalidate anything they want to do." In the study, they were still in a complete mess looking for the seal. Felix continued, "I have consulted with His Highness the Crown Prince. I only brought the most urgent things. I will bring more later." He was still kneeling on the ground, thoughtfully asking Mona, "Do you think the lady knew this would happen?" She was holding the stack of documents to put away, and upon hearing him, she turned her head to look. Then she smiled and said, "If it's her, I'm sure she anticipated that you would do this." Mona's words made Felix a little emotional. Elsewhere, Ellen woke up and stretched, letting out a sound. Her face was glowing. She must have had a very good sleep. She didn't notice Aiden sitting beside her, staring at her. She spoke, "I slept really well." When she lifted her head, their eyes met. An awkward sound, "Oh," hung in the air, leaving her speechless. Then she suddenly asked him, "Were you watching me the whole time I was sleeping?" Aiden showed no emotion and just said, "I was just wondering when you would wake up." Then he continued to ask her. She also looked at him intently, "The things you did during the time you were confined, just to spend the whole day sleeping." She crawled closer, right in front of him, resting her chin on her hands and looking up at him, which startled him a bit, and said, "Are you asking me because you don't know?" She smiled brightly again and asked, "Didn't you expect this when you confined me at home?" Her question left him speechless, just frozen for a few seconds. Suddenly he stood up and said, "It's good that you slept well." Aiden walked over to the food table, turned his head back, and said, "But you still have to eat something." Ellen sat up, feigning surprise. "Wow, that's so touching." She quickly walked to the dining table and said cheerfully, "I was just getting hungry." But when she saw the plate of food on the table emitting a black aura, her face darkened in shock. Looking at the beautiful plate of food on the table, she thought to herself, "Even though only the best spices and salt were used, I'm still afraid to smell it." She sat down in the chair, reluctantly picked up a piece of fruit, and thought to herself, "I didn't think about that. Thank goodness there's some fruit." Seeing her engrossed in eating fruit, he spoke up and asked, "Aren't you going to eat the steak?" She forced a smile and said, "The fruit is so delicious that I just keep eating it." Then she stood up and quickly changed the subject. "Ah, you must have been very bored while I was sleeping. Let's see." Ellen went to the drawer, put her hand in, and said, "I left a chessboard in here." But besides the chessboard, she also found a piece of paper. She held the chessboard box in her hand, still with a piece of fruit in her mouth, then picked up the piece of paper to read. The faded words appeared, and she thought to herself, "Things are getting quite interesting, aren't they?" Suddenly, she thought of the elders gleefully stamping documents and thought to herself, "I've sent Net to test them, and they're using the seal however they like. And the moment I step out, I will destroy them." As she thought, she burned the piece of paper. As for Aiden, he was still seriously eating his breakfast. Ellen and Aiden started playing chess, and at the same time, she spoke up and asked, "How have you been feeling lately?" He looked up at her in surprise. Then he wondered, "Why are you asking?" She said while concentrating on the game, "For no reason." She looked at him and continued, "I thought you would feel uncomfortable, but you're surprisingly relaxed." He held a chess piece in his hand, tilting his head without speaking, as if thinking about something. She also looked at him in silence, waiting to see what he would say. Then she recalled that time. "The Duke is very quick-tempered. My father is trying to put pressure on the Duke." She thought to herself, "Getting Aiden away from the elders is a good solution." When she recalled him saying angrily, "I need to investigate this further." Thinking about it now, I can understand Aiden's attitude. Looking at Aiden's serious face, she thought again, he doesn't know who to trust, and the tea that Elder Dien gave him has probably made him even more stressed. Suddenly, he crossed his arms, then smiled at her and said, "It's your turn." Seeing him smile, she blushed a little and thought dazedly, "I hope Aiden and I can make progress with this." Opportunity. A while later, while reading a book, Aiden suddenly spoke up. Do you really think my memory will return within a week? She, who was also sitting on the bed reading a book, looked up when she heard him ask. Then she lowered her head to read again and said, Not really, almost not at all. Hearing that, he asked with some hesitation, Huh? What if my memory never comes back? His words made her freeze. Her fingers tightened slightly on the page of the book. She replied, Then we can only accept that. He asked seriously, Will you give up? She immediately closed the book, put it down, and said no. She got off the bed, walked closer to him, and continued, We will make new memories. Her hand rested on his shoulder as she said, I will preserve the past for both of us, which means I will start over from the beginning. Then she smiled confidently. I'm very confident. She smiled with her eyes crinkled and said happily, I said it before, you will come to like me again. As for him, his eyes were slightly downcast, as if he was contemplating something. She suddenly removed her hand, making him look up in surprise. Look, she turned her back to him, her hands clasped behind her, and continued, So let's move forward, try to like me. He just looked at her without any expression. At this moment, at the ducal mansion, a shout rang out, causing the servants to gather around to see. You've been caught red-handed, you bastard. Behind him, another man was also approaching. The documents were thrown messily on the floor, startling Felix and Mona. Elder Dairon and Elder Human were angry. He pointed and shouted, I have repeatedly told you to bring the documents, but you sneakily hid each document away. He even trampled on the documents scattered on the floor. His face was scowling as he said, You must have also hidden the family seal of the Duke. Now hand it over. Hearing that, Felix stepped back slightly with a worried expression. He regained his composure and said, I don't know what you're talking about. He couldn't keep his composure and shouted angrily, Hand it over before I turn this place upside down. Felix also shouted, Only the Duke can use it. Elder Human also angrily picked up a book, intending to throw it at Felix, and shouted, You insolent brat. He flinched, shut his eyes tightly, and raised his hand to block the blow. But just as the book was about to hit, an arm knocked it away, blocking it for him. Philip stood in front of Felix and spoke. He is the Duke's personal servant. Please refrain from using force. Dairon immediately retorted, We are the Duke's representatives. Hearing that, Philip glared at them, making Elder Human a little scared. Dairon was also a bit scared, but still tried to set a condition. You must lock Felix in his room. Then he pointed at Felix and said, His actions in this critical situation are very suspicious. Philip turned his head and advised him, You'd better obey them. Felix could only sigh helplessly and follow his words. Then he pointed at Mona and shouted, Take that maid to another room too. The maid approached cautiously and said, Miss Mona. Mona not only paid no mind, but also winked at the other maid. Then she spoke, It's okay, making the other maid blush. She was very calm, not at all afraid that they would ransack the room and find the seal when she left because she had hidden it in her hair. The maid from before bent down to pick up the documents, looking a little worried, and said, I will take the documents to the office. Then when Dairon left, she gave half of the documents to another maid and whispered, Please hide these again. And so, the documents were hidden for the second time. The door was suddenly thrown open. A loud voice rang out, We found them. Elder Aiden said in alarm, We have found the Duke and the Duchess. Dairon and Elder Human turned their heads and asked, Where are they? A large door loomed before their eyes. Dairon couldn't believe his eyes and said, You're saying they're in here? So all along, they were always in this mansion? Then he gave a triumphant smile and said, Oh my, like a mouse in a trap. He ordered the male servant standing nearby, open the door immediately. The male servant said in confusion, Oh, I can't. Elder Aiden spoke up, Do you also look down on us? The male servant, sweating profusely, stammered, That's not it. This door cannot be opened. The Lester family mansion was built 150 years ago. It is the combined result of a great architect, famous for his unique features in royal architecture, and the first Duke of Leicester, who founded the empire. The mansion holds countless ingenious inventions and large hidden quarters, one of which is this room, fortified behind the door and optimized for protection. The male servant explained, The room was created to counter any potential threat. It was designed to be completely inaccessible from the outside when locked from the inside. Dairon asked worriedly, So how do we open it? The only people who know about this room are the Duke and the Duchess and their servant, Mr. Felix. At this point, Felix had been summoned. He looked coldly at the people before him and said, No matter what you do, this door cannot be opened. Elder Aiden said angrily, You're still trying to resist? He quickly said, No, that's not it. This room can only be unlocked with a special lock. An exquisite key appeared in everyone's mind. He continued, but now it is in the hands of the Duke and Duchess. Dairon suggested, then we'll break the lock to get in. He closed his eyes and explained, that won't work either. Unless you want to kill everyone here, you'd better not destroy that door. His words made everyone's face turn pale. Dairon still couldn't picture it and quickly asked, what do you mean? We'll explode? He replied, something like that. He said in a cold voice, the entire mansion will collapse. All that will be left in the imagination is a pile of rubble. Elder Human couldn't believe his ears and said, is that possible? Felix explained to them again, this room is the core of the mansion structure. It is designed so that, in the event of a strong external force, the main frames supporting the mansion will completely collapse. To collapse, the mansion, which can stand firm even against an earthquake, will be buried underground. Hearing him say that, everyone was bewildered and terrified. Dairon gritted his teeth and said, then we'll have to open it from the inside. Saying that, he immediately went right up to the door and shouted, Duchess, can you hear me? Stop this foolish act and open the door. What are you doing holding the Duke hostage? Are you really doing, or something like that? A series of words and images that couldn't be seen were censored. But when they heard their comrades say that, the two elders were still startled. Felix, standing beside them, was startled and covered his ears, too angry to speak. The servants standing around were also speechless at this old man's rich imagination. He must have a shrimp's brain in his head. On the other side of the door, Ellen and Aiden had heard every word of his clearly. She thought uncomfortably, what kind of filthy fantasies is he spreading? I will definitely clear that up when we get out of here. At this moment, Aiden spoke up, looking at her. How interesting. She turned her head and replied, what? I can still do those kinds of things. Ellen, Aiden still said seriously, I don't know how far you went with the old me, but you are quite cautious with the current me. Hearing him say that, she was a little dazed. Then he walked over to her and said, what about you? Are you really okay? Ellen looked up and listened to what the man in front of her, Aiden, continued to say, without my memories, to you, I'm like a completely different person. An image of the old Aiden appeared. Are you sure you can love me again, even if the 10 years we spent together are all meaningless? Meaning, is that possible? His question made her fall into deep thought. After a while, she placed her hand on his chest and answered, it's because you are here. Even if you don't know it, you are still here. She looked at Aiden with a tender gaze and continued, even without your memories, you are the only one I have always loved, Aiden. But then she withdrew her hand, her inner thoughts emerging. To say I'm not sad would be a lie, but the Aiden I will live with from now on is the Aiden of the present. I have to accept that. To say I'm not afraid would also be a lie. Even though I'm not sure he will like me again, a small question still lingers deep in my mind. Am I being punished for my greed? Knowing that it is my weakness, I have suppressed it time and time again. But I have never stopped loving you. Aiden bowed his head to look at her without saying anything, and she also stared at him as if waiting for him to speak. Seeing that he didn't answer, she spoke up, you call me Ellen. She looked up at him and said, on second thought, before we came here, you said you had something to tell me. Suddenly his hand touched her face, lifting her gradually reddening face. With strands of hair falling on the back of his hand, she was a little flustered and exclaimed in her head. He still looked at her with a thoughtful gaze, but didn't say a word. And then he withdrew his hand and said, I have something to tell you. A moment later, he stood there in a daze. Recalling the recent memories, he reached out and took her hand, saying, you're not okay at all. The atmosphere around the two was enveloped in tenderness. He gently took her hand and said, you said that no moment in life is unimportant. So from now on, let's cherish every moment with me. An image of the two of them as children appeared before his eyes. His eyes now held deep thoughts. He frowned slightly and continued, all the time we spent together was almost lost because of me. But why have you never blamed me even once? She revealed a look of astonishment and rushed forward as if she couldn't hold back. She raised her hands, intending to cup his face. She stood on her tiptoes and gently placed a kiss on his lips, catching him off guard, his hands frozen stiff. In midair, the two seemed to be immersed in a kiss of tenderness and happiness. While he was still dazed, she pulled away from his face and said, it would be a waste. Her face looked a little aggrieved as she looked at him. There isn't even enough time to love if we want to make more memories. She cupped his face, looking at him adoringly. I miss you so much, Aiden. He suddenly grabbed both her wrists, gritting his teeth. Then he immediately pulled the small body of the girl in front of him into an embrace. He buried his face in her neck and uttered words that made her tear up as well. I love you, Ellen. His facial muscles gradually relaxed. And then he spoke, I'm so happy I can finally say that. He remembered the day he went to see the Crown Prince. He had said, if you make the wrong decision, Ellen, who holds the key, will be in trouble. He moved his face closer to Aiden's. You'll want to die. Aiden said nothing, only frowning as he stared at Frederick. Frederick strode past him. He thought to himself, attracting even the Crown Prince. How wide is her influence? One side tells me to have my wife on my side, and the other is trying to convince me that I'm being manipulated by my wife, who wants to brainwash me. Where on earth can I find a weak spot? Frederick looked out the window and said, this whole world knows that you love Ellen to death. His eyes became soulless. A little annoyed, he called her Ellen. On second thought, the people who visited her all called her Ellen, as if they were all close to each other. Are they all close to her? His hands gripped the chair tightly, his eyes thoughtful. His mouth softly called out Ellen. Behind him, Frederick angrily grabbed a huge book and hit him on the head with it, causing Aiden to collapse to the floor, coughing. Frederick, still holding the book, asked him, so, do you remember anything yet? Frederick leaned against a chair and continued, I was hoping someone would bring some sense into you. I figured, if anyone is going to punch the noble Duke Leinster, it should be me, who is even nobler, don't you think? Aiden was silent. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and laughed ha. Frederick wondered, oh, still nothing? He continued to raise the book, saying, if the Duke wishes, I will try again. Before he could act, he reached out and grabbed the book, calling, hey. A moment later, Frederick said with a punchable look on his face, that was a day that will never come again in my life. I may be the Crown Prince of the Empire, but when else can I hit a Duke on the back of the head? You should keep that like a family heirloom. Aiden remained silent, holding the book that had been used to hit him. His eyes glanced at him. Frederick asked him, aren't you going to see Ellen? Aiden gently touched his forehead, sighed, and said, Frederick, don't tell anyone that I've regained my memory. He asked in surprise, what? He replied, I can't let the Council of Elders get away with this anymore. As soon as I lost my memory, they brazenly drove Ellen away. I've been working to take them down bit by bit, but because they were cornered, they desperately attacked Ellen. I must get rid of them quickly. This is an opportunity to protect Ellen and surprise the elders. Lao ngak nien. Frederick gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, importantly, I will have to fight my father alone. So you must go see Ellen right away. Aiden looked at Frederick, not understanding what he was saying. Continuing the stream of memories, the red-haired girl ran up and said, the lady from the shop has just arrived. The reason the elders are specifically targeting Ellen is because it is very difficult to manage Ju in the shop. I should imprison Ju. If necessary, I will secretly deal with him and manipulate the situation involving the elders appropriately. Hand Ju over to me. That way the elders' attention will shift from Ellen to me. The servant then came to report, Ju has regained consciousness. When he confessed, it was Ellen Leinster, my sister, who drew up this plan. He was furious, silently blaming himself. I should have killed him before. Just by revealing that I have regained my memory here, I can eliminate Diane, who directly colluded with Ju. But it would only temporarily suppress the greed of the other two elders. Dealing with Ju this way would only make the problem more complicated. At that time, as he turned to walk away, he told himself, Ellen, I will confine Ellen at home. I must prevent the elders from approaching Ellen. Ellen will never sit still when things are getting worse. If it's Ellen, she will find a way to do things that I cannot do. The woman I love, with her strength and wisdom. The one with a personality like a magnetic pull, attracting others to her side. In the end, even though my memory has returned, I will still cause Ellen to be hurt. I must push her away. When she said, I will keep my promise, he wanted to collapse. He thought, do I deserve this love? Back to the present, Ellen hugged him tightly and whispered, we don't even have enough time to love, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. The two of them stood there hugging. She spoke up, well done, you endured it so well. If you had known, you would have said it no matter how hard it was to hide. She smiled cheerfully and continued, we are definitely true soulmates. We think exactly alike, and we have set our trap in the same way. She walked to the door and said, wonderful, now we just need to get out of there and clean everything up. From behind, he came and hugged her, whispering in Ellen's ear, it hasn't even been a week. We will be busy for a long time after leaving this room, Ellen. His words made her blush. She stammered, so you know, will you show me affection to make up for the hard time we've been through? In the palace, right at the entrance to the Great Hall, a voice rang out. Lady Claire Hurt is here for an audience. The emperor sat on the throne with his legs crossed, looking down at the person entering the Great Hall, and said, "This is the first time you have requested a private audience with me." The emperor looked down and saw Claire with her hands behind her back, curtsying and bowing to him. The emperor asked Claire, "Are you here to ask me to forgive the crown prince?" After curtsying to the emperor, Claire raised her head to look at him, then stated her purpose for coming today. "I am here to negotiate with you, your majesty." Back to a few days ago, in the study at the Leinster mansion, on the desk of Ellen Zahat and Aidan Leinster were many papers. And Ellen was asking for Aidan's opinion. What wedding gift should we choose? Aidan, confused, reminded Ellen it's still a few years until Frederick and Claire's wedding. Ellen was intently looking at the papers on the table, her eyes a bit pensive as she also replied to Aidan, "I know, we have been friends for 10 years now, so I want to give them something special." Ellen, while thinking, continued to talk to Aidan. In her mind, she envisioned how radiant her two close friends would be when they were crowned, in order to find a suitable gift for them. Something that will illuminate the future of the crown prince and crown princess. Hearing that, Aidan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Well, His Highness owns more minds than we do, so if it's something only our family can give, can we find something from the academy or the exhibition hall?" Hearing Aidan say that, Ellen's face suddenly lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "That's it." Then Ellen shared her idea with Aidan. "We will establish a technological partnership between the Leinster Academy and the royal family. How about we cooperate in the field of medicine? Outside parties need permission to use the innovative methods developed by the Academy. Let's grant priority rights to the royal family to use the Academy's medical advancements, especially providing them immediately in the event of an unexpected pandemic, war, or natural disaster." Aidan agreed with Ellen, but his face was still a bit hesitant as there were many things to consider. "That's a great idea, but there's no precedent for it. It could affect the power of the royal family and the nobility." Ellen, with a calm face, replied to Aidan. She made very convincing arguments. No matter how powerful the empire is, emergencies can still happen at any time and eventually cause the balance of power to shift. Besides, this wedding gift is an asset of great power, strengthening the authority of the royal family. Our family will become the most important contributor in that field. Finally, if we want to continue to do business successfully, we also want the empire to be safe, right? If we want the emperor to change his mind, he must feel that he needs to protect the Leinster family himself. It's best to clearly show what can be gained by cooperating with us, and how willing we are to cooperate. For that reason, Claire came to the palace today for an audience with the emperor. After hearing her presentation, the emperor said, "So, the Leinster Academy has promised to cooperate with the royal family." Then his face became serious as he reminded Claire, "Claire Hurt is when that promise is formalized. Do you think the palace can handle that change?" Claire just smiled and told the emperor, "These changes are exactly what Frederick wants, your majesty. You must know that Frederick imagines ruling in a different way." Her words caused the emperor's expression to change slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. But Claire still tried to persuade the emperor, "Your majesty has not hindered Frederick's efforts to prove himself because, you know, his actions are not a rebellion against royal authority. The amendments he wants to make do not weaken the foundation on which the empire is built, but instead develop the empire. The Duke and Duchess will be important allies along the way." Claire paused for a moment and smiled softly. Then she looked straight at the emperor, smiled confidently, and said to him clearly, "Frederick will rule the empire through the changes he brings, and I will be there to help him." Then Claire asked the emperor, "Will you watch him through this process as his father?" The emperor was silent for a while. It is not known whether he agreed or not, only that a little later, after the emperor had spoken with Claire, he went to Frederick's room. In the room, Frederick was currently in a very pathetic state. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was messy, and his whole body gave off a smell that was hard to describe, to the point that the emperor had to cover his nose with his hand, his face pale, and said sarcastically, "Next time, you should hide in a room with a bathtub. I'm quite surprised you didn't starve to death when you dismissed the servants outside." Frederick, while rubbing his head and searching for something in the messy room with papers, objects, and books scattered on the floor, replied to the emperor, I have some snacks hidden in my study. The emperor ignored Frederick and directly informed him, I have decided to accept your wedding gift. Frederick's face was full of question marks. He asked him doubtfully, my wedding gift? What is it? Why do you have it? The emperor still didn't explain anything and continued, in return, I will give you all authority over the Leinster and Zahat case. Hearing the emperor speak, Frederick's eyes widened, and he asked him in a panic, wait, why did you suddenly change your mind and surrender? What the hell is this wedding gift? The emperor stood silently, covering his nose at a distance from Frederick. His eyes narrowed as he looked at him. After listening to the emperor's story for a while, Frederick was very surprised and exclaimed, Duchess Leinster proposed all of that? The emperor remembered when he himself made the decision to accept that offer with Claire. So he was here now and said to Frederick, with my consent, a contract with the Leinster Duchy will be signed. After that, Lady Hertes will create the laws and regulations with my guidance. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Besides, she will learn and develop her role as the crown princess. Hearing that, Frederick's eyes sparkled. His face also became happier. He slowly approached the emperor and bowed, saying, I apologize to you, your majesty. No. Frederick gave a bright smile to the emperor. Thank you, father. That sentence made the emperor's body suddenly become motionless, and Frederick, seeing him like that, laughed heartily as if he had won the lottery and opened his mouth to tease. Doesn't this feel a bit awkward and strange? Which made the emperor embarrassed and turn his face away, shouting at Frederick, be quiet and give me the royal seal. Frederick just thought of someone and smiled happily. Then he went to the emperor and said, I want to go see Claire now. The emperor didn't keep Frederick for long and told him where Claire was. You can find her in the royal library. But the emperor didn't forget to remind him, remember to take a bath before you go. Now, I feel ashamed to call you my son. Frederick replied in a hurt voice, you're so harsh. You've been calling me your son for so many years. Elsewhere at the Leinster family mansion, Isabella and Logan had arrived in front of the mansion. A voice rang out as soon as the two got out of the car. The former Duke and Duchess have arrived at the mansion. After getting out of the carriage, the two saw Elder Diane, Elder Aiden, and Elder Human already waiting at the door. The three of them came out to welcome the two. Elder Diane stepped forward, his left hand behind his back, his right hand across his stomach, bowing and saying, welcome to you both. Then all of them entered the mansion together. Elder Diane walked ahead, leading Isabella and Logan to the room where Ellen and Aiden were, while deliberately accusing Ellen of crimes. Because the current Duchess has kidnapped the Duke, we're trying to resolve the issues of the Duchy, which may be stagnant. Elder Diane then stopped in front of a door and told Isabella and Logan, the Duke is currently being held in this room. We are also having trouble because we can't open it. But Logan was not led by the nose, making himself angry because of Ellen's actions, but just said back to Elder Diane, a person cannot be locked in this room. Either. This room is designed as a safe room, although it is used against enemies from the outside. Then he glanced slightly at the three elders, his words full of hidden meaning for all three, or enemies from the inside. Then Isabella walked to the door of Aiden and Ellen's room, gently calling the two inside out. Aiden, Ellen, you can come out now. Immediately, a piercing sound came from the door. Elder Aiden and Elder Human looked at the door with surprised faces, only to see the door of the room slowly opening. From inside the door was Aiden with his arm around Ellen's waist. They slowly walked out of the room and looked at the people standing outside the room. Elder Jin stared at Ellen and Aiden. He noticed Aiden's hand on Ellen's waist and thought to himself, has she brainwashed him? Immediately, Elder Jin pointed at them and accused them to Isabella and Logan. Duchess, we cannot just ignore this evil criminal act, he said, taking advantage of the Duke's memory loss. But his voice suddenly fell silent when he saw Aiden's calm face. The three elders were speechless, staring blankly at Aiden's face, which showed no sign of memory loss. Elder Jian was so surprised that he forgot to lower his hand that was pointing at Ellen and him. After a while, Elder Jian was able to open his mouth again, Your Grace. Under the observation of everyone, including the servants there, he asked Aiden, have you regained your memory? When Aiden saw Elder Diane's expression, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly. Then he opened his mouth to mock him. Seeing you like this feels different. Somehow, my memory has returned. But of course, I have not forgotten the elders who diligently took care of me. Suddenly Aiden narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at the three elders and questioned, "Speaking of which, why did you lie to me?" Just one question from him made all three elders turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. Aiden then exposed the sinful things that all three elders had done. "You not only tried to separate me and Ellen with false accusations against my wife, you also spread rumors of an affair between Lady Chadi and me by dragging the Count's family into this incident. You have tarnished my honor and the Duchess's many times." Ellen also followed Aiden's words to expose the crimes of the three of them. "Moreover, you have loudly insulted me countless times. Everyone in the whole mansion, including me, could hear it." Ellen then said a sentence that hit the nail on the head of the three elders, causing them all to be startled and panic. "From the way you have acted, it seems the Council of Elders has taken full advantage of the Duke's memory loss." Elder Aiden was the first to justify herself. She placed her hand on her chest and assured, "Of course not. We just worked harder than anyone else to restore the Duke's memory." But right after her words, a cloth bag full of herbal tea was poured onto the ground. The one who poured the bag of herbs was Felix. He picked up a handful of herbal tea leaves, held them out in front of him, and loudly questioned the elders. "This is the herbal tea that the Duke drank every day. I have never prescribed this type to treat the Duke's amnesia, because it is an extreme drug that can paralyze the brain and overwork the heart. It has been banned from distribution in the Empire." Felix then immediately exposed the evil plot of the elders that he had accidentally overheard. "Elder Dien secretly brought these tea leaves to the Duke's mansion. I heard him say it with my own mouth." Ellen looked coldly at the elders and took Aiden's hand to support him and listened to Felix continue. As for the details of the conversation and his subsequent actions, they have been recorded in the report. We have given it to the former Duke and Duchess. Hearing this, Aiden observed the expressions of the three of them with a cold gaze. Elder Human was so scared that his face turned pale and he stammered, "Our report." Logan calmly crossed his arms, rubbing his chin as if thinking a little, and said to the elders, according to standard procedure, "If the Duke is no longer able to exercise his authority, then the ducal authority will be transferred to me, the former Duke." Isabella, after hearing all the crimes of the elders, was also black with anger, staring at them and continuing Logan's words. "However, you have embezzled family finances with a fake seal and insulted the servants more than once or twice for a very long time." She then continued to question them. "To you, is the Leinster family such an easy target?" The elders were now all pale-faced. Elder Dien no longer had his initial arrogant appearance. Now he had become panicked, waving his hands, trying to deny his guilt. "No, that's not it." He pointed at Ellen and blamed all his crimes on her. "The Duchess orchestrated everything by inciting the servants. Didn't Gail Zahard already admit it? No doubt, she conspired to blame us for what she did." Ellen did not seem angry at being wrongly accused or show any other expression. She just silently watched Elder Dien put on a show. A voice from behind Elder Dien rang out, cutting off his lie. "You yourself cited that false confession, Elder Dien." Elder Dien looked at the person approaching with a surprised and disbelieving expression. He opened his mouth and cried out, "You why?" The one who spoke was Mela. She said, "I am Mela Zahart, the head of the Count Zahart's domain." Next to her, Austin also bowed to the people there, and "I am Austin Dien." Following them was a maid pushing a two-tiered cart. Each tier was piled high with a stack of paper. Mela then continued, "We have finished investigating the kidnapping of Duchess Leinster. We have found all the servants who colluded with Gail and Helen and taken their statements, along with her words. The Zahart maid behind them had a hesitant expression, but she also opened her mouth to admit her guilt and recount what had happened. I was ordered to lure the Duchess back to the Zahart mansion. Gail brought mercenaries to the mansion and threatened the servants." Mela continued after her story. "These mercenaries were hired by Elder Dien, not Gail and Helen." Austin also said, "I found documents related to the mercenaries and my father in his office. Moreover, I also discovered the ledgers for the shipment of the banned teas." The Zahart maid also continued, "On the day the Duchess was kidnapped, Elder Dien came to the Zahart mansion. At that time, in an empty room, the three elders had gathered and sat together to discuss their evil plot. We must ensure she cannot say anything, such as an unavoidable sudden death. The Zahart maid was standing outside the door at that time and heard their entire plan. She continued, I wanted to atone for the things I had done. But I was kicked out of the mansion that very day to hide the evidence. Hearing the Zahart maid, Elder Jian turned to look at her with a frightened expression. As for Aiden, after hearing the story, he gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and he clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with anger. Suddenly Ellen sensed his abnormality and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, calling softly, "Aiden," which made Aiden turn to look at Ellen. Ellen gently comforted Aiden. That didn't happen. Thanks to that, he also calmed down and looked at her silently. Isabella, on the other side, hearing about the evil deeds of the elders, was also trembling with anger. She walked up to him and growled angrily. "How dare you?" Elder Dian, although trembling and purple with fear, still refused to admit his guilt. No way. He tried to force a smile and find a way to wriggle out of the blame. Yes, about the Zahar drug. From the beginning, the Duchess colluded with Mela Zahart so that each of them could control the Zahart family and the Leinster family. But Austin cut off Elder Diane's false justification in time. He said, "There are some original drug samples," and held out a glass vial containing a white pill. Then Austin continued, "In my father's office." Elder Jian looked at the glass vial in his hand, confused. "What? I haven't." But then he suddenly thought of something, so his face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Jian then slowly, tremblingly turned his body, which was stiff with anxiety, to look at Ellen and Aiden. Elder Diane's eyes were filled with horror, looking at them. As for Ellen, when she saw his expression, she maintained her posture of hugging Aiden's shoulder and gave him a bright smile, the smile of a victor looking at the defeated. Austin placed his hand on Elder Diane's shoulder and continued, "From the beginning, my father's purpose was to frame the Duchess. So he tried to drag the lady's family into the drug distribution case. Instead, the Duchess personally convicted the Zahart family. So he hired mercenaries to kidnap and kill the Duchess as well as the Countess, trying to blame the entire incident on them. Elder Aiden and Elder Human, after seeing their plan exposed, were both terrified. Elder Aiden opened her mouth to justify herself, and Elder Human, "We didn't know anything. We just believed what Elder Jian told us." Ellen sneered when she heard her words, exposing her lie. So, because the Council of Elders only trusted Elder Jian, they could turn a blind eye, even if they knew he was poisoning the Duke, insulting the Leinster family, exceeding their authority. After Ellen's words, all the servants present there looked at Elder Aiden and Elder Human with sharp, hateful eyes, which made them even more scared. Ellen then asked Austin, "Sir Austin, did you bring the witnesses here?" Austin replied, "Yes, they are all here waiting." Two young women stepped forward at Austin's call. The young woman with brownish blonde hair bowed and introduced herself first. "I am Judith Hunan." Next to her was a girl with moss green hair who also bowed to Ellen's group and introduced herself, and "I am Laura Aiden. Greetings to the Duke and Duchess Leinster." Elder Human immediately pointed angrily at Laura, his voice so angry that it made him speechless. Elder Aiden was also just as angry with Judith as Elder Human. She angrily scolded Judith. "What do you think you're doing here?" But Judith, Laura, and Austin all ignored their resentment and anger and said to Ellen's group, "All this time, we have watched our families become corrupt and collapse before our eyes. But with the Duchess's offer, we decided to act before it was too late." The three of them then spoke in unison. "If you give us the chance, we will take responsibility, restore our families, and pledge to cooperate with the Duchy." Leinster. Aiden looked at the three of them and made a decision. "From this moment on, we will have to dissolve the Council of Elders of the Leinster family. The current heads of the Aiden, Hunan, and Dien families will be investigated for their crimes. Respecting the oath made to the next heads of the three families, the Leinster family will allow them to remain as dependent families." In his heart, Aiden thought, "I have been waiting for this from the beginning, sowing the seeds of discord in the elder families." Ellen slowly walked in front of the three elders. She smiled lightly and asked them, "What made you think I wanted to take over?" "The Leinster family." Then she raised her voice and affirmed with certainty, "It was already mine." Then she ignored their dejected faces and ordered the knights to arrest the three elders. "Knights, detain these criminals." After having dealt with the three of them, Mona took out the seal that she had kept for so long for Ellen. "This is the official seal and top secret documents that I secretly hid." Ellen hugged her tightly and thanked her. In Felix's emotional gaze, she said, "You have worked hard, Mona." Mona also smiled happily, hugged Ellen, and replied, "I'm glad that you are still safe." Then Ellen turned to Logan and Isabella with eyes full of gratitude. She clasped her hands together and thank them. Mother, father, thank you both for waiting outside the Capitol. Isabella also smiled happily and said to Ellen, thanks to you sharing the plan in time, we were also able to monitor this incident. Ellen and Aiden heard that and turned to the servants standing behind them, smiling brightly in response to Isabella. This was only possible thanks to the servants who work hard going in and out of the mansion, and said thank you to them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all. The servants were also very happy to have been able to help Ellen. They then dispersed to continue their daily tasks. Let's go get the remaining documents. The mansion has finally returned to its normal state. Ellen and Aiden also felt relieved to have been able to deal with the evil people. But Ellen looked at the mountain of paperwork piled up around her and said dejectedly, we should focus on resolving this matter immediately. But a mountain of paperwork. Isabella and Logan looked on and could only smile wryly. For her, Logan picked up one of the papers and said, it has taken quite a long time. He picked up another book with a yellow cover, reading and exclaiming, although his face showed no emotion. When I was young, I didn't think disbanding the Council of Elders would be possible. Isabella also added to Logan's words, Logan and I have received reports about the Council of Elders' abuse of power, so I will investigate further and resolve it. I have waited in silence as you asked me to, but I still couldn't sit still. There were many times when she read reports about the actions of the 3 Dairon elders that made her cover her mouth in shock. Their actions had gone too far. The more I observed, the more I remembered what happened in the past. Our relationship with the elders began as a symbiotic one. However, as time passed, our trust in each other eventually dissipated. Logan, while reading the reports in the evidence book, continued speaking to Isabella, just looking at the ledger of the tea leaf smuggling that Mr. Austin found. We see that it has been written over many generations, although they did not record who used it. But Bella and I saw the late Duchess drink that tea when we were young. My father's, the late Duke's, betrayal, and the late Duchess's use of herbal tea. We don't know what happened first, but both of these things certainly tormented the Duchess for the rest of her life. Perhaps that is why the late Duchess was very close to the Council of Elders. So, when I became the Duke, I removed her from all positions of power by gaining the support of the royal family and establishing my own businesses. I thought the Council of Elders would be forced to back down. Ellen had also guessed the actions of the 3 Dairon elders at that time, so she continued for him. However, they planted Whitney in the Leinster family. Hearing that, Logan stopped reading the report and glanced at Ellen. Isabella also looked at her and nodded slightly. She recounted, Whitney was there before I got married. When I was young, I thought she was just being overly attentive to me. But it turned out, from the very beginning, she was deceiving the Duchess and dividing the relationship between us. At that time, Whitney came and lied to Isabella, saying, it seems he doesn't care much for you. He seems uncomfortable being around you. Isabella continued. She continued to turn Logan, Aiden, and me against each other, and reported everything to my mother-in-law by scrutinizing everything. The elders sowed discord within the Leinster family, then waited for us to have internal conflicts and friction with each other. After finishing her story, Isabella turned to Ellen and said, to the elders, you were a necessary variable, Ellen. Who would have thought a little 10-year-old girl who had just gotten married could stop their plan? Which made Ellen just laugh wryly. Ha ha ha. Isabella then said to Ellen and Aiden with a serious expression, we will take this opportunity to explore every detail of the past so that incidents like this will never happen. Again, Logan turned to look at Aiden and continued for Isabella. Therefore, he asked him, Aiden, we want to ask if you agree to let us continue. Ellen also looked at Aiden, smiled, and said to Aiden, if you don't want to, you can refuse. After all, that happened to you. Hearing Ellen say that, Aiden smiled gently, looking at her with eyes full of affection. He then slowly took Ellen's hand and gave his answer to Logan. Of course, I don't need to struggle with it anymore. A few days later, many changes occurred. A number of criminal cases occurred between the Geohart family and the Leinster family. As part of the Council of Elders expansion plan, it had broken a family for decades. In response, the Leinster Duchy, along with the authority delegated from the royal family, intends to strip the heads of the families of their positions and titles, sentence them to a lifetime of hard labor, and send them to the border regions. But at the Leinster mansion, Ellen, Aiden, Isabella, and Logan were all spinning in a mountain of paperwork after the incident with the 3 Dairon elders. They lost sleep and worked day and night to deal with it, to the point that Isabella felt like she was getting a fever. After they finished dealing with the pile of papers, Felix took them to the royal palace. He took it to Frederick for review and the seal of approval for execution. Finally, the 3 Diran elders were properly sentenced for the deep-seated sins that they had committed. At the palace, the emperor was reviewing the Leinster family's reports on the crimes and a method of punishment for the 3 elders Diran, Human, and Aidan. After reading the report, the emperor looked at Frederick and Aidan standing in front of him and exclaimed, "What a neat ending." But the emperor then looked at the 2 seals on the decision paper and dejectedly reminded them, "Except for the fact that this thing bears my seal. I didn't actually stamp it." Frederick saw the emperor's expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud while saying to him, "You should get used to it, Your Majesty." Hearing that, the emperor also let the matter of the seal go. But he still had an opinion, so he asked Aidan, "But don't you think the punishment for the elders' families is a bit light? I'm very curious why you didn't punish them severely to make an example for others." Hearing the emperor say that, Aidan did not change his decision, but just calmly said to him, "The model families have ceded most of their authority to the Leinster clan. Their businesses and money have been confiscated. The young heirs have stepped up to become the heads of the families without any foundation, relying entirely on the Duke's approval. They will have a hard time stabilizing their new roles and reforming their families. Instead of pushing them to a dead end by eliminating them, controlling them is much more beneficial." Frederick heard Aidan speak and glanced over at him, smiling happily. After hearing Aidan finish, the emperor was also surprised and said, "Actually, I'm a little surprised. Despite having gone through difficult struggles, before me is a duke who doesn't look like he has suffered too great a loss." Aidan heard him say that and smiled as bright as a flower. He thought of Ellen, his voice filled with emotion and happiness, saying, "Because someone held my hand tightly until the very last moment." After Frederick and Aidan had their audience with the emperor, they left. At the gate, the 2 met Ellen and Claire, who were waiting for them. Claire smiled and welcomed the 2. "Is it over?" Once it was confirmed that everything was resolved, Ellen and Claire immediately held hands joyfully, smiling and congratulating each other. Claire excitedly said to Ellen, "Wow, it's really over. It's for real." Ellen also replied to her, "Ellen, you've worked hard. You too as well." After a while of congratulating each other, Claire began to discuss with Ellen, "Now that you're here, shall we look into the details of implementing the Academy's medical advancements throughout the Empire? I've drafted a proposal, and I'd like to hear your ideas." Ellen immediately agreed happily and followed Claire. "Certainly, let's go see it together." She also didn't forget to turn around and call for Aidan and Frederick to follow. "You 2 come here too." Hearing that, Frederick chuckled softly, glanced at Aidan and asked quietly, "What should we do when we're in that room?" Aidan still replied to him in a cold tone, "Keep quiet." Time flew by until night. There was a carriage parked in a forest. From inside the carriage came the sound of a person yelling, "You fools." The one who let out the curse was Geohard. He glanced at the 3 elders Diran, Human, and Aidan. The 4 of them no longer had their arrogant, superior demeanor, but only a shabby appearance. Their hair was messy, their clothes were dusty and disheveled. Geohard, sitting in the carriage, continued to curse the 3 Diran elders. "You idiots! I perjured myself, even when it could have been life-threatening." Life! Geohard stared at Elder Diran and said angrily, "The fate of a traitor is truly thrilling." As for him, he turned his face away to try to avoid his gaze while saying awkwardly, "Now, I don't even have a title." Geohard crossed his arms. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he sighed in lament. "Hi, hard labor. If I have to do heavy work with this body, I'll die one day." His mournful wails echoed in the ears of the 3 Diran elders. "I'm so hungry. I'm thirsty too." While the 3 of them were people who had never held anything heavier than a pen in their entire lives. The carriage of the Diran elders stopped after running for a while. The carriage driver said to them, "Let's rest for a bit." Then he gave a bottle of plain water to Geohard and said, "Drink this. Anyone who is thirsty can drink it," which made Geohard overjoyed to receive it. It seemed he had experienced much suffering before. Suddenly a knock on the door was heard from outside the carriage, drawing the attention of all 4 people inside. The driver handed the 4 of them a letter. The Diran elders all wondered and asked each other, "What is this? Whose is this? Who gave it?" Geohard represented the 4 of them and opened the letter to see. It said, "This is a special herbal tea. It is the one that was smuggled by former Elder Dien. We have used up what was left at the Duke's mansion. Even a single sip can be fatal." Reading the contents of the letter, the faces of all 4 Diran elders were terrified. That letter was written by Ellen for them. She is also currently on a carriage back to the Leinster mansion. She wrote in the letter, "Now, no one will open the carriage door until it reaches the labor camp. Everything has been personally prepared by my beloved husband. I understand his thoughts. Actually, I wanted to pour that tea down your throats myself. But one day, not too far away, I don't want him to regret his actions, even if that regret is as small as a speck of dust. So I will give you a small chance through this letter, Ellen Leinster." Note, the choice is up to you. The four Deeren elders, after reading the contents of the letter, glanced at each other in silence. Their carriage continued on its way back to the Leinster mansion. Ellen finally arrived in front of the mansion gate. Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing made her pay attention and look in that direction. When she looked over, Ellen saw Aiden riding a horse towards her. His face looked quite worried, while Ellen calmly watched Aiden's sudden appearance. After seeing Ellen, Aiden also gradually stabilized his emotions. He got off the horse and walked closer to her. When he was in front of her, he stopped and called softly, "Ellen." He awkwardly wanted to explain this matter, but Ellen cut Aiden off. "It's okay, Aiden." She didn't blame him, but smiled brightly to comfort him. "You did nothing wrong. You endured for a long time while recovering." Aiden heard her comforting words and explained, "I can't forgive those who threatened you, Ellen." Ellen heard that and thought to herself, he didn't do it for himself, but for me? Ellen then blushed at that thought of hers. Her face gradually turned red and hot under Aiden's gaze. Ellen's cute expression also made Aiden's cheeks start to blush. Ellen then smiled. Her smile was like a beautiful, radiant sunflower. She smiled at Aiden and said, "We're thinking the same thing again." Her hand gently touched his blushing cheeks and continued, "Anyway, this matter is completely out of our control." Then she wrapped her arms around Aiden's neck and hugged him. "By my side, I will fill my empty hand with you." Aiden smiled happily, waiting for Ellen's face as it moved closer to his. But suddenly his eyes widened because Ellen suddenly lost all her strength and fainted. His hand timely supported Ellen's waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. Aiden knelt down and hugged the fainted Ellen into his arms. He called her Ellen. Inside the Leinster mansion, the servants were all amazed and stopped their work to look towards the mansion door. When they looked over there, the servants saw Aiden carrying Ellen and rushing in, his face pale, his voice panting. His face was panicked as he shouted at the servants standing on the upper floor, "Why are you still standing there? Call a doctor immediately." Isabella heard Aiden shout and rushed out to ask him, "Aiden, what happened?" Then she saw Aiden, his face as if drained of blood, carrying Ellen and slowly turning to look at her, which made Isabella horrified to see. Later, after Aiden had carried Ellen into the room for the doctor to examine, he recalled Ellen's strange symptoms before, like headaches, paleness, loss of appetite, nausea. Once after a meal, Aiden saw Ellen being so picky and asked her, "Why aren't you eating the steak?" Her face was awkward as she ate fruit to find a reason to answer him. The fruit is so delicious, I can't stop eating it." Because Aiden had just heard Lizzie tell him a piece of news about why Ellen was like that. Hearing the reason made him freeze. He immediately asked Lizzie to say it again. Lizzie repeated what she had just said, "The madam is pregnant," which made both Logan and Isabella standing next to Ellen's bed stunned for a few seconds. As for Aiden, he was silent for a moment, then questioned Lizzie, "It seems this news is not strange to you," which made Lizzie awkwardly tell the truth. "She asked me not to tell this to anyone." She reached out her hands and gently touched Ellen's cheek. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she called out softly, "Ellen." She cried out in pain. How hard it must have been for the child, all alone. He remembered that before, while he had amnesia, he had mistakenly said, "I will confine Ellen Leinster at home." Thinking about what he did before, his face gradually darkened. But then he said to Lizzie, "Thank you for being by her side and observing her condition." Lizzie heard that and smiled, saying, "She held up very well. She is in better health than other ladies. Now, too, she has no other problems except for the accumulation of fatigue for too long." In the evening when Ellen woke up, she opened her eyes drowsily and cried out, "Ah!" She discovered she was lying on her beloved bed, so she slowly sat up and rubbed her head, thinking, "I finally fainted." Ellen then immediately turned her head and scanned the room to look for Aiden's figure. "I miss Aiden so much." He must have been very surprised. Then she discovered Aiden was sitting slumped right next to her bed, his back to her, not knowing if he was asleep or awake. So Ellen tried to call Aiden. Are you still awake? Not seeing Aiden answer, Ellen went closer to him and asked, Are you angry? Aiden sat hugging his legs, his face down, and answered Ellen in a small voice, No, which made Ellen have to ask again, Why are you crying? Aiden still denied it. I'm not. Hearing that, Ellen asked Aiden, Why aren't you looking at me? Aiden kept his face down and answered, I don't have the courage to look you in the eye. Ellen heard Aiden say that, and her face immediately became sad. She lay on her stomach looking at him, hugging a pillow, and said in a sad voice, I want to look at my husband. Aiden heard that and immediately raised his head, a little hesitant to turn his head to look at Ellen. He then turned his whole body around and worriedly asked her, Are you in pain anywhere? Ellen replied, No. Aiden asked again, Aren't you scared? Ellen, in a prone position, swung her legs, looking a bit pensive as she answered him, Not really. She then said, Now we only have joys. Let's prepare to meet our child without any worries. Aiden listened silently as Ellen finished, then asked her, You yourself said that it wasn't a wrong feeling. Ellen heard Aiden say that and cried out in confusion. Huh? His deep blue eyes stared intently into her eyes. His gaze met Ellen's emerald green eyes, causing her cheeks to start to turn slightly red, and she let out a soft cry. Then, because she was too embarrassed, Ellen buried her face in the pillow she was hugging to avoid Aiden's intense gaze. Her voice came from within the pillow. Actually, I think I was a little too scared to feel anything. Before, when Ellen knew she was pregnant, she held her belly, feeling the life gradually taking shape inside her body. Not knowing what to do, should I be happy or sad? She continued to Aiden, Every time I thought of something bad, I became stronger just to endure. Aiden sat silently, quietly watching Ellen, who was still burying her face in the pillow and listening to Ellen's story. He then used his finger to gently touch her cheek, lifting her face to look at him, and gently stroked her hair and said, I'm sorry for letting you face this alone. Ellen also sat up and said to Aiden, This is not something you should apologize for, Aiden. But Aiden looked at Ellen and sighed. He still felt guilty. He gently reached out his hand. I was too harsh on you. Aiden's finger gently wiped away the tears that had spilled from Ellen's eyes and continued, Right now, I think Ellen is the one who needs to hear these things the most. Aiden then leaned forward, one hand gently stroking one of Ellen's cheeks, the other hand taking her hand, and lifted himself up to give her a light, affectionate kiss. In Ellen's heart, she thought, the moment this person, who was struggling to face his own guilt not long ago, finds courage for my feelings, the resentment that I didn't even realize I was hiding melted away like snow and ice. After Aiden gave Ellen a kiss, Ellen was so embarrassed that she covered her face, which was as red as a tomato, while rolling back and forth on the bed and saying to Aiden, This is a little embarrassing. Ellen then turned over and lay on her back on her bed, her hands placed on her stomach, and smiled happily. She thought, although it's embarrassing, I still feel relieved. I feel like I'm floating on a cloud and can fly anywhere. Ellen looked at Aiden, who was smiling at her affectionately, and heard him say, Thank you for enduring. From now on, let's face everything together. He took her hand, just as we have always done. In this romantic atmosphere, Ellen wanted to do something a little intimate with Aiden. So she opened her mouth to suggest to him, Aiden, shall we? But she had just gotten that far when he cut her off immediately. No, they said you need a rest. Aiden then adjusted Ellen's position to lie back properly, and even thoughtfully tucked her in to make Ellen comfortable. On a clear day, light clouds drifted across the sky, and birds flew everywhere. Ellen and Aiden both appeared in the room. Both of their faces were very surprised. Ellen exclaimed, Huh? She spoke up and asked, What are you two doing? Isabella heard her question. She looked at her excitedly and said, Oh, Ellen. Logan, with his hands in his pockets, turned to ask Ellen, Are you feeling well? Standing in the newly decorated room, Isabella spoke up, We are preparing the room for the baby. Ellen was very surprised to hear this. She covered her face, her voice full of surprise. What? You're already preparing? I'm only just pregnant. Logan leaned on his hand and looked around the room. He mentioned the things that had changed in the room, changing the wallpaper, arranging the furniture, keeping necessary supplies ahead of time. There's a lot of work to do. Isabella shyly stroked her hair. She said, We didn't want to pressure you, so we didn't mention it. We are very much looking forward to this day. Ellen smiled and looked at the two of them. As for Aiden, his face was serious, his voice cold as he asked, Aren't you supposed to be returning tomorrow? Hearing this sentence from him, his parents were both annoyed. Isabella angrily clenched her fists and retorted, "How can we leave when Ellen is pregnant?" Logan, standing beside her, also looked at him angrily and said, "We unpacked our luggage last night. We will not leave until the baby is born." She approached and took her hand, her eyes doting as she said, "Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. I can give you anything, even if it's not available in the Empire." Ellen heard her say that, and she smiled brightly. "I'm very relieved to know you will be staying longer." Aiden stood to one side. Contrary to her radiant expression, his face was emotionless as he silently watched Ellen. On the occasion that everyone was present, Ellen spoke up and suggested, "Since we are all here, let's go for a walk together. I want the baby to hear the voices of its family." Isabella heard her suggestion and replied enthusiastically, "That sounds great." Aiden's father pulled him aside, his voice stern, "But first, Aiden, you have to listen to a scolding." Hearing that, he obediently listened to the scolding. Yes, Ellen and Isabella stood behind, only able to smile wryly. The next day, Iulia clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Looking at Iulia in this state, Aiden glanced at her. He asked coldly, "Why are you crying?" Iulia clenched her hands tightly. She stared at Ellen's belly. Iulia said chokingly, "I'm going to have a nephew or a niece." Iulia thought of many baby items made of wood, like cribs, toys, and strollers. She said cheerfully, "If you need anything, just let me know. Lately, I've been working with wood materials at the workshop." Suddenly, Iulia's face became worried. She asked Ellen with concern, "You still have morning sickness, right?" Ellen heard her ask that. She put her finger on her lips. Ellen thought for a moment and then said, "Come to think of it, I haven't had morning sickness recently. I also have a very good appetite." The two were standing and talking when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps approached. It turned out to be Frederick and Claire. In Claire's hand was a carefully wrapped gift box. Frederick heard her say she no longer had morning sickness, and he said happily, "That's good to hear." Frederick added, "My aunt has sent many gifts for the Duchess." Ellen looked towards them. She smiled happily and greeted them. "Claire, Your Highness." Iulia, standing beside her, also said happily, "Long time no see." The dining table was filled with delicious food. Every dish looked very appealing. Besides cakes, there was also tea. Ellen's voice rang out asking, "These are all new dishes, right?" She tried each dish on the table one by one, and she ate every dish with great appetite. Ellen praised, so delicious." Seeing her eat so heartily, Aiden, with doting eyes, curled his lips into a slight smile. Everyone was sitting at a dining table in a garden. Claire spoke up, "Congratulations on your pregnancy, Ellen, although it's a bit late." Ellen gently stroked her hair. She smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, Claire." Frederick leaned back in his chair. He spoke up and asked, "You found out when Aiden had amnesia, right?" Ellen must have had a very hard time. Frederick looked at her, his face showing happiness. He said, "If I had known about this, I would have told you when he recovered his memory." Hearing these words, Ellen's face suddenly scowled. She said angrily, "Oh." Ellen clenched her hands on the table, her eyes burning with anger. "I have a lot to say about that, Your Highness." Hearing these words, the bright smile on Frederick's face became strained. Beads of sweat dotted his face. Frederick was surprised by her attitude. He hesitated and said, Ellen thought of the thick book that Frederick used to hit people. She spoke up and questioned him. "How could you hit a patient so cruelly with such a scary tool?" Frederick could only laugh awkwardly and point to Aiden sitting next to him. But that helped Aiden recover his memory, didn't it? "I only hit him once." After hearing Frederick say that, Ellen was not convinced. She said with a voice full of concern, "You were very lucky. It could have made things worse." Iulia, sitting next to Ellen, asked with wide, astonished eyes, "What are you talking about?" Beads of sweat began to appear on Iulia's face. She shifted her gaze to Aiden. Iulia asked, "So, you recovered your memory after that?" Aiden remembered the scene of her angrily raising her fist at him, but he had quickly blocked it. Aiden sighed. He used a fork in his hand to poke at the piece of cake on his plate. Iulia looked at Aiden. She had an unsatisfied expression, her eyebrows furrowed. Iulia continued to question, and then, "You imprisoned her and left her alone." Aiden, after hearing those criticisms, felt angry at Iulia's criticism. Aiden furrowed his brow and spoke up to explain, "At that time, I had no other choice but to protect Ellen." Iulia did not accept this answer. She shouted, "You call imprisonment protection, Duke?" Aiden thought of the time he was intimately hugging Ellen and was about to say it, and Aiden blushed. He scratched his face, his eyes avoiding hers, and said, "I was going to tell Ellen I missed the chance." After saying that, he crossed his arms and turned to Iulia in annoyance. "Anyway, didn't I tell you that it's none of your business?" Hearing these words, Iulia became furious. Frederick, sitting on the side, added fuel to the fire. "After that, I told him to go to Ellen immediately, but he didn't go." Ellen looked at him. She angrily spoke up to defend Aiden. "That's not what we're talking about right now." Frederick's eyes widened. He said innocently, "Oh my, that didn't work. There were 5 people at the table, but 4 of them were questioning and getting annoyed with each other. Only Claire was calmly sipping her tea." Claire held her teacup, smiled, and said softly, "Everything ended well, so it feels so peaceful now." Suddenly, Yulia turned to ask Ellen, "Sister, are you having morning sickness again?" Ellen sat there stunned and said, No, I'm eating well." Suddenly, a sound of nausea was heard. Ellen glanced at the person next to her, a look of surprise on her face. Frederick also looked at Aiden. Aiden looked at the plate of cakes on the table. He covered his mouth, feeling nauseous. His face turned pale. Aiden's face turned pale. His forehead was covered in sweat. Aiden said hesitantly, "It's not because it's bad." Ellen worriedly reached out to touch him. She asked, "Aiden, are you okay?" Aiden touched his chin, his face still very pale. Aiden replied to her, "I just feel a little nauseous." Everyone at the table looked worriedly at Aiden. Yulia looked at him and asked, "You were fine just a moment ago." Frederick jumped up. He leaned on the table suspiciously. "Or did someone poison you? Did they put in your food?" Ellen also worriedly held Aiden's hand and said, "What? Who would do that?" Suddenly, she remembered a type of leaf. She secretly guessed in her head. Could it be a side effect of that tea? Aiden collapsed into her arms. Ellen quickly supported him. She exclaimed, "Hurry, call a doctor now." Ellen's voice was urgent. "Call Lizzie." Aiden was taken to the break room for Lizzie to examine. Lizzie took his hand to check his pulse. Suddenly, her face became alarmed. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. Seeing Lizzie's serious expression, Ellen leaned forward slightly, crossed her arms, and asked, "Is there a problem? Is it very serious?" Lizzie answered her, "It seems the Duke is experiencing morning sickness on your behalf." Hearing her say that, Ellen was very surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Frederick, standing behind Lizzie, was also very surprised. Frederick touched his chin and wondered, "That can happen too?" Hearing him ask, Lizzie turned her head and said, "I've only heard about it. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes." Ellen approached Aiden. She placed her hand on his shoulder while Aiden was adjusting his clothes. Lizzie explained this phenomenon. It is a psychological phenomenon when a husband shows strong feelings of empathy because of a sense of pity or gratitude towards their pregnant wife. Yulia, standing to one side, saw this. She covered her mouth, looked at him, and exclaimed, "Duke, you really feel sorry for her." Hearing her say that, Aiden became annoyed again and asked, "Why are you still doubting that?" Ellen, standing next to him, suddenly called his name. Aiden. His face suddenly blushed after she called him. He rubbed his neck shyly and said, "I wished I could have endured it for you. After all, you had to go through that because of me." Hearing him say these words, Ellen felt very moved. She looked at him with a loving gaze. Seeing such a mushy romantic scene, Frederick's face darkened. He forced a strained smile, feeling like a third wheel here. He then suggested, "Wow, what a display of marital bliss to end a tea party. Let's go." Claire saw this scene, covered her face, and praised, "So cute. I want to spread this news throughout the empire." Her words made both of them look at her with wide eyes. At the launch ceremony for Hurtis's travel publication, there were many types of publications on the table. The whole hall was bustling and noisy. A bearded old man came over. He congratulated Claire. "Congratulations on the publication, Lady Hurtis." Claire opened a page of the publication to sign it while happily smiling and saying, "Thank you, sir." During the party, a young lady with blonde hair and 2 bows in it, holding a publication, came to ask Claire, "Did you really go to all these places?" Claire enthusiastically replied, "Of course." Suddenly a man's voice was heard. "Isn't it wonderful?" That person was Frederick. He opened the publication. He proudly showed off, traveling far and bringing only 1 servant and 1 horse, recording everything and compiling it into a travel publication in her name, the only woman on the continent who could do that. Frederick, with eyes eyes full of pride, introduced. That wonderful woman and future crown princess is sitting right in front of everyone. Seeing this shamelessness from Frederick, the man reminded him, Your Highness. Frederick didn't care about his dignity. He still held up the publication in front of everyone. Frederick made a suggestion. I want everyone to write a book report. Seeing his strange words, Claire embarrassedly grabbed Frederick's shirt, her voice gently reminding him, Stop it, Frederick. Everyone felt embarrassed for Frederick. A woman standing from afar saw the scene and exclaimed, His Highness's affection for Lady Claire is so rare. The young lady sitting next to them looked at them. She said, They say friends are all alike, so they are all, giving everything for their love. While they were talking, a voice came from a distance. Congratulations on your pregnancy, Duchess. Hearing that, both of them looked towards the door. Aiden and Ellen arrived together, the two with completely different expressions. Ellen was happily holding a cup of food, while Aiden had one hand on her waist, the other covering his mouth, his face haggard. Ellen said as she walked, Thank you, sir. Seeing Aiden's unwell face, everyone whispered, Is the Duke really having morning sickness? Everyone at the party knew this news because Frederick had single-handedly spread the rumor. Aiden covered his nose with his hand. He glanced at the food in Ellen's hand. He asked in a low voice, Are you enjoying your food, Ellen? Ellen stared at the cup of ice cream. She took a spoonful and replied, Yes, I've had a big appetite lately. It must be because the baby is craving a lot of things. Engrossed in eating, she still didn't forget to care for Aiden. She asked, Aiden, how is your stomach? If it's too uncomfortable, should we go home early? Aiden bowed his head and smiled at her. He used his hand to wipe the food from the corner of her mouth. Aiden said softly in a deep voice, I'm fine. Actually, I'm very happy that you're eating well, Ellen. This action of his left her stunned. Her cheeks began to blush. Ellen rushed into Aiden's arms and hugged him. She called his name in a low voice. Aiden. Everyone around saw this public display of affection. Everyone tried to focus on the book to avoid making them feel awkward. They whispered to each other, This book is so interesting. Especially the part where Lady Claire kills the dragon. One clear day at the castle, Ellen's voice rang out. I predicted this, but Ellen and Aiden both held their faces tiredly, looking at the pile of papers on the table. Ellen complained that there are too many projects mismanaged under the rules of the Council of Elders. It will be very difficult to get the projects back on track this quarter. The first meeting with the subordinates ended. Ellen happily turned to ask Austin, How is your family these days? Austin thought of his chaotic family. He was the son of a concubine. The eldest daughter overshadowed her younger brother, the only daughter who surpassed her cousins. He answered her in a low voice, still a bit chaotic. I've been criticized behind my back. Seeing him say that, Ellen looked at him kindly and said, If you all have any difficulties, just let us know anytime. The duchy will help everyone. Hearing that, Laura spoke up. Thank you. Sitting next to her was Judith. She was holding a stack of papers, but unfortunately, her hand slipped, sending the papers flying everywhere. She let out a sound. Seeing Ellen stand up to pick up the papers, she exclaimed in alarm. Duchess. Ellen picked up a paper and said, It's okay, I'll get it. Ellen picked up the paper. She read the content inside the paper. Ellen exclaimed in surprise. She asked wonderingly, Isn't this a document? Judith came closer to her. Judith's face was covered in sweat. She stammered in panic. Well, that is... In contrast to Judith's panic, Laura, sitting next to her, calmly said, It's the novel that Judith is writing. Judith looked at her in fear. Judith whispered to stop her. But Laura didn't care. She continued, We were all inspired by Hadiz's trip, so we decided to share our books at the book club at Salon Breeze. Laura said proudly, Judith's novel is the most popular because it's very interesting. Ouch, she cried out as Judith pinched her cheek. Ellen was still reading the novel page. She replied softly, It was late at night, but Ellen, lying in bed, was still glued to the pile of novels written by Judith. Seeing this, Aiden called out to her. Ellen, seeing her reading so intently, to the point of turning her back on him, only focusing on the novel, Aiden said sulkily, Is that thing so interesting? Ellen had borrowed it. She said as she read, No, it's not like the writing style is overly ornate or anything. Ellen put her hand to her mouth. She read and pondered. Ellen evaluated this novel. The development is quite captivating. Aiden turned to stare at her. He came over and gave her belly a quick kiss. Ellen was surprised. Ellen turned and asked, What are you doing? Aiden propped himself up on his hand next to her. He stared at her belly. He said in a low voice, So good. The blanket was pulled over the two of them. Aiden said, Our family is all in here. Aiden rested his head on her. He said in a low voice, if I promise to never let go and always protect them. Do you think they will hear my words? After saying that, Aiden kissed her belly repeatedly. This made Ellen freeze for a moment. She lay still, enduring the many kisses falling on her belly. Unable to bear it anymore, she exclaimed, "Honey, that tickles." She stopped him. "Stop." The next day, on the table were the novel pages written by Judith. Hot cups of tea were placed on the table. Judith's voice was heard. "You want me to write something new?" Ellen looked at Judith, her face cheerful as she made a request. "Do you know the old mansion that appeared in Hot Heese's travelogue? I want you to write a novel based on that mansion." Ellen stated her intention. "We can publish it through the Art Center sponsorship program and give all the profits to the Hunan family." Judith's face was beaded with sweat. She asked in amazement, "Hey, why are you calculating so much for me?" Ellen was wearing a blue dress today. She crossed her arms on the table. Ellen made a proposal. "In return, I want you to allow us to build a theme park based on that novel." A theme park. There aren't many advertising tools as effective as a novel. If you say you wrote a novel based on a real mansion, people will be even more curious and want to find out where the mansion is located. At this point, she became very excited. When she actually visits that mansion and she can recall scenes from the novel in different places, she feels like she has become the main character of a novel. Ellen dreamed. People go to the theme park because of the novel, and in turn, the theme park will attract people to read the novel, right? Ellen clenched her fist. She said excitedly, "They call that OSMU." To explain a little, OSMU is a name used in the Korean media industry. It means using content in various ways across multiple channels and platforms. One source into multiple media, like a media franchise in Hollywood. After hearing her words, all three of them were silent, apprehensive. Judith's fear was visible. She said, trembling, "You think I'll do well? I've never been there." Seeing this, Ellen came forward to comfort her. Ellen looked at her with a radiant gaze. "You can go there. It's also time to go and check it out." Ellen made a suggestion. "Let's visit the mansion together and come up with ideas for the story." Aiden, who had been listening quietly without saying anything, was holding a teacup. Aiden exclaimed to stop her. "Wait." Hearing this, she glanced over at him. Aiden came over and asked her, "You're going too, Ellen?" Ellen answered him casually. "Of course, it's the project I proposed." She reasoned. "The princess said that we should solve the Leinster family's problem as soon as possible." Hearing these words, he looked at her with a cold face. Aiden quickly said, "Then I'll go with you." Austin, sitting next to him, spoke up to stop him. "Duke, you can't." Aiden stared at him. Austin quickly explained, "Well, the Hunan appointee is one thing, but both of you leaving the mansion at the same time when the vassal system is not yet fully complete." Austin's voice became apprehensive. "It could delay our work." Aiden's face became serious. He said in a cold voice, "But Ellen and the baby." Ellen quickly reassured him. "I'll be fine. I'm going by carriage anyway." She gave a radiant smile. She waved her hand. "My condition is stable now. A one-day trip should be fine." Aiden stared at her. He frowned uneasily, his face beaded with sweat. He held the spoon and stirred his tea continuously. Seeing him stir the tea so many times, she called out softly, "Aiden." During the family's tea time, Aiden clearly showed his anxiety. Isabella saw this expression on him. She spoke up. "It's been a long time since we've seen our son show his worries." Hearing her say that, Ellen, sitting next to him, could only smile. "Ha ha ha." She stopped laughing. Her lips pursed in thought. "He's been like this since yesterday's meeting." She recalled the scene where Aiden insisted that Felix postpone the royal schedule and the academy's graduation ceremony for about a month. Felix saw this unreasonable request of his. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and refused. "Dealing with that mess will kill me." She recalled this action and thought to herself, "He's doing that again." She thought of the time Aiden held her cold body in the freezing weather. Ellen pondered thoughtfully. "I understand why Aiden is worried about me. The way he found out about my pregnancy probably left him with unhappy memories. But more than anything, I don't want him to blame himself anymore." Ellen looked at him pensively. She called his name in a low voice. "Aiden." She became cheerful and enthusiastic to ease his worries. "This trip, it's really nothing." She mentioned the last trip. "The last time I fainted, it was because I had a sleep disorder. I rode a horse and went around without any problems." Even though he heard her say that, Aiden was still worried. He held the teacup with both hands and said hesitantly, "But I once promised that I would protect you so you wouldn't faint again." Hearing that, She immediately remembered the moment he lay on her and touched her pregnant belly. Ellen said blankly, Isabella, seeing the awkward atmosphere, spoke up with a suggestion. I'll go with you in Aiden's place, okay? Hearing this suggestion, Ellen asked in surprise. What? Aiden called out, Mother. She looked at him, assuring him that it would be fine if the girl went with her. This time it was Logan's turn to worry. He called out softly in a deep voice. Bella. Isabella smiled. She reassured Logan. Don't worry, I'm not so weak that I can't travel. Both she and Ellen were excited about the girl's trip. Isabella spoke up. I've been pregnant before, so I'll understand Ellen's condition better. Ellen also happily confessed. Mother, I'd love that. Her smiling face glanced at Aiden. She thought to herself, this will make Aiden more relieved, won't it? Ellen gently asked him. Aiden, are you okay with that? Aiden looked seriously at the teacup in front of him. He was silent for a moment. Then Aiden slowly spoke. All right. Hearing the answer from him, Ellen was stunned, not expecting him to agree so quickly. She looked at him and thought, After saying the two words, all right, Aiden stood up. Excuse me, I have something urgent to do, so I'll be leaving first. Seeing him walk out of the room, everyone watched him, their expressions not very happy. Isabella saw this, turned to hold Ellen's hand, and comforted her. Don't worry too much. Maybe the boy needs a little more time to accept this. Ellen just silently bit her lip and looked up at Isabella. From then on, Aiden went out more often than before. He not only missed tea time, but also breakfast with the family. And he came home very late. Ellen was always stared at by Aiden when they were together. She thought to herself, when we are together, he just keeps staring at me. Aiden was resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, when suddenly a voice called him. Aiden, he quickly replied. Ellen mentioned Lizzie. I asked Lizzie. When her name was mentioned, Lizzie was on pins and needles. She continued to say, and she said that, because I always train my body by practicing swordsmanship, a long trip will not cause any problems. Ellen continuously said things to reassure him. And all the roads are flat. There will also be royal guards accompanying us. Aiden still stared at her, resting his chin on his hand, listening to what she said. Ellen turned to look at him. She said softly, so you don't need to worry, Aiden. At this moment, Aiden remained in the same position. He said nothing, just looked at her silently. Suddenly, Aiden turned his face away. He spoke up. All right. Hearing this made Ellen feel confused. She looked at him and thought, what's that? Has he given up? Or is he angry with me? Seeing this incomprehensible attitude of his, Ellen thought to herself, in 10 years of living together, this is the first time I've seen this reaction. On the day of departure, Judith wore a red dress and a large hat. She stared blankly at the stairs in front of her. She muttered to herself, I'm really going. Ellen stood there blankly. She chewed on a few strands of hair, thinking Aiden didn't come home. Remembering the scene last night where she lay alone in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Ellen thought to herself, he told me beforehand, but I was so worried I couldn't get a wink of sleep. She was extremely worried. Ellen bit her hand and wondered, is he wanting me to experience that first? Isabella, standing next to her, was annoyed. With her hands on her hips, she said, that boy, he won't hear the end of it from me when he gets back. Logan stood next to the horse. He turned to ask Philip, but why haven't they brought the carriage yet? Philip looked at him and answered hesitantly, well, Duke. As the two were talking, the creaking sound of a carriage came from behind them. Both he and Philip looked toward where the sound came from. A carriage was brought over. This carriage looked very spacious and beautiful. All three women stared in awe at the magnificent carriage in front of them. Aiden, wearing an elegant suit, stepped out of the carriage. Sorry for being late. He stood by the carriage. Ellen ran towards him and asked, Aiden, did you come back from the academy? Aiden looked at her. He also asked, you've been waiting long, haven't you, Ellen? Aiden pointed to the bed and the movable table in the carriage. He said, you will travel in this carriage. This carriage is very special. It even has a shock absorption system. Looking at the high-class carriage in front of her, she was stunned and wondered, can a carriage be this fancy? Aiden continued, this carriage will be smoother than other carriages. Ellen touched the carriage. She asked, did you make this carriage all night at the academy? He had to secure the graduation and scholarship, but almost didn't finish on time. Aiden handled it all by himself, from design and construction to durability testing and test driving. Seeing that, Ellen came closer. She asked in a low voice, so that's why you didn't come home? Hearing that, Aiden smiled and said, I regretted not being able to go with you. He patted her head, so I thought making this would make you more comfortable. Aiden lovingly caressed her cheek. He instructed, be careful and travel safely, Ellen. Aiden continued, "Come home soon." She replied, "Yes." Seeing this affectionate scene between the two, everyone present looked on with admiration. Aiden touched Ellen's belly with his hand. He spoke. "You too." He bent down to talk to the baby in her belly. "Don't make your mother work too hard and travel safely." Seeing this action of his, Ellen gave a radiant smile. She got into the carriage. Ellen's voice rang out, "I'll be back, Aiden." After she spoke, the carriage started to depart. A meticulously designed mansion, luxurious and magnificent in front of them. Judith exclaimed in amazement, "Wow." Ellen had been sleeping in the carriage for the past few days. When she got out of the carriage, she looked at the mansion, her eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. Ellen said, "This mansion is even bigger and more spacious than I thought." Isabella looked at her, crossed her arms, and muttered, "I should order one of those carriages for myself." As everyone was admiring the luxury of the mansion, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "You finally arrived." Everyone turned to look. Ellen was the first to react. She exclaimed, "Oh my." Frances came forward. She gently held her skirt and bowed to everyone. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, Duchess, and Lady." Ellen and Claire excitedly lifted their skirts and ran to her. Claire shook her hand happily and said, "Long time no see." Ellen also followed up by asking Frances, "What happened to you?" Frances stood there. She replied softly, "I came here quickly from Fennerong as soon as I heard you would be visiting." Frances mentioned a good batch of wine. "Also, the first batch of this year's wine has been bottled, and I also want everyone to taste it." Mentioning this, Ellen became even more interested. She looked at her with expectant eyes. But Frances added one more thing. "Because the Duchess was looking forward to it so much, I also brought grape juice." Hearing this, Ellen's happy expression froze, and the people standing next to her couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Going inside the mansion, Judith and Claire went to study the mansion together. Judith carefully noted down every little detail. Since no one lived in the mansion, there were many cobwebs. Isabella and Frances passed by the glass window and looked inside. Ellen and Duchess Queen Anserson were outside looking at the pillars. On the table was a bottle of wine poured evenly into glasses. Ellen's voice was heard. "If people visit the theme park, they will need accommodation and restaurant facilities." Ellen discussed with everyone apprehensively, "But the nearest village lacks them," she said in a low voice. "Just renovating the mansion is not enough." Claire sat next to her. She rested her chin on her hand apprehensively. "We will have to hire workers to build accommodations." The restaurant waiters looked at the group, watching the elegantly dressed people discussing big matters. The waiter thought to himself, "Such noble guests in a place so ordinary." Ellen picked up her cup and took a sip. She thought as she drank, "Something is still missing." Duchess Queen Anserson raised her wine glass to try. She praised, "By the way, the wine is quite good." Then she turned to ask Ellen, "Ellen, how is the grape juice?" Ellen took a sip of grape juice. Her face resigned. She frowned. Isabella saw this expression of hers. She asked, "Is it that bad?" While Claire teased, "Because you can't drink wine, right?" Frances scratched her ear shyly and said, "Actually, because we suddenly increased production, there are a lot of grapes we harvested that don't meet the quality standards for wine." She continued to explain about the grapes that didn't meet the standard. "I used them to make jam and a few other things, but the best thing we made was grape juice." Hearing her say that, Duchess Queen Anserson said in a serious voice, "Producing a cheap wine as the first product could affect the brand's reputation in the future." A waitress brought a pitcher of water. The waitress, with an apprehensive face, said to Ellen, "Excuse me, madam." The waitress poured another type of water into a glass and said, "If you want to try another drink, you too should try this." Everyone at the table stared at the strange-looking drink that had just been brought out. The waitress stood and continued to introduce, "This mineral water is the pride of our village." Immediately after, Ellen did something that surprised everyone. She picked up the cup of grape juice. Ellen directly poured the cup of grape juice into the mineral water. Isabella saw this action and exclaimed her name, "Ellen." Seeing that, Frances was in tears. She said, "I'm sorry the juice was not to your taste, Duchess." Ellen tried the drink she had just mixed herself. She licked her lips, thinking about its taste. Ellen placed her hand on her chin and pondered silently. Ellen looked at Duchess Queen Anserson and made a suggestion. "Your Highness, you should contact Brody." Ellen held up the newly mixed glass in her hand. She looked at it with a proud gaze. Ellen exclaimed, "If we do this well, he can create a unique dessert for this town." She voiced her thoughts. First, in Fennerong, Isabella sat looking at her with a thoughtful gaze. Ellen was very excited about this plan. The sky had turned to night. The stars twinkled in the sky. Isabella's voice rang out in the late night. "Are you writing a letter to Aiden again?" Ellen, holding a pen, turned around and replied with a crinkly-eyed smile. "Yes, I send him a letter every time I'm at the hotel, like a diary, haha." Isabella said nothing, just looked at Ellen and sighed. Isabella approached and said, "Ellen, watching you, I often wonder if I could have lived like you when I was pregnant for the first time." Isabella told her about her first pregnancy. "In the past, I was lost. I was overwhelmed by advice from others, even though I was carrying my own child. But I didn't take the time to understand my body's capabilities. I didn't even dare to think that I could do anything I wanted." Isabella confessed to her in a low voice. "Watching you, I realized how weak I was back then." She looked up at her and comforted her. "That's not true, Mother." Ellen stood up and took her hand. "I can do all these things because—" Ellen mentioned her father, her, and Aiden. "Aiden, you and Father have placed your complete trust in me and have supported me unconditionally, and you have done so since I was a child." She asked her a question. "If you hadn't paved the way, how could I have grown up to be the person I am today?" She was very moved to hear her say that. She was stunned for a moment. Then Isabella exclaimed in an adoring tone, "Oh my, thank you, Ellen." While the two were sharing a mother-daughter moment, Judith burst through the door. She was holding a stack of papers, wearing her pajamas and a headband. Judith said in a cheerful voice, "I have an idea. Duchess, this story will be a mystery novel about discovering the hidden romances in this mansion." Seeing the two of them in a warm embrace, Judith realized she had come at the wrong time. She said shyly, "Oh my, I'm sorry, I saw the door was open so I just—" Back to the magnificent and majestic palace, a vast and imposing palace. Aiden, dressed in his formal attire, returned from the royal palace. Seeing him return, Logan said, "Welcome back." Aiden just asked coldly, "You're here?" Logan leaned on his hand, glanced at him, and asked, "How is the crown prince?" Aiden repeated Frederick's exact words. "Oh, I've waited for 3 years, so what's 1 month? It's like a single night." After speaking, Aiden added, "That's what he said." Aiden looked up and thought to himself, "How can that be?" He looked up at the sunlight shining in through the window. Aiden pondered thoughtfully. "Even now, I can't dare to imagine a mansion without Ellen." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Your Grace, Felix brought a letter," he said. "A letter from the madam has just arrived." Hearing that, Aiden quickly snatched the letter. He opened the letter and read it. Logan came closer, also curious to peek. He asked, "Does it say anything about your mother?" While feeling sad, after reading the letter, Aiden's eyes lit up. Logan also asked joyfully, "Did she say they will be back soon?" As the two were engrossed in reading the letter, Ellen's voice came from behind them. "Aiden, father." Both of them froze in surprise. Ellen and Isabella were standing at the door, Ellen's face beaming with a smile. She asked, "Everyone is here?" Aiden was still standing there, unable to believe his eyes. He ran quickly towards the door. Aiden embraced Ellen tightly. Held in his arms, Ellen asked in a low voice, "Did you wear your formal attire to wait for me?" Hearing her words, he immediately broke into a smile. He replied gently, "That's right. It's what my beloved wife likes." Ellen pushed him away a little. She turned to look at Logan and said, "Mother and I have returned, father." But he paid no attention to them and approached Isabella. He kissed her on the forehead, and she exclaimed, "Logan, He gave her a peck. Seeing this affectionate scene, Ellen immediately covered Aiden's face with her hand. Back in their room, Ellen was standing and preparing things. As she worked, she told Aiden everything that had happened there. So that night, she suddenly had an idea for a story and came into the room with a pile of notes. Aiden was sitting with his legs crossed on a chair, listening to her. Ellen continued, "The amusement park project is about to proceed. When we start renovating the mansion, we will also revitalize the village next to it." Hearing this, Aiden's face turned serious as he asked, "Are you going back there again?" Ellen immediately turned to face him. She stood up and walked over to Aiden. "The princess will personally handle the supervision and management work." She came closer and touched his face. "It's time for me to go back, otherwise someone will get worried." Hearing that, his face immediately brightened, no longer as stern as before. Ellen said to him in a low voice, "They might say that the Leinster territory was targeting the royal family's business from the beginning and had been secretly planning the princess's divorce. So this time, I'm going alone. If the Duke goes with his subordinates, it will look like a family business." Family. She spoke about Duchess Queen Anzazin. The princess met me after returning to the Empire, and people will think the princess and I are collaborating because we have a private acquaintance. Aiden took her hand, his eyes on Ellen's gradually growing belly. He said gently, "It's gotten much bigger since the last time I saw it, hasn't it?" She then asked, "How did you feel being home for the first time without your wife?" Aiden replied, "It wasn't the first time. Actually, I was home alone even when I pretended to have amnesia." Hearing these words, she froze and thought to herself, "Oh my." She remembered his angry image. Ellen thought, "I don't think Aiden was happy at all back then. This time, I went even further and for longer. He accepted it and confidently said goodbye to me. But perhaps my absence reminded him of that time?" Aiden turned his face away, reaching for something. He said, "But that time was also quite interesting." Ellen's eyes widened as she looked at him. Aiden continued, "You sent me a letter every day." He took out a box filled with many unopened letters. He said in a low voice, "And when I couldn't reply immediately because I was always busy with work, I wrote replies and kept them." Ellen took the letters. She opened one and read it. To Ellen, "I'm glad the carriage is comfortable. Having vassal families certainly makes work easier than before. But it still feels strange to make decisions without consulting you, Ellen." He wrote another letter to answer her. "To my dearest Ellen, reading your letter before bed has become my nightly routine. After reading today's letter, I read the previous ones again, imagining your journey, thinking of you, and talking to your image in my mind. Then I picked up my pen once more." Aiden picked up his pen again and diligently wrote to her. "Ellen, I don't have morning sickness anymore. It must be because we are so far apart, which makes me strangely sad." He smiled, pouring his whole heart into the letter. "But knowing you are coming back soon, my anticipation overwhelms my anxiety. Oh, Ellen, I'm so looking forward to your next letter. Sometimes I start to think about what I should write in my reply to you when I'm lonely. Another night without your presence." He looked out at the night scene, wondering, "Do you feel the same joy as I do? I miss you, Ellen." Ellen held the letters he wrote, too moved to speak. Aiden helped her sit on his lap, acting as her chair. One arm around her shoulder, the other covering his mouth, he said, "I didn't expect you to read this here." Seeing her engrossed expression as she read his letters, Aiden thought to himself, "Is this my expression every time I read a letter from Ellen?" Suddenly, Ellen let out a cry. This made Aiden anxious. He asked in a panic, What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Ellen held her belly, her eyes teary as she looked at him. The baby moved. Aiden asked in surprise, "What?" She then took his hand and placed it on her belly. "Right here." Aiden placed his large hands on her belly to feel the baby's movement. The baby gave his hand a strong kick. He was astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at her belly. Ellen said gently, "The baby probably wanted to be touched too." Aiden looked up, his lips close to hers. Their lips were inches apart. He gently pulled her even closer. Aiden kissed her passionately. At the mansion, a voice rang out. "We are waiting for you too." Mala, drenched in sweat, lay on the bed with her eyes squeezed shut, trembling. A voice in the room announced, "The Countess is about to give birth." Aiden and Ellen were in the room. Ellen sat down by the bed. She asked, "Sister, can you hear me?" "We're here." Mala weakly called her name. "Ellen." Ellen held her hand tightly. Ellen replied, saying, "Yes." Ellen reassured Mala, "We will be by your side, so don't worry." Mala's face was covered in sweat, but she still managed to smile and said, "Thank you, Ellen." Mala glanced at the person next to Ellen. She said, "Your Grace, thank you for coming." Did Aiden narrow his eyes at Mala without saying anything? A voice suddenly rang out. "Duke Leinster is here for a visit." Mala sat at her desk and spoke calmly. "Welcome, Your Grace. Please forgive me for not being able to stand up properly to greet you." Aiden remained calm, putting his hand in his pocket and replying, "It's all right, Countess Zahart. I am the one who came unannounced." He placed a letter on the table, pushing it forward and said, "Of course, I'm sure you know why I'm here, Countess." With a face full of anger, he continued his demand. "I expect you to explain clearly why you sent me such a letter." His eyes stared intently at Mala, while Ellen was not here. Then Aiden emphasized her title and name, Countess Zahart. At this moment, Mala remained calm, leaning on her hand and explaining. "When the Duchess proposed it, I carefully investigated all the crimes the Zahart family has committed up to now. One by one, images appeared in parallel with her narration, from the kidnapping incident, the prisoner's escape, to the illegal drug trade. I reinvestigated everything using the Zahart family's internal records, and as I did so, I got closer to the root of the problem. Footprints imprinted on the traces of time, documents scattered everywhere, and finally, Aiden stood calmly listening to her explanation and assertion. Everything points to you, Duke Leinster. That's right. I told the pharmacist to do it. Unfortunately, it affected your pregnancy. But Aiden's hand still held the letter firmly on the table. But I'm still curious. Didn't my wife already inform you? I thought you knew because she gave me her permission. Aiden leaned on the table, looming over Mala to intimidate her. Moreover, I believe this is the best outcome for you, Countess. Faced with further questioning, Mala remained calm, holding her head high. Isn't that the reason you cooperated with us and personally reported your own husband? Then she suddenly explained, which startled Aiden slightly. I mean, the situation went much further than that. Ever since Gale inherited the title, he brought in strange business ventures from who knows where. Those projects all appealed to the arrogance of my husband and mother-in-law, each one proposing absurd, get-rich-quick schemes. The young man was extremely worried as he wrote a letter, and it was the pyramid scheme that started it all. It was an endeavor that Elder Jian participated in 10 years ago. It was Mala herself who traced the creditor, who had previously invested in Gale, to a non-existent person. The man in the memory handed a piece of paper to the person next to him. I will create a new identity, so lend them money under that name. The person who invested a large sum of money in that ridiculous business. Mala's eyes still showed a determined look as she continued her account. I have been exposed to the ledgers since I was young, trying to compensate for the extravagance of this. Family. No matter how many times I calculated and changed the formula, the investment capital always brought everything back to square one. Aiden was silent for a long time, but his next words made her smile gently. Do you have proof? She replied that she did not. No one would believe me based on those calculations. Anyway, his whole body continued to lean forward. Besides, I do not wish to accuse or charge you, Your Grace. Suddenly a word of praise was heard while Ellen was sleeping. Well done, Countess. She calmly looked up with tears in her eyes as someone announced, Sister, look, a beautiful baby girl who looks just like you. At this moment, Ellen's eyes widened as she looked at the child with great tenderness. I'll help bathe her. Following the maids retreating back, a voice echoed, Don't overexert yourself, I want to do it. Aiden's eyes quietly followed every action inside the room. Ellen was gently holding the child. Does she want to tell me? An indifferent expression remained on his face. Then he suddenly realized, Ellen has been a member of the Leinster family for a very long time. Mala also closed her eyes and smiled in response. That's right, just like me, a member of the Zahart family. Her gaze suddenly dropped. I think Ellen has the right to know the truth. Ellen was still sitting there, caring for the child. Her expression was extremely gentle and happy. This place was now her family, rebuilt by Ellen, a place that always supported and fulfilled her wishes. Her hands were still holding the child tightly in her arms. Her other relatives will continue through the generations here. Suddenly, Aiden stepped out and looked towards Ellen. Ellen also instinctively looked back at him and smiled. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Above all, no matter what you did, it will not change Ellen's feelings for you. Then Aiden's steps quickened. He came before Ellen, half kneeling, half sitting, looking at her. Ellen then looked at him and smiled. He therefore also raised his head to look. He gritted his teeth as if wanting to say something. Then Ellen fell asleep peacefully next to the child. Suddenly, she lowered her face and wondered. If that's the case, then from now on, as if unable to believe what was before her, she covered her mouth with her hand. Ellen's silhouette shimmered on the water surface. A shy expression appeared on her face, causing it to blush. She looked happily into the teacup, thinking, how wonderful it would be if I could completely convince you. I think everything has changed because I decided to change my destiny that day. The image of a young Aiden suddenly appeared, but a long time ago, Aiden had already chosen to be by my side. So she raised her hand and bit it lightly a few times. Her hand suddenly reached up to touch his cheek. Suddenly, she was a little taller than him. You tried so hard to convince me for 10 years, before he could fully understand his own feelings. A stunned look appeared in his eyes. Is there any villain in this world as lovely as you? Her hand rested on Aiden's shoulder, her mouth close to his ear as she whispered, "I will punish you with 1,000,000 kisses." Finishing her words, she placed a passionate kiss on his lips. "Do you think 1,000,000 kisses is enough for this wicked behavior?" "Peck, be quiet." Inside the room with melodious music, a question was asked. "Have you noticed that when spring comes, high society debutante balls have become more frequent?" The young ladies smiled calmly. "Because there are many young ladies coming to the capital." Suddenly a man approached and offered, "May I have this dance?" But the girl gently refused. Next time, the girl in the green dress fanned herself lightly. "So, based on what you just said," she continued her questioning in the face of Helena Reinhardt's boasting. "You went to Salon Breeze, didn't you?" "Lady Helena," she replied, "I didn't just go there, I also joined a horse ride with the Marchioness." Vernon, the girl in brown, standing nearby, remembered the party and judged. She went there by herself. Actually, she should be the one who feels ashamed. Despite Helena Reinhardt's wailing, the girl in brown continued to walk and added, "But if she still can't ride a horse at this age, she won't be able to ride with us. What if I run into the Duchess when I'm there?" Helena Reinhardt then blushed and calculated. "After my first time there, I had so much fun that I started participating more regularly." Suddenly the girl in brown pleaded, "Please, Lady Helena." Then the other two girls continuously begged, "Can you take us to Salon Breeze with you?" At this point, she began to laugh triumphantly. "Ah, ha ha ha. If you don't want to go alone, then I'll give you a tour." Stepping outside, the girl in the green dress suddenly looked around and wondered, "Hey." She looked at the people around and asked, "What are they doing over there?" The girl glanced over and explained, "They're the child care group from Salon Breeze. The ladies with young children have come together to invent necessary items and improve their performance." Of them, two maids were pushing strollers. Recently, they have been researching and developing a new stroller. They came out here to test the model we designed. Then the two girls stared at the map. "If we change the drawing, add a cushion here." Then a question suddenly arose. "So what materials will be needed?" Suddenly the girl was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, I've never seen this lady before." Helena Reinhardt smiled and explained, "They're the young ladies I met at the debutante ball yesterday. They're very curious about the salon, so I was planning to give them a tour." Suddenly, a maid hurried down the hallway. Another maid hiding behind the door called out, "Countess, please excuse me." The young lady still hasn't stopped crying. The math club's teaching assistant was writing on the board, looking a little worried as the urging voice continued, "Please come over here quickly." The teaching assistant left in a hurry with the instruction, "Everyone wait for me a moment." The girl standing next to Helena Reinhardt suddenly explained, "Many families have requested classes taught by Countess Ard, so she kindly spares some time for them." Ellen was soothing her child in the presence of the maids. "She can do this because we have a lot of help from the nursery at the salon. We hope that the ladies, who cannot be away from their children for too long, can still participate in the activities at Salon Breeze." Suggestions for Salon Breeze: "Please get some more Talcott tea. Let's hire a resident doctor. Find someone who wants to play along. Looking for healthy, single men. Looking for a manager for the Angela branch of the park." Helena Reinhardt curled her lip and commented, "Those are the things the Duchess proposed." Suddenly the girl in the green dress wondered, "You're talking about that famous Duchess, don't you know?" Ellen's faint silhouette appeared. Helena Reinhardt still tried to show off her knowledge. "The founder of Salon Breeze is none other than Duchess Leinster." Suddenly the other girl sneered, "It seems there are a few young ladies gathering here." Then a man came over and introduced himself. "I am pastry chef Brody. If you don't mind, would you like to try a drink that I have prepared?" Prepared? The girls accepted the drinks and pastries. "We would be honored if you could share your honest reviews with us." As soon as the glasses were half empty, everyone started praising, "There's a hidden smoothness." "Is that grape?" "It's called Emerald, so refreshing." The girl walked over to the chef and asked, "Have you developed a new menu for Angela?" "As always, you are amazing, Brody." Then he proudly boasted, "I didn't develop it myself." Another girl held her cup, looked inside, and praised. It was all Duchess Leinster's idea. But there was no shortage of suggestions. "I was thinking of adding ground grapes from Fennerong to the spring drink and selling them. That way, people who can't drink alcohol can still enjoy it." The chef snapped his fingers in agreement. "It will be an exclusive drink for the Autumn Mansion's menu. When it opens, that's its name, the Autumn Mansion. Hearing that, the other girl rushed over to ask, "You mean the Autumn Mansion is real?" Helena Reinhardt was suddenly stunned. "What is the Autumn Mansion?" The girl in the green dress asked back, "You don't know about Detective Miss Elena? It's the most famous detective novel recently. She solves all mysteries with her genius observation skills, when she holds a cane and wears a top hat." Hi, and there's a truth there. The subsequent flattery left Helena Reinhardt stunned by her limited knowledge. The setting of that novel is the Autumn Mansion. The mansion that inspired the author, Judith Hunan, is currently being prepared to welcome guests soon. The author, Miss Hunan, is also a member of the book club at the salon. After that was a cry of surprise. Wow, another person had a wish. Can I join the book club too? The book club has grown continuously and has many members, so now the club has different small groups. Book Club 1, Book Club 2, Poetry Lover Society, Dark Book Club fans, you will have to choose carefully. The girls were stunned upon hearing the explanation. In front of them appeared two girls. Is this paradise? A girl stood silently in front of a post driven straight into the ground. The recipe development is complete. Finished. Since Miss Elena has quite a few young readers, I think the demand for Emerald is even higher than originally anticipated. She immediately looked up and replied, "I have also gathered business partners from nearby towns and have completed the distribution contracts for wine and grapes." Then everyone suddenly gathered together. The surrounding villages are very excited. At the same time, she looked up at the sky and smiled. "Isn't it wonderful? Even though I'm directly involved, I'm still amazed. That place is a brilliant palace. How can one person imagine all these things?" Suddenly, Aiden was lost in thought of the question. "It seems you really want to leave here. Duke Leinster, it hasn't even been 30 minutes since you sat down here in the Academy partner meeting." Aiden replied, "Well, there's not much to discuss since Ellen isn't here." Immediately, Frederick leaned back and waved his hand. "That's it, we're done." Aiden turned towards the door and instructed, "Don't call me for the next 4 months." Frederick immediately smiled. "The baby will be born this month. We will become godparents even before getting married." At that moment, Claire Harris smiled and called Ellen's name. Along with that was the hope that we will be healthy and meet again next time. Outside the building, a carriage appeared. Aiden pushed open the door and entered the room with a thoughtful expression. Ellen was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Aiden bent down, brushed her hair back, and thought, today they said there was nothing unusual, or did they not notice because she was sleeping, she wasn't sweating? He slowly caressed her face, his expression also gradually changing. She was still sleeping soundly in the room. Aiden glanced at her. The baby is coming soon. The blanket on Ellen was still tucked in neatly. In the room, only she remained. Inside the garden, while Ellen was resting and recuperating in her beautiful garden, Elia suddenly approached, breaking the quiet space with a question, "Oh, you're outside?" Ellen heard and replied, "Because the weather is so nice today." At that time, Ellen was extremely happy. She began to introduce, "These are the children who were with me at the orphanage. I brought them here to introduce them to you." A slightly trembling and nervous voice was heard. "It is an honor to meet you, Duchess." Ellen also replied cheerfully, which made the 3 children a little surprised and blush at her friendliness. "It's nice to meet you." On the dining table appeared a beautiful plate of fruit, while Ellen was still discussing business. "So, the children will work at the salon." Elia also replied, "Yes, the Crown Princess suggested the idea. It's a safe place for the kids to work." While the two were still talking, all the children's attention was focused on the delicious food on the table. Hearing these words, Ellen praised again. "That's good news. Working there will be beneficial for the kids because they will get to experience many things. And with the growth of the salon, we also need more staff." I don't think the success of Miss Elena also affects the salon. These days, the art center is flooded with requests to draw or sculpt characters and scenes from Miss Elena. Even painters are inspired to create their own works. Iulia, you've been commissioned for many works to be displayed at the amusement park, right? A smile suddenly bloomed. Hee. Thanks to that, Iulia has moved out of the center and established her own workshop. Not just me, the entire street around the art center has been filled with workshops. At this moment, Ellen still gently directed her gaze towards Iulia, listening. Now Leinster is a landmark for artists. Then she exclaimed, "You must be very busy. especially since you sculpt all the works for the autumn mansion yourself. At that very moment, Iulia introduced, so I brought this kid along. The boy who was chewing something voraciously suddenly blushed when Iulia patted his head and praised him. This kid is my assistant. He's been helping me sculpt since he was little. At this moment, the boy still calmly replied, "It's not really helping. The kid helps me work more enthusiastically." It was also that head pat that made the boy grimace. Irritably, seeing that scene, Iulia immediately wondered, is it Fanon? But the boy still tried to deny it. "Ah, no, my lady." Then Ellen rested her chin on her hand and thought pensively, although this is not within my principles, I still feel it's very natural. The moment a person unconsciously sees the image of the boy carving wooden blocks to help Iulia appears, never becoming the main character, just living their normal lives. At this moment, the two girls were still calmly sitting at the tea table, and that space does not depend on my vision or imagination. It makes me feel empathetic because he is living and shining in his own way. Ellen looked at Iulia and suggested, "I really want to see your new sculptures. Iulia, the strong, clear shapes combine perfectly with your gentle and warm drawing style. So, we will be leaving now. You should get some good rest." "Ah, that's right. The trade ship has safely docked at the port. By using the new route, it even docked faster than I thought. It seems the trade goods will arrive in the capital this month. So, while you're waiting to give birth, can I send the issues related to your shares to the Duke?" "Is Iulia discussing business with me?" "You can discuss that with our manager, Austin." "Aiden, greetings, Your Grace. The discovery of the new route not only involves Ellen's personal money, my goodness, another high-ranking noble, but also relates to the finances of the Leinster house under the manager's authority. He will supervise and resolve everything. So, at this point, Aiden had become more irritable. "You are not to come see us for the time being." But Iulia's smile remained on her lips, and she joked back, "But you will let me see my nephew at least once, right?" Ellen immediately replied, "Of course. If you say you're leaving, then hurry up and do it, my lady. See you later, Iulia." As Iulia was getting into the carriage, the boy next to her seemed worried and asked, "Did you create some enmity with the Duke?" She immediately replied, "The Duke is often that irritable." Watching the two figures leave, Ellen seemed much brighter and spoke up, "It seems Count Chatty is planning to pass on the title to Iulia." Aiden beside her also nodded and explained, "The Count's family also has dependent families, so she will have the opportunity to learn slowly." Looking at the books in his hand, she immediately wondered, "By the way, are you studying these books too?" He didn't even look up and replied, "Father recommended them to me." At that moment, Ellen suddenly gazed at him, mesmerized. Then she rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Aiden, what kind of person do you want our child to become?" Hearing these words, his eyes looked into the distance, wondering, what kind of person? Aiden immediately remembered when he was a child. A man placed a hand on his head with great trust. He thought a child who knows they are loved will be a good child. A child who knows they are loved. We can't protect them forever, surely. They will have to face difficulties, but when they know that there is still someone who loves them, that will give the children strength. I hope that we will become people who know how to love, whether it's a person or something else. The act of loving gives us the courage to move forward no matter what we face. But in the end, despite our hopes, the child will grow up in their own way. During this time, Iulia was still focused on her work, but that is enough. The chef was again lost in the music. They don't need to try to meet the expectations of others. They just need to grow up and be themselves. The other women were also much happier. A girl was hugging her child tightly. At this moment, Ellen was in great pain, but was supported by Aiden standing beside her. He was alarmed and wanted to shout for someone. All the maids who heard the sound immediately ran there. As soon as they arrived, they saw Ellen about to collapse in Aiden's arms. Yes, instead of hoping our child becomes a certain type of person, even the kind of person we want our child to be, he placed a comforting kiss on her forehead. This is also the best way to convey our feelings. Inside the castle, a new member had appeared. At this moment, Aiden and Ellen were hugging their little angel in their arms. So, let's love each other with all that we have. In a large room, Leo was excitedly preparing to sit up. He put all his strength into his small legs. Leo's whole body trembled from the effort. A large hand embraced the boy and lifted him up, making Leo's eyes widen in bewilderment. Aiden called the boy, "Leo." He handed Leo to Ellen. Holding the boy in her arms, Ellen was skeptical. "You want to stand up? You've been putting a lot of force into your legs recently." Hearing her say that, Aiden was also a little worried. He said to Ellen, "How can he stand on these tiny legs?" Mona entered from outside, carrying a tray with 2 glasses of water. She carefully said to Aiden, I will take care of young Master Leo. So you two should drink some water. He also looked at Mona. Then Aiden replied to her, even if we drink water to regain our strength. Ellen took a glass of water and brought it to her lips to drink. Hearing Aiden's words, she hurriedly nudged Aiden's arm. Seeing the scene between the two, Mona standing by could not help but smile. Holding the glass of water, looking at Aiden, who was now so pale and gaunt. Ellen was heartbroken to see his condition. She asked Aiden with concern, Aiden, you haven't been sleeping much lately either. He looked into the glass of water, his eyes distant, then replied to Ellen in an affectionate tone, I can endure this for at least a month. Both of them turned their heads to look at Leo. Aiden squinted at the boy, while Ellen smiled gently at Leo. She called out, my dear Leo. Leo sat obediently, his blue eyes exactly like Ellen's. The boy looked extremely adorable and cute. Ellen's voice called out to the boy, are you going to let mommy and daddy sleep tonight? By night, the entire mansion was shaken by Leo's crying. Aiden held the boy in his arms, but Leo still wouldn't stop crying his eyes out. Ellen, holding a toy, tried to soothe the boy to stop crying, but it was no use. She lamented, why is he crying at this hour? He has already eaten and slept. Aiden and Ellen were now a tangled mess, both helpless before Leo's cries. Aiden put Leo down. He pulled down Leo's pants to look inside. It was still very clean. He said to Ellen, it's not this either. A gentle, soft voice came from the door. We can hear Leo's crying from the outer gate. Mrs. Isabella and Mr. Logan had returned a few days ago after visiting the mansion. Seeing the two at the door, Ellen was surprised and then felt as if she had found a savior. She asked them, oh, father, mother, did you have fun at the party? Mrs. Isabella smiled and replied to Ellen's words, in the future, surely no one will be able to overpower his voice. Aiden closed his eyes slightly, giving up on his son. Ellen also gave a forced smile, then pointed at Leo and said to her, it seems he cries the loudest when Aiden holds him. He sighed and then said sadly, I think so too, for some reason. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, the boy started to wail again, leaving Aiden stunned on the spot. Mr. Logan and Mrs. Isabella saw this and burst out laughing. Ellen soothed, Leo, your grandparents are finally back. Why are you still crying? Mr. Logan stared at the boy in Aiden's arms. He quickly stepped forward and then said, let me try to soothe him. Ellen and Mrs. Isabella were astonished. She exclaimed, you. Aiden was just as surprised. Mr. Logan came closer and took the boy. Aiden was unsure and said to him, please be careful. The wailing suddenly lessened and then stopped completely. Ellen's eyes widened, unable to believe her own eyes. Mr. Logan cuddled the boy carefully. Just seeing the action of supporting Leo's head showed how meticulous and careful he was. Aiden and Mrs. Isabella stared wide-eyed at the way Mr. Logan soothed Leo. She hesitated. You're quite good at this, aren't you? Leo stopped crying, lay in his arms, and blinked his tear-filled eyes. Aiden felt like a bolt of lightning struck his heart. Leo yawned, then gently closed his eyes. Looking at the boy lying in his grandfather's arms, his hand still tightly gripping his scarf, Aiden cried out, what kind of magic is this? Logan thought for a few seconds. Then he said to Aiden, experience, perhaps? Ellen was endlessly amazed, her eyes showing a few sparks of admiration. Logan said, from now on, if you two can't sleep because of Leo, just hand him over to me. Hearing this, Ellen's eyes shone brighter than the stars. She excitedly replied to him, yes, father, you are amazing. Mrs. Isabella looked at the situation before her, as if still not believing what was happening. She sat silently without speaking. Looking at Logan holding Leo, she fell into deep thought. The next morning, the morning sun shone straight onto the mansion's window. Logan was mixing shaving cream. Isabella rested her chin on her hand and stared at the man opposite her. Logan stood shaving in front of the mirror. Isabella couldn't help but ask him curiously, experience, what do you mean? The way you've been patting Leo these past few days, it doesn't seem like the first time. Hearing that, Logan looked in the mirror, glanced behind him. He remained silent. But then he answered Isabella's question. Aiden also used to cry in the middle of the night back then. Do you remember? She recalled that time, then said to Logan, that situation didn't last long, but you never saw Aiden as a child. Logan slid the razor across his face. He smiled. Not seeing Logan say anything, she felt puzzled and looked at Logan with some suspicion. Going back to that time, 20 years ago, the young Duke had returned after achieving great military accomplishments. Logan's hands were stained with too much fresh blood. His mother's words echoed. "Did you leave your noble dignity on the battlefield?" Logan's mother turned her back, looked outside, then questioned him in a stern voice. "You even call your wife by a pet name, truly lacking in manners. After the Duke passed away, shouldn't you behave like a true heir?" At that time, Logan looked at his hands. His mother was not yet ready to let it go. In that common house, how much would they despise us if they knew you were an illegitimate child? Isabella was now lying in her room. Isabella's image appeared in Logan's mind. His mother's words made the situation gradually more serious. "That girl will also despise you." Logan bowed his head, adjusted his collar. He said in a low voice, "I will be careful." Isabella was waiting for him outside. She was worried when Logan was scolded by his mother. Isabella sat up, looked at the empty space beside her. She thought to herself, "I wanted to ask him, did he go to the battlefield because he hates me?" But Isabella remembered Logan's dejected appearance. She couldn't help but feel sad. But when he really came back, he was even sadder than when he left, so I couldn't say a word to him. She was suddenly startled, looking up into the empty space. At that moment, Logan stood before her, looking at her with a strange gaze. Isabella was so surprised by this look from Logan that she was speechless. Logan sadly remembered his mother's words. "That girl will also despise you." These words were like a sharp knife cutting into Logan's heart. Standing opposite him, Isabella thought, actually, she bowed her head hesitantly. I'm pregnant." Logan's expression at that moment was something she would never forget. His eyes widened, astonished as he looked at Isabella. She glanced at his attitude, not knowing what to say next. As if not receiving what she secretly hoped for, Isabella turned to leave. Isabella hurriedly said, "Then I'll be going." Logan's hand at that moment had raised to stop her, but his hand stopped in mid-air. Logan was stunned as he let her leave just like that. Sometime later, as Logan was anxiously waiting outside the room, he was suddenly startled by a wail echoing throughout the mansion. The maid happily ran out to inform Logan, "It's a very healthy baby boy." But Logan didn't pay much attention to the maid's words. He turned around. His heart couldn't help but worry for Isabella. Logan's heart was anxious. How is Bella? Her condition? When Logan entered, he saw Isabella taking a little child from the nanny's hands. He silently stood outside and watched. Logan's eyes lit up. His focus fell on Isabella and the baby. At this moment, the baby was sleeping soundly in Isabella's arms. She glanced outside, surprised to see he had been standing there all along. Looking at his expression, Isabella also gave a contented smile. Logan stood watching this scene, his eyes welling up with emotion. The woman sitting on the chair told Logan clearly, "I'm selecting the best experts. A tainted child cannot be completely cleansed no matter what you do." She added, "How can I entrust the boy to you?" Hearing her say this, his face suddenly became sad, strangely pensive. In his mind, an image of his wife and child suddenly appeared. At that time, Isabella was lying in bed after just surviving a near-death experience. She held the baby in her arms with a loving gaze and said, "From today onwards, Aiden should be handed over to the nanny's care." Breaking free from the circle of thoughts, he returned to reality with sudden worries. The other woman observed Logan's expression for a while, then began to speak. "If Isabella does not agree, you cannot send Aiden to a nanny. How dare you be disrespectful to me?" Then she used a threatening tone with Logan. "Should I tell that girl that you are just an illegitimate child of this family?" After hearing her words, his face suddenly changed, looking quite angry. The woman's eyes were now frighteningly dangerous, continuing to tell him, "The one who will be hurt the most by that truth will be you." He couldn't bear it anymore, stood up abruptly, his hands on the table, and seriously told her that, "I am currently a famous war hero in the capital. If you insist on taking the child away from her, I will petition the royal family and reveal this disgrace." His eyes were now just as scary as the woman's earlier. He looked straight at her and said firmly, "You should try to protect your noble pride." As for Isabella, she was now standing and talking to Whitney outside the room door. Isabella spoke up, "I'm sorry, but I don't need a nanny." Whitney probably did not agree with the lady's proposal and said to her, "Are you not struggling with childbed fever, my lady?" Knowing she was worried about her, Isabella just gently replied, "I'm much better now." She also carefully instructed Whitney, "Tell them that I will raise Aiden myself. If he needs an education, I will personally evaluate and find a teacher for him." She seemed quite hesitant about the lady's decision, still trying to find a way to persuade Isabella. Whitney said to her, "If a problem arises, then I—" Before she could finish her sentence, Isabella quickly jumped in, affirming, "That won't happen." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Isabella's ear. "I have convinced the Duchess, so you may leave now." She turned to look. It turned out to be her husband. With her husband by her side, Isabella was much more confident, as if motivated. She said clearly, "Yes, we can do it ourselves, so don't worry." Looking at the two people standing in front of her, people often say that when a husband and wife are of one mind, they can even dry up the East Sea. Now that the couple was so united, what else could she do but reluctantly accept? Understood. Whitney went elsewhere. After she left, he turned to look at his wife. Feeling his gaze fixed on her, she suddenly realized her appearance was a bit disheveled. She turned to the other side, thinking to herself, "I'm wearing my nightgown, and my hair is all messy." She rushed back to her room and slammed the door. Logan, however, did not understand his wife's thoughts. Seeing his wife turn away when he looked at her, he immediately felt hurt, thinking, "It seems she is still not comfortable being around me." A few days later, on that day, he had just finished sword practice when he heard a wailing sound coming from the room in front. Logan went to the servant and asked, "Is Aiden crying? Is he sick?" Just a simple question. Yet that servant was sweating profusely. He stammered in reply, "No, it's not that." The servant began to explain to Logan why Aiden was crying. Young Master Aiden often wakes up at night, and when he starts crying, no one can soothe him. He heard this, and his heart seemed to stop. Suddenly realizing something, he began to recall the cries that I had continuously heard from the training ground. Were they not the echoes of the battlefield? While he was still in shock, his wife was tiredly soothing their little child. Isabella gently patted the baby's body, softly saying, "Oh, you're such a good boy." That's right. She looked at the mirror, letting the baby see his own face, then lovingly said, "If you keep crying like this, we won't be able to see these beautiful eyes." Thought to be ineffective, but surprisingly effective, Aiden stopped crying immediately. But then a noise came from outside, and the baby cried loudly throughout the room. She looked towards the door, questioning, "What are you all doing outside?" The maid said tremblingly to Logan. "The lady said we don't need to help her." His mood now suddenly fell into contemplation, his face motionless, looking in one direction, thoughts forming in his head. While I was wallowing in self-pity, she was trying to keep her child from being taken away. Then he suddenly shouted her name, Beulah. Thinking her husband was about to scold her for not being able to soothe the child, she immediately replied, "I'm sorry. I'll make him stop crying right away." She shouted out, "I'll handle it myself." "We can handle it ourselves," he thought to himself. Seeing that his wife seemed not to trust him, Logan told himself, "I have to find a way to help Beulah." He was now in the library, turning the pages of the book on the table, contemplating, but what should we do after we solve it? She won't even let me in the room. He thought sadly for a moment, then began to regain his spirits, comforting and encouraging himself. Now is not the time to worry about this. Now, I must become someone who can help her, even if Beulah rejects me, so we can find a way together. The words came from his mouth and sounded quite credible. No sooner said than done. He went to knock on a stranger's door and said, "I heard you are the most experienced nanny around here." After getting permission, he entered the house and made a proposal to her. "I hope you can give me some advice on how to care for a newborn." She looked at him with a puzzled expression, not knowing why this man came here, and said these words. But finally she replied to his proposal, "That is not an easy job for a person of high status like you." He did not give in, insisting, "Any advice will do, please tell me." Seeing his sincerity, she was moved and instructed him, "First, you must shed your ego." After hearing this, he thought to himself, "But I don't have any pride left." Then she continued, "Can you sing or dance?" Returning to the mansion, all the servants were in a panic. They called his name, shouting, "Duke, the lady has fainted." Receiving the news, Logan ran as fast as he could to his wife's room with a worried expression. Isabella was now lying tiredly on the bed, her face pale. He stared at her, without noticing the beads of sweat dripping from his run. Just as he was about to take her soft hand, a cry from the nearby cradle, caught his attention. Logan walked over, picked up Aiden, and gently comforted the baby. It's okay. Holding Aiden, he He carefully checked his hold on the child to see if it was correct. In his mind, he began to remember, support the neck firmly so it doesn't tilt, make sure he feels safe. Logan paced back and forth, back and forth. He tried everything, but the baby wouldn't stop crying. He had to lower his voice and plead, "Don't cry anymore, my child." He looked lovingly at the baby in his arms, earnestly begging, "Please, my child." But it still had no effect. Aiden still cried incessantly. Logan was helpless. Politeness or dignity had no effect. He suddenly remembered the old woman's advice. To soothe a baby, you must be willing to become a horse or a rabbit, or smile and dance like a clown. The baby just kept crying and crying. He began to contort his face, looking incredibly funny. Logan spoke up to attract the baby's attention. "Look over here." "Hoo-ha." Logan made expressions he had never shown before just to make the baby laugh. "Hick." Aiden seemed to gradually stop crying. Logan saw this and rejoiced inwardly. It's working. "Gur, aren't you spooked?" "Gur, cheep." Logan just stood there and acted like a fool. "Gur. Hi, R.A." He kept making strange sounds to make the baby laugh, but Aiden just showed a confused face, not understanding what the hell he was doing. Not giving up, this time Logan even deliberately pretended to make a cat's meow and raised his hands like a real cat. Gur meow. Then he looked at Aiden and saw that the baby's expression hadn't changed, so it was a complete failure. He suddenly glanced to the side. Isabella was now awake. She slowly opened her eyes, staring intently at the man in front of her. She couldn't believe her eyes and thought it was just a dream. She said, "Am I dreaming?" Logan was now as stiff as a statue, probably out of extreme embarrassment. He curiously carried the baby to Isabella's bedside. After observing for a while and seeing no movement from her, the father and son turned to look at each other with very sad eyes. The words of advice rang in Logan's ears. Everyone is like an animal when they are first born. The lady is suffering from exhaustion. If the baby doesn't recognize you, try not to be discovered if things go well. Perhaps she will wake up tonight, so let's wait. If the baby is curious about something, show it to him. The servants outside were whispering among themselves. "Has the master not come out yet?" Another servant carefully replied, "He does not allow anyone in except the doctor." Those words of advice continued to be heard. If the baby likes it, let him play for fun. And when he has felt comfortable enough to let down his guard, you should take that arm and step by step lull him to sleep. Logan now felt truly useless. Seeing Isabella's state now made him even more heartbroken. He thought to himself, does she find me so untrustworthy that she has to walk this tiring journey alone? Seeing the little thing in his arms stir, he immediately soothed. "Go to sleep, baby." Logan was mesmerized by that innocent and pure face. He exclaimed to himself, "He's exactly like Beulah." Logan silently affirmed, "This child is the bond between me and the one I love." At this moment, Aiden raised his small hand and gently touched his face. Logan was extremely surprised by the baby's action. Their eyes met, and in that very moment, he knew, and also my only blood relative in this mansion. There is one undeniable thing, an illegitimate son with no children and his wife. The legitimacy of a bloodline that no one can acknowledge. Negative thoughts suddenly appeared in Logan's head. In this mansion, where I have to survive, my enemies and I constantly tearing at each other, using my existence as an excuse. He bent down to look at the tiny creature sleeping peacefully in his arms, thinking to himself, unconsciously, the sprout that I had been searching for so long has appeared in my life. Continuing those lines of thought, my enemies must have realized that they are being pushed to the edge of a cliff. This time, Mr. Logan told himself, so I must be ready to push them further away. I will protect the things I love, even if I have to pick up a sword and fight. He hugged Aiden tightly, then turned to look at his wife lying on the bed, looking exhausted, and made a resolution. I will not look at this child and feel burdened by guilt anymore, but instead, I will see him as her trust. At this moment outside, the voice of a servant was heard. "Master, there's an urgent message for you." The person outside continued to announce. It came from the capital. Logan remained calm, gently placing the baby in the cradle. He stepped outside. The gentle expression from before was gone, replaced by a fierce face. Logan looked straight at Whitney and told her, "You are Whitney, right? I will order everyone to keep this matter secret." He also carefully instructed her, "While I am away, take good care of Beulah." Whitney replied politely, "Yes, young master, I will do my best." But after he left, her attitude changed immediately. Elsewhere, Logan was discussing matters with a woman. The girl spoke to him. Therefore, the inheritance process must begin immediately. Logan exclaimed to himself, "On that day, I was no longer alone. On the contrary, I had moved forward." As for Isabella, she had now woken up after a long sleep, and her first words were to ask about her child. "How is Aiden?" She looked around, saw Whitney, and said, "You have taken care of the boy." Hearing that his wife was awake, Logan's face lit up, and he rushed back to the room, thinking as he ran, "Isabella is awake?" Arriving at the door, he didn't dare to run in, but only dared to stand outside, looking inside. Isabella saw her child was well taken care of. She kindly thanked Whitney. "Thank you." She also replied respectfully, "You don't have to thank me." Seeing the happy expression on her face and looking at their child, he thought with satisfaction. Although the journey ahead is very long and my path forward is still a mystery, but I only see a single destination, and that's enough to make me keep going. At this moment, Whitney suddenly walked out of the room. Seeing her master standing at the door, she was quite puzzled. Logan raised his index finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Logan turned and walked away, but his mind was still filled with thoughts of her. When I fall into despair, I will unconsciously look to where she is standing. No matter where that is, I find the strength to move forward again. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to his secretary and said, "Secretly investigate the Duchess's affairs." Logan now had only one wish in his heart, which was, "I hope that one day I will see her smile while I stand by her." Sighed. Returning to the present, Isabella said to her husband, "When Whitney was sent away, that's why we didn't hear any news about her." Ellen and Aiden, standing outside the door, were stunned as they listened to the whole story, sweat pouring down their faces. Seeing his state, Mrs. Logan confidently stood up, left her chair, and said, Look at this." She grabbed a cloth from the table, gently approached, had him sit down, and then wiped the dirt from his face. Isabella looked at Logan with a loving gaze, looked at him, and said, "All that time, alone, you must have had a very hard time." She continued to speak lovingly to him. "Thank you for not giving up on me." At this moment, Leo suddenly burst into loud tears, thus revealing the presence of Ellen and Aiden. Both of them looked inside in alarm. Hearing the sound from outside, the couple also looked towards the door. Logan said wearily to his son, "Bring the boy here to me, quickly." Aiden, as if relieved, thanked him profusely. "Thank you, father." 3 years later, ring, ring, the bells rang. Frederick cherished Claire's soft hand, helping her up each step. Witnessing this romantic scene, the officiant spoke, and so we declare these two legally married. Then, turning to the people, along with that is the appearance of our empire's new crown princess. The two of them got into the carriage together, sharing a sweet kiss in front of everyone. At the palace, all the distinguished guests were there, talking animatedly. Moving to the kitchen, Mila was watching Mara intently, telling the little girl, "Our little Miss Mara is very happy." Mila smiled and said to Mara, "Let's eat a little more." Seeing that Mara didn't seem convinced, she played her card, "And the Countess will come and praise you, okay?" At this moment, Leo jumped out from nowhere, even doing a few hip-hop moves. Mona saw Leo and immediately shouted, "Young Master Leo." Mona was panting, exhausted. She held onto the boy and said gently, "You're finally back. Let's have some food, young master." Leo looked at Mara and then walked over to her, pointed forward, and said to Mara, "Hey, Annie is over there." Hearing what Leo said, Mila's heart skipped a beat. Fearing the little girl would run off to find her mother, she quickly said, No, your aunt will be here soon." Leo paid no attention to Mila's words, grabbed Mara's hand, and pulled her away, running off while smiling as if he had just achieved a great victory. Seeing this, Mila called out in a panic, "Young miss." Mona was no different, calling loudly to Leo, "Young master." An offer was made. Anderson wanted to reserve the entire next year's batch of the excellent wine she had provided for this reception. Francis smiled and said gently, "Well, let's continue our discussion when we return to Fenneron." The other person didn't give up, saying directly, "Miss Francis, our merchant group is also very interested." The words were cut off by a lady. "You're the writer Judith Hunan, aren't you?" The other woman used a pleading tone with Judith. "Could you spare a moment for an interview with our Republic Daily?" After hearing this, She was a bit surprised, but tried to remain calm, replying to the woman, "What? Didn't you come here for the royal wedding?" At that moment, a noisy sound came from behind. She turned to look and saw Leo and Mara running toward them. Judith said in surprise, "Oh, young Master Leo." Then she suddenly shouted towards the two children, "Wait, if you run off like that, you'll get lost." Frederick and Claire heard the shout and turned to look where the sound came from. Frederick spoke up, "Is that Leo running around over there?" He looked at Leo and Mara and laughed loudly. Claire saw this and laughed along, even offering a compliment. "Isn't that just adorable? I really like today's party." However, Father doesn't seem very pleased. Wrong. The Emperor was currently sitting pensively on his throne, thinking, "I wonder when I'll have a grandchild." Like that. As for Leo and Mara, the two were running quickly when suddenly Yulia appeared out of nowhere and startled them. Boo! The two stopped abruptly in fright. When they saw clearly who was in front of them, they both exclaimed in unison, "Aunt Yulia?" She gave a friendly smile and said, "That's right, it's Aunt Yulia here." Yulia bent down close to the two children's faces and gently reminded them, "Running around the banquet hall like that is dangerous. You could get hurt." After speaking, she ran to where her father was standing, reached into his pocket to get something, and said, "That's right, I have a gift for you." "Father, wait a moment." Then she placed the gift in her hand, held it out in front of Leo and Mara. "Ta-da! It's a beetle, just a small figurine." Both of them stared at the beetle in her hand with curious eyes. Seeing that they seemed interested, Yulia tried to persuade them. "I'll give this to you, so please don't run around the banquet hall anymore, okay?" The lady turned to chide her husband. "Since when have you been keeping a beetle in your pocket?" He scratched his head, looking flustered, and told his wife, "Yulia asked to borrow my pocket." Someone passing by suddenly called her name, "Rowena." The lady turned and realized it was an acquaintance, and also called out, "Angelina." The Duchess of Chatty praised, "You two danced very well earlier." Lady Quinn proudly boasted to her, "It turns out Brody has been secretly fond of dancing." Duke Brody wanted to disappear into the ground hearing his wife say that. He didn't even know the first thing about dancing. Lady Quinn looked down at the two children standing with Yulia and said in surprise, "Oh my, aren't those children from the Ellen household?" Yulia quickly replied, "They are looking for Countess Zahart." Lady Quinn understood the situation. She pointed in the opposite direction and said, "I just saw Countess Zahart. Here, go this way." Yulia looked towards her and smiled. She spoke up, "You should say thank you to Her Highness." Leo and Mara obediently did so. They said in unison, "Thank you." "Mara," Mila shouted when she saw her daughter. As soon as Mara saw her, she rushed into that warm embrace and called out, "Mommy." Mila hugged her child, asking worriedly, "Did you come here by yourself without your nanny?" Then she turned to Leo, gently patting his head, and said, "Leo, did you escort Mara here?" Being patted on the head so affectionately, the boy was a little surprised and pleased. He looked up at her and asked, "Where's Leo's mommy?" She wondered aloud, "Leo's mommy?" Mila turned to hug her little child, gave the boy a bright smile, and said, "The Duchess is also here." Hearing her say that, Leo immediately looked around, searching for where his mother was. After a moment, suddenly seeing a familiar figure, the boy shouted, "Mommy!" Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Ellen looked back, half-believingly saying, Leo?" The boy rushed to where she was standing, hugged her, and called affectionately, "Mommy." Ellen returned Leo's hug. She questioned him, "Did you run off and wander around again?" The boy hummed a satisfied sound as if he had just gotten what he wished for. Suddenly, a pair of large arms lifted him up, calling his name, Leo. Now he realized the person who had just lifted him was his respected father. Leo called out gently, "Father." Aiden looked at his son with loving eyes and gently told him, "Now, mother and father are going to dance together." Logan came over and took Leo from his arms, smiling as he said, "Leo, stay with Grandpa and watch quietly." Although a little reluctant, the boy obediently complied, "Yes." Isabella also came over and held the boy in her arms with Logan, saying calmly, "Afterward, we'll go together so you can have your meal." Ellen kissed the boy's forehead to soothe him, not forgetting to say, "We'll be back, Leo." After handing their cute son over to his grandparents, the couple comfortably went to the middle of the palace to dance together. While immersed in the dance, Ellen turned to look at everyone. Everyone had a radiant smile on their face. She thought with satisfaction, "Everyone is so happy." Then she slowly turned to look at the handsome husband in front of her. Ellen said slowly, "Aiden, I have a confession to make." He leaned his ear close to her mouth and whispered, "What is it?" She had a look of complete contentment, looked straight into his eyes, and said gently, Right now, I am truly happy. Aiden also looked straight into her eyes with a loving gaze and slowly spoke the word from his heart. Thank you. He continued, for being happy in the moments we are together. They both smiled happily and danced together. And finally, the sentimental thoughts of both, a wish after a long journey full of hardship and toil. Let us continue to love without stopping in this happiest moment, living each day as if it were a year and each year as if it were a day. Thank you for watching today's video. And so, we have reached the end of this captivating story. See you in the next video with a more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. Have a great day.